Zhao Boyuan accidentally crossed into the world of a siheyuan, starting as an ordinary mechanic, but awakened the heavenly comprehension system, allowing him to master any skill effortlessly. At just 18, he became the youngest level 8 mechanic in history, shocking everyone in the courtyard. Liu Haizhong couldn't believe that the skills he had struggled to learn for half his life were mastered by Zhao in just one day. Zhonghai even wanted to apprentice under him, and Qin Huairu actively sought his favor. However, he did not stop there. From welding common steel to participating in aerospace rocket manufacturing, the Dongfang Hong No and Long March series rockets were all launched ahead of schedule. Because of him, Zhao Boyuan ultimately became a great craftsman of a nation. Chapter 1. The Mechanic Youngster. Military industry elite. Call the landlord. I'll rob. Go for the sharp. In the 1950s, Huaxia City. In a simple courtyard, several young people were intensely focused on playing poker. Zhao Boyuan was one of these passionate youths. He confidently claimed the landlord position. His opponents were two youths named Shaju and Jia Dongxiu. Meanwhile, Su Demao, Lu Guangqi, and others were onlookers, cheering from the sidelines. This version of Dodiju was a new form of entertainment that Zhao Boyuan had introduced to them. Zhao Boyuan was an extraordinary presence. He came from another world, the world of car modification. Once upon a time, the most modified model in his hands was the Honda Civic, whose streamlined body seemed destined for modification. The design of new generation models was no longer the first choice for modification. Instead, domestic electric vehicles gradually became the new favorite for modification. An experience test driving a domestic electric car, where the driver mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, catapulted Zhao Boyuan into this new era with its astonishing acceleration. Perhaps this was the arrangement of fate. In this era, there were no tall buildings or bustling streets that he was familiar with. Instead, there were plain courtyards and streets. The people here referred to him as elder heir. Along with the neighbors he gradually became familiar with, such as the Jia and Zhang families and the deaf old lady. Zhao Boyuan worked hard to integrate into this era, but he was not satisfied with the status quo. Life had to go on, money had to be earned. Fortunately, the identity he acquired after crossing was that of an intern mechanic at the Hongqing steel mill. Although his monthly salary was a meager 17 yuan and 50 cents, it was enough to make ends meet. Life as an intern mechanic was not easy. They worked like worker bees in the factory, silently bearing a lot of repetitive and low-skilled work. Screws, one after another, seemed endless. After a week of hard work, Zhao Boyuan just wanted to relax. This weekend, he made a deck of playing cards and invited his friends in the courtyard to showcase their card skills in the backyard. During the game, Zhao Boyuan suddenly felt a strange power surge within him. Heavenly comprehension talent has been activated. He suddenly comprehended advanced card skills during the card game. Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of joy. This might be his golden finger in this era. As the game progressed, the coins in front of Zhao Boyuan piled higher and higher. 5 cents, 1 dime, 2 dimes each was a trophy he had won. He looked at his opponents with confidence and laughed. Are you guys up for it? Got no money? Go home and get some. Zhao Boyuan was full of himself, determined to make them lose miserably today. Jia Dongxiu and Shaju were clearly losing their rationality from the losses. I must win back all the money I've lost. Jia Dongxiu showed a reluctant expression. He had just won a few rounds and had a small gain. But in the blink of an eye, it had all gone to Zhao Boyuan's pocket. Shaju nervously wiped the few cards in his hand. Spirits above, please bless me to win this time. It's just a card game. No need to be so tense. In fact, the size of the cards was not crucial. The key was the player's mentality and skills. At this moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Zhao Boyuan's eyes, and a line of small text appeared before him. Your hand is too poor. You have comprehended the swap the sky and change the sun technique. Zhao Boyuan maintained a calm expression, but the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened as he urged, hurry up, stop dawdling, keep drawing cards. He secretly hid the 4 in his hand and swapped it for 2 new cards, which turned out to be a 2 and a J. Jia Dongxiu then drew the 4 that Zhao Boyuan had swapped out. Before long, Zhao Boyuan had formed an unbeatable hand, and he confidently played. 78910 JQK, can you handle it? Pass. 3 SIXS with 2 extras. Want it? No. A pair of 2s. Can't handle it. A big joker. Only 1 card left. Zhao Boyuan elegantly played all his cards and extended his hand. Pay up, everyone. Jia Dongshu and Shaju looked like defeated roosters, their faces full of despair. Su Damao couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhao Boyuan, your luck today is simply incredible." "Not playing anymore," Shaju lamented. If he kept playing, he'd have to spend his meal money for the month. Jia Dongshu also reluctantly stopped. "I'm not coming back either." Zhao Boyuan calmly collected the money from the table and counted it carefully. "You won 7.83 yuan for playing cards. You have comprehended advanced financial planning ability. Advanced financial planning allows you to manage your accounts more efficiently and accurately." This over 7 yuan was enough for his expenses for a month. "Then let's call it a day. We'll gather again when we have time." Jia Dongshu and Shaju left in disappointment, grumbling as they walked away. "Whoever plays again is a fool." Zhao Boyuan chuckled inwardly. A gambler's oath was never trustworthy. Next, he planned to head to the factory. He knew that playing cards could only be an occasional entertainment, not an obsession. Although today was a day off, he still decided to go to the factory to refine his skills. Zhao Boyuan was ambitious and wanted to use his exceptional comprehension to elevate his mechanic skills to new heights. His goal was to join the ranks of senior mechanics. In the field of mechanics, there were strict hierarchies. Levels 1 to 3 were considered junior mechanics. Levels 4 to 6 were intermediate, while levels 7 and 8 were revered senior mechanics. In the courtyard where he lived, Elder Zhonghai was a level 7 craftsman, and Elder Liu Haizhong was a level 6 mechanic. They were discussing the upcoming mechanic exam, looking forward to advancing to a higher level. Zhao Boyuan originally had little thought about it, but now, a burning ambition ignited in his heart. This extraordinary comprehension could not be wasted. He decided to participate in the mechanic exam, not just to take part, but to stand out and be promoted to a senior mechanic. If he could become a senior mechanic, his future path would be immensely broad. Senior mechanics not only enjoyed generous salaries, but also had the qualifications to teach skills and accept apprentices. These apprentices, to put it nicely, were for passing on skills and answering questions. To put it bluntly, they were the master's capable assistants, sharing the workload and giving the master more time to relax. More importantly, senior mechanics enjoyed a high degree of freedom. Just like the craftsman Gong, with his skills, he could create countless astonishing wonders. He had a grand dream: to create military industry, not for wealth and fame, but to leave a significant mark in the river of history. Just like Wang Mang created calipers in ancient times, Zhao Boyuan would also create his own military industry legend. Chapter 2. Stealing Skills. Let's go. Hongqing Steel Mill, like a steel giant, occupies an important position in the country's industrial development. This is a large factory specializing in rolling steel into various specifications of plates and conducting secondary processing, with a vast scale and tens of thousands of employees. Inside the factory, all the necessary facilities are available, including schools, broadcasting stations, canteens, and company doctors, providing comprehensive living support for the workers. Zhao Boyuan has been working here for a week. He has observed that since the factory was nationalized, a batch of brand new processing equipment aided by the Big Brother has been introduced. Now, the factory can not only produce precision screws, but also process weapon components such as gun stocks. Even more surprisingly, high-end products like marine propellers and tank tracks are manufactured here. In workshop number 13, a group of top experts has gathered. However, that mysterious workshop is out of reach for ordinary workers. Only senior fitters have the opportunity to enter and lend a hand when needed. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Boyuan arrived at workshop number 7, ready to improve his skills. Inside the workshop, machines roared, and workers were busy working overtime. Zhao, back to practice again? An experienced worker looked up and greeted Zhao Boyuan warmly. Zhao Boyuan walked over and smiled. "Master Liu, I thought since there's a holiday and I have nothing to do, I might as well practice my skills." Master Liu is a senior fitter in workshop number 7, possessing superb skills at level 8. This makes Zhao Boyuan full of respect for him. Compared to Uncle Zhonghai from the courtyard, Master Liu's skills are even more impressive. However, time waits for no one, and Master Liu is approaching retirement. "Young man, it's always good to practice more," Master Liu said with emotion. "Only through diligent study and practice can we build our country better." Zhao Boyuan nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the parts Master Liu was processing. "You are fully focused on observing Master Liu's work, and you have understood level 1 fitter." Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He simply moved a stool over and sat beside Master Liu, attentively watching and learning. "Master Liu, have some tea." Zhao Boyuan kindly poured a cup of tea for Master Liu, intending to take this opportunity to learn well. This was simply a way to steal skills. However, handing a cup of tea to Master Liu was also a small gesture of appreciation, as his skills and experience are invaluable treasures. Master Liu said while busy in the workshop, his movements skillful and precise, while he still remembered to ask, "You're still an apprentice fitter, right? How's your skill level?" "To be honest, I'm still far from it," Zhao Boyuan answered frankly. "So, I came here to practice extra that if one day I could have skills like yours, Master Liu, I would be able to walk proudly in the factory." "Oh, you can't say that." Although Master Liu was modest with his words, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not hide his inner pride. After all, as a level 8 fitter in the factory, his skills are indeed admirable. Sometimes, such a technical expert can even disregard the factory manager's authority. That's the charm of skills. While processing parts, Master Liu shared his experiences with Zhao Boyuan. "Actually, we also started as novices and gradually worked our way up. As long as you're willing to spend time and effort to study, you can reach this level. Who knows, you might even have the chance to work in workshop number 13 in the future." Hearing workshop number 13, Zhao Boyuan suddenly became spirited. What high-end products are being manufactured in that mysterious workshop? At this time, Master Liu had finished processing a part and picked up a new one to start working on. Zhao Boyuan focused intently on observing every movement he made, afraid of missing any detail. "You are fully engaged in learning from Master Liu's work, and you have understood level 2 fitter." This made Zhao Boyuan ecstatic. It seems that the results of stealing skills were quite significant. Master Liu seemed to notice Zhao Boyuan's excitement. He picked up a steel column the size of a thumb and said, "Although you are currently an apprentice fitter, as long as you work hard, in a year or so, you might be able to qualify as a level 1 fitter." Level 1 fitter? Zhao Boyuan chuckled inwardly that surely wouldn't be the end of it. However, he still humbly asked Master Liu for advice. "Speaking of the fitter examination, Master Liu, you should give me some pointers. I'm not very familiar with this area." While operating, Master Liu patiently answered, "Actually, the exam mainly tests technical skills. You need to master the use of various fitting tools, understand the processing characteristics of different materials. Additionally, you need to have a certain level of ability to read blueprints and practical experience. As long as you practice more regularly and ask the master for advice, I believe you will be able to pass the exam smoothly." The fitter exam is not like answering a test paper in school. Master Liu continued to explain. It mainly emphasizes your practical operation ability. For example, if you're given a steel column, you need to cut threads on it. A level 1 fitter can cut 8 threads within a fixed length, while a level 2 fitter can cut 10, and so on. A level 7 fitter can cut 17 threads, while a level 8 fitter needs to cut 19 or more and also have a representative work. At this point, Master Liu stopped his work, casually picked up a steel column, examined it for a moment, and then started skillfully cutting threads. His fingers moved like the most precise machine, steadily and powerfully pushing the steel column. In no time, a small steel column was engraved with beautiful and neat threads. Master Liu handed the carefully made screw to Zhao Boyuan, indicating for him to observe closely. Zhao Boyuan took the screw and examined it carefully. He found that each thread was uniformly deep and shallow, evenly spaced, as if it had been precisely manufactured by a machine. Great skills do not require excessive effort. Zhao Boyuan exclaimed sincerely. "Master Liu, your skills are truly amazing." Just then, Zhao Boyuan suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. You observed Master Liu's master-level screw and understood level 5 fitter. Chapter 3. Becoming a level 5 fitter upon entering the factory. Level 5 fitter. In the courtyard, Uncle Li Zhonghai is a level 7 fitter, and Uncle Liu Haizhong is a level 6 fitter. Their skills and prestige are recognized throughout the courtyard. But anyone who can become a level 5 fitter would have an income that would securely place them third in the courtyard, only behind the two uncles that a level 5 fitter can earn 66 yuan a month. For an ordinary fitter, this is undoubtedly a substantial amount, almost 4 times the salary of an apprentice fitter. In the courtyard, this income is definitely enviable and sufficient for a relatively comfortable life. But what is even more shocking is that Zhao Boyuan, a mere 18-year-old boy, already possesses the skills of a level 5 fitter. This is truly a rare occurrence. Zhao Boyuan himself found it unbelievable. He was just sitting beside Master Liu, carefully observing his operations, and unexpectedly grasped the skills of a level 5 fitter. All of this is thanks to his extraordinary talent. Since he has such a talent, Zhao Boyuan naturally would not miss any opportunity for improvement. He widened his eyes, fully focused on Master Liu's every movement, hoping to gain more insights. Master Liu, please continue. Don't stop, Zhao Boyuan said eagerly. But Master Liu paused his work. I'm done. Zhao Boyuan was taken aback, silently lamenting in his heart. Master Liu, you can't just stop now. How am I supposed to continue learning? No, you have to do one more. So Zhao Boyuan picked up a part and deliberately critiqued it. Master Liu, I feel like the parts of your machine aren't very well arranged. Master Liu immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. After so many years of skill, how could he possibly make a mistake with a screw? How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. I'm really not talking nonsense. Look, there are scratches on this part. Perhaps you accidentally overlooked it? Zhao Boyuan handed the part to Master Liu for inspection. Master Liu took it with a puzzled expression and looked it over a few times. I was careless. How could there be a scratch? After saying this, he set the part down and began operating again. Seeing this, Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of joy and continued to closely watch every movement of Master Liu. However, just as Master Liu was about to finish another part, Zhao Boyuan had still not received any notification of a level up. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Boyuan picked up another part. Master Liu, look, this part also has a scratch on it. This time, Master Liu did not directly believe Zhao Boyuan's words, but shot him a cold glance. Do you think I didn't see you secretly scratching it with the tip of a knife? Zhao Boyuan felt embarrassed when exposed, awkwardly chuckling in an attempt to cover up his actions, but the small knife in his hand had already betrayed his little trick. He could only nonchalantly put the knife away in his mind, while secretly pondering what to do next. Actually, I mainly wanted to observe and learn, Zhao Boyuan said honestly. Master Liu looked at Zhao Boyuan's earnest eyes. Although somewhat helpless, he chose to believe him and began to turn new parts again. Perhaps this is the power of sincerity. However, after Master Liu finished this part, Zhao Boyuan still had not received any notification of a level up. He looked at Master Liu, who was sweating profusely, and understood that the difficulty of mastering the technique was indeed different from what he had imagined. It seems that the higher the difficulty, the more challenging it is to comprehend. Zhao Boyuan silently sighed in his heart. He knew he might need to find a new way to improve his skill level. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if I have Master Liu tailor his guidance for me? Wouldn't I comprehend faster? With this idea, Zhao Boyuan decided to try a new learning method. He poured a glass of water from Master Liu and respectfully handed it over. Master Liu, why don't you take a break? How about I turn a part for you to see? His eyes sparkled with eagerness. Master Liu looked at Zhao Boyuan's expectant gaze and nodded. Then let's see you try. After saying this, he stood up and let Zhao Boyuan take his station. Zhao Boyuan sat down, picked up a steel column, and began to carve threads on it following the method Master Liu used for turning screws. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. When he reached the 8th circle, a hint of surprise flashed in Master Liu's eyes. Not bad. Master Liu sincerely praised. He looked at Zhao Boyuan as if seeing a promising apprentice in the making. Zhao Boyuan did not stop his movements and continued to carve threads. When he reached the 10th circle, Master Liu unconsciously tightened his grip on the teacup in his hand. The skill of a second-level machinist. Master Liu was secretly amazed. He did not expect that an apprentice machinist could display the skills of a second-level machinist. This made him look at Zhao Boyuan with new respect, as well as appreciate Zhao Boyuan's effort and talent. Zhao Boyuan, did you learn machining from someone before? Master Liu couldn't help but ask. I haven't learned from anyone, Zhao Boyuan replied without looking up, his attention fully focused on the steel column in his hands. While continuing to carve threads, he answered, Master Liu, you know I usually don't have anyone to teach me. You should be clear about that. Master Liu thought for a moment and nodded. That's true, I haven't seen Master Yi specifically teach you anything. Then how did you develop this level of skill? Master Liu's curiosity was completely piqued. Zhao Boyuan initially wanted to say that he comprehended it while watching Master Liu turn parts earlier. But then he thought this explanation might be too far-fetched and hard to believe. So, he changed his approach. I've been pondering how to turn parts since I got up and brushed my teeth this morning. When I went to the cafeteria for lunch, I imagined the legs of the stool as parts and simulated the turning process in my mind. Night when I sleep, I dream about turning parts, and the sounds of forging fill my dreams, as if I still have the turning tool in my hand. Master Liu was deeply moved by Zhao Boyuan's effort and dedication. He exclaimed, "For someone so focused and dedicated, having the skill of second-level machinist is entirely reasonable." After saying this, he patted Zhao Boyuan on the shoulder and affirmed, "If you can maintain this level of dedication, I believe you will surely achieve remarkable success. The road ahead is still long, but as long as you keep this passion and determination, nothing can stop your progress." Chapter 4. Rapidly Rising to Level 7 Machinist. Zhao Boyuan secretly smiled to himself. He didn't need to wait for the future. He already had enough strength to astonish Master Liu. He didn't hide his skills, and the engraving knife in his hand continued to smoothly carve threads onto the steel column. Master Liu watched Zhao Boyuan's movements, initially just wanting to see where his limits lay, but at this moment, he was deeply shocked. When Zhao Boyuan steadily and quickly carved the 11th thread, Master Liu's expression began to grow serious. He realized that Zhao Boyuan was not just challenging his own limits. He seemed to be completely composed. As the 12th thread was completed, Master Liu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Level 3 Machinist Skills. Zhao Boyuan actually possessed the strength of a level 3 machinist. How could this be possible? How did he do it? But the facts were right in front of him, and Master Liu could not deny them. However, Zhao Boyuan showed no signs of stopping. He continued to focus on carving the threads. Amidst the roaring machines and flying metal shavings in the workshop, Master Liu held his breath, eyes wide open, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. 14 threads. This was already the level of a level 4 machinist. Immediately after, Zhao Boyuan challenged an even higher difficulty, starting to carve the 15th thread. This was an important watershed, representing a new height in machinist skills. Level 5 machinist skills. Zhao Boyuan did not stop. His hands continued to work. However, this time, his carving showed a deviation. This indicated that Zhao Boyuan's current skills could only reach the level of a level 5 machinist. But this was enough to leave everyone stunned. A novice, yet possessing the strength of a level 5 machinist. This was not an achievement that could be reached solely by hard work. Could it be? Master Liu stared at Zhao Boyuan, a flicker of indescribable enthusiasm in his eyes. Could he really be a natural-born machinist genius? In that moment, Master Liu's long silent bloodline began to boil. His heart raced. An 18-year-old youth had accomplished a feat only a level 5 machinist could achieve. He had carved 15 threads. Besides innate talent, Master Liu could find no other reasonable explanation. Just then, Zhao Boyuan, staring at his flawed thread, asked Master Liu for guidance. "Master Liu, could you please point me in the right direction? Why can't I carve the 16th thread?" Zhao Boyuan was eager for guidance. This was his true intention to showcase his strength. Master Liu was a highly skilled level 8 machinist. His rich experience was a priceless treasure for Zhao Boyuan. With his guidance, he might find the key to breaking through his bottleneck. Master Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Boyuan trusted him so completely, without reservation. Did this kid not fear that I would hold back? After all, many master craftsmen worry about teaching their apprentices and starting themselves. In fact, Master Liu was overthinking it. Zhao Boyuan had not considered such complex human emotions. He just wanted to try and see if he could gain some insights from Master Liu. However, in Master Liu's eyes, this was a demonstration of Zhao Boyuan's immense trust in him. Because of this, Master Liu was determined to do everything he could to help Zhao Boyuan break through the shackles of his skills. "Zhao Boyuan, please be patient. Let me think it over carefully. Let me ponder this." Master Liu reached for the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. At this moment, he seemed like a treasure hunter who had discovered a brilliant gem. He feared that he might inadvertently bury this child's talent. Therefore, Master Liu's attitude was extremely cautious. Zhao Boyuan lit the cigarette from Master Liu. Master Liu took a deep breath, and amidst the swirling smoke, he fell into deep thought. He closed his eyes tightly, and the process of Zhao Boyuan's previous operation quickly replayed in his mind. Master Liu slowly exhaled the smoke, as if unloading a heavy burden. He picked up the screw carved by Zhao Boyuan again and observed it carefully. After putting down the screw, he said with certainty, "Zhao Boyuan, what you lack is practical experience. From the very beginning, you should have a clear plan for the entire carving process, mastering the spacing of each thread. And as the carving deepens, the difficulty of adding each thread will increase significantly. At that point, you need to appropriately slow down the pace." Master Lu's explanation was clear and insightful. After listening, Zhao Boyuan felt as if a fog had lifted, and he saw the light. You have received the careful guidance of a master, successfully comprehending the skills of a level 6 machinist. Indeed, operating while receiving professional guidance is the key to achieving a breakthrough in skills. Pure theoretical learning or mere observation cannot replace hands-on practice. Only through practice can one gain true knowledge and skills, which can further enhance practical abilities. Zhao Boyuan could hardly contain his excitement. Since he had found the path to improvement, he could not stop here. He must continue this process and constantly refine his skills. So, Zhao Boyuan picked up another steel column again. Without saying a word, he immersed himself in the carving once more. Soon, Zhao Boyuan successfully carved the 16th thread. But when he tried to challenge the 17th thread, he encountered failure once again. This time, Zhao Boyuan looked at Master Lu with great anticipation, hoping to gain new insights from him. "Master Lu, let me light a cigarette for you." Zhao Boyuan eagerly lit a cigarette for Master Lu again. Master Lu initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhao Boyuan's expectant gaze, he said nothing, took a deep breath of smoke, and fell into contemplation again. He thought for a long time, a very long time. Finally, Master Lu provided a general direction. "I think you're lacking a certain feeling, or rather, a rhythm. A rhythm that allows you to fully immerse yourself and complete your work in one go. Whenever I begin to carve fine threads, I enter a state of forgetting myself. Once, I lit a cigarette and started carving threads, and by the time the threads were finished, I realized that the cigarette had long been smoked out, but I hadn't even noticed it was still clamped between my lips." Upon hearing this, a voice echoed in Zhao Boyuan's mind. "You have received the precious inheritance from a master and successfully comprehended the skills of a level 7 machinist." Chapter 5, The Chosen Screw Machining, Saint Level 7 Machinist. This is the level that many craftsmen dream of reaching. Zhao Boyuan finally experienced what it means to have extraordinary talent. This is true extraordinary talent. He jumped straight from 0 to the level of a level 7 machinist. "No, I can't stop. I must keep working hard." Zhao Boyuan picked up a steel rod again and started threading. Master Lu was left dumbfounded. This kid, is he planning to challenge the limits? Is he not going to take a break? As Zhao Boyuan continued to shape one thread after another, eventually, all 17 threads were completed. Master Lu was astonished. Did he just level up? Isn't that too fast? However, Zhao Boyuan maintained his original pace. He continued to carve. Based on previous attempts, the chances of failure were very high, but this time he actually completed the 19th thread in one go. Zhao Boyuan put down his tools. He met Master Lu's astonished gaze. "Master Lu, I did it, I really did it." Zhao Boyuan couldn't believe it himself. He had originally anticipated that if he continued carving, he would inevitably fail. Unexpectedly, he completed 19 threads. Isn't this a task meant for a level 8 machinist? Why didn't the system directly prompt him to be promoted to level 8 machinist? At this moment, Master Lu also showed an expression of disbelief. He was completely shocked. 19 threads. He actually completed 19. You're just one step away from being a level 8 machinist. Master Lu excitedly grabbed Zhao Boyuan's shoulder and said, "Zhao Boyuan, how did you do it? You are simply a genius at threading. Do you know that you are just one representative work away from becoming a level 8 machinist?" At this moment, Zhao Boyuan suddenly realized. The reason the system didn't prompt him to become a level 8 machinist was that he still lacked a representative work of his own. In addition to being able to carve more than 19 threads, he also needed an original piece of work. Therefore, the system determined that he had not yet reached the standard of a level 8 machinist. So, I'm just one representative work away from becoming a level 8 machinist. Zhao Boyuan was also very excited. He didn't expect to be so close to becoming a level 8 machinist in such a short time. Now, He just needed one representative work. The joyful atmosphere between the two lasted for a short while, and then Master Lu's smile gradually faded. With deep concern, he solemnly said to Zhao Boyuan, "Zhao Boyuan, I can feel your joy and excitement right now, but I want to remind you not to be proud. Although you have already acquired the basic skills of a level 8 machinist, in my opinion, your skills still seem unrefined. You need more practice to solidify and improve your skills. When you can calmly accept the fact that you can carve 19 threads, no longer being complacent about it, but viewing it with a normal mindset, only then will you be a true master." Zhao Boyuan nodded in understanding. "I understand." Master Lu continued. "Also, among level 8 machinists, the levels can vary greatly. Rank is just a rough classification. True experts often surpass the boundaries of ranks. Some people reach level 8 because their abilities are limited to that, while others reach level 8 not because their level only goes up to level 8, but because the highest rank in this system is level 8. This perspective reminded Zhao Boyuan of experiences from his past life. Some people score 98 points on a test, and that 98 is their limit, while others score 100 points, which seems to be only 2 points higher than 98. But in reality, that 100 points is because the total score of the test is only 100 points. It doesn't mean they can only score 100 points. If the total score were 120 or 130 points, they could still score high. This is the difference between top experts and ordinary high achievers. No matter how many points the test is worth, I can get full marks. Master Lu's words were like a wake-up call to Zhao Boyuan, helping him steer clear from complacency. His mindset became more humble. Moreover, Master Lu had previously mentioned that mysterious workshop number 13. The people working there probably far exceeded the level of a level 8 machinist. Otherwise, how could their salaries be higher than others, along with extra allowances? Above level 8 machinists, there must be higher ranks. Or rather, there exist craftsmen of even higher skill levels. Just imagine those who manufacture satellites and rockets, their skills, although still labeled as level 8 machinists, can they be compared to an average level 8 machinist? Master Lu, please rest assured, I will never stand still and be satisfied with the status quo. If one day I become a level 8 machinist, I will definitely continue to improve my skills, striving to become the very best level 8 machinist. A person's talent alone is far from enough. It also requires continuous motivation and pursuit. Otherwise, even with extraordinary talent, if one becomes proud and arrogant, they will stagnate. And those who have already reached the top but still maintain a spirit of progress, their potential is immeasurable. Master Lu looked at Zhao Boyuan and couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. At such a young age, you possess such talent and mindset. I fear that in the near future, I'll have to look up to your achievements. By then, perhaps it will be your turn to guide me. I might even have to call you Master Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Boyuan deliberately struck a pose of an old master and responded solemnly. How could that be? Master Lu? Are you serious? Master Lu looked at him, smiling and joking. You kid, are you starting to act all high and mighty with me now? Chapter 6. Jia Dongshu apprentices with Zhonghai. After having a light-hearted joke with Master Lu, Zhao Boyuan continued to hone his professional skills. From a novice just starting out, he had quickly become a skilled senior craftsman, but he still had a long way to go in his learning journey. Master Lu patiently guided Zhao Boyuan from the side. Time passed quietly without notice. As dusk fell and the clock pointed to just after 6 in the evening, Zhao Boyuan prepared to go home. He warmly invited Master Lu to his home for dinner. However, Master Lu politely declined his kindness, saying that dinner was already prepared at his home. Zhao Boyuan had no choice but to agree to meet another day. Upon returning to the courtyard where he lived, Zhao Boyuan noticed that many people had gathered in front of Uncle E's house. What was going on? As he walked, he asked Su Damao beside him. Su Damao replied, Zhao Boyuan, don't you know? Uncle E plans to take Jia Dongshu as his apprentice. What? Zhonghai is going to take Jia Dongshu as his apprentice? At that moment, Jia Dongshu was in Zhonghai's home, kneeling respectfully as he offered tea to Zhonghai. Master, from now on, you will be my esteemed teacher. Please do not hesitate to teach me the professional knowledge of being a fitter. I will do my utmost to learn your skills and carry them forward. Jia Dongshu's mother, Jia Zhongshi, also spoke up. Li, our Dongshu will be relying on your care from now on. If you have time this weekend, please take him to the steel mill to learn some skills. So he doesn't just waste time playing cards and losing money. Zhonghai took the tea offered by Jia Dongshu, his face beaming with a smile as he said, Jia Zhongshu, you can rest assured. From now on, I will carefully train Jia Dongshu. I will do my best to help him become a qualified fitter as soon as possible, and then I will guide him through the fitter exam. This way, the Jia family's life will surely improve significantly. Hearing this, Jia Zhongshu's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. Jia Dongshu was also deeply moved. He kowtowed 3 times to Zhonghai and said, Thank you, master. The atmosphere around them was very warm. It seemed that Jia Dongshu was about to have a great development. Everyone stepped forward to express their congratulations. Su Dumao couldn't help but say to Zhao Boyuan beside him, Zhao Boyuan, you are also a fitter. Why don't you apprentice under Uncle E as well? This is a great opportunity. You should seize the chance to learn from him. After hearing this, Zhao Boyuan just smiled faintly. No need. Zhonghai's current skill level might even be lower than mine. It's uncertain who is teaching whom. Besides, Zhonghai might not genuinely teach anything. According to Zhao Boyuan's understanding, although this uncle usually appeared to be virtuous, he was actually quite hypocritical. Hypocritical people have one common trait. They present one facade while being completely different behind the scenes. As expected, the next day at work, Zhao Boyuan saw Jia Dongshu serving Zhonghai like a servant, bustling about, wiping his sweat and pouring tea. However, Zhonghai did not teach Jia Dongshu any substantial skills. Dongshu, your foundation is still too weak, Zhonghai said. You need to practice for 2 months, and then I will slowly teach you some advanced techniques. Right now, your primary task is to build a solid foundation. If others are screwing in 1 screw, you should screw in 10. As long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed. This sounded quite encouraging, but there was no actual content in the teaching. It was like someone telling you, if others saw 1 problem, you solve 10, your grades will surely improve. This was all nonsense. Who doesn't understand this reasoning? Zhao Boyuan felt that Zhonghai either had skills but didn't know how to impart them to others, or he was intentionally withholding knowledge to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan actively sought out Master Liu to learn. He often took a stool and sat beside Master Liu, watching him work for hours without doing anything, focusing solely on observing Master Liu's operations. By observing Master Liu's exquisite operating skills, you gained insight into precision component manufacturing. By watching Master Liu strike the mold, you learned intermediate plastic molding. Through prolonged, focused observation, you gained insight into mental concentration. The factory group leader noticed Zhao Boyuan sitting there without moving and walked over to inquire. Zhao Boyuan, why are you just sitting there doing nothing? The group leader asked. I finished my work yesterday. Zhao Boyuan pointed to the pile of screws he had already completed on his desk. According to factory regulations, each in-turn fitter was required to complete at least 100 screws and 10 parts each day. Zhao Boyuan had efficiently accomplished these tasks during his practice yesterday. His speed was astonishing. He completed everything in less than 10 minutes. Therefore, today, Zhao Boyuan planned to spend the whole day sitting there, concentrating on observing Master Liu's operations to learn more skills. After hearing Zhao Boyuan's explanation, the group leader still tried to persuade him to do more work. Even if you have completed your tasks, you can continue working and contribute a bit more. Zhao Boyuan felt somewhat surprised. What about fairness? Isn't that important? Contribution should be voluntary, not coerced. If forced, it loses its fairness. The group leader was momentarily speechless by Zhao Boyuan's words. At that moment, Master Liu stepped forward to speak for Zhao Boyuan. Zhao worked overtime yesterday and completed his tasks ahead of time just to free up time to learn more. How can you ask him to contribute more? The group leader's face turned red from Master Liu's words. Master Liu was the highest skilled fitter in workshop number 7, and his opinion naturally carried weight. If he was unhappy, even the factory director would not dare to intervene. Thus, the group leader hurriedly apologized to Master Liu. I didn't think it through. Master Liu, please don't mind. Then follow Master Liu and learn well. After saying this, he quickly left, no longer daring to meddle. This left everyone around feeling very surprised. Many people privately speculated, could it be that Master Liu took Zhao Boyuan as his apprentice? Zhao Boyuan actually managed to hug the thigh of Master Liu in the workshop. How enviable. Hearing these discussions, Jia Dongshu couldn't help but feel a mix of complex emotions. Last night, when he apprenticed with Zhonghai, he felt a bit proud and pleased. But unexpectedly, Zhao Boyuan was even more impressive. Directly hugging the biggest thigh in the workshop, Master Liu. This made Jia Dongshu feel a bit jealous and disappointed. Chapter 7 Shocking Lao Tu on the spot. Throughout the morning, Jia Dongshu appeared somewhat low-spirited and gloomy. Even while working on tightening screws, he seemed a bit distracted, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. When lunchtime arrived, Zhao Boyuan went to the cafeteria, and Jia Dongshu pulled Shaju and Su Demao directly to Zhao Boyuan's table. Jia Dongshu, with a hint of envy in his tone, asked, "Zhao Boyuan, when did you apprentice under Master Liu? Why didn't you tell us?" Shaju sighed beside him, a bit envious, saying, "You all have masters and I don't even know who to find as a master." Su Demao looked even more distressed, feeling downcast because he was the one who had never found a master. However, Zhao Boyuan, while eating, laughed lightly and said, "Who said that I have a master-student relationship with Master Liu?" Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's smile nearly burst forth as he asked, "Isn't that so?" Zhao Boyuan gently shook his head, denying it. "No, Master Liu and I are just friends." After hearing this, Jia Dongshu pretended to express regret. "That is really a bit of a pity." Shaju echoed, "Indeed, Master Liu is an experienced technician. It would definitely be great to have him as a master." Zhao Boyuan only responded with a smile. He didn't feel that not being Master Liu's apprentice was a regret. After lunch, Jia Dongshu returned to his workstation and quietly mentioned to his master, Zhonghai, about Zhao Boyuan's relationship with Master Liu. Zhao Boyuan said he hasn't apprenticed under him. They're just friends. Zhonghai was greatly shocked upon hearing this, his eyes widening as he asked, "What?" Jia Dongshu was somewhat surprised by his master's strong reaction and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong, master?" Zhonghai gradually calmed down, his expression serious as he said, "Dongshu, you must not underestimate the meaning of this statement." Jia Dongshu looked puzzled. "Why?" Zhonghai patiently explained, "Think about it. Zhao Boyuan is still just an intern, while Master Liu is the highest-ranked technician in our workshop. They are not only not master and apprentice, but they are also friends of equal standing. Can you imagine when you were in school, daring to call your teacher a friend?" This made Jia Dongshu suddenly realize, and he was shocked by the profound meaning behind the word friend. Two people with a huge gap in status and skills could actually be friends. This was simply unbelievable. Jia Dongshu looked at Zhao Boyuan from afar. He saw him sitting next to Master Liu, chatting happily, occasionally bursting into light laughter. This scene left Jia Dongshu both shocked and filled with envy. He couldn't help but ask himself, Zhao Boyuan, how did he manage to do that? Zhonghai also felt puzzled. Even he had never dared to refer to Master Liu as a friend. In front of Master Liu, he always felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Yet Zhao Boyuan could communicate so comfortably with Master Liu, which was truly perplexing. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the workshop remained busy and orderly. Suddenly, the workshop director walked in to begin his routine inspection. His gaze was quickly drawn to Zhao Boyuan. He saw Zhao Boyuan sitting in a chair, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were dozing off. The workshop director's brows immediately furrowed, and a surge of anger rose within him. The work attitude of today's youth is really too improper. Just as he was about to explode with anger, team leader Xiao Wu hurried over. The workshop director suppressed his anger and asked Xiao Wu about the situation. "Xiao Wu, what is going on with that intern? Why is he sleeping there?" Xiao Wu immediately explained, "Director, let me explain. Zhao Boyuan worked overtime yesterday and has already completed today's tasks. Moreover, I heard that Master Liu seems to have taken him as an apprentice." Upon hearing this, the workshop director's anger dissipated significantly. He understood that respect and space were still needed for the master and their apprentices. However, he couldn't completely ignore this situation. So, he decided to personally remind Zhao Boyuan. The workshop director approached Master Liu and Zhao Boyuan with a warm smile. He first greeted Master Liu. "Master Liu, how is it going?" Master Liu looked up at him and replied in a flat tone, "Not bad. What is the matter?" The workshop director smiled and said, "Master Liu, I heard you recently took on a new apprentice. However, before he could finish, Master Liu interrupted him. That's not the case. Looking at the furrowed brows of Director Yang, Master Liu continued calmly. Boyuan is just sitting next to me to learn. Hearing this, Director Yang felt a tightening in his chest, thinking Zhao Boyuan was slacking off under the guise of Master Liu, and just as he was about to get angry, he heard Master Liu add, "However, I do have high hopes for this kid. He has great potential." Director Yang was somewhat confused by this statement, unable to grasp Master Liu's attitude. After pondering for a moment, he decided to test the waters. The person you value must have no problem with their abilities. But shouldn't we also supervise him a bit? After all, we can't let talented young people's talents be buried. Master Liu, after listening, thought for a while and then nodded. You're right, but he actually doesn't need us to supervise him too much. Director Yang was momentarily stumped, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I'm mainly worried that other young people will follow his example. As the person responsible for technical matters, Director Yang didn't want to offend the skilled Master Liu, but as a manager, he had to manage the workshop's work discipline. If all the intern technicians followed Zhao Boyuan's example, wouldn't that throw the workshop into chaos? Master Liu clearly understood Director Yang's concerns. He gently patted the dozing Zhao Boyuan, waking him up and saying, Zhao, it's too hard to sleep like this. Why don't you make a metal frame bed and show your skills to Director Yang? If Director Yang approves of your work, you can sleep whenever you want in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyuan instantly perked up. Without saying a word, he picked up an 8-meter steel column and got to work. The people around were stunned. No way. Is he really going to make him 8-meter bed on the spot? This is a bit absurd. Chapter 8. After showing off skills, it's time for a nap. A bed that is 8 meters wide won't do. That's too large. And if it's not done well, it would be a waste of materials, Group Leader Xiao Wu said anxiously. Director Yang, standing nearby, also showed a look of refusal on his face. If they were to create a 8-meter bed for sleeping, the factory director would definitely scold them harshly. Let's just make a 2-meter small bed first, Master Liu suggested more practically. The 2-meter bed is essentially the kind of bunk bed commonly seen in student dormitories, with a width of 2 meters and a length of 8 meters. Zhao Boyuan thought for a moment and found this suggestion acceptable. I actually plan to make a 2-meter bed from the beginning. Zhao Boyuan switched to a shorter steel column and immediately began to work. The onlookers found this scene somewhat unbelievable. Really? You're actually starting to make it? This is just too ridiculous. In fact, even Director Yang found it somewhat astonishing. But he refrained from commenting for now. He was patient. He wanted to see if Zhao Boyuan could really make the bed and if he dared to actually lie on it. However, it wasn't long before Director Yang noticed some clues. Zhao Boyuan's process of making this bed was truly hardcore manufacturing from scratch. He first made a bunch of screws. Before being promoted to workshop director, Director Yang had also worked his way up from a technical worker. He could naturally see that Zhao Boyuan quickly cut the steel columns into dozens of segments. Then, he threaded these neatly cut steel columns and created screw nuts. This series of actions indicated something significant. This was real skill. Director Yang picked up one of the screws just made by Zhao Boyuan and examined it closely. To his surprise, the craftsmanship of this screw was very high. It didn't look handmade at all. It was as if it had been cast using professional molds. The precision, the control of the number of threads, exactly right. With this level of skill, is this young man really just an intern mechanic? Director Yang discreetly put the screw into his pocket. He continued to observe, watching as Zhao Boyuan finished the screws and began cutting steel sheets and drilling holes. The entire process was smooth and effortless. Before long, Zhao Boyuan had created a simple yet sturdy iron frame bed, measuring 2 meters in length, all connected by screws. The bed surface was flat, with all 4 corners steady and level. A row of neatly arranged steel sheets covered the bed surface, looking very tidy. Zhao Boyuan easily moved the bed next to Master Liu's workstation, then pulled out a mat from the corner to lay on top. Without hesitation, he lay down on it. That's how young people are, daring to think and act. At this moment, Director Yang completely understood. Zhao Boyuan's skill demonstration was not just about making a bed. It was more like showcasing his technical prowess. An 18-year-old mechanic with such superb skills Who could not be impressed? It seems I was overly worried before. Director Yang forced a smile and said to Xiao Wu beside him, Xiao Wu, what are you still standing there for? Go grab a blanket for the bed. How could you be so oblivious? If Zhao Boyuan catches a cold, can you bear the responsibility? Xiao was left speechless and could only act quickly. The surrounding crowd was already dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Is this Zhao Boyuan? Are these really the Director Yang and Xiao Wu they know? When did Zhao Boyuan, this intern mechanic, become so skilled? Jia Dongshu exclaimed in surprise. He turned to Zhonghai and asked, Master, when do you think I can reach Zhao Boyuan's technical level? Those who understood that Zhao Boyuan was showing off his skills were not just Director Yang. Everyone present was a mechanic with a certain level of professional knowledge. Outsiders might just be watching the excitement, but these insiders could see the nuances. Zhao Boyuan had just independently completed a series of operations such as threading, cutting steel sheets, and drilling holes, all with remarkable skill. Zhonghai also couldn't believe it. Did Master Liu secretly teach Zhao Boyuan a lot of techniques? Otherwise, how could Zhao Boyuan have such high-level skills? I see Zhao Boyuan's techniques as at least a secondary mechanic level, or even higher. Only with such skills could he accomplish this. In fact, Zhonghai was underestimating Zhao Boyuan's abilities. This was also related to his distance from the action, not observing closely. He couldn't scrutinize every detail like Director Yang, who even pocketed the screw made by Zhao Boyuan for careful study. Nonetheless, even if Zhao Boyuan only had the skills of secondary mechanic, it was still astonishing, because the gap between an intern mechanic and a secondary mechanic was enormous. How Zhao Boyuan managed to achieve this left them baffled, completely beyond their comprehension. At this point, Xiao Wu had already brought the blanket. Director Yang took the blanket and carefully covered Zhao Boyuan. In the future, if you're tired from work and want to rest, feel free to do so. Xiao Wu, you absolutely must not disturb him while Zhao Boyuan is sleeping. Young people also need sufficient rest and a good balance between work and leisure. Do you understand? Xiao Wu nodded quickly in response. I understand completely. Director Yang nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Master Liu, saying, Master Liu, I apologize for interrupting your work earlier. Please continue with what you're doing. In the future, if you need any assistance, just have Xiao Wu tell me. I will do my best to help. In Director Yang's view, even if Zhao Boyuan was not Master Liu's formal apprentice, their relationship must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could an intern mechanic possess such exceptional skills? An intern mechanic with the skill level of a level 4 or even level 5 mechanic must be connected to Master Liu in some way. In fact, Director Yang's guess was only partially correct. The reality was not entirely as he imagined. Master Liu did not want to elaborate on these misunderstandings and simply said, I will take care of Zhao Boyuan. You all go about your business. As soon as Director Yang left the workshop, the employees inside immediately erupted into chatter, discussing the events. Chapter 9, Public Praise for the Entire Factory. As soon as Director Yang left workshop number 7, he hurriedly headed to the factory manager's office. This matter was too significant for him. He had to report it to the manager in person. Xiao Wu was somewhat confused. He didn't understand why Director Yang wanted to do this. Was he not afraid that the manager would find out that Zhao Boyuan was sleeping during working hours? Director Yang, is it really okay for us to tell the manager directly? Xiao Wu asked with concern. Director Yang shot Xiao Wu a stern look. Should we wait until the manager discovers our negligence himself? Xiao Wu felt ashamed after hearing this. I was wrong. I should have reported to you earlier. This is the wisdom of handling matters. Taking the initiative to report is always better than passively discovering problems. At least it can minimize criticism. Soon, Director Yang brought Xiao Wu to the factory manager's office. Manager, I have good news to report, Director Yang said with a joyful expression. The manager of Hongqing Steel Plant, surnamed Zheng, was a former soldier who did not understand technical matters very well, but he was very skilled in management, especially in discovering and employing talent. Manager Zheng looked up at Director Yang. What is it that makes you so happy? Sit down and tell me slowly. Director Yang sat down at the manager's desk and began to report in detail. Manager, during this period, our workshop No. 7 has been focusing on improving work style while actively implementing the old mentoring new talent training model. Now, this model has yielded significant results. Manager Zhong paused his writing and asked with interest. Oh? Tell me more. Our intern fitter Zhao Boyuan, under the guidance of Master Liu Jinming, has made remarkable progress in his technical skills, Director Yang said excitedly. After my detailed assessment today, his technical level has reached that of a level 4 or even level 5 worker. Manager Zhong was very pleased to hear this. Such an outstanding talent is indeed rare. Let's go to the workshop and see how he performs in practice. Manager Zhong was a practical person. He always adhered to the principle of seeing is believing. Director Yang's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and a hint of joy was evident on his face. The fact that Manager Zhong was willing to visit the workshop showed his extreme importance. Director Yang quickly signaled Xiao Wu to act quickly. Xiao Wu, go arrange things in front. The manager may want to say a few words later. Director Yang was considerate, not missing any details. He asked Xiao Wu to go ahead primarily to wake Zhao Boyuan, as the manager was about to arrive. However, Manager Zhong seemed uninterested in Director Yang's desire to make show. No need. Let everyone work as usual. There's no need to complicate things. We could just go and have a look. Saying this, Manager Zhong strode towards the workshop. They soon arrived at workshop number 7, where Zhao Boyuan was indeed still sound asleep. Manager Zhong glanced at Director Yang, who immediately felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and hurriedly explained, Manager, Zhao Boyuan worked overtime last night to complete today's tasks, and he has done quite a bit of work today. I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I let him rest for a while. Manager Zheng's expression softened a bit upon hearing this. He pointed to the handmade bed next to Zhao Boyuan and curiously asked, What's the situation with this bed? How could there be a bed in the workshop? Director Yang quickly replied, Manager, don't underestimate this bed. It's our achievement. As he spoke, Director Yang handed Manager Zhong a screw. Manager Zhong took the screw, looked at it, and asked in confusion, Isn't this just an ordinary screw? This is not an ordinary screw, Director Yang explained. It was processed from a steel column. All the parts of this bed, except for the steel plates and columns, are products that Zhao Boyuan made himself. Just look at the thread quality of this screw and the evenness of the bed legs. I dare say Zhao Boyuan's technical level has reached at least level 4, possibly even level 5. Manager Zhong nodded thoughtfully. Although he did not understand the technology, he knew how to recognize and employ talent. From Director Yang's heartfelt words, he could sense that this sincerity and excitement were not insincere. He also looked at Master Liu beside him, from whose calm and profound gaze Manager Zhong read a sense of affirmation and appreciation. It seemed that this matter was indeed true. Manager, should I wake Zhao Boyuan so he can demonstrate his skills to you? Xiao Wu attempted to be more attentive. Manager Zhong frowned and reprimanded. What do you take me for? Am I here to watch a circus in the workshop? Are our outstanding employees merely tools for show? This idea is simply absurd. After saying this, Manager Zhong flicked his sleeves and turned to leave the workshop. Director Yang was both angry and annoyed, grabbing Xiao Wu and giving him a severe scolding, leaving Xiao Wu speechless and drenched in shame. Even so, Director Yang still felt that the anger in his chest was hard to quell. Xiao Wu, this incapable guy, really ruined a great opportunity. The next day, the factory unexpectedly announced a morning meeting. Manager Zhong took the stage, looked around at the employees below, and then said loudly, Comrades, our steel plant has made some new changes and progress in talent training. Some new colleagues have made significant improvements in their skills with the careful guidance and help of the masters. Here, I want to especially commend some people. Manager Zhong continued. Now, I will call out the names of those who should come to the stage. Liu Jinming, Zhao Boyuan. As these two names were called out in succession, the employees below, including Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and her day Liu Haizhong, were all shocked. Chapter 10. The first person in the siheyuan being publicly called to the stage for recognition at the factory was something the residents of the siheyuan had never dared to imagine. They knew their abilities were limited, and that high stage felt out of reach. Even the exceptionally skilled Zhonghai found it difficult to step onto that honor podium. But today, Zhao Boyuan did it. As a newcomer, he stood prominently on that eye-catching awards stage. When did Zhao Boyuan become so outstanding? Jia Dongshu was astonished. He felt as if someone beside him had suddenly soared to great heights while he remained where he was. This shouldn't be. How could Zhao Boyuan have become so formidable out of the blue, to the point where he could only look up at him? What was the reason? Just not long ago, they had been playing cards together. How had the gap between them widened so drastically in the blink of an eye? Shaju also gazed at Zhao Boyuan with envy. Zhao Boyuan was truly stealing the spotlight. He wished he could have such glory one day. Shaju longed for such occasions, where the whole world focused on you, as if you were the chosen one, unique and unparalleled. The moment he dreamed of, unexpectedly, Zhao Boyuan realized it first. Meanwhile, Sudamao was secretly pondering that if he were the one standing on stage receiving the audience's applause, the female worker he had been pursuing privately would surely be easy to win over, right? What a pity that such a great opportunity didn't fall to him. If it were him, he would definitely take this chance to attract several female workers. Uncle Liu Haizhong's eyes sparkled with envy as well. If he had such an opportunity, he would make sure the factory manager promoted him to be a team leader. Once he became a team leader, he could wear a neat Zhongshan suit, walk leisurely in the workshop with his hand behind his back, and scold anyone he found displeasing. He would make them write reports and reflections every day, ensuring they treated him with utmost respect. He wanted them to see what a true big shot looked like. Liu Haizhong imagined that scene, trembling with excitement. As for Uncle Zhonghai, he maintained his composure on the surface while a storm brewed within. If Zhao Boyuan could publicly express that his success was due to the support of the neighbors in the courtyard when receiving the award, then he would be honoring the support and training everyone had given him over the years. Zhonghai hoped for this in his heart. However, on the spotlight stage, Zhao Boyuan appeared unusually calm, unfazed by praise or criticism. He stood there steadily, calmly accepting every gaze directed at him, neither proud nor impatient, maintaining humility without losing confidence. He knew that everything he had achieved today was merely a new starting point. At this moment, Director Zhang felt that the atmosphere had reached a climax, and he took the opportunity to continue speaking. The reason I invited these two to the stage is that they are our role models, the epitome of our factory. Master Liu, as Zhao Boyuan's mentor, has given him careful guidance, enabling Zhao Boyuan to make remarkable progress. Such a master deserves our respect and emulation. At the same time, we should learn from Zhao Boyuan's diligent, studious, and enterprising spirit, striving to improve our skills. This is the vigor that young people should have. I urge everyone to follow the example of Master Liu and Zhao Boyuan. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, everyone casting admiring glances at Master Liu and Zhao Boyuan. But at that moment, Master Liu stepped forward and said to Director Zhang, "Director, I have something I need to clarify. I hope you can give me a chance to explain." Director Zhang immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet, and the scene gradually returned to calm. Master Liu turned to Zhao Boyuan and then earnestly addressed the employees below. "I need to clarify one thing. I am not Zhao Boyuan's formal mentor. Zhao Boyuan's achievements today are entirely due to his own efforts and talent. What I did is truly insignificant, so I don't want to overshadow him and create misunderstandings. Zhao Boyuan, you should step forward. This stage belongs to you." Master Liu firmly gestured for Zhao Boyuan to come forward. Zhao Boyuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Master Liu, after all, you did guide me." Master Liu furrowed his brow and said sternly, "I know how much impact my advice can have. If it were someone else, could my few pointers lead to such progress as yours?" Zhao Boyuan, excessive humility is arrogance. I don't like riding on others' coattails, nor do I want to be someone who seeks empty fame. The truth is what it is, and I should say it as such. The audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Master Liu's clarification. Master Liu actually said that Zhao Boyuan's rapid improvement was entirely due to himself. How could this be? Moreover, Director Zhang had just clearly stated that this was a successful example of the old teaching the young. Now Master Liu publicly declared that Zhao Boyuan's success was solely his own, which indirectly contradicted Director Zhang's viewpoint. Was Master Liu questioning the superiority of the old teaching the young? This seemed inappropriate, right? However, for someone like Master Liu, he neither coveted the spotlight nor needed to bask in others' glory, as he was already brilliant in his own right. He truly believed that the honor at this moment should completely belong to Zhao Boyuan, as everything was won through Zhao Boyuan's own strength. Therefore, even if it might embarrass Director Zhong, Master Liu was unwilling to be someone who sought empty fame or misrepresented the truth. A piece of gold that is already shown cannot overshadow the brilliance of another piece of gold. Chapter 11. Promotion. Awards. Master Liu was unwilling to overshadow others' brilliance. He sincerely hoped that Zhao Boyuan could become that unique focal point. Many employees in the audience felt confused about this, worried that Master Liu's actions might make it difficult for Director Zhong to step down. However, Director Zhong demonstrated his tolerance and wisdom. Being a former soldier himself, he understood how to identify and utilize talent, and he was even more adept at appreciating and embracing others. Clap, clap, clap. Director Zhong was the first to start applauding, saying as he clapped, "Master Liu's words remind me of a past event. Back when I was in the army, I executed a mission alongside my captain and another teammate to capture a criminal. I was fast, my teammate excelled at ambushes, and the captain was the best shot. Therefore, I was responsible for the chase, the teammate set the ambush, and the captain provided cover. During that operation, I charged in and caught the criminal. At this point, a smile appeared on Director Zhang's face. Afterward, although the plan was devised by the captain, it was I who received the praise. I believed it was all the captain's credit. I merely executed his orders. But the captain insisted that his plan had not been fully utilized. It was my swift capture of the criminal that earned me the credit. This experience has always stayed with Director Zhong, and mentioning it now filled him with nostalgia. So I completely understand Master Liu's thoughts. Recognition should reflect the truth of the situation. Master Liu, you are also a role model for us. Please continue to stand here." He shifted his tone and continued. "However, today, the most important person is still Comrade Zhao Boyuan. I do not know how much effort and sweat he has put in, but I know he must have gone through countless practices and solitude to achieve today's success. Let us applaud this hard-working young man. He is a role model for all of us." As Director Zhang's words came to an end, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. In this atmosphere, the internal conflicts in everyone's hearts dissipated, leaving only deep admiration for Master Liu's integrity, Director Zhang's inclusiveness, and Zhao Boyuan's diligence and hard work. It wasn't until Director Zhang signaled for everyone to be quiet that the venue gradually returned to calm. Director Zhang then said, "Simple verbal praise is clearly insufficient to express our recognition of Comrade Zhao Boyuan. After in-depth discussions organized by the factory, we have decided to give Comrade Zhao Boyuan a more substantial reward." At this point, Director Zhang paused, looking around to ensure everyone was listening intently. "Firstly, Comrade Zhao Boyuan will be promoted early, officially becoming a member of our factory. Secondly, to commend Comrade Zhao Boyuan for his outstanding progress, we will also provide him with a material reward: 10 yuan in cash, 1 pound of pork, 1 pound of beef, 2 pounds of vegetable oil, and 2 bags of rice. Finally, we will also award Comrade Zhao Boyuan the factory's Most Progress Award." Director Zhang announced loudly, his tone filled with appreciation. As the factory's stirring background music played, 2 workers carried a large basket of prizes, and a female worker, holding a certificate, solemnly walked onto the stage. Director Zhang personally presented the certificate to Zhao Boyuan and shook his hand tightly. "Thank you, Director," Zhao Boyuan said gratefully as he accepted the certificate. Director Zhang patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Zhao Boyuan, keep up the good work and continue to strive for progress. You are the first among your batch of apprentice fitters to stand out. You must keep working hard." Zhao Boyuan firmly nodded in response. "You can rest assured. I promise not to let you down." Director Zhang repeatedly said good, his face displaying a satisfied smile. Then, Director Zhang and Zhao Boyuan faced the many employees below for a group photo. The photographer from the publicity department, who was in the same department as Su Damao, captured this precious moment for them. With the click of the camera, the image of Zhao Boyuan holding the certificate alongside the director was forever preserved. Such honor and treatment left everyone present envious. Taking a photo with the director was, for them, an almost unattainable dream. Liu Haizhong said sourly, "I've never taken a photo in my life, let alone a picture with the director." Zhonghai comforted him. "There will be opportunities, ere day. You will definitely get a black and white photo in your lifetime." This made Liu Haizhong feel a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Jia Dongxiu, who was listening quietly nearby, felt increasingly aware of the growing gap between him and Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan had been directly promoted to a full-time employee by the director, enjoying a higher salary and a stable position, which was what he envied the most. Shaju, on the other hand, stared intently at the pile of generous prizes, especially the pound of pork and half a pound of beef, which he regarded as top-notch ingredients. So many good things, they're practical. If this reward were given to me, I could eat well for a few days, Shaju thought with immense longing. Su Damao's attention was firmly captured by the certificate. I never expected there would be a certificate, he muttered to himself. I've never received a certificate in my life. If I had one, I would definitely hang it in the most prominent place at home. After the morning meeting ended, Jia Dongxiu, Shaju, and Su Damao all gathered around Zhao Boyuan. Jia Dongxiu suggested, Zhao Boyuan, let us have a meal to celebrate. Shaju excitedly said, I'll take charge of the cooking. Let us eat at the small cafeteria. Su Damao volunteered, I'll go buy half a gin of wine and peanuts to liven things up. However, Zhao Boyuan shook his head. Brothers, you came too late. I've already made plans to have dinner with Master Liu tonight. Next time for sure. Hearing this, Jia Dongxiu, Shaju, and Su Damao all showed disappointed expressions, sighing helplessly. Chapter 12. Jia Dongxiu's stubbornness against Zhonghai. Jia Dongxiu and his two companions were feeling heavy-hearted and unable to express their frustration. Who knows when the next invitation would come? However, Zhao Boyuan and Master Liu's dinner appointment was well-founded and reasonable. To anyone, this dinner was more important than gathering with them, so the three of them could only silently accept it. But the gloom in their hearts was hard to dispel. Zhao Boyuan returned to workshop number 7, and Jia Dongxiu followed in his footsteps. Jia Dongxiu turned to his master, Zhonghai, his tone revealing a sense of eagerness. Master, when can I improve my skills? His voice carried a hint of urgency. Jia Dongxiu was beginning to feel anxious. He and Zhao Boyuan were in the same courtyard, working in the same workshop. Watching Zhao Boyuan make rapid progress, not only becoming a formal worker, but also receiving reward from the factory, made him feel stuck in place. How could he face the people in the factory and the neighbors in the courtyard? If he continued to stagnate like this, he would probably fall short of even a finger of Zhao Boyuan, which he couldn't accept. Zhonghai was also anxious. He had originally thought things could remain calm, but someone had broken this calmness and started the cycle of competition. This put pressure on him as well. He had already taken Jia Dongxiu as his apprentice. If Jia Dongxiu did not improve, how would others view him as a master? If the Jia family found out, they would probably directly scold him for being an incapable master. Dongxiu, I have an idea, Zhonghai said after pondering. After work this afternoon, let's stay in the factory for overtime. Zhao Boyuan should also stay behind to practice his skills. You can learn from him while receiving my personal guidance. This way, I believe you will make significant progress. Next month, the one on the factory's podium for recognition will be you. After hearing this, Jia Dongxiu's eyes sparkled, and he excitedly said, Thank you, master. Thank you so much. After speaking, he looked at the sleeping Zhao Boyuan, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. He recalled the story of the tortoise and the hare. As long as Zhao Boyuan continued to be complacent, catching up to him would not be difficult. He made up his mind to work hard to improve his skills and shine in the factory. A day passed quickly, and it was already afternoon. Zhao Boyuan did not stay behind to work overtime, as Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu had hoped. Instead, he left the workshop directly. Zhonghai was stunned, confusion written all over his face. Why didn't Zhao Boyuan stay to work overtime? Wasn't it said that his diligence and hard work had earned him today's achievements? Jia Dongxiu suddenly had a flash of insight and explained, Zhao Boyuan has an appointment to have dinner with Master Liu. Didn't he just receive a reward of meat? Hearing this, Zhonghai felt a twinge of displeasure. As the elder of the courtyard, he felt that his status in Zhao Boyuan's eyes seemed to be overlooked. Zhao Boyuan invited outsiders to dinner, but forgot about him, the elder. What annoyed him even more was that he had to stay in the workshop to guide Jia Dongxiu's skills. However, Jia Dongxiu felt differently. He secretly rejoiced, believing that as long as Zhao Boyuan continued to let his guard down while he received one-on-one guidance from Zhonghai, he would surely catch up quickly to Zhao Boyuan's level. With this interplay of advantages, he was filled with confidence. What Zhao Boyuan can do, I can definitely do too. Jia Dongshu shouted in his heart, his fighting spirit completely ignited. I want to do better, be more outstanding, and excel beyond him. Sharing the same workshop and courtyard. How could he be content to fall behind? Jia Dongshu was determined to go head-to-head with Zhao Boyuan. Zhonghai looked at Jia Dongshu's face full of fighting spirit, feeling mixed emotions, and could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan returned to the courtyard with Master Liu, carrying bags of pork and beef. The residents of the courtyard had long heard about Zhao Boyuan's accomplishments in the factory and knew he was inviting someone to dinner tonight. Why didn't Zhao Boyuan invite us to dinner? Someone curiously asked. Shuzes spoke the truth, said another. Master Liu is a top-level 8th-grade worker. His status in the factory is among the highest. I heard Zhao Boyuan has made such rapid progress because he received guidance from him. Upon hearing this, everyone was in awe. Wow, Zhao Boyuan actually got to be guided by such an impressive person, and he invited such a remarkable person to his home for dinner. The crowd looked at Zhao Boyuan, filled with envy, as he walked toward the backyard with Master Liu, carrying heavy bags. Zhao Boyuan welcomed Master Liu into the house with a smile, saying, Master Liu, please take a rest. I'll go prepare dinner. Master Liu nodded calmly. You go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. He looked around, surveying Zhao Boyuan's home. At that moment, the crowd outside caught his attention. He glanced outside and nodded at the familiar and unfamiliar faces, acknowledging them. Jia Zhongshi, the second aunt in the courtyard, and the often busy third Uncle Yin Bugue were among the crowd. They all felt a longing to join the feast, but were too embarrassed to do so. After all, this was a special dinner hosted by Zhao Boyuan from Master Liu. How could they dare to intrude? So they could only gather outside, eagerly watching the lively scene inside, their mouths watering, but having to swallow their disappointment. Alas, this kid Zhao Boyuan is really doing well. The third Uncle Yin Bugue broke the silence first, sighing. Yeah, among so many young people in our courtyard, I never expected he would be the first to stand out, the second aunt agreed. It's strange. Everyone in our courtyard isn't foolish. Why did Zhao Boyuan receive the recognition? The second aunt asked, puzzled. Isn't that simple? Zhao Boyuan found such an impressive master. Plus he practices diligently every day, Su Damao explained. Hearing this, Jia Zhongshi felt a twinge of jealousy. This elder also, Zhao Boyuan, has already been recognized. Our Dongshu is his apprentice. Why doesn't he teach Dongshu more skills? Shuzes interjected. I guess the elder hadn't considered this before. Today, he and Jia Gohaven returned yet. I suspect they are working overtime practicing skills. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi became happy. Then it seems our Dongshu will soon make great strides. The others nodded in agreement, but only the indifferent second uncle showed a half smile. He thought to himself, making great strides? It's not that easy. If the elder could just teach a bit for someone to make great strides, then why are there so many first and second grade workers in the factory? Are they all just clueless fools? At that moment, Liu Haizhong couldn't help but speak up. What Zhao Boyuan can achieve, others may not necessarily be able to do. Chapter 13. Thanking the teacher's banquet and inviting Master Liu as Liu Haizhong's words fell. Jia Zhang's expression turned sour. She stared fiercely at Liu Haizhong and questioned him in an unfriendly tone. Second uncle, what do you mean by that? Do you think our Dongshu is inferior to Zhao Boyuan? Liu Haizhong did not expect Jia Zhang to be so sensitive. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Jia Zhang continue to press him. Second uncle, if that's what you mean, I really will be angry. You old scoundrel, jealous of the young. Stuck at a 6th-level worker, and now you dare to slander our Dongshu. Do you believe I will tear your face apart? Upon hearing Jia Zhang insult her old partner like this, second aunt could not hold back any longer. Jia Zhang, how can you speak like that? Try touching my old partner, and see if I don't fight you. She added, do you think our family is all gone? Don't think that everyone's family is like yours. Full of short-lived people. With second aunt's command, her 3 sons stepped forward, ready to fight if Jia Zhang dared to make a move. Seeing this, Jia Zhang realized that second aunt's family was not to be trifled with, so she began to cry and make a scene. Damn it, you bully our Jia family just because you have more people. Old Jia, please look down from heaven. Without you, this neighborhood doesn't treat us like humans. As Jia Zhong cried and shouted, a crowd gathered to watch. However, the crowd had little sympathy for Jia Zhang's outburst and found it rather amusing. After all, although Liu Haizhong's words were direct, they were not entirely without reason. It was just that at this moment, Jia Zhong was stimulated and could not accept such an evaluation. After a while of crying, Jia Zhong left home in tears. The crowd also felt embarrassed to linger outside Zhao Boyuan's house like beggars and began to disperse. The uproar caused by a single comment thus settled down in the courtyard. Soon after, the enticing smell of meat wafted from Zhao Boyuan's house, stirring the hunger in the hearts of those in the courtyard. The deaf old lady, holding an empty bowl, paced back and forth at Zhao Boyuan's door, filled with anticipation. She wondered if Zhao Boyuan would see her age and her solitude and invite her share meal. Similarly, third uncle Yin Bugui had several times attempted to step into Zhao Boyuan's house, but each time hesitated at the door. They both wanted to take advantage of the situation while preserving a bit of dignity. However, Zhao Boyuan was currently toasting with Master Liu, laughing and enjoying himself, completely oblivious to the small movements outside. Zhao Boyuan clinked glasses with Master Liu and curiously asked, "Master Liu, what work made you stand out when you were promoted to an 8th-level worker?" Nowadays, Zhao Boyuan's skills had become increasingly refined. Even though he spent most of his days dreaming, he still found time to hone his craft and improve his proficiency. Therefore, he began to consider how to strive for the honor of becoming an 8th-level worker. To achieve this goal, not only did he need solid skills, but he also needed a representative work. This was precisely why he invited Master Liu to dinner, hoping to learn some experience from this elder. Master Liu savored the fragrant pork and recalled, "I handcrafted a repeating crossbow back then. Honestly, I didn't have much hope at that time. I thought if I failed the review, I could still use it for hunting in winter. I didn't expect it to pass." He smiled and continued, "To be honest, I was prepared for failure. After all, I had been stuck at the 7th-level worker position for several years. Who knew the judges seemed to particularly like this type of weapon work, and they approved it right away. In 1952, the atmosphere of martial arts was still strong, so the judges favored such works. Zhao Boyuan was both surprised and delighted to hear this. He had originally planned to make weapons, and now it coincided perfectly with the judges' preferences. What a coincidence. So, does that mean weapon works are indeed more likely to be favored in the assessments? Zhao Boyuan asked tentatively. Master Liu nodded affirmatively. That's right. Based on my observations over the years, it is indeed the case. I remember someone in the same assessment batch made a shotgun and passed the assessment successfully, scoring even higher than me. A shotgun? Isn't that a gun? Zhao Boyuan's heart stirred, and he became excited. Master Liu continued, "Yes, but I haven't studied that thing deeply. Otherwise, I would have tried to make one too." The more Zhao Boyuan listened, the more excited he became. If the machinist level exam allowed the manufacture of shotguns, that meant making guns was very likely feasible. He felt eager to give it a try, thinking he could also make a gun. "Master Liu, do you know where I can see a gun? I want to take a look and study it." Zhao Boyuan asked eagerly. Master Liu pondered for a moment and shook his head. Guns are not easily seen by ordinary people. However, some hunters in the countryside might have them. Zhao Boyuan, upon hearing this, seemed to have an idea. It looked like he needed to find an opportunity to visit the countryside and see that legendary gun with his own eyes. Such an opportunity soon arose. With the news of Zhao Boyuan being praised and officially recognized spreading, many people learned that there was such a handsome and talented young bachelor in the courtyard. This naturally caught the attention of matchmakers, as young men like Zhao Boyuan, with such good conditions, were highly sought after in their eyes. One particularly bold matchmaker even blocked Zhao Boyuan on his way home from work. "Boyuan, do you want a wife?" Chapter 14. Going to the village for matchmaking, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but feel amused. Do I still want a wife? Is there really such a good thing? Delivered right to my doorstep? If it's free, of course I want it. Nevertheless, Zhao Boyuan managed to stay calm, stopped in his tracks, and politely asked, "Hello, could you please elaborate?" The matchmaker was quite interesting. She approached with a bright smile. "Zhao Boyuan, I recognize you. Your reputation has spread in our matchmaking circle around here. You may not know me, but I'm Aunt Wang. I have a relative's daughter who seems to be about your age. She's quite pretty and has a nice figure. If you don't mind, would you like to meet her sometime?" Aunt Wang said earnestly. "Don't worry, Aunt Wang never lies. In these 10 to 8 villages nearby, who doesn't know that Aunt Wang's introductions are the most reliable? If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Aunt Wang's matchmaking has always been solid. Her confidence was impressive. No wonder she thrived in the matchmaking business and spoke so smoothly. Zhao Boyuan thought for a moment and asked, "What is her name? Where does she live? And what is her personality like?" Since the matchmaker said the girl was beautiful, he had to inquire about her character as well. The matchmaker immediately replied, "Her name is Qin Huairu, and she lives in Hongxing Village. As for her personality, I can't praise her enough. She's really good. She's also great at household chores. She's frugal and very suitable for living life together. If you can marry her, I estimate the dowry won't be too expensive. Just a token amount will do. Plus, her family background is decent. They are poor farmers. I mainly think that if she can marry you, she will definitely have a better life." The matchmaker rambled on, and Zhao Boyuan got a rough idea of the situation. However, his next question left the matchmaker baffled. "Aunt Wang, you mentioned this Hongxing village. Are there any hunters there? Do they have guns?" Aunt Wang was rendered speechless by Zhao Boyuan's string of questions. Although she was articulate, she couldn't figure out the connection between finding a partner and whether hunters had guns. Regardless, Aunt Wang was straightforward and answered, "Yes, there is indeed a hunter in that village. He hunts and has a gun. However, that hunter's daughter is already married. Besides, she seems to be doing quite well now, so she probably won't get divorced easily. If you have such thoughts, I can only say you've got the wrong person. I can't facilitate that." Hearing this, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but laugh. "Aunt Wang, you misunderstood. I was just asking casually. I'm not looking to date a hunter's daughter. I'm just interested in hunting. Aunt Wang, if it's convenient for you, can we set a time to go to the countryside together?" Zhao Boyuan wasn't familiar with the countryside, and Aunt Wang seemed knowledgeable about the area. If she was willing to guide him, it would be like having a free tour guide, which would be very convenient. Upon hearing that this was a possibility, Aunt Wang's face immediately lit up with a smile. "How about we go this Saturday? Your factory has weekends off, right? All right, let's do Saturday. You can come and find me in the morning," Zhao Boyuan replied. After Aunt Wang praised him a few more times, she happily left. On Saturday, the matchmaker arrived at Zhao Boyuan's place promptly at 9 a.m. When she walked into the courtyard, the neighbors began to whisper, "Oh, isn't that matchmaker Aunt Wang? What's she doing here? Looks like she's here to find Zhao Boyuan." "What? Zhao Boyuan is starting to look for a partner? I heard Aunt Wang is actively introducing him to someone. Oh my, Zhao Boyuan is so popular now. Not just popular. You don't know? I heard that the female workers from the steel mill even make a special trip to Zhao Boyuan's workshop just to catch a glimpse of him." Jia Zhongshi, overhearing these discussions, felt quite uncomfortable. During this time, Jia Dongshu practiced his skills with Yi Zhonghai after work every day, but the results were not significant. After several days of intensive training, his skills hadn't improved. Instead, he made Yi Zhonghai feel a bit fatigued. Yi Zhonghai even subtly indicated to others that Jia Dongshu lacked talent in the machining area. He was no longer willing to accompany him for endless practice every day, as it was exhausting and yielded no progress. Jia Dongshu was also deeply affected. He returned home daily with blisters on his hands. Despite his efforts, he couldn't even handle a simple screw properly. The threads were always crooked and misaligned. Each time he came home, he complained incessantly. So this Saturday, Jia Dongshu chose to sleep in at home instead of continuing to practice. In stark contrast, Zhao Boyuan not only successfully became a permanent employee and received a reward, but also had a matchmaker actively seeking a partner for him. This disparity was evident to Jia Zhongshi, who felt anxious. She sighed, "This won't do. I need to motivate our Dongshu to get back on track quickly." After saying that, she returned home with a heavy heart, her face filled with jealousy. Soon, the sounds of Jia Zhongshi loudly arguing and forcing Jia Dongshu to practice his skills echoed through the Jia household. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan dressed neatly in a white shirt, suit pants, and new shoes, stepping out of his house with great energy. His attire attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard, including the young girls and He Yushui. They all stared at Zhao Boyuan. "Zhao Boyuan, are you going on a blind date? Take me with you. Take me with you," Shaju said enviously, spitting into his palms and rubbing it on his hair before running after him, shouting. Zhao Boyuan just smiled and didn't respond. The matchmaker commented, "This young man looks quite old. Why doesn't he have a partner yet?" It shouldn't be the case. Shaju immediately became anxious and quickly explained, "We're the same age." The same age. The matchmaker showed an incredulous expression. "Why do you look like you're 10 years older than him?" Shaju was greatly disheartened and declared he would never go on a blind date again, stating that the matchmaker's words were really too harsh. At that moment, Su Damao also came out. He had slicked back his hair with hair oil and was dressed neatly. "Aunt Wang, right? Can you help me find a partner too?" The matchmaker glanced at him and exclaimed, "Oh dear, this horse face is going to be a tough one." Everyone burst into laughter. Su Damao, stomped his foot and went back into the house. Chapter 15. Be careful. I might marry you too. Zhao Boyuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Aunt Wang, please give my friend some face." Aunt Wang waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she said, "I was just having some fun with them." Shaju and Su Damao smiled wryly and responded, "Yes, you had fun, but we're feeling bitter inside." After that, Zhao Boyuan left the courtyard with the matchmaker and set off for Hongxing Village. Although Hongxing Village is located in the countryside, it still falls within the range of the city, and transportation is relatively convenient, with buses available. When they arrived at Hongxing Village, the time was exactly 11 a.m. Under the guidance of the matchmaker, Zhao Boyuan arrived at the door of a mud brick house. "Is this the hunter's home?" Zhao Boyuan asked in confusion. "No, this is the Qin family," the matchmaker clarified. Zhao Boyuan felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he would have to stay at the Qin family for a while before he could look for the hunter. The Qin family, being a rural household, had a spacious area. There was a large courtyard in front where several chickens were being raised. A farmer's wife saw the matchmaker and Zhao Boyuan's arrival and greeted them warmly. "Oh, Aunt Wang, this must be little Zhao. Come in, please." Hearing the commotion outside, people inside the house also came out to greet them. A middle-aged strong man, leading a boy and a girl, approached them with a big smile. Zhao Boyuan's gaze fell on the young and beautiful woman, and he realized that she must be Qin Huairu. At this moment, Qin Huairu stood gracefully, exuding charm. Her skin looked as if it had been washed by mountain spring water, fair with a healthy, rosy hue. Her bright eyes resembled clear lake water, shy and timid. A faint fragrance of wildflowers surrounded her, making her seem as pure as an untouched sheet of white paper. The young boy standing beside her must be her brother. Zhao Boyuan quickly stepped forward and politely greeted Qin Huairu's parents. "Hello, Uncle Qin, Auntie. I came a hurry this time, and didn't bring any valuable gifts. Just a small token, please don't mind." Saying this, he handed over the gifts he had brought. Although the gifts weren't expensive, they were quite practical. 1/2 kilogram of fresh pork, 5 eggs, and a bucket of oil. Since he would be having lunch at their home, bringing some gifts was a basic courtesy. Seeing Zhao Boyuan so considerate in bringing gifts, Qin's mother was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. She took the gifts and handed them to Qin Huairu, signaling her to take them inside. "Please come in, please come in." Qin's mother warmly welcomed them. Qin's father was also smiling broadly, his weathered face radiating joy. Zhao Boyuan's politeness and appropriateness left a very good impression on them. Under the enthusiastic welcome of the Qin family, Zhao Boyuan entered their house. Although the interior was relatively clean, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the family was not well off. In the spacious living room, the few bamboo chairs and a dining table looked exceptionally lonely, with no other furniture in sight. On the front wall of the living room, the characters for heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, teacher were respectfully written, and beside the altar, fragrant smoke rose, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. After sitting down, Zhao Boyuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Qin's father. "Uncle Qin, would you like one?" Qin's father's eyes brightened instantly as he respectfully accepted the cigarette with both hands. In this era, they usually smoked strong, powerful herbal cigarettes. The beautifully packaged cigarettes Zhao Boyuan offered were indeed a rare sight in the countryside. Qin's father lit one, took a deep puff, and a look of delight spread across his face. "This is really good stuff from the city. The taste is just different." At that moment, Qin Huairu came over with 3 cups of hot tea, handing one each to Qin's father, the matchmaker, and Zhao Boyuan. When Qin Huairu handed the tea to Zhao Boyuan, he deliberately brushed against her hand. Qin Huairu's face instantly turned crimson, and she shot Zhao Boyuan a glare, pretending to be angry as she lowered her head. Seeing her shy demeanor, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but laugh. Huairu, you should sit down too. Don't be busy. Although Qin Huairu was a bit shy, she obediently sat down. Then, Zhao Boyuan got straight to the point. Huairu, is there anyone in your village who hunts? Or does anyone have a hunting rifle? This question left the Qin family and the matchmaker momentarily stunned. The matchmaker quickly responded, explaining, Little Zhao lives in the city and is particularly interested in these activities in our countryside. You know, many people in the city have never even seen a cow. He had previously asked me if anyone in your village hunts. Qin's father nodded quickly, yes. There are people who hunt in our village. Qin Huairu also nodded. I know who has a hunting rifle. That's great, Zhao Boyuan said with a smile. After lunch, could you take me to see it? The matchmaker and Qin's father's eyes lit up at this, while Qin's mother came over with steaming hot dishes. Before Qin Huairu could respond, Qin's mother eagerly assured them with a big smile that it would be perfect for Qin Huairu to lead the way. Their satisfaction with Zhao Boyuan was evident. The Qin family's attitude was so warm, clearly indicating they valued Zhao Boyuan highly. Then, the matchmaker, Aunt Wang, took the opportunity to praise Zhao Boyuan, mentioning that he owned a house in the city, had a formal job, and had recently received commendation from his factory, how high his salary was, etc. These details, although Zhao Boyuan had never mentioned to the matchmaker, she had clearly inquired about thoroughly. The Qin family had actually already known about these situations, but hearing them again felt more real and shocking. Their impression of Zhao Boyuan grew even better. Such a handsome young man with such excellent conditions. In their view, if Qin Huairu could marry Zhao Boyuan, it would be like accumulating virtue from their ancestors and burning high incense. Therefore, the Qin family cherished this opportunity even more and tried their best to leave a good impression. During lunch, Qin's father actively toasted Zhao Boyuan, while Qin's mother kept serving him dishes. Qin Huairu was specially arranged to sit beside Zhao Boyuan, and she cautiously poured him some homemade bayberry wine. After a few rounds of drinks, as the atmosphere became lively, a lively and adorable little girl suddenly burst in. Cousin, I heard you're on a blind date. My mom sent me to check it out. The little girl shouted as soon as she entered. Wow, you're having delicious food. Qin Huairu smiled slightly and gently said, Jingru, come and eat some too. This unexpected little visitor was Qin Huairu's cousin, Qin Jingru. Although she was still young, she had already grown into a graceful beauty. As soon as Qin Jingru sat at the table, she displayed her innocent nature. Wow, is this the brother-in-law? He is so handsome. She stared wide-eyed at Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan deliberately teased her. How about I marry you too? I'll go to your house for the betrothal gifts later. Qin Jingru was startled and almost cried out. Brother-in-law, you can't do that. I'm still young. I'm just a child. She clearly took Zhao Boyuan's words seriously, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Chapter 16. The Hunter's Troubles. After lunch, Zhao Boyuan took Qin Huairu to the hunter's house. The villagers, seeing this unfamiliar city dweller, curiously observed them. When they learned that he was a promising young man from the city, the village was instantly abuzz. It seemed that the daughter of the old Qin family was indeed going to soar to great heights. Among the villagers, the two daughters of the Qin family were the most outstanding in terms of beauty. Qin Huairu was truly fortunate to meet such a handsome young man. Not only was he good-looking, but his conditions were also impressive. When Qin's parents heard the villagers' discussions, they wore proud smiles, feeling very happy. With Qin Huairu leading the way, Zhao Boyuan quickly found the hunter's house. From a distance, they saw dried herbs and animal pelts hanging outside the hunter's home, a strong scent of the wilderness wafting through the air. Uncle Li is the most skilled hunter in our village. He often sets traps to catch rabbits. I heard he even goes hunting at night with a flashlight, and the gunshots heard in the mountains are from Uncle Li, Qin Huairu introduced. As she spoke, Qin Huairu walked up to knock on the door. Uncle Li, are you home? The door creaked open, and a serious-looking old man stepped out. Qin Huairu exchanged a few words with the old man, who squinted his eyes, sizing up Zhao Boyuan. What do you want from me? You're not here by my game, are you? The old man asked. Zhao Boyuan did indeed have this thought. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to the old man. The old man accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff, his expression immediately brightening. Come on, I'll show you, the old man said, leading Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu straight to the kitchen. There was a fence inside the kitchen, containing a few wild rabbits. These are all I have, 1 yuan each. Do you want them? The old man asked. In this era, an old hen costs 8 dimes, and wild rabbits are obviously rarer and more sought after, so a slightly higher price is reasonable. I can buy them all, but I have a small request. Zhao Boyuan said. Please, go ahead. Uncle Li's gaze fell on Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan spoke steadily. I would like to see your gun. That's not possible. Uncle Li immediately replied. The gun is my tool for survival. I never show it to anyone. Qin Huairu tried to interject Uncle Li. Zhao Good just wants to have a look. Please help him out. Guns are dangerous weapons and shouldn't be displayed casually. What if someone gets hurt by accident? Uncle Li's attitude was very firm. Zhao Boyuan did not get discouraged. He continued calmly. Uncle Li, I'm not trying to take your gun. I just want to see its structure because I intend to make a gun. I work as an engineer in a steel mill. My goal is to create a gun with a range of about 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Uncle Li looked at Zhao Boyuan in surprise and even laughed out loud. Young man, do you know how far 2,000 meters is? That's 4 li. For li is a distance that is hard to see with the naked eye. Uncle Li thought it was a joke that Zhao Boyuan wanted to make such a gun. But Zhao Boyuan was serious. He knew that in the future world, there is a sniper rifle called Barrett. The creator of Barrett was not a military expert, but a photographer. Initially, this photographer conceived the idea of creating a large-caliber sniper rifle while hunting. He hoped to use this gun to hunt thick-skinned animals like elephants, wild boars, and rhinoceroses. Thus, the Barrett sniper rifle was born. The range of Barrett far exceeds 2,000 meters. Its detail parameters are astonishing. Such a range. It's simply shocking. Since that photographer could develop such a sniper rifle with an ultra-long range, Zhao Boyuan firmly believed he could do it too. Master Li, the gun I want to make needs to be equipped with a scope, Zhao Boyuan said firmly. Moreover, this gun will not be used for hunting, he added. Its purpose will be on the battlefield. Determination sparkled in Zhao Boyuan's eyes. Do you know? Far away, our compatriots are still fighting for freedom and dignity. I hope to create such a gun to strike hard at the enemy, to avenge that blood-soaked hatred. As Zhao Boyuan spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched. Uncle Li was taken aback and then asked, Are you trying to make military products? Zhao Boyuan nodded affirmatively. Uncle Li confirmed again. Are you really sure you want to do this? I am very sure. Zhao Boyuan's answer was filled with determination. Uncle Li's expression softened considerably. Come with me, he said, leading Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu to the living room, and gestured for them to wait a moment. Then, he turned around and went to get his gun. In the brighter light of the living room, Zhao Boyuan noticed that Uncle Li walked with a slight limp in his left leg. I used to be an old guerrilla fighter, Uncle Li said as he ejected the bullet from the gun and wiped it carefully. If it weren't for my age and injuries, I wouldn't choose to stay at home. He reminisced. This gun was a trophy I captured when fighting against the Japanese. A look of nostalgia appeared in Uncle Li's eyes. I hid it in a cellar and later brought it home. I usually use it for hunting, he added. I think it's also called a sniper rifle. Uncle Li tried to recall the name of the gun. That scope you mentioned, I have one on this gun too. Saying this, he fished out a black cylindrical object from his pocket. Looking through the reflective lens, it was indeed a scope. Take a look. Give me another cigarette. Uncle Li handed the gun to Zhao Boyuan and then took the cigarette Zhao Boyuan offered and went outside to smoke. Zhao Boyuan was excited as if he had received a treasure. He carefully examined the slightly old sniper rifle and took out a screwdriver from his pocket to begin disassembling it. When Uncle Li returned to the living room after finishing his smoke, he was shocked to find that Zhao Boyuan had already taken the gun apart into a pile of parts. Uncle Li's forehead bulged with veins. Oh, my dear mother, he exclaimed. Did we not agree that you just take a look? Uncle Li felt somewhat speechless and helpless. Where did the trust between people go? Chapter 17. Qin Huairu's first arrival at the courtyard. Uncle Li's mood plummeted to rock bottom. He recalled the young man's initial enthusiastic attitude and then saw the gun disassembled into pieces, feeling a stark contrast like a roller coaster in his heart. This gun was not just a tool. It was his companion for many years. Now it was in such a miserable state. It felt like a knife twisting in his heart. However, Zhao Boyuan appeared calm and composed, gently reassuring him, Uncle Li, don't worry. Since I disassembled it, I can certainly put it back together perfectly. Just have faith in me." As he spoke, Zhao Boyuan had already picked up the gun parts. "You have understood gun mechanics by handling firearm components. You have mastered gun assembly skills by assembling firearm components. You have learned scope improvement by reinstalling the scope." Zhao Boyuan returned the reassembled gun to Uncle Li with a smile, saying, "Uncle Li, give a try. It should work fine now." Uncle Li took the gun with some doubt, pulled the bolt to test it, and listened carefully to the sound. He found that the gun's report was indeed much crisper than before. "Why does the sound seem different from before?" Uncle Li asked in confusion. "When I reassembled it, I did some maintenance as well. I estimate this gun will last a few more years," Zhao Boyuan explained. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Uncle Li's face. "Oh, that is really great." He walked outside, carefully loaded a bullet, and aimed at a large tree not far away. With a gunshot, the tree was hit accurately, leaving a clear bullet hole. "Great shooting." Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu both applauded in admiration. Uncle Li clearly enjoyed such praise, and he rarely showed a smile. "Huh. Of course. Back in the day, I was an old guerrilla fighter." At this point, pride showed on his face. However, Zhao Boyuan was pondering something else. Uncle Li's shooting skills were impressive, which was not surprising considering he had been an old guerrilla fighter. But the question was, where did he get the bullets for these sniper rifles? These sniper rifles were not comparable to the homemade guns that use steel balls. "Uncle Ali, may I ask a question?" Zhao Boyuan ventured cautiously. "Where did you get the bullets for these guns?" Hearing this question, Uncle Li immediately became vigilant. "Why do you ask that?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious," Zhao Boyuan quickly explained. Uncle Li then relaxed and chuckled. "Back in the day, I hid several boxes of bullets in the cellar, all wrapped in oil paper to prevent moisture and fire. These bullets will be enough for me for several years." Upon hearing this answer, Zhao Boyuan also chuckled. But Uncle Li looked at him somewhat puzzled, thinking, "I'm laughing because I was clever back then. Why are you laughing?" He naturally didn't know that Zhao Boyuan was already considering those sniper rifle bullets. However, this matter needed long-term planning. Now was not the time for action. Zhao Boyuan paid some money and bought 3 plump rabbits, then happily returned to Qin Huairu's home. He gave 1 rabbit to the Qin family, 1 to the enthusiastic matchmaker, and kept 1 for himself. "Everything is nearly done. I should head back now." Zhao Boyuan had met the people he wanted to see and studied the gun he admired, so he had no reason to linger any longer. Qin father and Qin mother were somewhat surprised to hear him say this. "Aren't you staying for another night?" they urged warmly. "No, I still have some matters to handle at the factory." Zhao Boyuan politely declined their kindness. Qin Huairu looked at Zhao Boyuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and said, "Brother Zhao is an expert. He has to rush back to make guns." "What? Make guns?" Upon hearing this, Qin father looked at Zhao Boyuan with even more respect. Qin mother also showed admiration. In their eyes, mastering a skill was already impressive, and the ability to make guns made them view Zhao Boyuan in a new light. Zhao Boyuan had undoubtedly become a highly sought-after son-in-law in their eyes. "Brother Zhao, you brought so many gifts today. We are truly grateful," Qin father said with a smile. "How about you take my daughter to your place for a visit? Let her help you with some housework. It's also a little token of our appreciation." Qin mother initially wondered if this was appropriate, but then thought that letting their daughter visit a boy's home was indeed a good idea. So, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's nice to take a trip to the city. It can broaden Huairu's horizons." Hearing her parents' words, Qin Huairu immediately blushed. She actually wanted to see the city, mainly because she was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, it might be hard to have such a chance again. At that moment, the matchmaker also urged Zhao Boyuan, "Just take Huairu to recognize the way." Zhao Boyuan looked at them in surprise. He didn't expect them to let Qin Huairu go to the city with him so readily. He couldn't help but think, "Aren't you afraid I might do something inappropriate to Qin Huairu?" However, he quickly relaxed. Since they weren't worried, why should he be overly concerned? "Then Huairu can come with me to stay at my place for a night," he suggested. Qin Huairu, hearing this, happily went to her room to pack her clothes. After Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu left, Qin father and Qin mother began to discuss in low voices. "Dad, is it okay for our daughter to go like this? Staying for a night? Will she be bullied?" Qin mother asked with some concern. It won't happen. Little Zhao is a polite and sensible kid, Qin father reassured her. Didn't you notice? He hardly looked at our daughter, which shows he's not a lecher. If he had been staring at her the moment he walked in, that would be someone we should be wary of. When Zhao Boyuan brought Qin Huairu back to the courtyard, it was already evening. The residents in the courtyard were already curious about Zhao Boyuan's matchmaking affair. At this moment, seeing him bring back a beautiful girl, they were all astonished. Word spread quickly, and the entire courtyard was buzzing. People rushed to Zhao Boyuan's door, eager to catch a glimpse of the girl's beauty. They crowded at the entrance, tiptoeing and stretching their necks, afraid of missing anything. Where's she? Let me see. What does this girl look like? Is she beautiful? Oh wow, she is really beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning woman. Really? Step aside, I want to see too. A chorus of exclamations and praises arose from the crowd, all captivated by Qin Huairu's beauty. When Shaju saw Qin Huairu's face, it was as if he had seen a beautiful butterfly dancing among the flowers, and her visage was deeply imprinted in his heart. As for Su Domao, when he saw Qin Huairu's figure, his eyes went wide, and he felt a surge of heat all over, as if ignited by an invisible flame. As for Jia Dongxiu, he was completely the kind of petty person described by Qin father. His eyes were glued to Qin Huairu, scanning her from top to bottom, as if he wanted to engrave every detail of her in his mind. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, clearly smitten by Qin Huairu's beauty. Chapter 18. The cradle rocks all night. Zhao Boyuan signaled for Qin Huairu to go into the room and set up her belongings first. After that, he leisurely walked outside and raised an eyebrow at a few buddies at the door, smilingly teasing them. Brothers, are you envious? The others quickly and firmly shook their heads. What is there to be envious about? I can find a wife too. They all denied it in unison, fearing Zhao Boyuan would mock them for not being able to find a wife, unlike him. When Qin Huairu came out of the room, Zhao Boyuan took her hand again and walked in front of everyone to show off. Really not envious? Shaju shook his head again. Not envious. Su Domao quickly expressed his agreement. Not envious at all. Jia Dongxiu also chimed in. Honestly, there's nothing to be envious about. Zhao Boyuan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Qin Huairu's cheek, then asked them with some pride, so, really not envious at all? Shaju couldn't take it anymore and turned his head away. I can't watch this, Zhao Boyuan, you beast. Su Domao also frowned in disgust. This is too much. You're really unbearable. Jia Dongxiu also said, I can't watch anymore. I'm about to lose it. As soon as he finished speaking, the three quickly left the scene. Indeed, admiring a beauty is a pleasure. But if that beauty is held by someone else and kissed by someone else, the feeling is entirely different. It's an unbearable torture. They didn't want to eat this dog food. The onlookers, including the Jia and Zhong families and other aunties, all spat in disdain at Zhao Boyuan's behavior. They found his thick skin hard to bear and dispersed one by one. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu was blushing from Zhao Boyuan's sudden action, but did not struggle or resist. The disparity in their statuses made her feel that way, especially since she was currently dependent on him. Moreover, she did not reject Zhao Boyuan's closeness in her heart. She just felt a little shy as a girl. After that, Zhao Boyuan pulled Qin Huairu into the house and kissed her deeply. And Qin Huairu gradually adapted to this intimacy. Since she was already here, she was prepared for certain sacrifices. After teasing her for a while, Zhao Boyuan let Qin Huairu go cook. She needed to get a handle on these household chores quickly. Zhao Boyuan was not someone who would indulge her. While others might treat Qin Huairu like a goddess, Zhao Boyuan had no such leisure. He wasn't going to play those humble games of chasing and worshipping. In his view, if someone could do the work, they would do it. If not, they would be replaced. He wouldn't keep idle people around. He was just that kind of cold. Realistic man. Qin Huairu understood this well, so she knew when to lower her head. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she began to work diligently. The residents of the courtyard, seeing this scene, stirred up quite a commotion. She is really hardworking. What a good woman who can both grace the hall and enter the kitchen. How did Zhao Boyuan find such a capable woman? I also want to find a wife like that. They gathered together, chattering away. Among them, Jia Dongxiu, Shaju, and Su Domao were particularly inquiring, as they too wanted to find a woman like Qin Huairu. However, to be fair, a woman like Qin Huairu was not so easy to find. It seemed simple to have both beauty and household skills, but in reality, many beautiful women relied on their looks and were unwilling to do housework. They asked around the neighborhood, but couldn't find anyone comparable to Qin Huairu. As a result, Jia Dongshu and the others could only sigh in frustration, realizing that finding a suitable partner was truly difficult. Su Domao was almost in despair by the end, even saying that if it didn't work out, he would settle for an uglier one, as long as the family had money. Only Jia Dongshu and Shaju persisted, insisting that if they were going to find someone, it had to be someone both good-looking and capable of housework. Night fell. On Zhao Boyuan's bed, creaking sound could be heard. Qin Huairu was giving Zhao Boyuan a back massage. "Brother Zhao, is this pressure okay?" Qin Huairu asked, carefully stepping while supporting herself against the wall. Zhao Boyuan responded with a hum. "Not bad, that's just right." Qin Huairu was very obedient. She did whatever Zhao Boyuan said. After a while, Zhao Boyuan told Qin Huairu to lie down as he wanted to massage her. Qin Huairu didn't expect such a good thing and immediately laid down excitedly. Soon, she began to emit soft sounds of comfort. Meanwhile, outside Zhao Boyuan's window, Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and Sudamao were already green with jealousy. "Beast, they're already this intimate on the first day? Up and down, so many tricks. Ooh, is Zhao Boyuan even human? Can Sister Qin handle it? I feel so sorry for Sister Qin." The three expressed that Zhao Boyuan, this thick-skinned guy, was truly unrestrained. He didn't play by the rules at all. After a while, Shaju suddenly asked quietly, "Brothers, what does that feel like?" Jia Dongshu cleared his throat and pretended to be profound, saying, "I've heard it's an ultimate pleasure." Su Damao immediately laughed proudly. "You guys just don't understand the charm of women. Let me tell you, once you experience that feeling, you'll remember it for a lifetime. Let me explain it to you in detail." Su Damao began to describe it at length. Not far away, Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui quietly stood by, seemingly eavesdropping on the young people's conversation. After a while, Liu Haizhong couldn't help but speak up. "Why didn't I feel that comfortable? Did I marry a fake wife?" Zhonghai frowned, lost in thought. "I also feel like it's not quite what they said." Yin Bugui shook his head and shared his insights. "For us married folks, a kiss at night can lead to nightmares for several nights. This is different from those young people who haven't tasted the flavor." After hearing this, Liu Haizhong immediately gave Yin Bugui a thumbs up. Third Master is indeed a cultured person. That summary is spot on. Chapter 19. The couple goes to work together the next day. Zhao Boyuan energetically got out of bed and enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Qin Huairu. After that, he took Qin Huairu out the door together. Seeing Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu walking side by side, the neighbors assumed Zhao Boyuan was taking Qin Huairu out shopping. Zhao Boyuan is truly considerate. He really knows how to please women. He has always been good at making girls happy. The sound from their bed lasted all night. Young people really have good stamina. No wonder he has such a fit body. The neighbors secretly praised Zhao Boyuan's methods. However, that was not the case. Zhao Boyuan, with a clear goal, was heading to the steel mill. In his view, romantic feelings are merely fleeting, and the real path is to develop a career. Taking advantage of having grasped the principles of firearm manufacturing yesterday, Zhao Boyuan planned to create something new at the factory today, while also bringing Qin Huairu for a visit. Qin Huairu curiously looked around, and when she saw the photo of Zhao Boyuan with the factory director on the bulletin board, along with his impressive achievements, her heart was filled with respect. "Brother Zhao, you are amazing, really great. I've never seen such an outstanding man in our village. In this photo, you look so handsome, especially that gaze, it's truly captivating." The reason Qin Huairu praised him so much is mainly because she is illiterate. She couldn't read those words and could only compliment Zhao Boyuan's appearance and demeanor. In response to these compliments, Zhao Boyuan simply said, "It's nothing. Once I successfully manufacture a Barrett, it won't just be a matter of taking a photo. Maybe we'll even have to hang a banner to celebrate." Zhao Boyuan led Qin Huairu into workshop number 7. Master Liu was also here today. He seemed to always be working overtime. "Hey, Master Liu, why are you always working overtime?" Master Liu was surprised to see Zhao Boyuan with a woman. "Cough. With great power comes great responsibility. If I don't work overtime, who will?" "I haven't asked you yet. Who is this?" "This is my girlfriend Qin Huairu." Huairu, this is our factory's level 8 technician, Master Liu. He is a really nice guy. Let him treat us to lunch. Master Liu showed a helpless expression. Wow, you come here and immediately want to take advantage of me. Huh? Qin Huairu felt a bit shy and simply greeted Master Liu before hiding behind Zhao Boyuan. Master Liu teasingly asked Zhao Boyuan, are you bringing her here to learn skills, or just to have fun? Of course, she is here to learn skills. Zhao Boyuan answered without hesitation. Master Liu agreed. That is right. Romantic feelings are fleeting. Only skills are lasting. I really think so, too. Zhao Boyuan responded with deep agreement. Then, Zhao Boyuan took Qin Huairu to his workstation and pointed to a small bed beside it, saying, if you feel tired, you can rest on this bed. It's where I usually sleep. Qin Huairu was very surprised. Brother Zhao, can you really sleep while working? Zhao Boyuan chuckled lightly. Others might not be able to, but I have that privilege. Qin Huairu's admiration for Zhao Boyuan was evident, and she secretly sighed. To say someone is impressive, it has to be my brother Zhao. Subsequently, Zhao Boyuan began to manufacture parts. He planned to first create a sniper rifle similar to the one Uncle Li used, and then gradually improve it to ultimately create the Barrett he envisioned. Initially, Qin Huairu was quite interested, but as time passed, she gradually felt a bit bored. After all, she knew nothing about this professional knowledge, and standing by watching Zhao Boyuan screw in parts was indeed somewhat uninteresting. Before long, Qin Huairu laid down on the small bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan continued to work hard, shaping one exquisite part after another in his hands. Trigger, stock, firing pin. Throughout the morning, he only managed to complete these 3 parts. At noon, Master Liu generously invited everyone out for lunch. In the afternoon, Zhao Boyuan threw himself back into his intense work, continuing to make other small parts. Soon, it was time for Zhao Boyuan to take Qin Huairu to the bus station. Brother Zhao, you really work hard to support your family, Qin Huairu said with emotion on the way to the bus station. That's because you haven't operated the machines yourself. Next time you come, I'll teach you how to operate them, Zhao Boyuan suggested. That way, you can personally experience the joy of creating a piece of work. Qin Huairu asked in surprise, really? Can I also try the technical work? Of course you can, Zhao Boyuan encouraged. Qin Huairu then began to look forward to their next date. After sending Qin Huairu off, Zhao Boyuan immediately returned to the factory, working busily until the evening before leisurely returning to the courtyard. Passing through the central courtyard, he saw Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai chatting. Zhao Boyuan, where did you take Qin Huairu to have fun? Jia Dongshu asked curiously. Silly Zhu and Su Demao heard the voice and walked over, along with many aunts and the Jiazhong family, all curious about what Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu did on their first date. Zhao Boyuan shook his head and said, we didn't go anywhere fun. I took Qin Huairu to the steel mill to work overtime and practice skills. Master Liu was also there. We practiced all day. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's face instantly turned pale as he thought, it's over. Zhao Boyuan has gone to secretly learn again. At this rate, I'll never catch up to his skills. Why didn't you call me? Jia Dongshu said bitterly, regretting not going to practice skills in the morning. The others felt the same, especially Jiazhong. Hearing that Zhao Boyuan went to practice skills, she immediately showed a look of disappointment towards Jia Dongshu. Dongshu, it's not that I'm scolding you, Jiazhong said. You really can't go on like this. Look at Zhao Boyuan, and then look at you. He doesn't forget to work overtime to practice even when dating, while you sleep until 9:30 in the morning. Even if you practiced overtime a few days ago, you didn't put in the effort, so your skills haven't improved. Jiazhong's scolding made Jia Dongshu almost want to cry. He felt it was too hard for him. Chapter 20. Handmade sniper rifle faced with the criticism from the Jia family. Jia Dongshu felt ashamed and vowed to work harder. Mom, I will double my efforts. Don't worry, I will definitely push myself and start practicing hard from tomorrow. That said, there's a saying that fits well. Jia Dongshu was the kind of person who was sometimes full of ambition and at other times lazy. When someone provoked him a bit, he could be motivated for a few days. However, once that enthusiasm faded, he would return to his usual lazy life. Zhao Boyuan was different. He never worked overtime on weekdays, only leaving at the end of the day. He even took naps during work, appearing to be completely unambitious. Seeing Zhao Boyuan living so leisurely, Jia Dongxu relaxed his own standards. He thought to himself, if Zhao Boyuan could live so easily, why should he push himself so hard? A little effort for a day or two would suffice. Until that Thursday morning, Zhao Boyuan pulled out a pile of parts from his bag and laid them on the table. Zhao Boyuan, what is this? Jia Dongxu curiously leaned in. Zhao Boyuan did not answer, but Master Liu, who walked by, looked at the pile of parts with surprise. You brat, you actually build a gun? What? Zhao Boyuan, you really build a gun? Jia Dongxu exclaimed. He felt a sense of dread. Zhao Boyuan had secretly worked hard while he wasn't paying attention. Now, he had even managed to build a gun. The workers in the workshop gathered around, curiously watching. Zhao Boyuan skillfully assembled the parts one by one. In no time, a brand new sniper rifle appeared before everyone. It's a 98K. This old-style sniper rifle from 1935, also known as a Mauser or carbine, is famous for its accuracy. Although it pales in comparison to the Barrett, it undoubtedly caused a stir in the steel mill environment. The team leader immediately notified the workshop director. Soon, the workshop director rushed to report this news to the factory manager. Manager, this is big news. Zhao Boyuan actually built a sniper rifle all by himself during the weekend and his free time. He is truly astonishing. The workshop director praised as he walked. Manager Zheng couldn't hide his excitement. His subordinate had just received recognition and immediately followed up by creating a new achievement by building a gun. This undoubtedly brought great honor to him as the factory manager. My judgment was indeed correct. The last commendation really sparked his potential. Manager Zheng strode into workshop number 7, and the workers spontaneously made way for him. His gaze fell on the 98K. Manager Zheng's excitement was palpable. As a former soldier, seeing this classic weapon again stirred a deep sense of familiarity within him. Zhao Boyuan, you did an amazing job. This is beyond my expectations. Manager Zheng first gave a high evaluation of Zhao Boyuan's achievement. He patted Zhao Boyuan's shoulder heavily and then curiously asked, how did you come up with the idea to make this gun? Just to practice my skills, Zhao Boyuan replied. Manager Zheng burst into laughter. Well said. Our steel mill needs your spirit of continuously honing your craft. If every employee could improve their skills like you and create such masterpieces in their spare time, how could we worry about not having top-notch craftsmen? How could we worry about a lack of talent? By the way, can this gun shoot? Manager Zheng picked up the 98K, examined it carefully, and asked. Zhao Boyuan was not too sure either. However, he was about 70% confident that the gun should work fine. I'm not sure, since I don't have any bullets to test it. Manager Zheng pondered and said, this type of gun uses 7.92mm sniper rounds. The bullet specification must match the chamber. Manager Zheng frowned. This kind of bullet is hard to find. The gun is easier to get, but the bullets are rarer. However, I will contact my comrades to see if I can find a few bullets to test it. For now, please put the gun in the factory's warehouse, and once I find the bullets, we will test it. If it works, I will definitely apply for a commendation for you. Zhao Boyuan nodded in gratitude. Then I will trouble you, manager. What are you saying? With your dedication, of course, as the manager, will fully support you. Rest assured, I will contact my comrades right away. I must let you test the performance of this gun. After saying that, Manager Zheng instructed Director Yang to take Zhao Boyuan to store the gun in the warehouse. Then, he left with great anticipation and a hearty laugh. Manager Zheng's joy and excitement were evident to anyone who could see. As Manager Zheng left, people around looked at Zhao Boyuan with envious eyes. Jia Dongxu was the first to step forward and jokingly said, Zhao Boyuan, if you make it big, don't forget us old pals. Others chimed in. Exactly. Don't forget to give us a hand when the time comes. If you soar high, you must take us old brothers along. We, the ones who screw bolts, are just hoping for a chance to stand out. They all self-deprecatingly considered themselves ordinary folks, hoping to leave a name with Zhao Boyuan in advance so they could benefit in the future. All right, are you done? Director Yang smiled and scolded them, then turned to Zhao Boyuan and said, Zhao Boyuan, come with me. After Zhao Boyuan and Director Yang left, the heated discussions in the workshop didn't stop. Everyone was speculating about Zhao Boyuan's future. Some said Zhao Boyuan was likely to be recognized. Others said he might be promoted to an important position. Still, others said the factory would definitely treat Zhao Boyuan as a key training target. Regardless of the speculation, everyone was filled with envy. It seemed that Zhao Boyuan was really about to soar. Jia Dongshu murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Chapter 21. New Gun Target Practice. The news of Zhao Boyuan making guns quickly spread throughout the steel mill. During lunch break, many people unconsciously glanced curiously at Zhao Boyuan's seat. Although the factory had not officially announced it, the news had already circulated widely. The female workers in the factory gathered around Zhao Boyuan, trying to attract his attention. However, Zhao Boyuan looked around and found few beautiful women. He inwardly sighed, thinking that beautiful women were hidden in the countryside, not in this steel mill. At this moment, Jia Dongshu, Shi Zhu, and Su Damao walked over together. Zhao Boyuan, come on, tell us how you learned to make guns. Jia Dongshu asked eagerly. Zhao Boyuan replied, while chewing his food, "Oh, I went to the countryside for a blind date last time and happened to meet a hunter who had a gun. I did a little research and tried to make one when I got back." Shi Zhu, excited, said, "Zhao Boyuan, I specifically added a chicken leg for you when I was serving food. Did you notice? So, can you make me a gun too? I want one." Zhao Boyuan, chewing on a chicken leg, answered seriously, "You want to exchange a chicken leg for a gun? You're quite the business genius. It's illegal to possess a gun privately. You could get arrested. I can't get you into trouble. But you're still making guns?" Shi Zhu retorted, unconvinced. Zhao Boyuan smiled and explained, "Making guns is one thing, but I haven't used it. That's a different matter." Shi Zhu was suddenly at a loss for words. Su Damao had other thoughts. "Zhao Boyuan, when you make the new gun, can I borrow it to show off a bit? I want those girls to see it." Su Damao's ideas were always unique. While others were pondering how to make guns, he was thinking about how to use a gun to attract the opposite sex. Truly a master of romance in the courtyard. Guns are not toys for showing off. Zhao Boyuan quickly finished his meal, packed up his lunchbox, and prepared to leave. If you want the girls to see your gun, you might as well just pull down your pants and show it off. After saying this, he hurried away to avoid further entanglement with the three. Such dangerous things shouldn't be casually given to others. What nonsense! A hint of disappointment flashed in Jia Dongshu's eyes as he muttered to himself, "If I go on a blind date too, maybe I can get inspired and make a gun." He was only envious of Zhao Boyuan's results, without considering the deeper reasons behind it. Just like Zhao Boyuan making guns. Was it really just because of a blind date? There were so many people going on blind dates. Why was it only Zhao Boyuan who could make a gun? Seeing this, Shi Zhu comforted him. "Jiage, don't be discouraged. There will always be opportunities." Su Damao echoed, "Yeah, as long as you're willing to work hard, you will surely achieve something in the future." Jia Dongshu sighed, "I hope so." Deep down, he knew it would be difficult to catch up with Zhao Boyuan. In the afternoon, factory director Zheng and director Yang called Zhao Boyuan to go test the gun. Jia Dongshu, Zhonghai, and others wanted to follow along. But when they saw a jeep parked at the workshop entrance, they were all stunned. Wow, they actually came in a jeep to take Zhao Boyuan to test the gun. This is too grand. So cool. I've never even sat in a jeep before. The workers in the workshop watched Zhao Boyuan get into the jeep with envious eyes. It's important to note that Zhao Boyuan was just a newcomer. Yet, he was already enjoying such treatment. Everyone couldn't help but start imagining how broad and amazing Zhao Boyuan's future prospects would be. "Master, do you think I can enjoy the same treatment as Zhao Boyuan in the future?" Jia Dongshu asked Zhonghai as he watched the jeep gradually disappear from view. Zhonghai sighed softly and replied, "Dongshu, it's better for you to focus on doing your own job well. Don't always compare yourself to others." Jia Dongshu understood the implication behind Zhonghai's words. Don't compare, you can't compete. This thought weighed heavily on Jia Dongshu's heart. He realized he was still falling behind. Meanwhile, the jeep that Zhao Boyuan was riding in arrived at a spacious shooting range. The leader of the shooting range personally came out to welcome their arrival. "Old Su, this is the newcomer I mentioned to you before, the one who can make sniper rifles. His name is Zhao Boyuan." After introducing, factory director Zheng turned to Zhao Boyuan and said, "Zhao Boyuan, this is my old friend Su Daji. We fought side by side on the battlefield." Su Daji warmly shook hands with Zhao Boyuan. "Hello, you are very welcome to come here to test the gun. I heard from old Zhong that you made the 98K sniper rifle compatible with 7.92mm sniper bullets, right? Zhao Boyuan confirmed. That's right, but I'm not good at shooting. I might need your professionals to test the gun. No problem. We have many shooting experts here. Su Daji immediately called out, Liu Haizhong. A tall man quickly ran over and stood straight. Su Daji issued a serious command. Now, there's a 98K sniper rifle and 7.92mm sniper bullets. And you are responsible for the test fire. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Liu Haizhong's voice was loud and firm. Su Daji nodded in satisfaction and then led factory director Zhong and Zhao Boyuan to the shooting area. When they arrived at the shooting range, Zhao Boyuan looked around. The shooting range was built on an open area backed by green mountains. Tall walls ensured the safety of shooting and prevented any accidents. 10 targets were neatly arranged in front. Notably, the scoring method here was the opposite of the conventional one. The higher the number, the closer it was to the bullseye. In other words, a score of 1 was almost a miss, while a score of 8 was very close to the bullseye. Next to each target, there were specially assigned observers loudly announcing the score of each shot. Target 3, first shot 6 points. Second shot 7 points. Third shot 6 points. Target 7, first shot in the bullseye. Second shot 7 points. Third shot 8 points. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Liu Haizhong at target 9, who had loaded 3 bullets and was ready. The atmosphere on site was tense and quiet, with everyone fully focused, waiting. A gunshot broke the silence. Under everyone's breathless gaze, Liu Haizhong steadily pulled the trigger. Chapter 22 Shocked Shooting Range First Shot Test. The observer clearly announced the results. Target number 9, first shot, 7 rings. This was the first shot of the test, and the result was already impressive. A score of 7 rings is quite a good start for a weapon being tested for the first time. Su Daji had praised Liu Haizhong's shooting skills before, and now it seems that the accuracy of this newly made 98K sniper rifle is indeed well-deserved. Although there were some slight deviations, the overall performance was still outstanding. After a slight adjustment, Liu Haizhong aimed at the target again, preparing to fire the second shot. With a bang, the gun fired. Target number 9, second shot, 8 rings. The score improved further, indicating that both the weapon and the shooter were getting into the groove. Liu Haizhong made a slight shift and pulled the trigger again. Target No. 9, third shot bullseye. This score undoubtedly proved the excellent performance of the rifle and the superb skills of the shooter. Su Daji couldn't hide his excitement. This is definitely a good gun. Factory director Zhong also showed a satisfied smile. A good gun paired with a good shooter is truly a perfect match. Director Yang praised it endlessly. A good gun match with a good hand, a perfect combination. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan, while observing Liu Haizhong's shooting process, suddenly received a prompt. You carefully observe the sniper's test shooting and comprehend the skill precision sniping. This was not in Zhao Boyuan's plans, but now he felt a strong desire to personally try the gun. Zhao Boyuan expressed his thoughts to factory director Zhong and Su Daji. Director, Uncle Su, I also want to try this gun. Is that okay? The two exchanged smiles, as if seeing their younger selves, filled with curiosity and desire for firearms. Su Daji sighed. What man wouldn't want to try a gun when he sees one? He turned to Liu Haizhong and shouted, Liu Haizhong, load 3 bullets for Zhao Boyuan and teach him how to shoot. Liu Haizhong responded promptly, explaining the essentials of shooting to Zhao Boyuan in detail, including the basics of gun safety, sights, and so on. Zhao Boyuan listened intently and quickly grasped these key pieces of information. Under Liu Haizhong's guidance, Zhao Boyuan loaded the first bullet and then mimicked Liu Haizhong's posture, steadily aiming at the target. He adjusted his breathing, trying to keep himself calm. When his breathing rhythm stabilized, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot towards the target like a bolt from the blue, accurately hitting the mark. Factory director Zhong, Su Daji, and director Yang were chatting and laughing when suddenly the observer's shout reached their ears. Target number 9, first shot, 7 rings. The laughter of factory director Zhong and Su Daji came to an abrupt halt as they looked at the observer in confusion. Seeing the observer's calm expression, they turned their gaze to Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan scored 7 rings on his first shot. This left them incredulous. Did I hear that right? Is it 7 rings? Factory director Zheng couldn't help but ask. I heard 7 rings too, Su Daji confirmed. Although the target for the test shooting was not far, it was still quite impressive for Zhao Boyuan to score 7 rings on his first attempt. Zhao Boyuan calmly engaged the safety on the gun, then took out a screwdriver from his pocket and bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. Under the watchful eyes of factory director Zheng and Su Daji, he began tinkering with the gun. Soon, Zhao Boyuan adjusted the weapon, loaded 2 bullets, and aimed at the target again. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the expressions of factory director Zheng and Su Daji suddenly became serious. They noticed that Zhao Boyuan's shooting posture was quite standard, and this time the score would likely not be bad. When the observer reported the results, the two still found it hard to believe. Target number 9, second shot, bullseye. Third shot, bullseye. He actually hit the bullseye with both shots. This accuracy was even higher than Liu Haizhong's. Su Daji exclaimed in astonishment. Factory directors and couldn't help but ask Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan, didn't you say you had never practiced shooting? Zhao Boyuan smiled and replied, Director, I really haven't practiced shooting. It's just good luck. How about letting me try a few more shots? Upon hearing Zhao Boyuan's words, Su Daji waved his hand generously. Liu Haizhong, get Zhao Boyuan 5 more bullets. Liu Haizhong quickly handed over 5 bullets, and Zhao Boyuan took them, steadily aiming at the target, firing 5 shots in succession. The sounds of bang, 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 bang echoed in the shooting range, each shot sounding so powerful. As the gunfire ceased, the observer excitedly shouted, Target number 9, first shot, 3 shots, 8 rings. The remaining 3 shots all hit the bullseye. Hitting the bullseye with 3 out of 5 shots is truly astonishing. Factory director Zheng and Su Daji exchanged stunned glances, hardly believing their ears. Factory director Zheng lamented, Zhao Boyuan, you keep saying you can't shoot. Su Daji also shook his head with a wry smile. Old Zheng, it turns out you have such a sharpshooter under your command. Zhao Boyuan, however, remained calm. Liu Ji's shooting skills are actually more accurate than mine. I just made a slight adjustment to the gun, which is why the shooting effect was so good. If you don't believe it, you can let Liu Gu try again. Saying this, he handed the gun to Liu Haizhong. Liu Haizhong took the gun, a glint of eagerness in his eyes. He looked at Su Daji, who nodded, signaling him to start. Liu Haizhong excitedly loaded the bullets, preparing to shoot. Zhao Boyuan reminded him from the side. Liu Gu, this time you don't need to deliberately offset it. I've already adjusted the trajectory. Just aim directly at the bullseye and shoot. Liu Haizhong nodded to indicate he understood, then aimed at the target and quickly fired 5 shots. Bang, 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 bang. His shooting style and rhythm were identical to Zhao Boyuan's. The observer quickly reported the results. Target number 9, first shot, 8 rings. The remaining 4 shots all hit the bullseye. Liu Haizhong hit the bullseye with 4 out of 5 shots. This achievement left everyone in the audience shocked, all looking over in this direction. 10 shots fired, every shot precise. The lowest score was 8 rings. The shooting situation at Target No. 9 undoubtedly became the focus of the entire range. People were buzzing with discussion. This gun is really accurate. Yes, it's like hitting the target exactly where you aim. Su Daji couldn't hide his excitement, grabbing factory director Zheng's arm and saying excitedly, Old Zhang, are you selling this gun? Name your price. Factory director Zheng laughed and pushed his hand away. You're really overthinking it. We just came to test the gun, not to sell it. Chapter 23. Factory conference to deify. Su Daji was truly enamored with this 98K. Not for any other reason, but because of its accuracy. In Su Daji's eyes, this gun was terrifyingly precise, as if aided by divine intervention. If he could bring it to the big martial arts competition, it would be like a fish in water. Winning the championship would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, this treasure belonged to someone else, and just thinking about it made him envious. Su Daji sighed and reluctantly asked Zhao Boyuan, Your 98K seems to have extraordinary accuracy. Is there some secret technique behind it? Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly and nodded. This 98K has been modified by me. The recoil and chamber have been adjusted. I see. No wonder it's so precise, Su Daji realized, then tentatively asked, Can I borrow this gun to study it for a while? I want to take it to the arms factory for in-depth analysis. Sure, Zhao Boyuan readily agreed. To him, this gun was merely a practice piece. His real goal was not to improve this old-fashioned 98K, but to manufacture a heavy sniper rifle like the Barrett. It's worth noting that the Barrett wouldn't appear in a normal historical timeline for another 30 to 40 years. If he could create it now, it would undoubtedly be a technological achievement that transcends time. Since Su Daji wanted to take the 98K for research, he could do as he pleased. Director Zhong, standing nearby, reminded him, "Old Su, you can borrow the gun for research, but you must clarify that it was developed by Zhao Boyuan." Director Zhong was giving Su Daji a warning. Research is research, but don't think about stealing the credit. And definitely don't shamelessly claim this as your own achievement. Otherwise, you won't be able to borrow the gun. Su Daji smiled and assured him, "Don't worry. All the credit goes to Zhao Boyuan." Director Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Then he said to Zhao Boyuan and Director Yang, "All right, we've tested the gun enough. Let us head back." The results of the gun test were very satisfactory, and Director Zhong felt very pleased with the trip. The next morning, sunlight filled the entire factory area, bustling with activity. Today, the factory was holding an important conference, even more grand than the last one, attracting many people's attention. Many had heard the news in advance, knowing that Zhao Boyuan had created a gun, and thus had some guesses about the conference's content. Zhao Boyuan was to be recognized again. Jia Dongshu stood in the crowd, a complex expression on his face, his tone somewhat low. Everyone had come from the same courtyard, the same batch of apprentice mechanics. However, now Zhao Boyuan had become a formal worker and was about to be recognized again, while Jia Dongshu was still stuck in the apprentice stage, with no significant improvement in skills. The feeling of being left behind by his peers made Jia Dongshu feel mixed emotions. Zhonghai stood nearby, squinting his eyes, and sighed. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Zhao Boyuan to be so capable. If I had known, I should have taken on more apprentices." Liu Haizhong scoffed at this, mocking, "Old man, you're thinking too much. You want to take Zhao Boyuan as your apprentice? He might not even want to be your disciple. If you want to find a master, it would be Liu Shifu, not you." This remark deeply hurt Zhonghai, and his expression darkened immediately. Just then, members of the factory management began arriving, and Director Zhong took the stage. He began to speak into the microphone. "Comrades, today's conference is to recognize a young comrade. I believe many of you already know. I'm talking about Zhao Boyuan." A warm round of applause erupted from the audience. Director Zhong continued, "Comrade Zhao Boyuan has worked hard during weekends and free time to study technology. Currently, his modified version of the 98K has passed relevant verification at the arms factory and is considered a significant technological breakthrough. As a result, the arms factory issued a year-long order for gun stocks to our factory last night. Everyone was astonished that Zhao Boyuan had such capabilities. Not only could he develop results, but he also helped the factory secure a major order. This was truly remarkable. My goodness, he is incredible. He has emerged like a rising star. No wonder the factory held a special recognition conference for him. People were discussing and expressing their admiration for Zhao Boyuan openly. Amidst the crowd's excitement and praise, Shaju eagerly wanted to bask in Zhao Boyuan's glory and hurriedly boasted to those around him, "Did you know? Zhao Boyuan is my good buddy. We just played cards together not long ago." "So what?" someone asked dismissively. Shaju quickly climbed aboard. "So, my good relationship with Zhao Boyuan shows that I'm also quite impressive." His words revealed a sense of self-satisfaction, as if his friendship with Zhao Boyuan elevated his own value. Hearing this, people scoffed. "You think you can compare with him?" Su Damao saw Shaju's embarrassment and couldn't help but laugh. "Shaju, you really have no self-awareness. You're just a cook. What contribution can you make to the factory?" Shaju was infuriated. "So what if I'm a cook?" "Su Damao, what are you?" "Just a movie projector operator. I can't compare to Zhao Boyuan." "Can you compare to me?" "How dare you criticize me? Horse-faced man." Su Damao hated being called horse-faced man and was about to retort, but if they weren't at a conference, the two might have already come to blows. At this moment, Director Zhong raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and announced loudly, "Comrades, in light of Zhao Boyuan's outstanding contributions, the factory has decided to reward him with the following. First, in terms of salary, Zhao Boyuan will enjoy the treatment of a third-level mechanic. Secondly, Zhao Boyuan will be included in the factory's management system as a key talent for training. Thirdly, he will receive a cash reward of 50 yuan, a live hen, a pound each of pork and beef, and 5 pounds each of rice, flour, and oil. Finally, Zhao Boyuan will be awarded the title of Outstanding Employee. As Director Zheng's words fell, the entire hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. This round of applause was even more fervent than the last, as Zhao Boyuan not only made outstanding contributions to the factory, but also brought honor to it, making everyone feel proud. Amidst the thunderous applause, Zhao Boyuan walked onto the stage calmly. Chapter 24. The newly appointed team leader. Director, you really didn't give me any hints this time. A little early information would have been nice. Zhao Boyuan teased Director Zhong as soon as he arrived. Hearing this, Director Zhong laughed heartily and explained, Zhao Boyuan, this matter came up suddenly. I only received a call from above last night. They greatly appreciate your technical improvements and specifically asked me to express their gratitude to you. Come on, get your honor certificate. Director Zhong handed over the certificate and enthusiastically suggested, let's take a photo together. Compared to last time, Director Zheng's attitude towards Zhao Boyuan was noticeably much warmer. During the photo session, he even affectionately put his arm around Zhao Boyuan's shoulder. This action was undoubtedly a strong signal to those around. Zhao Boyuan's relationship with the director was exceptional, and his future was bound to be limitless. Taking the opportunity, Director Yang said to team leader Xiao Wu, I think you might as well stop being the team leader. Xiao Wu was astonished. What? Why? I've been doing well in workshop number 7. It's the decision from above. There's no reason needed, Director Yang said, his tone unyielding. As soon as the group photo session ended, Director Yang immediately walked up to Zhao Boyuan to congratulate him. He turned to Director Zhong and formally proposed, Director, we plan to promote Zhao Boyuan to team leader in workshop number 7. Director Zhong nodded in agreement. That's a very wise decision. Zhao Boyuan, however, asked with some concern, will being a team leader come with a lot of extra work? No. Being a team leader won't affect your normal work and learning. Director Yang hurriedly explained it. Zhao Boyuan then felt relieved. All right then, I accept this position. Zhao Boyuan knew that Director Yang was merely trying to show off in front of Director Zhong. However, as long as it was beneficial for him, he didn't mind going along with it. After the meeting, Zhao Boyuan took the opportunity to invite Director Yang to dinner, which he gladly accepted. Upon returning to workshop No. 7, Director Yang loudly announced Zhao Boyuan's appointment as the new team leader. In light of Comrade Zhao Boyuan's outstanding performance and his significant contributions to our steel rolling plant, with the director's approval, I hereby appoint Zhao Boyuan as the team leader of our workshop. He looked around and asked for everyone's opinions. Does anyone have any objections to this decision? The workers exchanged surprised glances, all quite shocked. Zhao Boyuan had quickly been promoted to team leader, while many of them had worked hard for years without even becoming a small team leader. However, it must be said that Zhao Boyuan's appointment was indeed well-deserved, as he had brought such high honor to the factory. I agree. I support it too. Voices of support echoed in the workshop. Director Yang nodded in satisfaction. Since no one has any objections, then it's settled. Zhao Boyuan, from now on, you will report directly to me regarding workshop matters. Okay, Director Yang, Zhao Boyuan replied. After Director Yang left, Zhao Boyuan walked straight to the small bed in the corner of the workshop, ready to take a short nap. Being a team leader meant he would have more time to arrange things independently. At this moment, all he needed was to catch up on an hour of sleep. Watching Zhao Boyuan's relaxed demeanor, Jia Dongshu, holding a screw in his hand, couldn't help but sigh. It's really true that some people make others feel inferior. He too longed for a life like Zhao Boyuan's. At noon, the news reached Liu Haizhong, the second uncle. Upon hearing that Zhao Boyuan had been promoted to team leader, he excitedly ran over to Zhao Boyuan, holding his lunchbox. Zhao Boyuan, you've really brought glory to the family. You have to take care of your second uncle from now on. If there's a chance, you must help me out. I'm counting on you. Liu Haizhong had long wished for a small position, but had never been able to fulfill that wish. Now, seeing Zhao Boyuan easily become a team leader, he was filled with anticipation for Zhao Boyuan's future. Jia Dongshu, Sha Zhu, and others saw this and gathered around, hoping Zhao Boyuan would help them in the future too. Zhao Boyuan, you have to help us out too. Yeah, our future depends on you. Su Damao even generously invited Zhao Boyuan to his house for dinner. Zhao Boyuan, come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll take down the smoked meat hanging from my roof beam, and we'll have a good feast. Everyone expressed their eagerness to join. Jia Dongshu, Sha Zhu, and even the originally reserved Zhonghai couldn't wait to participate. However, Zhao Boyuan shook his head. No, I've already made plans to have dinner with Director Yang tonight. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu, Sha Zhu, and Zhonghai simultaneously let out disappointed sighs. The gap had finally shown itself. Now, even having dinner with Zhao Boyuan had become so difficult. By evening, Zhao Boyuan and Director Yang walked into the courtyard, chatting and laughing, while Su Damao, Liu Haizhong, and others were busy moving a pile of supplies behind them. This scene left everyone in the courtyard stunned. What's going on? Who struck it rich? Jia Zhongshi curiously approached to ask. It's Zhao Boyuan. He received an award at the factory. Sha Zhu announced loudly. So, is Zhao Boyuan going to treat everyone to a celebratory dinner? Jia Zhongshi asked expectantly. Jia Dongshu explained, Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Boyuan is treating Director Yang from our workshop to dinner tonight. Jia Zhongshi was shocked and muttered to herself. Zhao Boyuan has really become successful. First, it was Master Liu, the 8th level fitter, and now he's brought back a director. Zhao Boyuan seems to be getting more and more impressive. Immediately after, Liu Haizhong's words stunned everyone even more. Zhao Boyuan is now the team leader. He is the first one in our courtyard. From now on, everyone should be mindful of their words and actions. After saying this, Liu Haizhong glared at Jia Zhongshi and then respectfully led the way for Director Yang. Please, Director. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 25. Zhonghai as a lackey watching Zhao Boyuan's boundless glory and Liu Haizhong's fawning expression. Jia Zhong was filled with jealousy and resentment. She looked around and suddenly fixed her gaze on the evasive Jia Dongshu. Jia Zhong frowned, and her anger was instantly ignited. Dongshu, come here, she shouted sternly. Jia Dongshu walked over with a stiff neck, lowering his head and asking softly, Mom, what's the matter? I ask you. Jia Zhang's tone revealed dissatisfaction and expectation. Zhao Boyuan has become the team leader. What about you? Have you managed to secure any official position? Jia Dongshu felt overwhelmed and awkwardly responded, Not yet. Not the moment. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's eyebrows shot up and she angrily said, Not at the moment? Is it that you haven't achieved anything? Or is it that you haven't even bothered to put your mind to it? Look at Zhao Boyuan. Now he's making the family proud, becoming the team leader at the factory. And look at you. You truly disappoint me. What hope do I have left in this life? As she spoke, Jia Zhong even began to sob. Oh, old Zhao, look at our son. So useless, so disappointing. Under his mother's scolding and complaining, Jia Dongshu's eyes also became moist. He didn't want to be useless. He just didn't know how to succeed. Who would have thought that Zhao Boyuan could actually create a gun? Mom, I will work hard, Jia Dongshu choked out. I will definitely try my best to let you live a good life. Please stop crying. I will go back to the factory and work hard. After saying this, he wiped away his hot tears and hurriedly turned to leave. Shuzuz was watching the scene from the side, feeling mixed emotions. Zhao Boyuan had made it, while those from the same courtyard were still standing still. He himself was just a small kitchen helper, feeling deeply ashamed compared to Zhao Boyuan's rise. We all come from the same courtyard. Why don't I have such ability? Shuzuz muttered to himself, filled with doubt and resentment. Is it that I'm not hardworking enough? After thinking for a moment, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Forget it. Not enough is not enough. Everyone has their fate. Saying this, he turned and walked towards the backyard, planning to find some fun to pass the time. In the backyard, third Uncle Yin Bugue and Liu Haizhong had gathered together, discussing animatedly. Yin Bugue rubbed his hands and asked enviously, Second uncle, with so many supplies, do we have a share? Liu Haizhong, while helping to move things, wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, all of these are Zhao Boyuan's. All of these are Zhao Boyuan's? Yin Bugue's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu Haizhong sighed. That's right. They're all his. Yin Bugue was astonished. Is he really that impressive? So amazing? My goodness, this is truly remarkable. The neighbors all chimed in, expressing their admiration for Zhao Boyuan's achievements. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan and Director Yang had just returned home and sat down. Su Demao couldn't wait to serve tea and water for the two. Those who didn't know might think Su Demao was a family member of Zhao Boyuan. Seeing this, Director Yang greeted, "Zhao Boyuan, the atmosphere in your courtyard is really nice. Look at these enthusiastic neighbors." Zhao Boyuan, sipping the tea served by Su Demao, felt quite emotional. Yes, they're all warm-hearted people. Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and others nodded in agreement. Director Yang sighed again. It's just that there aren't many people to help in the kitchen. Zhonghai immediately took charge. What are you all standing around for? Why is everyone idle when Director Yang from the factory is here? He turned to Shizhuz. Shizhuz, what are you still standing there looking at? Come over and help in the kitchen. Then he directed others. Second uncle, please help pluck the feathers from this chicken. Third aunt, you come wash the garlic. Actually, Zhonghai wasn't genuinely this enthusiastic, but since the director from his workshop was present, he had to show a positive side. After all, he still needed to leave a good impression on Director Yang to avoid any difficulties at work later on. Under Zhonghai's command, the neighbors all pitched in, with some helping to cook and others arranging things, working efficiently. Zhao Boyuan hardly lifted a finger, and a sumptuous spread was already prepared. Director Yang looked around, nodded in satisfaction, and then mentioned, "It's a pity we're short on wine." Upon hearing this, Zhonghai immediately shouted, "Third uncle, where's your white wine? Hurry and bring it." Yin Bugui was taken aback, feeling puzzled. He wondered, isn't this Zhao Boyuan treating us? Why are they more proactive than the host? But facing Zhonghai's urging, he felt embarrassed to refuse and could only helplessly go home to fetch the wine. When Yin Bugui returned with the white wine, Director Yang announced that it was time to eat and invited Zhao Boyuan to drink and chat. He turned to the neighbors watching from outside and said lightly, "What are you still standing here for?" Zhonghai immediately realized what Director Yang meant and hurriedly dispersed the crowd. "Everyone go home. Don't just stand around." The neighbors had no choice but to leave reluctantly, secretly complaining. They had thought they could mooch a meal, but unexpectedly, they weren't even invited to the table. Yin Bugui looked at the white wine he had brought, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I really lost both the wine and the troops." Chapter 26, Jia Dongshu injured in an explosion, don't mention it, don't mention it. Three gentlemen, Liu Haizhong consoled. That person is the workshop director, with a high position and great power. Just bear with it, it will pass. Zhonghai also sighed in agreement. In the factory, we often find ourselves at the mercy of others. The three gentlemen clearly felt wronged. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan was enjoying a feast with Director Yang. "Zhao Boyuan, what are your plans next?" Director Yang asked curiously, sipping wine and chewing on chicken. "I plan to continue deepening my technical research," Zhao Boyuan replied calmly. "To be specific, I want to design a more advanced gun." "Oh, do you have confidence in completing it?" Director Yang was very concerned about this question. "Yes," Zhao Boyuan affirmed. He had already successfully developed the 98K. Next, he planned to directly start the development of the Barrett. Director Yang expressed his support, saying, "I fully support your idea. Whatever resources you need from the factory, just let me know. No matter what type of steel you need, I can help arrange it. Also, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, and I will definitely assist." Director Yang's support for Zhao Boyuan was not accidental. Zhao Boyuan's performance was indeed outstanding, and he was seen as a rising star. Both former factory director and Director Yang appreciated such talented individuals who not only had ideas but also the drive to act. Moreover, there were common interests at play. If Zhao Boyuan could produce more innovative results, it would also enhance the performance of both the former director and Director Yang. This was why Director Yang was so supportive of him. After some thought, Zhao Boyuan said, "I will no longer participate in the screw assembly work in the workshop. I plan to devote myself entirely to research and development." Director Yang nodded in agreement. "That's completely fine. The factory will do its utmost to relieve you of any worries." "Thank you very much," Zhao Boyuan said, raising his glass to clink with Director Yang's ingratitude. The next day at work, Director Yang announced that due to Zhao Boyuan's busy schedule as the team leader, he would no longer participate in screw assembly tasks. He specifically emphasized that others were not allowed to imitate Zhao Boyuan, as he was a unique exception. The employees of Workshop No. 7 were a bit stunned after hearing this announcement. Zhao Boyuan, you guy, even I'm started to envy you, Master Liu said to Zhao Boyuan after Director Yang left. At such a young age, you've learned how to work smart and enjoy your job. The future is really bright. Zhao Boyuan yawned and replied to Master Liu. Don't say that, Master Liu. Once you retire, life will be even more comfortable. No more chatting. I'm going to take a nap for a bit, and we can talk later. After saying that, he walked to his small bed and lay down. Anyway, he was done with those trivial tasks. His daily routine now consisted of sleeping and thinking about how to manufacture the Barrett. Jia Dongshu watched enviously, his eyes turning green with envy. Master, when will I be able to live a life like Zhao Boyuan's? He longed to live like Zhao Boyuan, doing nothing and still making money while lying down. Zhonghai glanced at Zhao Boyuan, then looked at Jia Dongshu and coldly shook his head. Don't think about it, Dongshu. You don't have that fate. After saying that, Zhonghai continued working on processing parts. Jia Dongshu clenched his fists tightly, feeling crushed and provoked. Look down on me, huh? Am I really worse than others? Zhao Boyuan can create, so why can't I? I could do it too. I refuse to believe that with my intelligence, I can't create something. Just wait and see. I will soar to great heights too. Jia Dongshu was filled with dissatisfaction and prepared to embark on a crazy plan. However, just 3 days later, Jia Dongshu was injured when his homemade cannon exploded. He was urgently sent to the hospital. As the team leader, Zhao Boyuan, as the representative of care from the factory, naturally went to visit the hospital. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he heard Jia Dongshu's cries from the ward. At first, I wanted to make a gun, but I didn't know how to make that thing. Then I thought of making something simpler. So I used my off-duty and break time to secretly make a cannon. Who would have thought it would explode? Zhao Boyuan understood cannons to some extent. Generally speaking, cannons can be divided into those used for hunting and those used for celebrations. What people refer to as short cannons are actually guns. Jia Dongshu was clearly only trying to make a conventional cannon. A conventional hunting cannon is fired by filling it with gunpowder and steel balls. While the shooting distance is short, the shooting range is quite wide, somewhat similar to the principle of a shotgun. The celebration cannon is actually simpler. It is basically a solid iron column shaped and sized like a beer bottle. After drilling 3 holes at the bottom, it is filled with gunpowder and a fuse, sealed with paper, and when ignited, it produces a loud explosion, much like a large firecracker. However, what surprised Zhao Boyuan was that Jia Dongshu would attempt to make such a thing and end up getting injured. Zhao Boyuan adjusted his emotions and walked into the ward. Jia Dongshu was in tears. Seeing Zhao Boyuan enter, he awkwardly tidied himself up and wiped his nose. Zhao Boyuan, you're here. Don't speak yet. How are you? How did you get injured by the cannon? Zhao Boyuan asked with concern. Don't mention it. The cannon, I don't know what happened, suddenly exploded. Jia Dongshu sighed helplessly. Zhao Boyuan almost couldn't help but laugh. He further inquired about the details of the accident. He learned that Jia Dongshu, during the process of making the cannon, did not have the skills and may have cut the holes too thin. Additionally, the gunpowder he used was taken apart from firecrackers, and the impure gunpowder led to the explosion. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. He only had a cut on his arm from a piece of iron. But this experience really scared Jia Dongshu. I won't make any guns or cannons anymore. When that cannon exploded, I felt like a decade's worth of memories flooded back. I'm not lying. I think I saw my dad waving at me. I really... At this point, Jia Dongshu's tears flowed again. I'm really having a hard time. Boo-hoo-hoo. Jia Zhongshi also burst into tears. Dongshu, you suffer, my dear. Zhao Boyuan watched this scene and almost couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 27. Zhonghai's dark turn. This recent explosion incident has evidently left a deep psychological shadow on Jia Dongshu. His line about his dad waving at him is truly vivid, evoking both sympathy and laughter. Jia Zhongshi's heartfelt exclamation of "damn my heart" undoubtedly showcases a mother's profound love and concern for her son. However, when piecing the whole incident together, it becomes hard to suppress laughter. Why would he, of all people, try to make a firearm? Such a high-risk project is not something an intern mechanic should casually attempt. What was Jia Dongshu thinking, venturing into such a dangerous field? In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see through Jia Dongshu's intentions. As night fell, Air Day, Liu Haizhong began chatting with everyone in the yard about the matter. I've said it before. What Zhao Boyuan can accomplish, others might not be able to. Jia Dongshu just wouldn't listen to advice. Thinking if Zhao Boyuan could make a gun, he could easily make a firearm too. Look at the joke he made for himself now. Sanday, Yin Bugue also shook his head and sighed. The crux of the problem is that Zhao Boyuan really did make a gun, while Jia Dongshu ended up blowing himself up trying to make a firearm. Can you explain how this happened? Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugue simultaneously turned to Zhonghai. Eldest uncle, why don't you analyze this? Don't be silent. Jia Dongshu is your prize student. At that moment, Zhonghai felt overwhelmed. Well, I've actually mentioned this before. It might have something to do with personal talent. Dongshu might indeed lack some talent in certain areas. In contrast, Zhao Boyuan stands out, grasping everything quickly. His mind works fast. Remarkably, Zhonghai even praised Zhao Boyuan, which was something he had never done before. Of course, this was also related to Zhao Boyuan's recent rise to fame. As they say, circumstances create heroes. Zhao Boyuan's emergence among the youth is an undeniable fact. At least compared to Jia Dongshu, his excellence is evident. While everyone was gathered chatting, Su Domao suggested an idea to Zhonghai. Eldest uncle, if I were you, I would definitely consider taking Zhao Boyuan as a disciple. Anyone can see that he has extraordinary talent in mechanics. If you can take him as a student, it will be a guaranteed profitable venture. To be honest, Zhonghai indeed had such thoughts. From a moment Zhao Boyuan first received praise and rewards on stage, Zhonghai was tempted. But this is a different time. Now, Zhao Boyuan not only has a close relationship with Master Liu, a level 8 mechanic, but has also gained the favor of the factory director and Director Yang. Not to mention, he has even become a team leader. Zhonghai felt that if he tried to take Zhao Boyuan as a disciple now, he probably wouldn't be willing anymore. Alas, I missed the opportunity. Zhonghai was filled with regret. However, he could only keep these thoughts to himself, too embarrassed to share them with others. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan was busy preparing for the preliminary work of manufacturing the Barrett. The primary issue before him was the design of the Barrett. Although the basic principle of firearms is the firing pin striking the bullet to launch it, the internal structure's arrangement and design is a significant subject. This era is different from later times, with computers and CAD. In this age, Zhao Boyuan could only rely on his own hands. This meant he had to hand-draw the design of the Barrett. For someone whose drawing skills were limited to drawing eggs, this was undoubtedly a huge challenge. But Zhao Boyuan was not discouraged. He could learn. While others might take years to master drawing skills, Zhao Boyuan didn't need that long. The biggest problem he faced now was how to find someone skilled in drawing to learn from. The next morning, Zhao Boyuan found Director Yang. Director Yang, I've encountered a problem. Oh, what problem? Tell me about it. I need to find someone talented in drawing. This left Director Yang in a dilemma. If it were to find a mechanic or blacksmith, there would be plenty in the factory. But looking for someone who can draw in a steel mill is like finding a needle in a haystack. You've really given me a tough problem. Director Yang sat at his desk, frowning, lost in thought. The environment of the steel mill mostly consisted of rough workers. However, there must be some talented people who can draw. His social circle was limited, and he couldn't think of a suitable candidate right away. Reluctantly, he said, "Give me some time. I'll think it over or ask around." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." Zhao Boyuan left the office and returned to the workshop to rest. By evening, Director Yang finally arrived, beaming with a smile. "Zhao Boyuan, I have good news to tell you." Director Yang called from a distance. The workshop workers gathered curiously to hear what good news Zhao Boyuan had encountered. Zhao Boyuan stepped forward and asked, "Director Yang, what is the good news? Hurry up and tell me." Director Yang excitedly said, "I finally found the talented person you mentioned. You wanted to learn to draw, right? This person will definitely meet your needs." The factory director personally recommended him. "Let us have dinner together at Old Emo restaurant tonight to meet him. What do you think?" Zhao Boyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem," Director Yang reminded. "Then hurry home and change your clothes. They don't need to be too formal, but at least clean and tidy." "Director Yang, if I go now, it wouldn't count as me skipping work, would it?" Zhao Boyuan joked. Director Yang laughed and scolded. "Both of us are workshop leaders, and this is a meeting set by the factory director. Who would dare to mention skipping work in front of us? That's true. Zhao Boyuan smiled and left work early. The other workers watched, dumbfounded. Zhonghai sighed. Now I finally understand why Air Day always wants to be an official. Even skipping work can be so justified. This factory, this management, is truly dark. After complaining for a while, Zhonghai began to regret why he didn't take Zhao Boyuan as a disciple back then. Otherwise, he could also be considered part of this darkness now. Chapter 28. First meeting with the Liu family after leaving the steel mill, Zhao Boyuan hurried back to the courtyard where he lived. Inside the courtyard, Ani 1, Ani 2, and Ani 3 were gathered together, chatting about family matters. When they saw Zhao Boyuan unexpectedly returning early, their faces filled with curiosity. Zhao Boyuan, why are you back so early today? Ani 1 was the first to ask, her tone full of confusion. As Zhao Boyuan walked, he explained that he had a social engagement in the evening and needed to go home to change into something presentable. He thought to himself that tonight's dinner would likely be significant. The Lao Mo restaurant was a newly opened high-end venue, and he felt that his position at the factory was not yet sufficient to enjoy such an honor. There must be other important figures attending the gathering tonight. Upon returning home, Zhao Boyuan took a shower and changed into clean, tidy clothes. When he reappeared before the aunties, he looked invigorated, although he wasn't wearing designer brands. He exuded a fresh and refined aura. His white shirt shimmered in the sunlight, gently swaying with his steps. The aunties watched with admiration. This boy Zhao Boyuan is really getting more likable the more you look at him. If I had a daughter, I would definitely want her to marry such a good young man. Look at how neat and spirited he is, compared to the men in our courtyard. He is really on a different level. As Zhao Boyuan gradually made a name for himself at the factory, he not only won the affection of the aunties, but also attracted the attention of more people. When he arrived at the Lao Mo restaurant, he happened to run into Director Yang. Director Yang looked Zhao Boyuan up and down and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is great. Everything looks good on you. Even simple clothes can give off a high-end feel." Zhao Boyuan joked, "I'm just pretending to be high-end. You are the real deal." Director Yang laughed heartily and put his arm around Zhao Boyuan's shoulder as they entered the restaurant. "I bought this outfit with my salary too. With so many social engagements, how can I not dress appropriately? If you like it, I know a tailor shop in Shidong that has a good reputation. I could take you there to get a few tailored suits." Although everyone often mentioned designer brands, in reality, there wasn't a true concept of designer labels in this era. A tailor shop that advertised designer brands was merely a gimmick. Following Director Yang, Zhao Boyuan entered the private room of the Lao Mo restaurant. As he had expected, besides former Director Zhong, there were several other guests. "Zhao Boyuan, you're here. Come sit down." Former Director Zhong greeted warmly. Zhao Boyuan looked around and noticed that the tea in everyone's cups was nearly gone. He snapped his fingers and called out loudly, "Waiter!" The attendant outside immediately responded and entered. "Please refill our tea and bring some fruit platters. If you have pineapple, please bring some for the director and the guests to soothe their throats." Zhao Boyuan instructed skillfully. The attendant noted the requests and left, while the guests in the private room cast appreciative glances at Zhao Boyuan. Especially a well-dressed girl with a hint of baby fat. She smiled and said, "It seems you know your way around these things. You're really experienced." Zhao Boyuan smiled nonchalantly. "I just heard others call that outside, so I remembered it." Former Director Zhong took over the conversation, proudly introducing, "Not only is Zhao Boyuan quick to learn, but he is also very clever. Just a short while ago, he was an intern mechanic, but due to his diligent questioning and hard work, he has already made contributions and been promoted. Now, he enjoys the treatment of a third-level worker at the factory." As he spoke, former Director Zhong turned to the unfamiliar guests. "While we're at it, let me formally introduce everyone. This is Zhao Boyuan, and these few seated here are the Liu family." He first pointed to a middle-aged man with slick-back hair. "This is Liu Jinhua, whom everyone at the factory often refers to as Director Liu. I'm sure everyone has heard of his name." Next, he introduced Director Liu's wife, daughter, and servant. When he mentioned the servant, Zhao Boyuan was somewhat surprised. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was actually Su Daomao's father, Su Wuda. No wonder former Director Zhong specifically mentioned his surname. Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He recalled how Su Damao used to boast in the courtyard that both his parents worked for the Liu family as servants, and his mother was particularly close to Director Liu's wife. Now it seemed that although Su Wuda was a servant, in such a setting, he also had a presence. However, one was a guest of honor, while the other could only stand by and serve. Perhaps only Su Wuda himself could truly feel the awkwardness and disparity in the situation. Uncle Su is mainly responsible for transporting items. He brought some paintings over this time because I previously expressed a desire to learn painting from you. The slightly plump girl across from him, Liu Xiaoyi, explained with a smile. After that, she stood up and graciously extended her hand to Zhao Boyuan. I'm Liu Xiaoyi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Boyuan also stood up to shake her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I didn't expect your talent to be so outstanding. It's truly admirable. He thought to himself that this all made sense. The Red Star Steel Mill was originally the Liu family's industry. Although it had now been nationalized, the Liu family still held shares in the factory and was well off. A rich girl like Liu Xiaoyi naturally had the opportunity to receive a comprehensive elite education. For her, skills like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting might just be part of many talents, and her knowledge in business and finance could be even more profound. At this moment, Su Damao's father had completed his task and, not being qualified to participate in the dinner, quietly left. With his departure, the dinner officially began. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, and the atmosphere was lively and pleasant amidst the clinking of glasses. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyi curiously asked Zhao Boyuan, I don't mean to offend, but I'm really curious. Why do you want to learn painting from me? Chapter 29, You Really Go Up. Zhao Boyuan gently wiped the corner of his mouth, straightened his posture, and calmly explained, I study painting mainly for my work needs. Currently, I plan to develop a sniper rifle, so I need to master the skill of drawing design blueprints. He paused and continued, previously I successfully manufactured a 98K, but that was mainly to establish a technical foundation. Through that process, I gained a deeper understanding of the working principles of sniper rifles and the connections between various components. However, when I attempted to design a completely new firearm, I realized that simply knowing how to manufacture parts was far from enough. It also involves a lot of knowledge about design. So, I approached Director Yang, hoping to find an expert in painting to guide me. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyi's admiration was evident in her eyes. I never expected there was such an important reason behind it. I feel honored to be involved. This is also a pride of the Liu family. It is our duty to contribute to this field. I will do my best to impart all that I have learned to assist you in your work. Despite Liu Xiaoyi's plain appearance, her words conveyed a perfect sense of propriety. Former Director Zhong, as the most distinguished person present, raised his glass and proposed, let us toast to our common goals and ideals. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and took a small sip of their drinks. At this moment, fine rain began to fall outside the window. Zhao Boyuan did not want to engage in pleasantries any longer and directly asked Liu Xiaoyi, which day would be convenient for you? I hope to start learning painting as soon as possible. Tomorrow works for me. I will come to the factory to find you. She replied, okay, then I'll toast to you first. Zhao Boyuan and Liu Xiaoyi lightly clinked their glasses. After 3 rounds of drinks, former Director Zhong changed the topic. Recently, I heard that the street committee intends to investigate the background of various families. Do you know about this? I have heard about it, Liu Jinhua replied seriously. Director Zhong, as you know, the Liu family has always firmly supported all decisions. However, I do have some concerns regarding the Liu family's background. Zhao Boyuan's heart stirred. So this was the real purpose of tonight's gathering. The Liu family seems to have anticipated the difficulties they might face in the future. However, Zhao Boyuan could not intervene in these matters. He was just a mechanic at the factory with little influence. It was enough for him to quietly eat and listen to their conversation. After the meal, former Director Zhong went out to smoke with Liu Jinhua, Director Yang, and others. In the private room, only Zhao Boyuan and Liu Xiaoyi remained. Didn't you say you want to learn painting? Why aren't you asking about my works? Liu Xiaoyi broke the silence. By the way, where are your paintings? I'm looking forward to seeing your work, Zhao Boyuan responded. Liu Xiaoyi eagerly took out her paintings that she had placed aside, some of which were carefully framed. No wonder she had initially asked Su Damao's father for help moving them. These paintings were indeed quite substantial. One painting particularly caught Zhao Boyuan's eye. It was a portrait of a sunflower. The lines were smooth, and the image was lifelike. "This painting is really outstanding," Zhao Boyuan praised. "Really? What do you think is good about it? Do you like it?" Liu Shaoyi asked curiously. "The strength of this painting lies in the natural and smooth connection between the lines, with a strong sense of layering. If this technique is applied to drawing the design blueprints of a sniper rifle, it can present a three-dimensional effect from a two-dimensional plane," Zhao Boyuan explained excitedly. Liu Shaoyi was stunned. She did not expect Zhao Boyuan to relate a painting to the design of a sniper rifle. However, she genuinely admired Zhao Boyuan's focus and dedication. "Seeing you so devoted, no wonder you have achieved what you have today," Liu Shaoyi sincerely complimented. "You're flattering me," Zhao Boyuan humbly replied, maintaining a faint smile. After a brief conversation, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. It seemed both of them suddenly couldn't find a topic, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, Zhao Boyuan's keen ears caught the sound of singing from a distance. He had a sudden idea, stood up, and said, "I'm going to listen to the song." Liu Shaoyi felt it was quite boring to stay alone in the private room, so she also stood up and said, "I'll go too." The two arrived in the hall, where a group of people was seated in front of the stage, and someone was singing passionately. They were performing the popular song, Kongding Love Song. This song, with its cheerful melody and vivid lyrics, was widely circulated at the time and loved by the public. Liu Shaoyi was captivated and couldn't help but hum along softly. Hearing her humming, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Liu Shaoyi shot him a glare and playfully said, "What are you laughing at? Can a woman sing?" No. Zhao Boyuan waved his hand. "I think you sing quite well. Since you have this talent, why not go up and show it off?" Liu Shaoyi's spirits lifted upon hearing this. "You think I don't dare? I'm a disciple of teacher Li Haizhong and have studied bel canto." "Oh," Zhao Boyuan raised his eyebrows. "Then you should definitely go up and showcase your skills for everyone to see." Liu Shaoyi felt a little excited but still hesitated. Seeing this, Zhao Boyuan continued to provoke her. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Who says I'm scared?" Liu Shaoyi lifted her head. "If you go up first, then I will go up." Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly. This girl was quite interesting. He turned to look at the stage, where the current performance had ended and a new performer was preparing to go on stage. Just then, a line of small text suddenly flashed through Zhao Boyuan's mind. "You have gained the skill era mastery by observing the era player." He felt a stir in his heart. Could this be his special ability? The new song on stage had already begun, but Zhao Boyuan didn't think much of it anymore. He stepped onto the stage, ready to give everyone present a surprise. Liu Shaoyi was utterly astonished at the sight. "Oh my, he really went up." Chapter 30, a dust performance that amazes all. Zhao Boyuan's longing for the eru had not been a fleeting desire. This instrument, filled with classical charm, seemed capable of telling a 1,000-year-old story. Unlike the boldness of the suona, the eru possessed an understated yet profound allure. There was no need for vigorous blowing, no need for flushed cheeks. Just a gentle pull of the bowstring could produce enchanting melodies. Of course, more importantly, Zhao Boyuan wanted to take this opportunity to surprise Liu Shaoyi and see her reaction. "Master, I want to try this eru," Zhao Boyuan signaled to the musician on stage. The musician was momentarily stunned, glancing at the conductor. The conductor was also somewhat surprised, but soon walked over with a smile, respectfully gesturing for him to proceed. Zhao Boyuan sat in the center of the stage, a spotlight shining on him, as if casting him as a brilliant performer. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and with a gentle motion of his fingers, the sound of music flowed like water between the strings. He began with the piece Dusk, filled with a subtle sadness. Although Zhao Boyuan did not sing, his music spoke louder than 1,000 words. The atmosphere in the restaurant transformed. Everyone was immersed in this beautiful string sound, as if Zhao Boyuan's music had transported them to another world. Liu Shaoyi was completely stunned. She had heard eru performances before, but those were with her father, featuring classic pieces like The Moon Reflected on the Second Spring. Although technically superb, they always felt somewhat distant to her. However, Zhao Boyuan's performance resonated with her in a different way. His music seemed to tell one story after another, every note filled with emotion and the essence of life. This was not the lofty art of distance, but music that touched the heart. He really can. Liu Shaoyi murmured to herself, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. His music was more powerful than any language. In that moment, she felt as if she had glimpsed the world deep within Zhao Boyuan's heart, a world filled with stories and emotions, and she was deeply drawn into it. Former director Zhong, Liu Jinhua, and others held cigarettes in their hands, their eyes fixed intently on the center of the stage. There, under the spotlight, Zhao Boyuan's figure appeared particularly bright. His posture was tall and elegant, resembling a true artist, fully expressing his talent on stage. As Zhao Boyuan played, the emotions of the crowd were also stirred. The melodious sound of the eru flowed like a gentle stream, cleansing everyone's soul. Truly versatile. Former director Zhang exclaimed sincerely. Not only can he make guns, but he can also play the eru so well. He is a rare talent. Director Yang echoed, his eyes revealing admiration for Zhao Boyuan. Both former director Zhang and director Yang were visibly excited, as if they had discovered a new artistic star. They were already looking forward to Zhao Boyuan showcasing his skills in future artistic performances at the factory, bringing more surprises to everyone. Meanwhile, Liu Jinhua and his wife also looked at Zhao Boyuan with great interest. They were captivated by his talent and charisma, their faces showing appreciation. This young man is really impressive, Liu Shaoyi's mother said softly, her tone revealing her fondness for Zhao Boyuan. This kid is truly talented. Liu Jinhua also gave high praise. However, the conversation soon shifted to more practical matters. For Zhao Boyuan, talent was undoubtedly important, but what mattered more was his background and family background. In this particular historical context, these were factors that could not be overlooked. As the music gradually faded, the piece dusk came to an end. However, the audience remained immersed in Zhao Boyuan's performance, savoring the moment. It was not until someone started clapping, breaking the silence, that everyone came back to their senses, offering warm applause and cheers. The young man is amazing. Let us hear another. That eru playing is just too good. Amid the praise, Zhao Boyuan stood up, returned the eru to the musician, and humbly expressed that he had embarrassed himself. The musician took the eru and smiled, praising, "You play this eru much better than I do. It's a pity I can't remember too many melodies. Otherwise, I could make a living just on this piece." As Zhao Boyuan stepped off the stage, he encountered a beaming Liu Shaoyi coming towards him. She shyly said, "Your performance just now was fantastic. I didn't dare to go up and embarrass myself." Zhao Boyuan smiled in response. "Not at all. You are very talented too." Liu Shaoyi playfully suggested, "I learned the piano. When you have some free time, I'll play for you." She was genuinely impressed by Zhao Boyuan's talent, feeling that performing herself would only be self-deprecating. Even the musicians and the lead singer felt somewhat at a loss, awkwardly standing by. At this moment, former director Zhang and Liu Jinhua also approached. Former director Zhang excitedly said to Zhao Boyuan, "Make sure to participate in the cultural activities at the factory at the end of the year. If you don't go, I will really be upset with you. Just play that piece you played earlier on the eru. It will definitely astonish everyone." Director Yang also praised, "You are so talented. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Zhao Boyuan felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. "If I had known, I wouldn't have performed. Now I've taken on another task." Former director Zhang jokingly scolded, "What do you mean by task? Letting you show off in front of everyone in the factory might even get you an award." Hearing this, Zhao Boyuan nodded. He glanced at the clock hanging in the restaurant and said, "Director, it's getting late. We've covered most of today's matters. If there's nothing else for me, I'll head back to the siheyuan." Liu Jinhua suddenly said, "Let me have the driver give you a ride." Zhao Boyuan nodded gratefully. "Then I'll trouble you." After saying this, he bid farewell to everyone and left the restaurant accompanied by Liu Jinhua's driver. Chapter 31 Come. Let's eat melons. Zhao Boyuan stepped into the gate of the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, it was already bustling with noise and excitement. The reason was that Su Damao's father, Su Wuda, after not being invited to that banquet, chose to return to the courtyard to have dinner with the neighbors. At the dining table, he vividly recounted Zhao Boyuan's dining experience with the factory director and Director Liu to everyone present. After hearing Su Wuda's words, the crowd reacted differently. Zhao Boyuan was likely to rise to prominence. Third Uncle Yin Bugue murmured softly, Look at how he has connections with the factory director and Director Liu. His future is limitless. Liu Haizhong commented firmly. Just the thought that a significant figure might soon rise in the courtyard made everyone excited, even causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Such a significant figure was practically a noble in their eyes. Zhonghai pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. According to Su Laodi's description, it seems Zhao Boyuan is on a date with Liu Shaoyi. This statement shocked everyone. This news was simply explosive. Master, but hasn't Zhao Boyuan already been on a date with Qin Huairu? Jia Dongshu looked puzzled. Didn't we all hear about their situation? The expressions of everyone turned complicated. Indeed, they had heard about Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu. But now, how did Zhao Boyuan get involved with Liu Shaoyi? Is he trying to have his cake and eat it too? Zhao Boyuan was about to become Zhao the scumbag. Zhonghai took a deep breath and explained. Until the matter is finalized, no one can say for sure how it will turn out. In front of the Liu family, Qin Huairu's background indeed seems somewhat lacking. Let me give you a simple example. If it were you, between Qin Huairu and the daughter of the Liu family, who would you choose? Jia Dongshu initially wanted to say he would choose Qin Huairu, but thinking of the Liu family's prestigious background, he hesitated. If there were no choice, he would undoubtedly choose Qin Huairu. But what if the choice was presented to him? If both Qin Huairu and Liu Shaoyi appeared before him at the same time, could he really choose Qin Huairu without hesitation? If it were me, I wouldn't need to think about it. Su Damao said, hands in his pockets, expressing his opinion. That's the Liu family. Marrying their princess means you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Just imagine living a life of luxury every day. With Su Damao's description, everyone envisioned scenes of that luxurious lifestyle. At that moment, many began to waver. I choose Liu Shaoyi. Although Qin Huairu is beautiful, I still choose Liu Shaoyi. That's right, I also choose Liu Shaoyi. Liu Shaoyi is the one. No one else is considered. Everyone was excited, as if they were truly facing such a choice. Just as the crowd was heatedly discussing, Zhao Boyuan walked into the courtyard. As soon as he returned, he heard people in the yard madly nodding and shouting, I choose Liu Shaoyi. This left him quite surprised. He quietly stood aside, listening to their debate, wanting to understand the reason behind it all. Suddenly, someone spotted him and shouted loudly, Zhao Boyuan is back. Zhao Boyuan is back. The courtyard immediately erupted in chaos as people looked around, trying to find Zhao Boyuan's figure. Where is he? Quick, look. Zhao Boyuan raised a hand, maintaining a calm gaze, as if all the previous discussions had nothing to do with him. This action made everyone feel extremely awkward. They had just discussed choosing Liu Shaoyi in front of Zhao Boyuan, and now it felt like a fake Li Gui meeting the real Li Kuei. Zhao Boyuan walked up to Su Damao and asked teasingly, Su Damao, I heard you want to choose Liu Shaoyi as your wife. Does Director Liu know? Su Damao's face immediately turned red, awkwardly waving his hands. I didn't you can't say that. Zhao Boyuan smiled and interjected. You were just shouting that you wanted to choose the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Su Damao wished he could find a hole to hide in, and hurriedly pulled Zhao Boyuan aside, pleading in a low voice. Give me some face, don't mention this. Then he changed to a flattering smile and said, Zhao Boyuan, if you get rich, don't forget your buddies. Su Damao became more and more excited, his voice growing louder, especially that phrase, don't forget your buddies, full of flattery and appeasement. Everyone also gathered around, expressing their respect and expectations to Zhao Boyuan. We neighbors are counting on you to lead us to prosperity. We rely on you to help us get rid of poverty. Faced with the crowd's expectations and flattery, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He secretly wondered, who spread this rumor? When did he ever go on a date with Liu Shaoyi? And the idea of helping them out of poverty was simply nonsense. Like a dream. At this moment, Jia Dongshu approached with a shy expression and spoke up. Zhao Boyuan, I want to discuss something with you. Zhao Boyuan looked at Jia Dongshu, unsure of what he was thinking, and casually responded. What is it? Jia Dongshu rubbed his hands awkwardly, buzzing in Zhao Boyuan's ear like a fly. Since you chose Liu Shaoyi, doesn't that leave Qin Huairu single? He tentatively continued. I was thinking, since you don't want Qin Huairu anymore, I might as well pick up the leftovers. When it came to Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu's previous relationship, Jia Dongshu initially wanted to mention their past, but the words got stuck in his throat. After pondering for a moment, he only vaguely said, "I definitely want to mind. Don't worry." Zhao Boyuan looked at Jia Dongshu in disbelief, secretly amused. This guy is actually eager to wear a green hat. You want to wear it, but I might not even want to give it to you. Zhao Boyuan was both amused and frustrated by these guys, shaking his head helplessly. No, where did you all hear these rumors? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wuda stepped out from the crowd, openly admitting, "Zhao Boyuan, it was me who said it. I saw everything about you too. I saw you holding hands with Liu Shaoyi. I saw it clearly. You two must have something going on." At this point, Su Wuda paused and then said emphatically, "Because Miss Liu never easily shakes hands with anyone. You were the first." This statement left Zhao Boyuan even more helpless. He didn't expect that such a simple action of his would lead to such a misunderstanding. However, he also understood that in this era, a handshake was indeed a relatively intimate gesture. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to clarify things with Liu Shaoyi. Meanwhile, after hearing Su Wuda's words, Jia Dongshu's face showed disappointment. He originally thought he could pick up a treasure, but it turned out to be empty. However, he also understood that a forced relationship is not sweet, so he could only sigh helplessly and turn to leave. Chapter 32. There are big pig hooves in the yard. Is it really possible to see so much from just a handshake? Zhao Boyuan widened his eyes at Su Wuda, feeling quite speechless. It was merely a polite handshake. How could it symbolize a romantic interest in the eyes of these people? He really thought Su Wuda was both talentless and morally lacking. Although this baseless rumor didn't sound like a serious issue, the problem was that Zhao Boyuan had no special feelings for Liu Shaoyi. In fact, he wasn't particularly satisfied with Liu Shaoyi's appearance. He didn't come here to find an ordinary woman. He wanted a beautiful and charming girl. Zhao Boyuan took a deep breath and explained. What Uncle Su referred to as holding hands was really just Liu Shaoyi greeting me with hello. It's nice to meet you. Besides that, there is really nothing between us. He looked around and noticed the slightly awkward and expectant expressions on the faces of those present, prompting him to continue. As for you all, excitedly shouting, "I choose Liu Shaoyi," even saying things like between Qin Huairu and Liu Shaoyi, "I choose Liu Shaoyi." That is really confusing. Upon hearing this, everyone felt extremely embarrassed, as if they wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sha Zhu, Su Damao, Jia Dongshu, and others quickly waved their hands and awkwardly said, stop talking, we know we were wrong. That's our black history, don't bring it up again. We didn't mean it. We really don't have the right to choose." Even the usually composed Zhonghai and others pretended to cough, awkwardly turning their heads away. With Zhao Boyuan's clarification, everyone finally believed him. Although this misunderstanding was awkward, at least it had been resolved. After all, if it weren't true, Zhao Boyuan wouldn't need to waste time clarifying. By choosing to explain, it showed that things weren't as the rumor suggested. After all, it involved Liu Shao. If it were really a matchmaking situation, that would be quite a prestigious matter. The rich young lady has fallen for me. Such rumors would only make him feel proud. So why would he need to clarify? Thus, everyone chose to believe Zhao Boyuan. It seems we were just alarmed for nothing. We ended up being happy for no reason. Really? Su Wuda, you really got us into trouble this time. Exactly, Uncle Su. You spread false rumors and should take responsibility. Su Wuda immediately raised his hands in a surrender gesture. I was wrong. I spoke carelessly. I'm sorry, everyone. Su Damao quickly stood up to defend his father. Zhao Boyuan, give my dad some face and don't hold it against him. Then at least you should bring the smoked pork hanging in your house to make amends. Right? That would show your sincerity, Zhao Boyuan teased. Without a word, Su Damao immediately went home to get the pork. Zhao Boyuan took the pork and nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. You all continued chatting. After saying that, Zhao Boyuan left with the pork. Once he was gone, Zhonghai and others showed expressions of regret. What a pity. We thought we could hitch a ride on his coattails. Yeah, we originally thought Zhao Boyuan would become Liu's son-in-law, and we could benefit from it too. Now it's not happening, sigh. Everyone discussed in whispers, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. However, the next day, Liu Shaoyi actually came to factory number 7 to find Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan, she called out. We agreed to meet today. Let us get going. You're ready, right? Zhao Boyuan responded as he walked out, ready. Then let us find a place to start learning. Liu Shaoyi suggested. Okay, Zhao Boyuan agreed. And then he got into Liu's family car, and the two left together. Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongyu, and others were so angry they gritted their teeth. Around noon, they gathered together, angrily discussing Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan is really too hateful. We actually believed him. Jia Dongshu said angrily. Sha Zhu added indignantly. He specifically clarified to us that it wasn't a matchmaking situation, and now he is dating Liu Shaoyi. Sudamao had an expression of I knew it all along. I said he would definitely choose Liu Shaoyi. The few of them were so angry they couldn't even eat, feeling completely deceived by Zhao Boyuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan was outdoors painting with Liu Shaoyi. They had arrived by the river, facing the beautiful scenery, and began to paint. Liu Shaoyi carefully arranged the paints and easel, then sat down to start framing the scene. Zhao Boyuan sat beside her, following her movements to learn. As Liu Shaoyi mixed the paints, she explained to Zhao Boyuan. The restoration of the scene in painting relies heavily on the paints. She detailed the principles of color mixing, and Zhao Boyuan listened with great interest. Watching Liu Shaoyi skillfully mix colors, he couldn't help but marvel. It turned out there was so much knowledge involved in painting. While observing Liu Shaoyi mix colors, a voice suddenly flashed through Zhao Boyuan's mind. You have gained insight into the skill color mixing by observing Liu Shaoyi. Chapter 33. Becoming a great painter in seconds. Thus, Zhao Boyuan learned the technique of color mixing. This process seemed to come too easily to him, and he marveled inwardly. With such insight, it felt as if he could avoid 10 years of winding paths. However, despite grasping the essence of color mixing, Zhao Boyuan was not eager to showcase his new skills. He understood that color mixing was just the foundation of painting. Essentially, color mixing was not much different from grinding ink. It was simply a more complex and tedious process. The real key lay in the honing of painting skills. It was akin to the fact that no matter how well the ink was ground, the art of writing was the crucial element. At this moment, Liu Shaoyi had completed the color mixing. She began to conceive her work on the drawing paper. After a brief moment of contemplation, her brush steadily outlined the first line on the paper. Beginners are best advised to start with drawing auxiliary lines. For experienced painters, if they're not creating a major piece, they can skip this step. The key is to steadily control one's hand, starting with the main subject and then gradually progressing from simple to complex. Liu Shaoyi avoided using obscure professional terms. She made an effort to use approachable language so that Zhao Boyuan could grasp the key points of painting and the details that needed attention. Zhao Boyuan listened intently. You have successfully comprehended the skill of level 5 painter by observing the painting process. It is important to note that the classification of painting levels is not the same as that of carpentry. In the realm of painting, levels are divided from 5 to 1, with 5 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. Level 5 corresponds to a provincial level painting member. However, this does not represent the strength of the president, as the threshold for becoming a member is actually not high. Only those who reach the top level within the province and have certain artistic achievements throughout the province can be considered to have the standard of a level 3 painter. Painters who reach the national top level are awarded the title of level 2 painter. As for level 1 painters, they must be artists who have left a profound impact on the history of painting in the country or even the world, such as Su Beihong and Zhang Daqian. To be included in this category, foreign art masters like Van Gogh and Da Vinci have achievements that have surpassed this rating system. At this moment, while painting, Liu Shaoyi carefully guided Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan watched from the side, feeling that it might take her quite a while to complete this piece. So, he casually picked up an apple and took a bite. Liu Shaoyi glanced at Zhao Boyuan, and he continued eating the apple. She looked at him again, and Zhao Boyuan stopped. It turned out she had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and didn't like others eating while painting, he thought. So, he secretly took a big bite of the apple while Liu Shaoyi wasn't paying attention and chewed it quietly. Whenever Liu Shaoyi turned to look at him, he would remain still. When she turned back, he would quickly chew a few bites. It was like a careful guerrilla war. Before long, Zhao Boyuan finished the apple and secretly rejoiced. However, just as he thought he had one, Liu Shaoyi suddenly put down her brush and exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. I want to eat too. It turned out she didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. She just wanted to eat when she saw others eating. No wonder she looked a bit plump, Zhao Boyuan thought to himself. Then, with the joint efforts of Zhao Boyuan and Liu Haizhong, the pile of fruits and snacks was quickly cleared away. This also explained why Zhao Boyuan didn't return to the cafeteria for lunch. The two of them had filled up on snacks and didn't need to go back to waste food. After finishing the snacks, Liu Haizhong seemed to be invigorated, bursting with creative inspiration. She quickly completed a painting. You have successfully comprehended the skill of level 4 painter by fully observing the painting process. Indeed, this painting has some merit. It's quite good, Zhao Boyuan praised. Let us change locations and try ink wash painting. Liu Haizhong decided to help Zhao Boyuan gain a deeper understanding of various painting styles through practice. This method was much easier to comprehend than simply explaining concepts in class. Before long, Zhao Boyuan and Liu Haizhong arrived at a tea house in the wilderness by car. It had a garden-like layout with small bridges and flowing water, exuding an ancient charm. After entering the tea house, Liu Haizhong chose a comfortable spot to sit and brew tea with a purple clay teapot. After tasting the tea, she prepared to start a new creation. Liu Haizhong took out precious pine, soot ink from her exquisite bag, and began to paint carefully on rice paper. Each item she used was of considerable value, some even priceless. For instance, this pine soot ink has a long history. It is made from materials of sturdy ancient pine trees, making it a rare resource with a complex production process. Liu Haizhong briefly introduced it, and Zhao Boyuan deeply felt the luxury of painting. It was practically burning money. As for that rice paper, compared to ordinary A4 paper, it has a shelf life of hundreds of years and does not easily change color. The price of this type of paper is naturally incomparable to ordinary white paper. It seems that students studying art must come from well-off families, Zhao Boyuan sighed, because this art is truly not something ordinary people can afford to dabble in. Fortunately, Zhao Boyuan had enough self-control. If it were Jia Zhangshi here, they might have already been unable to resist secretly taking a few sheets of rice paper. Liu Haizhong painted freely on the rice paper, depicting a scene of mountains, a small bridge, and a withered tree, along with an elegant egret and a red sun, making the entire painting full of poetic charm. Both the artistic conception and the painting skills were quite outstanding. Today's performance is really good, Liu Haizhong said, stretching her body and smiling. It's rare for me to have such good artistic enthusiasm. Next, at Zhao Boyuan's suggestion, Liu Haizhong began to try sketching. Try drawing a young girl standing on a rooftop watching the sunset. Zhao Boyuan described the scene in detail from his mind. Under Zhao Boyuan's guidance, Liu Haizhong began to challenge herself. After some effort, she finally completed this piece. The child in the painting was vividly portrayed, as if leaping off the paper. You have successfully comprehended the skill of level 3 painter by observing and guiding the painting. Zhao Boyuan looked at this painting and let out a long sigh. Painting is indeed much more tiring than screwing screws, but he also experienced the charm of art. You've taught me all day. You've really worked hard. Zhao Boyuan picked up a brush and smiled, saying, "How about this? I'll paint a picture for you as a small token of gratitude." Zhao Boyuan drew 2 perfect circles on the rice paper and then gently dotted 2 points inside the circles. He thought his work would be very simple, but unexpectedly, Liu Haizhong turned red upon seeing it. What does this mean?" Liu Haizhong glared at him, muttering in embarrassment and anger. "You're really a lecher." Chapter 34. The New Wu Song and the Tiger painting. Liu Haizhong originally thought that Zhao Boyuan would show her a stylish painting of throwing dice. "It's not finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Boyuan was as steady as a mountain. His brush never stopped. Before long, Liu Haizhong understood. What Zhao Boyuan depicted was a pair of bright, shining eyes, rather than the organ she initially thought. Immediately after, Zhao Boyuan deftly turned his brush. A cute and adorable little tiger was vividly presented before Liu Haizhong's eyes. This is quite interesting. Liu Haizhong gasped in surprise, realizing that she had started to like this little tiger. Then, Zhao Boyuan continued to paint, adding trees, jungles, and paths. There was a feeling indeed, a real feeling. Liu Haizhong was both excited and expectant. Although the tiger appeared somewhat silly, it added a unique charm to the whole painting. Zhao Boyuan then added a strongman figure, standing on the tiger's head. He held an AK-47 tightly in his hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the tiger. The ancient clothing, the dignified expression, every detail was painted so vividly. But one thing puzzled Liu Haizhong. Why was Wu Song holding a machine gun to fight the tiger? Shouldn't he be using his fists? This seemed a bit off, right? This is very reasonable. Zhao Boyuan paused, stating that times were changing, and the method of fighting tigers should keep up with the times. After saying this, he solemnly picked up Liu Haizhong's paints and quickly mixed colors. Then, he directly created a stamp on the painting. Liu Haizhong was dumbfounded. What novel painting technique! Even the stamp was painted on. Is he really that short on money? Actually, you could totally carve a radish stamp to use, Liu Haizhong said with a smile. That would be even more convenient than me painting it. Zhao Boyuan set the painting aside to dry. The two sat across from each other, sipping tea, waiting for the painting to dry, enjoying this peaceful and harmonious time. Once the painting dried, Zhao Boyuan casually said, "This painting is a gift for you. I should be heading back." "Okay, then let's go." Liu Haizhong confirmed that Zhao Boyuan's painting was completely dry and carefully picked it up. Her own two paintings remained in place. After all, she felt that although she had painted two, neither matched the fun and artistic conception of Zhao Boyuan's piece. She planned to hang this painting on her room wall when she got home, adding a splash of brightness to her space. Zhao Boyuan returned to the courtyard. The sky was nearing dusk, and the soft twilight fell gently over the old courtyard. The neighbors had also returned from the busy factories, enjoying their rare leisure time. Seeing Zhao Boyuan elegantly step out of a small car, everyone cast envious glances. Now, even travel involved small car. Jia Zhongshi's tone was full of envy. It seemed that Zhao Boyuan really had hooked up with a rich woman. Jia Dongshu stepped forward, teasingly asking, "Zhao Boyuan, how was your date with Liu Haizhong?" "Who said we went on a date?" Zhao Boyuan replied, hands behind his back, strolling leisurely while explaining, "We went to learn painting." "Painting?" Jia Dongshu felt somewhat incredulous. Such cultured activities seemed distant to him. At the same time, a twinge of envy and jealousy welled up inside him. Indeed, once you get in touch with high society, it's different from us ordinary people. All that us encountered are elegant things. After Zhao Boyuan left, Jia Dongshu sighed. However, Shaju snorted dismissively. "What is the use of painting? It can't fill your belly. If I had to learn painting, I might as well learn to cook." Su Damao echoed, feeling that painting was far less practical than showing movies. However, just when they all thought painting was useless, the next day, the weekend sun poured over the courtyard. Qin Huairu arrived as promised. Zhao Boyuan warmly invited her to sit in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight. He then took out a pen and a piece of paper, focusing intently on sketching Qin Huairu. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until Zhao Boyuan depicted Qin Huairu's smiling face in the courtyard background so vividly that everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that painting was not an unreachable elegant art, but rather something that integrates into our daily lives. Second uncle, weren't you regretting not having taken a photo last time? Let Boyuan paint one for you, Zhonghai enthusiastically suggested. Liu Haizhong, somewhat irritated, said, "First uncle, I see you're trying to make me work." However, Jia Dongshu was quite interested. He stepped forward, asking Zhao Boyuan to paint a portrait of him. After it was completed, he was very satisfied. "When I turn back, I'll frame this painting nicely." Zhao Boyuan's painting skills are truly amazing. He praised endlessly. Jia Zhongshu also repeatedly praised Zhao Boyuan's painting skills as outstanding. Everyone expressed that Zhao Boyuan was indeed someone who understood painting. They did not know that Zhao Boyuan was actually trying to thoroughly master painting techniques through these days of practice. He was preparing to start drawing the design for the Barrett. Thus, on Saturday, Zhao Boyuan took Qin Huairu around for sightseeing, painting while enjoying their time. Qin Huairu was very happy. What girl wouldn't want to capture her most beautiful moments? At this time, she was in her youth, radiant and shining. She longed to be as free and splendid as the half-bright, half-dark clouds in the sky. This was the golden age of her life. Naturally, she wanted to preserve this beauty of youth. By night, Zhao Boyuan began to try some figure sketches and other artistic creations. The art of painting must be applied to the most noble artistic creations. Although Qin Huairu was not particularly skilled in other areas, her beauty and obedience were unparalleled. After Zhao Boyuan's persuasion, for the sake of artistic creation, can't we abandon some secular prejudices? Of course. These sketches were thrown into the fire pit as kindling the next day. It was Qin Huairu who personally went to burn them. While burning, her face turned as red as if it could drip blood. Recalling how she was tricked by Zhao Boyuan into sacrificing for art last night, Qin Huairu couldn't help but secretly spit, cursing inwardly. What an artist! Just taking advantage of me. All men are liars. They're really bad. However, for Zhao Boyuan, this was just a small episode in the process of creating the Barrett. Next, he would officially begin the manufacturing of the Barrett. Chapter 35, Modifying the Submachine Gun. After solving the design challenges, Zhao Boyuan spent several days and finally completed the initial design draft. These blueprints included not only sketches of the internal components, but also full-color three-dimensional diagrams. However, these detailed designs were kept private, as Zhao Boyuan carefully safeguarded them, knowing that once the Barrett rifle was successfully manufactured, it would become their secret weapon. Therefore, he had all the blueprints securely. As his research progressed, Zhao Boyuan encountered a new problem. His design was based on the 98K rifle, but there were significant differences between the 98K and the Barrett. The most obvious issue was the design of the magazine. The 98K is a traditional bolt-action rifle that requires manual bolt action to chamber a round after each shot, and its ammunition is built into the gun body, rather than using a detachable magazine. In contrast, the Barrett rifle has an automated firing system and a different magazine design. Faced with this problem, Zhao Boyuan realized that he could not solve it alone without a physical reference. Therefore, he decided to seek the help of Su Daji, a comrade of Director Zhong, hoping to gain more detailed information about the Barrett rifle from him. Zhao Boyuan then went to the director's office and expressed his desire to consult Su Daji about the firearms issue, as the 98K he borrowed had not yet been returned. After hearing this, Director Zhong decided to personally take Zhao Boyuan to find Su Daji. They went to the shooting range and found Su Daji in his office. When faced with the inquiries from Director Zhong and Zhao Boyuan, Su Daji showed a pained expression and explained, "That gun is just too good. Liu Haizhong took it to participate in a weapons competition. You know, it's a great opportunity to earn honor." Although the arsenal has already researched and manufactured an improved version of the 98K, Liu Haizhong said it still doesn't feel as good as the one made by Zhao Boyuan. At this point, Su Daji got up to pour tea for Zhao Boyuan and Director Zhong, feeling somewhat guilty as he said, "To be honest, I really feel bad about this." Director Zhong interjected, "Your guilt is your own issue. Now Zhao Boyuan is asking me for the gun. What do you suggest?" Su Daji looked at Zhao Boyuan with a debt-like expression on his face. "Zhao Boyuan, can you give me a few more days? Once we win the award, I will definitely return it to you, really." Zhao Boyuan pretended to hesitate. "Uncle Su, what you're doing really puts me in a difficult position. I plan to study the new generation of components, and without a reference model, I can't proceed." He paused and continued, "How about this? You give me something that can automatically feed rounds, like a submachine gun, and I'll study it. A submachine gun automatically feeds rounds and does not require pulling the bolt after each shot." Zhao Boyuan wanted to understand the principle of automatic feeding through studying the submachine gun. Su Daji looked a bit troubled. "This seems a bit difficult." Zhao Boyuan interrupted him. "Then just return my gun to me," he said expressionlessly. Su Daji hurriedly waved his hands. "Please spare me. I'll get you one. But it can only be studied here. Is that okay? A submachine gun is a heavy weapon and can't be taken away casually." Zhao Boyuan was indifferent to this and nodded in agreement. Soon, Su Daji had someone bring over a submachine gun. It was an old-style submachine gun, with a distinctly foreign design and many heat dissipation holes on the barrel. Su Daji introduced, "This gun is called the Type 50, based on the PPSH from our big brother. It has a simple structure and fierce firepower, capable of unleashing a large number of bullets in a very short time. We generally call it the bullet eater because it consumes ammunition too quickly. Additionally, this gun has some drawbacks, such as many weld points, a short range, and being quite heavy." Zhao Boyuan took the gun and indeed felt it was somewhat unbalanced, especially the long magazine surprised him. He tried to grip the gun and found it uncomfortable. This made him realize that the gun had not undergone sufficient localization improvements and had directly copied the flaws of the prototype. However, he still decided to help Su Daji and the others by examining this gun, hoping to propose some improvement suggestions. "All right, I'll help you research this gun," Zhao Boyuan said, sitting down steadily with the submachine gun. Seeing this, Director Zhang said, "You can research here. I'll head back to deal with some matters. I'll come back to pick you up later." After Director Zhang left, Zhao Boyuan began his disassembly research. Under Su Daji's watchful gaze, Zhao Boyuan skillfully disassembled the Type 50 submachine gun into a pile of parts. Su Daji felt pain watching, but was more in awe of Zhao Boyuan's skills. Zhao Boyuan focused intently on observing each component, especially the magazine section and the automatic structure, as these were key technologies he might apply to the Barrett in the future. He asked Su Daji for paper and a pen, recording his observations while studying. During the in-depth research process, he gradually understood the principles of automatic feeding, improvement methods, and assembly techniques. You have carefully studied the automatic principles of firearms and successfully grasped the principle of automatic ammunition feeding. Through careful observation of the Type 50 submachine gun, you have successfully comprehended the technique of submachine gun improvement. As the research deepened, Zhao Boyuan gained a comprehensive understanding of this submachine gun. He began to design an improved version, planning to transform it into a more modern and efficient style. "This gun is too outdated," Zhao Boyuan murmured. "Transforming it into a style like the AK-47 shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the difficulty of modification is much simpler than developing the Barrett. Let's just modify it all." Saying this, he began to sketch new designs on draft paper. Once the draft paper was used up, he asked Su Daji for more. When he got hungry, he had Su Daji help bring food. Thus, he continued to be busy until after 5 in the afternoon. Director Zhang arrived as promised. "How's it going? Are you done?" Zhao Boyuan stretched and replied, "Almost." Su Daji curiously leaned over to see the manuscript Zhao Boyuan had placed beside him and exclaimed, "Wow, I always thought you were designing a sniper rifle. What kind of gun is this?" "The 56 modification," Zhao Boyuan answered casually. Su Daji was both surprised and delighted. "Is this a new gun?" Zhao Boyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes." Su Daji eagerly asked, "Can I borrow this manuscript for one night to study it?" "Just one night, and I'll return it to you tomorrow." Zhao Boyuan smiled lightly. "Sure, why not?" After all, he had been mooching food and drinks from Su Daji all day, and this manuscript was not yet complete. The real core technology he had long since firmly grasped in his hands. Wanting to master the technology to manufacture the Type 56 without going through him, that was impossible. Chapter 36, Yu Suda Mao. It's not that Zhao Boyuan is narrow-minded. It's just that the 56-style rifle is not something everyone can produce. It involves many professional challenges, and if a barrel explodes, who would be responsible? Therefore, one must not act recklessly. The drawings given to Su Daji should just be for him to listen to the sound. For one's own R&D project, one must take responsibility. On the way back, Director Zhang asked Zhao Boyuan about the progress of the sniper rifle development. "Zhao Boyuan, having spent the whole day here, did you gain anything?" "Not bad. I solved the key problem." Zhao Boyuan replied with his eyes closed, feeling quite fulfilled despite being tired from a busy day. Moreover, through in-depth research and understanding, the automatic loading issue of the Barrett sniper rifle was close to being resolved. However, unexpectedly, the 56-style rifle encountered problems first. As night fell, Zhao Boyuan had just returned to the courtyard. Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and Su Damao were still chatting animatedly in the yard. Their topics revolved around Liu Shaoyi and Qin Huairu. Su Damao's amusing experiences of showing movies in the countryside, and the delicious food that Shaju had sneakily brought back from the cafeteria that night. Amidst laughter, the atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. Suddenly, the roar of vehicles came from outside the courtyard. Several large trucks rushed in, and Su Daji jumped down from one of the vehicles, quickly commanding his subordinates to seal off the entire area. Immediately notify the residents here that anyone without a reasonable explanation is not allowed to leave their homes. Tighten security and ensure that we have people in every corner. Immediately execute the 12th martial law order. The residents of the courtyard had never seen such a tense scene. They were terrified and shaken. Zhao Boyuan, Zhonghai, Zhao Dongshu, Liu Haizhong, and others were gathered together. The originally harmonious chat was interrupted by this sudden turn of events. They were all herded into Zhonghai's home, crammed together. "Uncle, what is going on here?" Liu Haizhong asked, cold sweat running down his forehead and his voice trembling. Zhonghai, although appearing calm on the surface, was also turbulent inside. Looking at those people's uniforms, they seemed to be from the military. "Everyone stay calm. As long as we act properly, we have nothing to fear. Even if they are here to arrest criminals, they must have a clear reason. We have committed no illegal acts." Just as he finished speaking, Su Damao suddenly broke down and cried. "I have a problem. I really have a problem, Uncle. A few days ago, when I was in the countryside showing movies, I defiled a widow. At that time, I was tempted by her, thinking that since she had lost her husband, it should be okay for me to spend the night at her house. But who would have thought? Who would have thought?" Whoa. Everyone was taken aback. Zhonghai slammed the table and angrily rebuked. "Nonsense. Was that spending the night? You were clearly lusting after that widow's beauty. Su Damao, you are truly shameless, even worse than a beast. You have humiliated the entire courtyard." Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugui also angrily criticized. "No wonder such a big mess arose. It turns out it was you, this bastard, who did such an immoral thing. Now you will definitely be taken away to serve time in prison, and you have ruined our courtyard's reputation." Shaju suddenly stood up and pointed at Su Damao's nose, scolding. "Su Damao, you should apologize to everyone in the courtyard." Jia Dongshu echoed, "Exactly, it's too much. After such an incident, you didn't even tell us. What kind of brother are you?" Zhao Boyuan also angrily reprimanded Su Damao along with everyone else. "You must kneel and apologize to us, unless you tell us which village, which group, which household that widow lives in. Otherwise, we won't let you off. We'll sever our brotherhood, and I will leave tonight." Then, Zhao Boyuan sternly explained to everyone, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. We mainly want to talk to that widow and see if we can minimize this issue. If it really doesn't work, or if the widow is unwilling to cooperate, we will take revenge on that widow. No wonder you are the standout of the younger generation in the courtyard. You really seized the crux of the problem. Su Damao being taken away doesn't matter, but we must know the widow's address. We need to find out clearly. As for how to take revenge on that widow later, we can discuss it then. Anyway, we young people have plenty of ways and preparations. We are not afraid of dealing with that widow." The three elder men on the side sneered. "You young people think we can't see through your little schemes? Your plans are loud and clear. Don't think we can't hear them. Those little thoughts, Liu Haizhong spoke. "Such things you young people can't handle. It still requires us experienced middle-aged people. We are best at dealing with such situations." Yin Bugui also stood up at this time and said sternly, "Su Damao, how would you do such a thing? Quickly tell us which village, which group, which household's widow is so promiscuous. We must criticize her. We have plenty of experience with this. We haven't lived for so many years for nothing." Zhonghai raised his hand, trying to calm the situation. "All right, everyone, don't be too harsh on Su Damao. After all, Su Damao is one of us. We are all neighbors in the courtyard. How can we treat him like this?" Then, Zhonghai said to Su Damao in a friendly manner, "Su Damao, just tell us where she lives. That way, we can find her and help you clear your name. If it really doesn't work, we will do as Zhao Boyuan said. We will deal with that widow together." "That's right, well said." Shaju happily echoed. Jia Dongshu shouted loudly, "Can we not deal with the widow?" Zhao Boyuan also shouted, "This is the unity of our collective will. Everyone is united against a common enemy. Su Damao, you really moved us too much." However, just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Upon seeing the fierce and terrifying figures outside, Su Damao was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thud, raising his hands high, crying and pleading, "Comrades, don't shoot. I have sinned. I admit my guilt." Chapter 37. Zhao Boyuan is taken away. Step, 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 step. With steady footsteps, a shadow split open a path in front of everyone. A burly man, about 6 feet tall and weighing around 180 pounds, slowly walked in. He took off his gloves and glanced down at Su Damao, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes revealing indifference. A mouthful of phlegm accurately landed on Su Damao's face. Where did this madman come from? What crime have you committed? Just as Su Damao was about to confess for leniency, Zhao Boyuan gently let out a sound of surprise. He recognized the newcomer. It was Su Daji, the one who borrowed money. Oh no, borrowed a gun and never returned it. Su Daji also saw Zhao Boyuan and was delighted. So Zhao Boyuan had been here all along, causing him to make a fruitless trip to Zhao Boyuan's home, rummaging around without finding him. The initial chaotic scene had forced many people back into their houses, resulting in the two missing their chance to meet. Now they finally crossed paths. Su Daji's eyes turned, a plan forming in his mind, and he spoke. Zhao Boyuan, your matter has come to light. Come with me. Oh, my matter has come to light? Zhao Boyuan said as he walked towards Su Daji. Acting, who can't do that? What's wrong with playing along? When Zhao Boyuan reached the door, he turned back to the crowd inside and said, My matter has come to light. Everyone goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he grinned, revealing a strange smile. That smile was laced with a hint of malevolence, sending chills down people's spines. The crowd was terrified by Zhao Boyuan's reaction. They couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Boyuan's so-called matter was, and why he could still smile so eerily. Could it be that the devil had always been lurking among us? Was hell not right here on earth? Then, Zhao Boyuan left with Su Daji, and those who had come with Su Daji quickly evacuated the scene. Su Damao felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. Zhonghai and the others turned pale as paper, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Did you see that look in Zhao Boyuan's eyes? Zhonghai asked, trembling. The crowd nodded silently. That gaze was like an abyss, swallowing all light. Zhonghai took a deep breath and said solemnly, How terrifying. Yes, yes. Everyone echoed. That look was simply not human. What on earth did he do to attract so many people to capture him? Someone asked in fear. Jia Dongshu, still shaken, said he even smiled. How could he smile? What kind of heinous act did he commit that required such a grand show to capture him? Silly Zhu also said in fear, At this point, will we be implicated? I'm so scared. Did he also go to the widow village? Someone tentatively raised a question, but this idea was quickly dismissed by the others. Although everyone liked to joke around, they all knew that while Su Damao might be capable of such things, Zhao Boyuan was definitely not that kind of person. Despite Zhao Boyuan's complicated relationships with people like Liu Xiao and Qin Huairu, he was still regarded as a trustworthy good person in everyone's hearts. More importantly, his temperament and behavior did not seem like someone who would commit a crime because of such matters. In any case, this was a tragic day for our courtyard, Zhonghai said gravely. Liu Haizhong shook his head in disappointment. I thought our courtyard was going to produce a noble person who knew. Sigh. Yin Bugue also had a worried expression. How could something like this happen out of the blue? I really can't understand. Su Damao, who was slumped on the ground, had mixed feelings. When he made mistakes, everyone treated him as a joke. Yet when Zhao Boyuan got into trouble, everyone genuinely worried. The disparity in treatment made Su Damao begin to doubt his own life. Am I really that bad of a person? At this moment, Zhao Boyuan and Su Daji were sitting in a speeding car. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent, and after a while, Zhao Boyuan broke the silence first. Uncle Su, although I knew from the beginning that you were just fooling everyone by saying I committed a crime, Zhao Boyuan said lightly. But what you did tarnished my reputation. Do you know that? Su Daji grinned upon hearing this. Aren't you cooperating pretty well? I saw you even turn back to scare your neighbors. That guy who was slumped on the ground, your smile scared the pee out of him. Zhao Boyuan laughed proudly. That was just me going with the flow. But you can't do this next time. If it goes on like this, my reputation will be completely ruined by you. By the way, what exactly do you need me for? Why such a big fuss? Su Daji's expression turned serious. You'll know when we get to the arms factory. Going to the arms factory? Zhao Boyuan thought to himself. It must be that those experts discovered something important like the issue with the Type 56. The car quickly arrived at the arms factory. Su Daji took out a gate access card and led Zhao Boyuan through several checkpoints. Entering the vast arms factory, Zhao Boyuan saw many soldering workers busy with electric welding. Various types of firearms were displayed in the factory, truly a collection from all over the world. This opened Zhao Boyuan's eyes. He walked over and curiously touched a machine gun. Is it big? Su Daji teased. Very big, Zhao Boyuan replied honestly. Is it powerful? Su Daji continued to joke. Zhao Boyuan glanced at him. Do you think you're funny? Su Daji chuckled awkwardly, thinking that joking with Zhao Boyuan was really difficult. This kid was too clever. The two continued walking, and when Zhao Boyuan reached a mortar, he turned to Su Daji and asked, Is it big? Su Daji answer helper. Very big. Does it suit your taste? Zhao Boyuan looked at Su Daji with genuine sincerity, as if waiting for his answer. Su Daji really didn't want to continue this topic with Zhao Boyuan. He felt he couldn't keep up with Zhao Boyuan's pace. He quickly changed the subject. Let's go find the experts. Before long, a few people came over carrying blueprints. They looked excited, their eyes sparkling with hope and honor, as if they were seeking a life mentor. However, when they walked behind Zhao Boyuan, they heard Zhao Boyuan touching a crooked machine gun, asking Su Daji with great interest, which is bigger, you or it. The experts suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Chapter 38, The Rise of Military Industry. At this moment, Su Daji caught sight of the expert team arriving. As if he had found a lifeline, he hurriedly adopted an eager posture. I've finally waited for you. You have no idea how hard it was to wait for you. The experts had probably guessed the course of events and were trying hard to suppress their laughter. Little Su, aren't you quite capable usually? How come you've been outdone by a young man today? What a shame. One of the more senior experts cleared his throat and asked, All right, little Su, stop clowning around. Where's the expert we asked you to find? Su Daji momentarily lost his words. Far away, yet close at hand. Can't you see? If you're looking for the design expert of the Type 56, then, at this moment, Zhao Boyuan slowly turned around. He presented an extremely calm and wise image. Well then, the person you're looking for is me. This action undoubtedly restored his dignity. An image must be maintained at all times. The experts present exchanged glances, stunned, their eyes all focused on Zhao Boyuan. This is impossible, right? He is so young. My grandson is older than him. How could he be an expert? If he is an expert, I'll just... Don't, Elder Zhang. Don't make rash vows. It's risky. What is there to fear? I'll just eat the coffee cup. Sigh, Elder Zhang. Su Daji took the opportunity to seize this awkward moment and loudly announced, Everyone, standing before you is the invention expert of the Type 56, Comrade Zhao Boyuan. I saw him draw the design blueprints with my own eyes. Someone, bring Elder Zhang's coffee cup over. The scene suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang was so furious, he was blowing his beard and glaring. Su Daji, do you think you are funny? Do you believe I'll make a bomb to blow you up? Su Daji hurriedly smiled apologetically. Elder Zhang, my dear Elder Zhang, I'm just joking with you. Then he quickly changed the subject. But I can guarantee that this gentleman is indeed the expert I mentioned earlier. I personally brought several trucks of people to pick him up. Saying this, he pointed at Zhao Boyuan. The experts stirred again. So young, yet so impressive? Could it be true that heroes emerge from youth? Are today, as young people, this hardworking and ambitious? Everyone discussed animatedly, their eyes measuring Zhao Boyuan back and forth, their faces filled with surprise. At this moment, Elder Zhang raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. So, you are Zhao Boyuan, the designer of the Type 56 blueprints? Elder Zhang inquired. Zhao Boyuan nodded. Yes, that's me. However, there are several areas we don't understand. Elder Zhang continued. For example, how did you plan the design of the rear seat? The design there incorporates a retractable spring mechanism, primarily responsible for the return function of the firing pin. Zhao Boyuan explained. Another expert asked a question. What about the automatic continuous firing mechanism? Is it similar to the Baposha, capable of emptying the magazine in 1 second? Not quite. I believe the design of the Baposha is not entirely suitable for our needs. Therefore, I propose a new improvement plan, which involves increasing the cushioning of the joint and improving materials to reduce the firing frequency. Gradually, the experts surrounding Zhao Boyuan quieted down, listening intently. One by one, they asked questions. Whenever they received long-sought answers from Zhao Boyuan, thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. It was like students finally receiving answers from a teacher. Despite every expert in attendance being older than Zhao Boyuan in the pursuit of knowledge, they were no different from students. Zhao Boyuan maintained a respectful and humble attitude while answering their questions. He understood deeply that these experts were the truly admirable ones. Some of them might have come from remote, mountainous military factories. Some might have experienced the ravages of war. They have dedicated their lives to forging four admirable words in the history of our military industry: self-reliance and unyielding. They are truly remarkable people. Witnessing this warm and united scene, Su Daji's eyes couldn't help but become moist. He turned around to quietly wipe away his tears, as this scene evoked deep memories within him. Over the years, he had witnessed countless similar scenes. But most of those comrades who fought alongside him had long since rested beneath the green hills. However, his heart was still filled with comfort, because the new generation of strength was thriving and growing. They not only could draw from the wisdom of their predecessors, but also could teach the older generation new knowledge in return. Our country will surely become a better place. Our military industry will undoubtedly be filled with hope. No matter how great the difficulties and challenges we face, we must persevere. Su Daji was unaware that in the time and space where Zhao Boyuan was, there were many others like him who harbored dreams. There were those who had touched foreign aircraft carriers, their eyes filled with envy. There were those who had endured countless hardships, overcoming all obstacles, just to bring back a shell for research. And there were those who, upon witnessing their own country's aircraft carrier being completed, wept uncontrollably. They said that the road of the past had been too difficult. We once faced the plight of a lack of technology, insufficient funds, and weak foundations, enduring external pressures, ridicule, and boasting. But fortunately, those hard days are now behind us. Everything has become history. As long as there are many people like us who refuse to be weak and unite, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. One day, our military industry will also display its powerful might in the sky, on the land, and in the sea. Let us all look forward to the rise of the East. Chapter 39. Zhao Boyuan returns. Zhao Boyuan immersed himself in the arsenal for a full 3 days. During these 72 hours, he not only answered questions for the experienced craftsmen, but also personally disassembled their weapons. The dazzling array of firearms and ammunition before him was to him a treasure trove of knowledge, waiting to be explored. In just 3 days, Zhao Boyuan managed to disassemble all kinds of firearms in the factory. You gained a deep understanding of the handgun principal skill by disassembling and closely observing the Makarov pistol. You gained insight into the machine gun principle by disassembling and assembling a machine gun. You innovated the 10x scope method during your attempts to disassemble and extend a scope. You conducted in-depth research on gun chambers and developed unique insights into gun chamber material improvement. Zhao Boyuan thoroughly researched the principles and mechanical structures of various firearms. The exploration journey of 3 days came to an end. Zhao Boyuan returned laden with knowledge. He was not a formal employee of the arsenal. His visit was mainly to help the veterans solve technical problems, not to engage in arms manufacturing long-term. Therefore, his first stop upon returning was the steel rolling factory. At noon, Zhao Boyuan discreetly carried his lunchbox to the cafeteria. He ordered a chicken leg, a meat dish, and a vegetable dish from the server, Shaju. Shaju was focused on his work when he suddenly heard the familiar voice, nearly dropping the ladle in his hand. He looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, Zhao Boyuan, how come you're back?" Zhao Boyuan responded with a blank expression. "What, surprised? Just give me a chicken leg." To Zhao Boyuan, Shaju was just making a fuss. After all, he had only been to the arsenal for 3 days, not returning from a death row escape. Shaju patted his chest, finally regaining his composure, and quietly said to Zhao Boyuan, "You should go find Brother Zhao later. They're eating over there." Just tap him on the shoulder from behind to surprise him. Shaju's suggestion was clearly a prank. Zhao Boyuan chuckled to himself, holding his lunchbox and munching on the chicken leg as he walked towards Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu, Su Domao, Zhonghai, and Liu Haizhong were gathered at a table eating. Jia Dongshu, holding a chicken foot, looked sad as he said, "It's been 3 days, and Zhao Boyuan still hasn't returned. I really miss him. Such a good person, just left like that." Su Domao sarcastically replied, "Come on. With Zhao Boyuan not at home, aren't you living quite well? Your mom isn't nagging you anymore. Aren't you the same?" Jia Dongshu retorted. Su Domao awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, without that invisible pressure, Everyone felt much more relaxed, as if the whole world had become brighter. In this environment devoid of mental exhaustion, everyone seemed to radiate newfound energy. Speaking of which, I wonder what Zhao Boyuan is really up to, Zhonghai said solemnly, with a hint of worry in his tone. Zhonghai sighed and continued. We small folks don't dare to ask around casually. We can only silently pray that he is doing well. During these 3 days, although the neighbors in the courtyard were very curious about Zhao Boyuan's whereabouts, they knew their limitations, and couldn't provide substantial help. Moreover, it was strange that everything at the factory remained normal during Zhao Boyuan's absence, with no signs of turmoil. The factory director and Director Yang showed no signs of anxiety or inquiry, which made things even more suspicious. On Zhonghai's suggestion, everyone decided to hold off for now and observe the situation. Just then, Zhao Boyuan suddenly tapped Jia Dongshu on the shoulder from behind, smiling as he said, "Miss me? Why didn't you call me?" Jia Dongshu was startled by the familiar voice and turned around to exclaim, "Oh my! Zhao Boyuan, how come you're back?" Zhonghai and the others were also taken aback, surrounding Zhao Boyuan and scrutinizing him as if looking for some clues. Zhonghai frowned and asked Zhao Boyuan, "Weren't you taken away? How come you suddenly returned?" Su Damao also said, still shaken, "Yeah, I remember your strange smile that day. It scared me so much I almost wet my pants. And now you come back as if nothing happened. It's really creepy." Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but laugh. He shrugged and casually said, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything wrong. I just went to assist in investigating some matters, and it's all resolved now." Hearing Zhao Boyuan's explanation, everyone was still somewhat skeptical, but seeing him return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm back safe and sound," Zhao Boyuan explained lightly, as if the previous tense atmosphere had dissipated with his words. He then asked, "By the way, what about that widow? Have you figured out the address?" Jia Dongshu and the others looked guilty, with Jia Dongshu explaining, "We've all been worried about you these past few days and completely forgot about it." Zhao Boyuan turned to Su Damao. "Su Damao, it's your turn to explain." Su Damao helplessly said, "Forget it. The widow isn't even good-looking." "Not good-looking, and you still..." Zhao Boyuan scolded, and everyone began to criticize Su Damao. At that moment, Director Yang rushed into the cafeteria, holding a document and shouting loudly, "Where's Zhao Boyuan? Zhao Boyuan!" Zhao Boyuan raised his hand in response. "Here." Director Yang quickly walked over, excitedly saying, "Zhao Boyuan, we received a telegram from above, asking you to quickly produce the first prototype of the modified Type 56. Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyuan remained unhurried, continuing to eat. "Let me finish my meal first before handling this." His calmness and confidence made Jia Dongshu and the others feel envious once again. Chapter 40. Starting to build a new gun. The current improved version of the 56 type is still in the finalization stage of the design drawings. The arms factory has submitted detailed design drawings, and after layers of review, it has been decided by the higher-ups that Zhao Boyuan will manufacture the first prototype gun. This decision not only reflects a high level of respect for Zhao Boyuan as the primary developer, but also cleverly avoids any potential competition for credit within the arms factory. Here, practicality is emphasized. Contributions are recognized as belonging to the contributors, and any form of credit usurpation is not tolerated. As time goes by, Zhao Boyuan's confidence in successfully manufacturing the 56 type grows increasingly stronger. At noon, he returns to the workshop, ready to start making the 56 type prototype gun. Jia Dongshu notices the expectation and excitement reflected in Zhao Boyuan's demeanor and guesses that something good is about to happen, likely related to gun manufacturing. So he quickly approaches to inquire. "Zhao Boyuan, your skills are so good. How about you teach me?" Jia Dongshu expresses his desire to learn gun making from Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan glances at him and replies indifferently, "If you want to learn skills, you should go find your master, Uncle E. After all, he is your mentor. If I teach you, wouldn't Uncle E complain that I stole his apprentice?" Not mentioning Zhonghai would be fine, but as soon as he does, Jia Dongshu appears somewhat irritated. "Don't mention him. My master doesn't teach me any real skills. I haven't learned anything all this time. I think following you might be more promising." At least we can have more professional exchanges. Zhao Dongshu's words reveal an inexplicable confidence. However, Zhao Boyuan is puzzled by his confidence. Common language? To be honest, they don't resonate much in this regard, because his own gun-making skills did not come easily. From replicating the 98K to mastering design drawing, disassembling and reassembling the 50 type, and deeply researching various firearms. It was through this series of processes that he gained the confidence to make guns today. Moreover, with Zhao Dongshu's level of skill, which could injure himself even while making a musket, how could he easily keep up with Zhao Boyuan? Zhao Boyuan suggests, "It's not that I don't want to teach you. You can first greet Uncle E, and then you can watch beside me. What do you think?" Zhao Boyuan says this because he knows that even if Zhao Dongshu watches, he won't remember much, let alone learn. However, Zhao Dongshu appears very excited. "All right, I'll go talk to my master." After saying this, he immediately runs over to Zhonghai and tells him his thoughts. Upon hearing Zhao Dongshu's words, Zhonghai's face immediately darkens. Zhao Dongshu wanted to learn from Zhao Boyuan is tantamount to saying that he, as a master, has no skills. In the factory, everyone knows that Zhao Dongshu is his apprentice. Now Zhao Dongshu is doing this. How will he face others in the future? Zhonghai must stop this matter at all costs. "Dongshu, I often tell you that learning skills doesn't yield rapid improvement in 1 or 2 days. You need to have patience to achieve breakthroughs. Don't envy Zhao Boyuan just because he can make guns and want to learn from him. It's better to stay by my side and earnestly learn blacksmithing." Zhonghai advises earnestly. However, Zhao Dongshu has no patience to endure this any longer. Right now, it's just assembling screws. "Master, I'm just going to watch for a bit. Nothing will happen. You can keep busy." After saying this, Zhao Dongshu disregards Zhonghai's reaction and directly moves a chair to sit next to Zhao Boyuan. Zhonghai's face shows anger at this scene. Other workers in the workshop see Zhao Dongshu sitting next to Zhao Boyuan, pretending to learn earnestly, and they curiously look towards Zhonghai. These gazes make Zhonghai feel extremely uncomfortable, even somewhat embarrassed. However, he's also powerless. He can't just drag his apprentice back because he doesn't want to learn from him, right? That would only make him look more foolish. Zhonghai finds himself in a dilemma, and Zhao Boyuan can only express sympathy for him. However, Zhao Boyuan had already had Zhao Dongshu greet Zhonghai in advance. So, even if Zhonghai wants to blame someone, he can only blame Zhao Dongshu, not Zhao Boyuan. Now, Zhao Boyuan is preparing to start making the simplest part, the gun stock. Zhao Dongshu excitedly watches the design drawing in Zhao Boyuan's hand and asks, "Is this the gun stock?" "That's right. This part can be made first," Zhao Boyuan replies, as he takes a piece of steel and begins to process it methodically. As the machine starts, the drill bit cuts into the steel plate and steel shavings fly everywhere. Then, Zhao Boyuan begins to cut grooves into the steel plate, a process that is satisfying even for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Zhao Dongshu watches with great interest. He thinks that he can learn this operation from Zhao Boyuan, so he excitedly shouts, "I've learned it! I've learned it!" Zhao Boyuan smiles slightly. If Zhao Dongshu could easily learn the skills of an 8th-level worker, then he would be a genius. Unfortunately, he probably only understands it with his eyes, but not with his hands. When he tries to operate it himself, he will understand. Next, Zhao Boyuan's operations gradually become more complex, because after finishing the gun stock, he will start making the intricate components. Although these parts look small, they actually require very high craftsmanship. Zhao Dongshu's excitement slowly fades away. His face becomes somewhat pale, and he can no longer shout that he has learned it. Now, he can't even understand what he's looking at. At a glance, he knows he can't make it. "How is it? Did you learn it?" Zhao Boyuan doesn't forget to tease Zhao Dongshu. Zhao Dongshu's mouth twitches, and he awkwardly says, "I sort of understand." Chapter 41 New Gun Unveiled. Zhao Dongshu nodded, seemingly understanding. But in reality, he didn't grasp Zhao Boyuan's operations at all. Zhao Boyuan noticed this but didn't expose his facade. He continued with his work. Before long, Zhao Dongshu's eyes began to glaze over, yawning repeatedly, clearly starting to give up. Zhao Boyuan chuckled to himself, but still made an effort to encourage Zhao Dongshu. "Dongshu, you can't just give up like this," Zhao Boyuan said, feigning concern. "You need to stay focused and study hard. You'll master these skills in no time. Remember, The tools are fixed, but human thinking is dynamic. As long as you are willing to learn earnestly, nothing in the world is too difficult. Under Zhao Boyuan's insincere encouragement, Jia Dongshu fought off his drowsiness, widening his eyes to closely watch Zhao Boyuan's skilled and complex operations. Time quickly passed, and it was already evening. By this time, Zhao Boyuan had completed 1/3 of the part-making tasks, while Jia Dongshu was utterly exhausted. His eyes were deeply surrounded by dark circles, and he looked as if all his vitality had been drained away. He struggled to learn things he couldn't understand or master, which was undoubtedly a huge drain on his spirit. At the same time, he endured repeated blows to his self-esteem. If it weren't for Zhao Boyuan constantly cheering him on, and his unwillingness to admit he was less skilled, he probably would have given up long ago. When Zhao Boyuan announced the end of work, Jia Dongshu surprisingly appeared even happier and more relaxed than Zhao Boyuan. He cheered, "Finally done. That was really not easy." Zhao Boyuan also asked concernedly, "How do you feel? Did you learn a lot today?" Although Jia Dongshu felt a pang of pain inside, he refused to concede with his words. "Although my brain feels like a mess right now, I think I had a fulfilling and meaningful day." Behind Jia Dongshu, Zhonghai's expression was as dark as water, and he coldly spoke, "So, you feel like you couldn't learn anything from me, which is why you feel unfulfilled. Being around Zhao Boyuan makes you feel fulfilled and meaningful. It's my fault as your master, right?" Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly turned to explain, "It's not like that. Master, you've misunderstood. Master, please don't go." However, Zhonghai had already left in anger, leaving Jia Dongshu reaching out and watching his back, helplessly sighing. Zhao Boyuan walked over, patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder, and comforted him, it's okay, uncle won't be that petty." However, things did not develop as Zhao Boyuan had said. Zhonghai indeed took this matter to heart and was filled with resentment. That night, while everyone was chatting in the yard, Jia Dongshu tried to strike up a conversation with his old master multiple times, but Zhonghai completely ignored him. Liu Haizhong, Yin Bugue, and others noticed something was off and asked Zhao Boyuan what had happened. When they learned that Zhonghai was angry over this matter, Liu Haizhong couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I didn't expect uncle to get angry too." Yin Bugue also said with schadenfreude, "Oh, this is really a rare sight." Soon, everyone in the yard knew about this incident. They teased Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai, saying Jia Dongshu was a servant to both families, and Zhonghai was a useless teacher with nothing to teach. These jibes made both of them extremely angry, and they ultimately had to go home sulking. Of course, after the small incident the day before, Jia Dongshu obediently returned to Zhonghai's side the next day to continue his apprenticeship. As for how they reconciled, Zhao Boyuan didn't pry into it too much. In the following days, Zhao Boyuan focused entirely on completing all the parts processing work. Then, he reported the progress to Director Yang. Upon hearing this, Director Yang immediately notified Factory Manager Zheng. Soon, Factory Manager Zheng, Director Yang, and others gathered in Workshop Number 7, surrounding Zhao Boyuan as he began to assemble the brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The so-called semi-automatic rifle is a type of rifle that can automatically load bullets. Its characteristic is that after the bullet is fired, it can use part of the recoil from the gunpowder gases to eject the shell and automatically load the next bullet. When Zhao Boyuan installed the last part, a brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was revealed before everyone. Factory Manager Zheng caressed the rifle as if in a dream, unable to believe that such a beautiful, mechanically aesthetic firearm had been manufactured by Zhao Boyuan in such a short time. Director Yang was also so nervous he swallowed hard and asked, "Zhao Boyuan, is this our new gun, the Type 56? Zhao Boyuan picked up the assembled Type 56, pulled the bolt, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is our new gun, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle." He continued to explain, "The advantage of the Type 56 is that it reduces bullet waste while increasing shooting distance, it's lighter, and its stability is better. This is exactly the equipment we need right now." Saying this, he handed the gun to Factory Manager Zheng. "Manager, you should feel the grip." Factory Manager Zheng carefully took the rifle, examined it closely, and then gripped the gun's body. Instantly, A familiar feeling surged in his heart. It felt like an old farmer holding a well-suited hoe, comfortable and intoxicating. So comfortable. Factory manager Zhang exclaimed, his face revealing an expression of irresistible ecstasy. I've never held a gun with such a comfortable grip in my life. Seeing this scene, Director Yang and others couldn't help but want to try it out immediately. But factory manager Zhang stubbornly refused to let go. After a moment, factory manager Zhang pulled the bolt again, listening to the mechanical sound, and said, "Listen to this sound. Oh, it's just too beautiful." Everyone was somewhat speechless. Liking something is one thing, but it didn't have to be to this extent. Chapter 42. Making it is hard work. Director Zhang held the gun tightly, as if he wanted to deeply experience every detail of it. He held it for over half an hour. In the end, Zhao Boyuan felt it was necessary for everyone to feel it too, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Zhao Boyuan invited Director Yang and others to come and personally experience the newly made gun. Master Liu also walked over slowly, observing it with a professional and critical eye. After a detailed inspection of the craftsmanship, Master Liu sincerely praised it. "Zhao Boyuan, your skills have truly improved. This is all thanks to everyone's strong support." Zhao Boyuan replied sincerely. "What does this have to do with others? This is entirely your own skill," Jia Dongshu said bluntly. In response, Zhao Boyuan firmly stated, "This is definitely not just my achievement. Without Master Liu's careful guidance, my skills would not have improved so rapidly. Without the support of Director Yang and Director Zhang in the factory, I wouldn't have been able to implement these design improvements. Moreover, there are many people behind me who support me silently and provide me with great help." Director Zhang understood that Zhao Boyuan was referring to Su Daji, Zhang Lao, and a group of like-minded partners. Even so, Director Zhang was still deeply moved. But most importantly, it's your own relentless effort. Your dedication and commitment to your work are evident to all of us. You truly deserve the credit for this achievement. Yes, Zhao Boyuan, you have really worked hard, Director Yang said solemnly. Zhao Boyuan wanted to respond with a casual "not really," but then thought that it was necessary to express appropriately, so he nodded. "I'm indeed a bit tired, but please rest assured I can still hold on." These words deeply touched everyone present, and they looked at Zhao Boyuan with admiration. Director Zhang was even more moved and immediately ordered, "Quickly tell the kitchen to stew an old hen for Zhao Boyuan to replenish his strength." Zhao Boyuan modestly responded, "That's not really necessary." "How is it not necessary? You work day and night, dedicating yourself to your work, burning your youthful years. Isn't it only right to provide you with some nutrition?" Director Zhang said firmly, looking around at everyone. "I don't believe anyone will oppose this." Sure enough, no one raised any objections. Soon, Director Zhang led Zhao Boyuan to the cafeteria to enjoy the special, nourishing old hen. Even though it was not yet time to get off work, this early reward had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Watching their group gradually walk away, Jia Dongshu couldn't help but complain to his master, Zhonghai. "Master, where exactly has Zhao Boyuan worked hard? Every time I see him, he is lying on that bed for an hour first, looking quite leisurely. He doesn't seem to have to do much work, living like a carefree immortal. Besides those few busy days making parts, what is he doing the rest of the time?" Jia Dongshu's words revealed a hint of unwillingness and grievance. In his view, his current effort far exceeded that of Zhao Boyuan. Since Zhao Boyuan was promoted to team leader, it seemed like he didn't even have to do basic work, and he rarely saw him working overtime on weekends. On the contrary, he, due to his family's expectations, had to come to the workshop frequently to practice his skills. As for the nutrition issue, Jia Dongshu was even more dissatisfied. "Zhao Boyuan looks pretty healthy. Where is he lacking in nutrition? The director often takes him out for big meals. Look at me, under pressure, anxious, troubled. My face looks bad. Don't I need to replenish something more than he does?" Zhonghai pondered for a moment and said earnestly to Jia Dongshu, "Maybe Zhao Boyuan is putting in more effort in ways we can't see. He couldn't have become so outstanding for no reason. Behind his achievements, there must be hardships and efforts that we cannot see. So, don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. As for the nutrition problem, as long as you can also achieve results, why wouldn't the director reward you similarly?" After hearing this, Jia Dongshu's mood calmed down a bit. and he secretly vowed to work even harder. He was determined not to slack off any longer and to fully commit to catching up with Zhao Boyuan. Only then could he realize the wish of having the director stew an old hen for him. At noon, Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Zhonghai, and Liu Haizhong were holding lunchboxes, their eyes collectively focused on Zhao Boyuan. He was enjoying the deliciously stewed old hen. Zhao Boyuan really has good luck today, enjoying a 5-kilogram old hen all by himself. Shaju expressed his envy. Su Damao asked critically, "How do you know that chicken weighs 5 kilograms? I personally stewed that chicken for Zhao Boyuan, and I even added some nourishing herbs. How could I not know?" Shaju retorted without courtesy. Seeing this scene, Liu Haizhong felt a bit unbalanced and muttered, "Zhao Boyuan is simply the factory's treasure now. Look at me, a level 6 worker and a level 7 worker. And for lunch, I can only make do with some vegetarian dishes. Well, there's nothing we can do. Who told Zhao Boyuan to have the skills to make guns?" Shaju said straightforwardly. Liu Haizhong sighed helplessly. "If only I could make guns too." Hearing this, everyone exchanged bitter smiles. They couldn't even touch a real gun, let alone make one. This really made one feel frustrated. On Zhao Boyuan's side, after a meal, he had eaten only the chicken and hardly touched the rice. Even so, he still couldn't finish the whole chicken and was holding a big drumstick in his hand. "Director, are we going to test the gun this afternoon?" Zhao Boyuan asked. Director Zhong nodded in confirmation. "Yes, after testing the gun, we'll set off. Hurry up and finish that drumstick, don't waste it." Zhao Boyuan patted his round belly. "I'm too full. I'll hold it for now and eat it later." Seeing this, Director Zhong no longer insisted. "All right, then let us set off now." Soon, a jeep drove up in front of them. After Zhao Boyuan and the others got in the car, they sped off. This scene, in the eyes of Zhonghai and the others, was nothing but envy. Chapter 43. Let's grab someone. In the afternoon, Zhao Boyuan and Director Zhong arrived at the shooting range together. Upon seeing Su Daji, Zhao Boyuan's face lit up with joy. "Unso Su, I have a big surprise for you today." Su Daji shot him a wary glance and replied, "You better not bring me anything inappropriate." "Oh, come on, Uncle Su. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Zhao Boyuan said with an innocent expression. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Boyuan suddenly pulled out a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from behind him. Su Daji's eyes immediately sparkled with both surprise and delight. "You really made it? You're not joking, are you?" Zhao Boyuan smiled proudly. "How could I be joking?" He handed the gun to Su Daji. "Here, Uncle Su, give it a feel." Su Daji carefully took the gun as if it were a treasure, running his fingers over it. As he touched it, he couldn't stop praising it. "The weight is just right. The feel is amazing, way better than the previous Type 50. The size is perfect, just suitable for me. I'm so satisfied." At this point, Su Daji suddenly looked up and asked a crucial question. "This magazine, it doesn't look very long. Is there enough ammo?" Zhao Boyuan confidently replied, "Absolutely enough. This gun uses less ammo than the Type 50. Su Daji pressed on, "What caliber does it use?" 7.62 millimeters. "Great, then let's go try out the gun." Su Daji was eager to see just how powerful this gun was. The three of them excitedly made their way to the shooting area. "Zhao Boyuan, this is your first time developing a new gun. How does it feel?" Su Daji asked curiously while loading bullets into the gun. Zhao Boyuan smiled and said, "Pretty good, I guess. Although I encountered quite a few difficulties and challenges along the way, and I lacked experience. But thanks to everyone's help, it was relatively smooth overall." Su Daji suddenly asked a sharp question. "So why is this gun called a Type 56? This question was actually quite profound. As the gun was originally finalized and put into use in 1956, thus named the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. However, Zhao Boyuan obviously couldn't tell him so directly. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Type 56, it represents a very special point in time." Hearing Zhao Boyuan's words, Su Daji couldn't help but be startled, secretly pondering. A special moment? Could it be that it took only 56 hours from design to completion? That would be unbelievable. Typically, it takes several months for a firearm to go from project initiation to finalization. That's a result that requires an entire team to achieve. Did Zhao Boyuan really complete it in just 56 hours? Could he truly be a military industry genius? Thinking of this, Su Daji's enthusiasm for testing the gun faded. He looked at the young man before him, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. He excitedly said to Zhao Boyuan, "Zhao Boyuan, your talent in military industry is truly astonishing. How about it? Would you be interested in joining our team? I can offer you a higher salary, better conditions, and a top-notch expert team. As long as you're willing to come, I'll treat you with the highest standards. What do you think?" However, before Su Daji could finish his words, Director Zhong became anxious. "What the hell? Trying to poach from our steel mill right in front of me?" Director Zhong said angrily. "Old Su, what are you talking about? The guy is here to test the gun, and you're trying to tempt him with a high salary. Is that appropriate? I'm making it clear today. If you can offer Zhao Boyuan a high salary, so can I. If you can provide him with experts, so can I. I can even get him a secretary, do you believe it? And a pretty female secretary at that." Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyuan tightly grasped Director Zhang's hand, touched, and said, "Director, my good director, your words must count." Su Daji was truly at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Director Zhang's tactic was simply too brilliant. It is well known that in both shooting ranges and arms factories, female employees are a scarce resource, let alone beautiful female employees. Director Zhang's move was a direct hit to their soft spot. "Old Zhong, this move of yours is really shameless, using beauty as bait." Su Daji couldn't help but comment. "Old Su, you're the jerk. You're the one trying to poach from me. And you have the nerve to complain?" Director Zhong retorted without backing down. The two of them exchanged accusations of being despicable, shameless, and lowly. In the end, it was Zhao Boyuan who stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. So Su, I won't be going to your place. The arms factory isn't suitable for me, although the shooting range and the arms factory match my expertise. That kind of environment doesn't fit my personality. I prefer freedom, unrestrained freedom. So, Uncle Su, I appreciate your kind offer. Director, you must keep your word about the secretary," Zhao Boyuan said half-jokingly. Both Director Zhong and Su Daji were amused by Zhao Boyuan's words and understood his choice. Zhao Boyuan preferred the free atmosphere of the steel mill rather than the research environment hidden in the mountains. The argument finally came to an end. Su Daji sighed, "Well, there's nothing we can do. Our place is indeed like a monk's temple, and this time we've suffered a big loss." Director Zhong laughed triumphantly and said, "All right, old Su, stop thinking about it. Just focus on testing your gun." Su Daji shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "I really want to shoot Director Zhong." Chapter 44, What a great gun. Su Daji mumbled in dissatisfaction, his brows tightly knitted. However, his professionalism was undeniable. He would never let personal emotions interfere with his work tasks. He steadily set up the Type 56 rifle, carefully adjusted the sights, and aimed the muzzle squarely at the target's center. With ample ammunition for this semi-automatic rifle, there was no need for an observer to call out the shots. Typically, after shooting, one simply needs to put away the firearm and then check the shooting results at the target area. At this moment, Su Daji was like a different person from earlier when he was restless. He was fully focused, his body taut like a bowstring. He maintained a standard shooting stance, completely still like a statue. In a gentle breeze, a leaf quietly floated down. Just as that leaf gently touched the ground, Su Daji pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle of the Type 56 rifle spat fire. The crisp gunfire echoed in the air with a unique mechanical rhythm. For the first 4 shots, he chose single-shot mode. After 4 shots, Su Daji quickly engaged the safety and commented, "The recoil of this gun is relatively low, and it performs excellently in shock absorption. In terms of handling, it is also superior to the Type 50. It can be said to hit exactly where you aim. A professional firearms tester only needs to pull the trigger to instantly capture the key performance of the firearm. What's even more remarkable is that all 4 shots hit the target center. The distance between the bullet holes was extremely close. The accuracy was quite satisfactory, with no obvious scattering issues." After checking the target, Su Daji commented with satisfaction. Director Zhong was thrilled upon hearing this. It seems that this gun has demonstrated impressive performance in its first test fire. "That's right. I believe this gun does indeed perform excellently in this regard," Su Daji affirmed. Immediately afterward, he instructed someone to bring over a metal bucket filled with sand. A clear scale was drawn in chalk on the top of the bucket. Director Zhong explained, Continuous fire and single shot differ. During continuous fire, the recoil increases and ammunition consumption is faster. Using this as a target allows us to recover some bullets. On the other hand, we can also observe and understand the power of the firearm in continuous fire. Moreover, we can estimate the bullet's maximum range based on its kinetic energy. After all, the greater the kinetic energy, the stronger the penetration, which means the bullet still has residual energy to fly further. This statement showcased his professionalism. For those familiar with firearms, these actions and intentions are obvious. Su Daji smiled and praised, "Old Zhong, even though you have transitioned to another career, your professional skills are still intact." "Of course, I too came from the battlefield," Director Zhong said proudly. "Come on, you were just an ordinary soldier back then, while I was at least a squad leader." Su Daji's Director Zhong immediately shot him a glare, pretending to be angry as he muttered, "How can you say a soldier's experience is ordinary? You were just lucky to enlist a year earlier than me. If I hadn't been low-key, how would you have had a chance to shine?" Laughter erupted on the scene. After the laughter faded, Su Daji took a deep breath and pointed the gun down to prepare. The surrounding crowd gradually quieted down. Su Daji adjusted his breathing and slowly relaxed his body. Then, he suddenly raised the rifle, quickly aimed, and pulled the trigger. He was simulating a real combat scenario. Because in actual combat, soldiers cannot take the time to aim like snipers after understanding the enemy situation. Unlike single shot, there's no time for aiming. Continuous fire emphasizes instant reaction, quick aiming, and shooting. Da-da-da-da-da. The muzzle of the Type 56 rifle erupted in flames. Bullets surged toward the target like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a series of bullet holes appeared on the target. Sand slowly flowed out from the bullet holes. Su Daji tensed his body and then fired 3 more shots. He was simulating follow-up shots, because even if the enemy is hit, they may not be dead and could suddenly counterattack. Therefore, one must never let their guard down in such moments. A moment of negligence could cost one's life. Always remain vigilant and never slack off. This is the basic awareness and quality of a qualified combat personnel. This was perfectly embodied in Su Daji. Zhao Boyuan watched Su Daji's shooting demonstration nearby, filled with admiration for his combat skills. At the same time, he was silently counting. Su Daji fired a total of 18 shots. "Come on, let's go take a look." Su Daji put down the gun, carefully engaged the safety, then unloaded the magazine and walked toward the metal bucket with Zhao Boyuan and Director Zhong. As everyone approached, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness!" All 18 shots hit the metal bucket. Sand continued to trickle out from the bullet holes. Director Zhong scooped up some of the flowing sand, marveling in continuous fire mode. There was basically no missed shots, which indicates that this gun's accuracy is exceptionally high. The sand is still leaking, meaning the bullet's kinetic energy is very strong, penetrating not only the metal but also deeper inside. He turned to Zhao Boyuan and asked, "Zhao Boyuan, when you designed this gun, did you estimate what its range might be?" Zhao Boyuan pondered for a moment and replied, "About 400 to 500 meters." Su Daji gasped upon hearing this. "Zhao Boyuan, the advantages of this new gun are very prominent, and it perfectly avoids the shortcomings of the Type 50. If this gun has no significant flaws in other aspects, then it is simply an extraordinary weapon. This can be considered a groundbreaking masterpiece." Chapter 45. A thrilling gun test from Su Daji's perspective. Calling the Type 56 an unparalleled good gun with epic-making significance is by no means an exaggeration. Zhao Boyuan learned that this gun can often pass through 3 generations with just 1 shot. Even if the user is no longer around, the gun can still be used. The Type 56 is actually modified based on the AK-47 and its counterpart, the SKS. It is both reliable and durable. Because of this, various modifications of the Type 56 emerged, forming the Type 56 family of firearms. A single gun has developed into something akin to a family. This is enough to witness the excellence of this firearm. At this moment, Factory Director Zhong was eager to try it out, unable to contain his excitement. "Old Su, get down. Let me personally experience the charm of this gun. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Who isn't a gun enthusiast? I can't let Old Su enjoy this alone. I also want to fire a few rounds and thoroughly enjoy this sensation. Su Daji was also anxious to let his good brother experience the uniqueness of this gun. One person's joy is not as good as everyone's joy together. The magazine is over there. Load the bullets yourself. Before long, factory director Zhong had filled the entire magazine. He aimed at the newly replaced sand barrel. Bang! Factory director Zhong pulled the trigger. So exhilarating. He shouted, and then he shot wildly. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tat. He used this semi-automatic rifle like a machine gun. Su Daji said to Zhao Boyuan, your factory director Zhong was a crazy machine gunner in the army. He doesn't care about anything, just knows how to shoot wildly. Look at the bullets he's wasting. When you're not the one in charge, you don't know how to save. Saying this, he threw a disdainful glance at factory director Zhong and even rolled his eyes at him. Meanwhile, factory director Zhong seemed to have regained the passion of his youth. He laughed out loud. Good, so good. This gun is really powerful. With this gun in my hands, I can take down 100 enemies by myself. Go to hell. Ha ha. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tat. If the employees of the steel mill were here, they would probably be dumbfounded. Factory director Zhang's frenzied shooting was truly astonishing. Despite his passionate shooting, his accuracy was quite impressive. After he finished shooting, Zhao Boyuan and the others walked over to check. The sand barrel was shot to pieces, which proved that each bullet had accurately hit the target. This gun is indeed unparalleled. Factory director Zhang praised. When I practiced with a crooked machine gun before, my accuracy wasn't this high. I never expected that after not touching a gun for several years, I could still shoot so accurately. This is the superiority of the gun's performance. Factory director Zhang felt emotional and then handed the gun to Zhao Boyuan. Come, Zhao Boyuan, you try it too. Zhao Boyuan took the gun and began to load the bullets. After replacing it with a new sand barrel, he raised the gun, aimed at the bullseye, and then fired vigorously. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tat. The moment the bullets flew out, the scene of the shells ejecting seemed to be slowed down. The sand barrel suffered a fierce attack under Zhao Boyuan's shooting, with sand flying out like a volcanic eruption. The feeling of continuous firing was simply fantastic. It made one feel a thrill that tingled the scalp. Zhao Boyuan maintained a stable shooting posture until he emptied the entire magazine. After he finished all the bullets, Su Daji and factory director Zhang walked over to check. To their surprise, there was a huge hole in the middle of the sand barrel. It wasn't just a small hole like a sieve, but a big hole. This indicated that all of Zhao Boyuan's bullets had densely hit the same spot. Even more astonishing was that his continuous shots were basically all within the 6 ring marked on the sand barrel. This meant that none of his bullets were wasted. They all hit the bullseye. If they were facing a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. That person would probably be riddled with bullets. Good heavens. You truly brought the performance of this gun to the extreme. Factory director Zhang sincerely exclaimed. Su Daji also exclaimed in shock. My gosh, this rifle shoots like a sniper. Zhao Boyuan smiled lightly and said, this is a gun I crafted myself. Of course, I know how to maximize its performance. Su Daji and factory director Zhang were in awe of Zhao Boyuan's expertise and shooting talent. However, they felt that Zhao Boyuan's innate shooting ability was indeed rare. Of course, such talent is not without reason. They had encountered similar individuals in the past. Those shooting experts not only picked up quickly, but also had astonishing shooting accuracy. After the gun test, Su Daji realized that this gun needed to be sent to the armory for evaluation as soon as possible. If Zhang Lao knew you made this, he would definitely be thrilled, Su Daji said excitedly. Moreover, the front lines are in urgent need of such new equipment. We shouldn't delay. Let us go to the armory now, Su Daji suggested. Okay. Zhao Boyuan immediately went with Su Daji and factory director Zhang to the armory. Military projects are, after all, significant matters. They cannot be widely promoted based merely on a few people's private attempts. To make this gun famous, it must go through the armory's evaluation. Upon arriving at the armory, Su Daji couldn't wait to rush into Zhang Lao's office with Zhao Boyuan. Zhang Lao! Zhang Lao! Su Daji shouted loudly as he barged in forcefully. Zhang Lao was startled and complained unhappily. You should knock before entering. You almost gave me a heart attack. However, Su Daji had no time to care about that. He excitedly pointed at the Type 56 rifle in Zhao Boyuan's hands. Zhang Lao, you must take a look at this. Chapter 46. Military industry sets sail. Zhang Lao, a seasoned expert immersed in firearms for many years, had sharp eyes. When he caught sight of the new firearm in Zhao Boyuan's hands, his eyes instantly sparkled with keen interest. "Oh my, it really has been made," he exclaimed softly, his tone revealing an excitement that was hard to conceal. Zhang Lao couldn't wait to quickly approach Zhao Boyuan, focusing intently on the Type 56 rifle as if he wanted to engrave every detail in his mind. "Wonderful, truly wonderful," he praised repeatedly. "To have successfully developed it in such a short time. Young people, you are truly remarkable." "Zhao Boyuan, has this gun been test-fired yet?" Zhang Lao asked eagerly. "Yes. Zhang Lao, Zhao Boyuan Zponde. All three of us have tried it." Su Daji added, "The results are outstanding, with extremely high accuracy." Factory Director Zheng nodded in agreement. "The recoil is well controlled. Shooting it is almost effortless." "Really? That's fantastic." Zhang Lao was so excited he almost jumped up. Zhao Boyuan smiled and handed the gun to Zhang Lao. "You can take a look yourself." Zhang Lao took the gun as if it were a priceless treasure. He turned around to fetch a magnifying glass and began a meticulous inspection of the firearm. At the muzzle, faint traces of gunpowder residue from the test firing were still visible. The chamber was perfectly intact, without any cracks. As Zhang Lao observed, he documented his findings. "Weight, 85 kilograms, just right," he continued to evaluate. "The grip is flatter than the Type 50, more ergonomic." Zhang Lao gently pulled the bolt, pressing his ear against the gun's body to listen to the sound of the mechanical operation. The clicking noise was like heavenly music to his ears. "A masterpiece. This is definitely a masterpiece." Zhang Lao sighed with emotion. "We finally have an entirely self-developed automatic rifle. This is our country's pride." At this point, Zhang Lao's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes glistened with tears. The older generation has an extraordinary obsession with independence. The shadow of history, the humiliation of the nation due to technological backwardness, and the beating of the nation are memories deeply engraved in their hearts. They understand that falling behind in technology not only means physical defeat, but also signifies the humiliation of the nation's and the people's soul. Zhang Lao, this weathered elder, shed tears upon seeing the firearm developed by his compatriots. This was not just a gun. It was a symbol of national independence and a manifestation of national dignity. In 1901, the year I was born, foreign guns and cannons were displayed at our nation's door, and we were powerless to resist, Zhang Lao slowly began, his voice filled with a sense of history and heaviness. "We had no equipment of our own and could only buy weakened versions of others' weapons, only to be defeated on the battlefield like children." Zhang Lao clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. "We rose up to resist, although we were suppressed. We never gave up." He continued, "A group of us gathered together to discuss how to change this situation. We must develop our own science and technology. Despite our weak foundation, we decided to learn before innovating. So, some donated to study abroad to learn advanced technological knowledge. Abroad, we were treated as inferior people, subjected to ridicule and disdain. But we never gave up because we knew we bore the hope of the nation." Zhang Lao's voice gradually rose. "As long as we are determined, there is nothing we cannot learn." With that, Zhang Lao slammed his fist on the table, producing a deafening sound. The crowd around fell silent, deeply moved by Zhang Lao's words. Zhang Lao joyfully said, "Now I have reached the age of knowing my fate. Everyone says my hair and beard are all white, like an old grandpa. In fact, I'm not afraid of getting old. I only fear not seeing the hope of our nation's rise, and that is what truly worries me. Now, I finally see a turning point, a glimpse of our country's future and hope." His gaze shifted to the young people, revealing deep satisfaction. "It turns out hope does not lie with our generation, but with your generation. Seeing how excellent you all are fills me with great comfort. Sudadi pasai intezet, Zhang Lao. We will surely work together to build a powerful nation. The humiliating history you experienced will never be allowed to repeat." Factory Director Zheng also said excitedly, "Zhang Lao, we all know you have suffered a lot outside, bearing immense pressure in your heart. You work day and night, hoping to see the country become strong. Now, this opportunity has finally come. We have our own independently developed weapons, This is a new beginning. I believe that with the joint efforts of generations of military workers, our military industry will surely usher in tremendous development. By then, no one will dare to underestimate us. Our weapons and military strength will shock the world. Zhao Boyuan looked firmly at Zhang Lao and said, Zhang Lao, a prosperous era will surely be realized in the near future. The future world will undoubtedly be our world. This Type 56 rifle is still waiting for you to conduct a detailed inspection. We look forward to it being sent to the front lines, allowing our soldiers to use it in battle and demonstrate our nation's authority. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lao's body involuntarily shook. He understood that a good weapon must not be allowed to gather dust. It had to be tested quickly to see if this gun could be delivered to the hands of heroes, enabling them to use it in battle. No time to lose, Zhang Lao decisively said. We need to hurry and conduct firearms tests on this gun to see how it performs. Let us look forward to its brilliance on the battlefield. Chapter 47, the end of gun testing. A specialized examination of firearm performance includes rigorous assessments of power, maneuverability, lifespan, and usage intensity, among other factors. How long does gun testing usually take to complete? Zhao Boyuan asked curiously while heading to the test site. Su Daji explained. The process of gun testing is not to be taken lightly. It is very rigorous and complex. It's not just about making a gun and firing a few rounds before mass production. There are many trial and error adjustments involved. After all, if a gun has a problem, it could be a matter of life and death. Hearing this, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but think of the car testing processes in later years. He remembered that before a new car was released, it had to go through a series of harsh tests, such as the Moose test, which simulates extreme driving conditions to check the vehicle's performance and safety. It seems that a qualified firearm also has to undergo countless tests and inspections, Zhao Boyuan sighed. And this process definitely can't be completed in just a day or two. Su Daji nodded with a smile. That's right. For example, take the waterproof test. A gun must endure various harsh environmental tests, and being exposed to rain is just a common occurrence. We have to soak the gun in water for a period of time to see if it can still function normally after rusting. This test at least takes a week to show some results, and sometimes it even takes a month to get more accurate results. Upon hearing that it might take 1 or 2 months, Zhao Boyuan began to hesitate. He certainly didn't want to accompany them in the deep mountains for such a long testing process. It felt like a monastic life, which was too hard to bear. Old John, you guys go ahead and do the testing. I'll submit the relevant data later. Right now, I need to go home for dinner. Just notify me when the results come out, okay? Old John immediately realized that Zhao Boyuan wanted to slack off. He had no intention of getting involved in such a patient-demanding gun testing work. However, Old John didn't say much, just smiled and agreed. You go back and wait for the results. We'll handle everything, so you can rest assured. Zhao Boyuan dragged the factory director, and the two quickly left. On their way back to the steel mill, Factory Director Zhong was full of excitement and anticipation. He rambled on. This time our steel mill is definitely going to make a name for itself. As long as this gun passes the test, orders will come pouring in, and our factory will surely receive great accolades from the higher-ups. However, Zhao Boyuan seemed to have little interest in this. Orders and accolades were just the factory director's achievements, which held little appeal for him. Noticing Zhao Boyuan's attitude, the factory director immediately notified all workshops upon returning to the factory, gathering all workers to prepare for a factory-wide meeting. Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Dongyu, and Shaju felt a chill run down their spines upon receiving the notice for a factory meeting. The previous 2 meetings were when Zhao Boyuan had shone brightly. Would this third meeting see Zhao Boyuan outshine everyone again? Master, I have a bad feeling about this, Jia Dongshu complained while heading to the meeting with Zhonghai. Did Zhao Boyuan come up with something again? How can he be so inventive? Is he even human? Previously, Jia Dongshu had only admired Zhao Boyuan, but over time, he began to feel intolerant. Zhonghai shared the same sentiment, but given the situation, what could he do? Ah, Dongshu, Zhonghai patted his head. The brain structure between people is different. Some people have more developed brains and more clever ideas. But does that mean we, who don't have so many clever ideas, are not worthy of living? I may not be able to make guns, but but I'm also a level 7 worker with a monthly salary of 88 yuan. Am I not living as well as Zhao Boyuan? At this point, Zhonghai's voice suddenly rose, causing Jia Dongshu to shudder. So, even if you can't make guns, as long as you work hard to improve your machinist level and reach my level, then what do you have to feel inferior about? We can both shine in our own ways. Zhonghai's words deeply touched Jia Dongshu's heart. After hearing this, Jia Dongshu nodded directly. His face filled with joy as he responded, Master, I understand. Overall, you are stronger than him. As long as I learn from you, I will surpass him sooner or later. Determination sparkled in Jia Dongshu's eyes. Zhonghai felt greatly relieved upon hearing this. That's right, exactly. The teacher-student duo had untangled their mental knots and walked lightly, no longer burdened by the previous pressure. However, behind them, Liu Haizhong and Su Damao revealed disdainful expressions, baring their teeth and discussing among themselves. It's as if Zhao Boyuan's improvement in machinist level isn't fast enough. They can still feel proud for a few days. Zhao Boyuan is only 18 this year. Why don't you ask your master what he was doing at that age? At such an old age, still content to fall behind. And yet they want to compare with Zhao Boyuan. It's really embarrassing. Is it so hard to admit he is impressive? I think that shows self-awareness. At that moment, Shaju caught up from behind, frowning as he spoke to Su Damao. Su Damao, if you have no ambition and are content to lag behind, that's your own issue. But I think it's quite embarrassing. Are we destined to be inferior to Zhao Boyuan? I don't think so. After saying this, Shaju walked ahead with his head held high, strutting as if he had already surpassed Zhao Boyuan. Su Damao looked at him and rolled his eyes. Is this fool Shaju here to make us laugh? Chapter 48. Do you understand, leader? Soon, everyone arrived at the site of the factory's general meeting. The venue was bustling with people and lively. Such a scene made them feel envious and unfair. It was really frustrating. Every time he stood on the stage to receive an award, we could only watch from below, longing for our turn. He always stole the limelight, while we seemed to have no chance to shine. This was truly unfair. Just as they were complaining, Su Damao inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, Liu Xiaoyi. She had also come to the scene. What was she doing here? Was she also here to see Zhao Boyuan receive an award? No way. Su Damao was astonished, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. In fact, Liu Xiaoyi was not there to see Zhao Boyuan being honored. She had no idea about this event and was just there to play with Zhao Boyuan. She was holding some paint, intending to give it to him. However, she didn't expect to run into the factory meeting in the afternoon. Oh, what a coincidence. Liu Xiaoyi scanned the crowd, trying to find Zhao Boyuan's figure. At that moment, Su Damao walked up to her. Miss Liu, hello, Su Damao said with a broad smile, eager to engage her. Who are you? Liu Xiaoyi looked at Su Damao with some confusion. I am Su Damao. My mom works at your house. He quickly introduced himself, his face filled with smiles, as if talking to Liu Xiaoyi was a great honor. Liu Xiaoyi suddenly realized, oh, you're Aunt Tao's son. She didn't directly mention that he was the son of a servant, which was already giving Su Damao enough face. Su Damao, however, was oblivious to the subtlety and continued cheerfully, my mom has mentioned you before. I saw you looking around and thought I could help. Are you looking for someone? His words hit the nail on the head. Liu Xiaoyi was indeed looking for Zhao Boyuan. I'm looking for Zhao Boyuan. Do you know where he is? She asked eagerly. Of course I know. Zhao Boyuan and I are good buddies. Su Damao immediately replied, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Really? Liu Xiaoyi's tone revealed her barely contained excitement. Su Damao seized the opportunity and began to embellish his close relationship with Zhao Boyuan, talking about their unbreakable brotherhood and deep friendship, making it sound grand. Then, Su Damao planned to take Liu Xiaoyi to find Zhao Boyuan, hoping to further showcase his capabilities and connections. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Zhao Boyuan actually appeared himself, in a path surrounded by people. Zhao Boyuan walked in with former factory director Zhong, deputy director, Director Yang, and other leaders, exuding a powerful aura. Su Damao's heart sank, realizing the predicament. Zhao Boyuan was now appearing alongside the director, completely ruining his plan to take Liu Xiaoyi to find him. He had instantly lost his value in front of Liu Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu, Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others also noticed Zhao Boyuan's arrival. watching Zhao Boyuan's tall and handsome figure confidently walking under the spotlight. They couldn't help but feel inferior. Today's Zhao Boyuan not only looked outstanding, but also had remarkable talent and achievements. That's why he could walk alongside the director and other leaders, becoming the center of attention. Zhao Boyuan, he really is different from us now? Jia Dongshu sighed with emotion. Shaju also deeply felt that the gap between them, once small friends, and Zhao Boyuan was gradually widening. Reflecting back, they had once played cards and joked together. But now, just look at the kind of big shots surrounding Zhao Boyuan. Any one of those leaders held significant power in the factory. Why do I feel like I'm no longer in the same world as Zhao Boyuan? Shaju murmured to himself. Liu Haizhong, listening from the side, laughed and replied, Shaju, you can boldly drop the feel like. Shaju was taken aback and then retorted angrily. Second uncle, are you saying that I'm not on the same level as Zhao Boyuan? Am I going to be an outlier? Compare yourself to him? Liu Haizhong teased with a laugh. Meanwhile, Liu Shaoyi was gazing at Zhao Boyuan's figure from a distance. A faint smile appearing on her lips. This guy, no matter where he goes, stands out, she murmured to herself. Among a group of senior management, the young Zhao Boyuan was particularly eye-catching. It was no wonder Liu Shaoyi felt that way. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Zhao Boyuan followed Zheng and the others directly onto the stage. Typically, Zhao Boyuan would only go on stage when he needed to speak, as the stage was reserved for the management, with the lowest rank being a mid-level leader like Director Yang. Yet, Zhao Boyuan, who was merely a team leader, uniquely stepped onto the stage. This scene left everyone present in shock, and a buzz of discussion erupted, with people speculating about the significance behind Zhao Boyuan's actions. Could it be that Zhao Boyuan was also being promoted to management? Perhaps, after all, he had recently developed remarkable achievements. Oh my, so impressive. No wonder the factory director values him so much. A capable person truly stands out. Chapter 49. Another award ceremony. People were whispering among themselves, trying to unravel the mystery behind Zhao Boyuan's unusual behavior. Then, something even more astonishing happened. Zhao Boyuan actually took his seat on the podium. He had a place up there. Oh my god, this can't be true. Su Domao was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He had originally planned to take Liu Shaoyi to find Zhao Boyuan, but he never expected Zhao Boyuan to already be seated in that row on the podium. Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Zhonghai, and others were all left dumbfounded. My goodness, how could Zhao Boyuan be sitting there too? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Or is this some kind of illusion? How is this possible? Zhao Boyuan is just a small team leader. How does he have the right to sit there? Shouldn't he be standing with us below the stage, only coming up to say a few words when needed? Jia Dongshu exclaimed in disbelief. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong also had shocked expressions on their faces. Could it be that he made a mistake? Liu Haizhong said doubtfully. I don't think that's likely. Look, each person's seat has a nameplate in front of it, and there's one for Zhao Boyuan as well. Zhonghai squinted and analyzed. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Since there is a nameplate for Zhao Boyuan, it means this was arranged in advance. That seat is for Zhao Boyuan, Zhonghai said in a low voice. He had always taken pride in being a level 7 fitter, and although he couldn't manufacture firearms, he believed his fitting level was higher than Zhao Boyuan's, so he felt he was superior in some respects. But seeing the scene, he was hit with a huge shock. He felt a sense of loss from being surpassed. Here he was a so-called big uncle standing below, while Zhao Boyuan sat up on the podium, looking down at him. Big uncle, do you still think you're better now? Liu Haizhong asked mockingly. Zhonghai was left speechless. At this point, he could no longer claim to be better than Zhao Boyuan. The gap in status between Zhao Boyuan and them had become glaringly evident. Zhonghai might never set foot on that stage in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan had already arrived and was comfortably seated on the podium. At this moment, Director Zheng approached the microphone, surveyed the audience below, and then spoke. Is everyone here? If everyone is here, then let's start the meeting. Following that, the factory's cultural troupe began to speak. Comrades, fellow workers, our comrade Zhao Boyuan has independently designed and manufactured a semi-automatic rifle. Therefore, on this sunny day, we are holding a factory-wide meeting to commend this outstanding comrade. Now, Let us welcome our factory director to speak. Everyone applauded warmly as Director Zhong took a sip of tea and then said, I often say that people must keep learning and working hard, because only in this way can there be progress and growth. Not long ago, he manufactured a sniper rifle, which is unprecedented in our factory's history. This time, he has produced a semi-automatic rifle. This gun has already undergone preliminary testing. The test results will be very optimistic. Comrades, today you work hard in the factory, and if you can achieve results like Zhao Boyuan, the factory will be proud of you in the future. We are proud to have such talent in our factory. The audience erupted into applause, expressing that Zhao Boyuan was truly remarkable. I've never seen someone so amazing. How did he get so good? I think his brain structure must be different from ours. Oh, come on, fellow worker, calm down. There were plenty of jokers in the audience. After a few seconds, once the applause gradually subsided, Director Zhong continued. Therefore, the factory has decided to award Zhao Boyuan a significant reward. First, Zhao Boyuan's treatment must be raised. 1. Zhao Boyuan will be promoted to level 5 worker status. His salary will be increased to 66 yuan per month. 2. A bicycle will be awarded to Zhao Boyuan. 3. A cash reward of 300 yuan will be granted. 4. Zhao Boyuan will be awarded the Advanced Individual of the Factory Honor Certificate. 5. Zhao Boyuan will be granted the privilege to call upon any master in the factory. He can summon any master from any workshop at any time. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Zhao Boyuan would receive such generous rewards, especially the 5th privilege. This meant that if Zhao Boyuan wanted Zhonghai's help to forge 100 pounds of iron, then Zhonghai would have to obey his orders, put down his current work, and fully devote himself to blacksmithing. This, Zhonghai gupit in astonishment. Unable to believe it, Jia Dongshu found it absurd and exclaimed, Is this even possible? Can this really happen? This is outrageous. Zhao Boyuan has truly defied the odds this time. Su Damao marveled. Liu Haizhong, excited, slapped his thigh, stood up, and shouted, It's finally here. I've finally waited for my chance to be called by Zhao Boyuan. This time, I'm going to get rich with Zhao Boyuan. Chapter 50. Old Man, yin in the eyes of everyone. The privilege that Zhao Boyuan received from the factory seemed as if he had been appointed a high-ranking official in the court, wielding significant power and seemingly able to influence the fates of others. He could push someone into the abyss or help them reach the heavens in one step. Indeed, if Zhao Boyuan wanted to, he could easily do so. Just imagine, if he ordered Zhonghai to forge iron in the workshop, how could Zhonghai dare to refuse? This privilege undoubtedly granted Zhao Boyuan immense influence, and it was no wonder that it caused such a stir among the crowd. However, regardless of the outside discussions, this decision was ultimately made by the factory's higher-ups. The factory director announced this decision in front of many managers and all employees, clearly indicating that it was a well-considered action, believing that assigning a master to Zhao Boyuan was a wise move. Zhao Boyuan thought to himself that the previously mentioned arrangement for a secretary seemed to have taken a different form now. Although the beautiful secretary was gone, the factory's masters could be chosen at will. The factory director was indeed quite adaptable. As for other rewards, Zhao Boyuan was not surprised, especially the bicycle, which was indeed a practical prize for him. After the factory director finished speaking, he signaled for Zhao Boyuan to come up and say a few words. Zhao Boyuan took out the prepared speech and originally intended to say a few simple words, but upon seeing the densely packed text, he suddenly changed his mind. He looked up at the workers below, took a deep breath, and then spoke. First of all, I want to thank my parents for raising me. Secondly, I want to thank everyone who has ever helped me. Your support has brought me to where I am today. He paused and then continued, as for the rest, I don't have much to say. Director, can we end the meeting here? I see everyone has been standing for a long time. Why not let everyone leave work early and go home to rest? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze, and everyone was a bit stunned. At that moment, Liu Shaoyi was the first to chuckle, breaking the brief silence. Zhao Boyuan was still that Zhao Boyuan, always unexpected and unconventional. When everyone thought he would deliver a lengthy speech, he instead suggested that the director dissolve the meeting and let everyone leave early. However, such a suggestion was surprisingly good. After all, this meeting was mainly to commend him alone, and for others, a long meeting was indeed a bit exhausting. All the rewards were unrelated to them. They were all for Zhao Boyuan. Therefore, when Zhao Boyuan proposed to dismiss the meeting and let everyone go home early to rest, not only did no one resent it, but it was also met with warm applause. Many people at the scene laughed along, praising Zhao Boyuan as a sincere person, the only spokesperson they did not dislike. Compliments for Zhao Boyuan echoed through the crowd, calling him Master Zhao for understanding them. Zhao Boyuan smiled and waved his hand, returning to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he said to Director Zhong, "Director, let's skip the formalities. Come on, let's go to my house for dinner. My treat." Director Zhong was amused by his straightforwardness. "You rascal, all right, let's go to your house for dinner." After saying that, he invited Director Yang and 2 deputy factory directors to join them. When these people heard about such a good thing, how could they refuse? They were eager to finish the meeting and eat. So, they all nodded in agreement. Director Zhong then announced into the microphone, "Everyone has heard it. Zhao Boyuan has requested that we leave work early to rest at home. Let's go with his suggestion. Now, everyone, the meeting is dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in cheers. People dispersed with smiles, like birds released from their cages. Director Zhong, the deputy factory directors, and Director Yang found no issue with Zhao Boyuan's invitation. Instead, they gladly accepted it. After all, who would refuse a dinner invitation from Zhao Boyuan? Thus, they happily returned to pack their things, preparing to go to Zhao Boyuan's courtyard for dinner. Whether management or ordinary workers, everyone developed a deep fondness for Zhao Boyuan. His sincerity, straightforwardness, and generosity made everyone feel he was a trustworthy and approachable person. This charm undoubtedly allowed Zhao Boyuan to establish a wide network and influence within the factory. Meanwhile, Jia Dongxiu, Sha Zhu, and Su Damao returned to the courtyard first. They had nothing to pack, and Zhao Boyuan hadn't asked them to help move anything this time. Thus, they were able to return to the courtyard early. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they were surrounded by Annie 1, Annie 2, Annie 3, and others who curiously inquired why they were back so early. Zhonghai helplessly explained. Zhao Boyuan has received a reward from the factory again. He was too lazy to give a long speech and directly suggested letting everyone leave early to rest. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi's face lit up with anticipation as she asked, "Oh, Zhao Boyuan, is that impressive? Why doesn't he just double everyone's wages?" This question left Zhonghai speechless, momentarily unsure how to respond. The other aunties, however, appeared more rational. Annie 1 exclaimed in surprise, "Rewarded again? Zhao Boyuan is truly outstanding." Annie 2 chimed in, "Yes, this is already the 3rd time Zhao Boyuan has been rewarded, right? How can this young man be so capable?" Annie 3 remarked with some emotion, "Isn't that right? Zhao Boyuan is repeatedly praised and rewarded by the factory. Meanwhile, look at her husbands, who don't know what they are doing." Although Jia Zhongshi felt envy towards Zhao Boyuan, she did not forget to criticize her own partner. Exactly. After living so many years, you can't even compare to that young Zhao Boyuan. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong's faces turned red from Jia Zhongshi's scolding. They were both angry and annoyed, but had no way to refute. In the distance, Jia Dongxiu, Sha Zhu, and Su Damao watched this scene, beginning to gloat. "See, I knew this day would come," Jia Dongxiu said excitedly. "Now, they can finally understand the situation we were in back then." Sha Zhu added, "Now it's great. Not only do we have pressure, but these old men in the courtyard can't escape either." Su Damao loved her titili. The 3 of them laughed together, as if they had found a common topic and joy. However, the laughter did not last long. Sha Zhu and Su Damao suddenly stopped laughing, leaving only Jia Dongxiu still chuckling, but soon his smile froze on his face, turning into silence. It turned out that Jia Zhongshi had somehow stood behind Jia Dongxiu, and Sha Zhu and Su Damao looked at her in terror. Jia Zhongshi's tone was chilling, and she asked, "Dongxiu, why aren't you laughing anymore?" Jia Dongxiu, as if faced with a funeral, slowly turned around, his face grim, and said, "Mom, don't be like this. I know I was wrong. I assented enough that I admit my mistake." Jia Zhongshi immediately pointed at Jia Dongxiu's nose, spitting as she began to scold him. "Dongxiu, you really disappoint me. Look at Zhao Boyuan, and then look at you. What happened to the vows you made before? Do you still remember them? Under Jia Zhongshu's scolding, Jia Dongshu lowered his head, speechless. Chapter 51. The weeping deaf old lady Jia Dongshu felt a tightness in his chest, as if he were really going to spit out blood. His mother, when digging up those old grievances, was simply skilled at it, presenting one argument after another, overwhelming him. Did he really forget the vow he made back then? Those words still echoed clearly in his ears. Time had not dulled them. However, his mindset had undergone a tremendous change. In the past, he might have bowed his head in shame, but now he no longer thought that way. It wasn't just that he couldn't compare to Zhao Boyuan. Even the elder he had always admired, Uncle Zhonghai, and their elders seemed dimmed in front of Zhao Boyuan. Mom, will you ever stop? Jia Dongshu finally couldn't bear it anymore, his voice trembling. Stop staring at me, he added, his tone revealing helplessness and irritation. If you think I'm worthless, why not just adopt Zhao Boyuan as your son? As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Dongshu stormed off, leaving Jia Zhongshu stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. Her son actually dared to resist her like this, even speaking to her in such a tone. For a moment, she felt as if her heart were being cut, tears streaming down her face. Oh God, she cried out. What sins have I committed? I raised him with such difficulty, and he treats me like this. Jia Zhongshu's voice was filled with endless grievances and heartache. If I had known this would happen, I should have. She choked, unable to continue. Old Jia. Jia Zhongshu rolled on the ground, crying her heart out. This scene made Zhonghai and the others nearby feel deeply pained. Zhonghai could no longer bear to watch. He walked over, pulled Jia Dongshu back, and urged him to apologize to his mother and ask for her forgiveness. Jia Dongshu was also in tears. Master, my mom always compares me to Zhao Boyuan. He sobbed. How can I be like him? I can't do it, master. He looked helplessly at Zhonghai. What should I do? I'm so miserable, master. Jia Dongshu finally broke down in tears. In the yard, mother and son cried together, and Zhonghai could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Alas, this situation has escalated. Now, the entire yard was caught in a frenzy of competition because of Zhao Boyuan. Not only the workers at the steel mill, but even the students at school felt immense pressure. It was as if everyone was being blamed for not working hard enough, as if their lives were in vain. Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were typical representatives trapped in this pressure. What was even more infuriating was that this blame seemed to be not without reason. This life was truly unbearable. Before the Jia family's troubles had settled, Zhao Boyuan returned triumphantly with a group of guests. The factory director, deputy director, Director Yang, and others marched through the yard, behind them carrying heaps of supplies. All rewards for Zhao Boyuan today. Piles of chicken, duck, fish, and meat stacked high. To be honest, if Zhao Boyuan wasn't treating guests, he couldn't possibly finish all this food by himself. People in the yard looked at this scene with green eyes, their envy evident. Oh my, so much delicious food. This much, we couldn't finish in 3 days and nights. Zhao Boyuan must not be able to finish all this in a month. If my family could have so much good food, how wonderful that would be. With this much food, at least we could eat for half a year. Zhao Boyuan is truly amazing. He must be living the best life in our yard. Isn't that right? Look at the first and second uncles. Although their salaries are high, one has to save for retirement and the other has to support a large family. They can't afford to spend money at all. Only Zhao Boyuan, unlike Su Damao and Shaju who sneak around for food, everything he has is so open and above board. He eats with a clear conscience. The crowd chattered excitedly, their eyes focused on Zhao Boyuan, filled with envy. In this lively crowd, the deaf old lady leaned in, trying hard to listen to the discussions about Zhao Boyuan's generous rewards. Her gaze unconsciously fell on those tempting supplies, and she couldn't help but drool. For an old lady like her, tasting good food was a rare enjoyment. The deaf old lady found Zhonghai and pointed at the pile of tempting rewards, saying expectantly, "Adopted son, I want to taste it too." Upon hearing this, Zhonghai felt an indescribable helplessness rising in him, a feeling akin to Jia Dongshu being asked by his mother to do something utterly impossible. He smiled wryly and replied, "Old lady, are you joking with me? Look, our factory director, deputy director, and my workshop director are all here. I still have to go help out later, trying to please them to avoid being seen as inconsiderate, lest they give me a hard time later. He pointed to the pile of supplies and continued, "Do you really think it's possible for me to take Zhao Boyuan's items right now? That is simply impossible, old lady." Zhonghai knew very well that he wasn't foolish enough to do something irrational, like morally blackmailing others for their good things. He understood that such matters depended on the occasion and the people involved. In this particular situation, asking for items was out of the question. Even just going over to greet them, offering cigarettes, or helping to carry things could lead to Director Yang mocking him the next day. Mixing in a factory truly made one feel powerless. Moreover, how could he offend Zhao Boyuan now? Even a blind person would know not to easily offend Zhao Boyuan. Those derogatory remarks might be okay for others, but saying them to Zhao Boyuan would be like courting death. After explaining to the deaf old lady, Zhonghai immediately went over to greet, offer cigarettes, and help carry things, leaving the deaf old lady behind. The deaf old lady watched this scene, pouting her lips, her face filled with anger and helplessness. "Sigh, what use is it to have this adopted son?" she muttered to herself in frustration. "It's bad enough that I'm not as good as others. He can't even bring me something, and he leaves me here." The deaf old lady watched as that group of people joyfully headed towards Zhao Boyuan's house. A wave of regret gradually surged in her heart. She began to regret why she hadn't thought of ways to adopt a successful grandson back then. "How could I have been so blind?" she lamented. "I only sought out useless good-for-nothings, not a single capable one among them. Had I known, I would have." Gazing at Zhao Boyuan's back, the deaf old lady's heart was flooded with remorse. Chapter 52. All our big suckers. The arrival of the factory director and deputy director, along with other leaders, truly stirred up the courtyard. Many residents of the courtyard were quick to take action, eager to curry favor and ingratiate themselves. After all, those living in this courtyard either worked at the steel mill or were employed by related units. And no one wanted to miss this good opportunity to get close to the leaders. Particularly active were the two elder gentlemen, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong, who were busily engaged in the hustle. Meanwhile, the third elder, Yin Buge, was unable to return in time from work. Otherwise, he would surely have joined this flattering competition. At Zhao Boyuan's home, 5 big shots from the factory gathered, and Zhao Boyuan calmly sat and chatted with them. Su Damao expertly served tea and water, while Shaju busied himself in the kitchen, clearly having gained some experience. During the conversation, Zhao Boyuan occasionally cracked jokes, causing everyone to burst into laughter, creating an extremely harmonious atmosphere. "The atmosphere here is really nice," exclaimed Director Zhong. "Look at these enthusiastic neighbors." Director Yang also laughed. "I said the same thing when I came here for a meal last time." "Exactly," Zhao Boyuan responded seriously. "In our courtyard, everyone is warm-hearted." Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others quickly nodded in agreement, but their hearts were filled with bitterness. They knew that following this trend, they might have to continue flattering others, ultimately ending up with nothing to eat. But what could they do in front of these big shots? After all, these big shots could easily leave them defenseless with just a wave of their fingers. In this environment, Zhonghai was just a level 7 worker, and Liu Haizhong was only a level 6 worker. Their status was not high. It was like everyone knew Mount Everest is the tallest peak in the world, but few knew about the second tallest. Level 7 and level 6 workers meant little in the eyes of these big shots. Sure enough, when the third elder Yin Bugue returned home from work and heard that guests were visiting Zhao Boyuan, he immediately rushed to the kitchen cabinet to find his treasured bottle of liquor. But when he hurried to the cabinet, everything went black. That beloved bottle of liquor had mysteriously disappeared. Yin Bugue was furious and wanted to rush out to confront Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong. "This is just too much. They dare to steal my liquor to entertain guests," he shouted. "I saved this with great difficulty, and I couldn't even bear to drink a drop myself. How could they do this to me?" Seeing this, the third aunt quickly stepped forward to hold him back and advised, "Enough, my old companion. The first and second elders are just trying to curry favor with those big shots. If you go and demand the liquor back now, won't that embarrass them? What if they give you a hard time at the factory later?" Yin Bugue, who was usually quite shrewd, was so provoked by the third aunt's words that tears came to his eyes. He sat at the table, silently wiping his tears, filled with helplessness and grievance. Truly, some were happy while others were worried. When it came time for dinner, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were not invited to stay and accompany the guests. This was expected. They had no qualifications to dine with the factory director. Zhonghai had to disperse the crowd again, asking them not to linger at Zhao Boyuan's door to avoid disturbing the leader's dining experience. Look at the uproar this caused. The entire courtyard was filled with complaints, and everyone said that Zhonghai was harming others without benefiting himself. Zhonghai was now caught in the middle, feeling like a mute who had eaten bitter herbs, unable to express his suffering. As the aroma of the dishes from Zhao Boyuan's home wafted through the air, it made the hungry neighbors, whose stomachs were growling, feel even worse. Just think, Zhao Boyuan and the others were feasting at home, while they themselves were in dire poverty. What kind of hard life were they living? Jia Dongshu could only hold a bowl of porridge, completely lacking appetite. Jia Zhongshu, beside him, wiped her tears and said, "If you had worked hard at the factory, our family wouldn't have to just watch others live well." In fact, the Jia family was wealthy but reluctant to spend. When Jia Dongshu's father passed away, there was some compensation money, but Jia Zhongshu had stashed it away and was unwilling to take it out. Zhonghai's family situation was similar. They also had money but were unwilling to spend. That night, they had only made some porridge. "Old man, look at what Zhao Boyuan's family is eating. It's really enviable," the first aunt said, staring at the bowl of thin porridge, not even wanting to move her chopsticks. Zhonghai couldn't help but feel similarly. Everyone was suffering in silence, unable to voice their feelings. They had endured poverty in the past, and it had just passed. Zhonghai sighed, but now, seeing how well Zhao Boyuan's family is living while we are like this, it's becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Alas, Zhonghai lost his appetite, set down his bowl of porridge, and decided to visit Shaju's house. Shaju had also not eaten dinner. He sat alone at home, with no fire lit in the kitchen. "Shaju, why haven't you eaten yet?" Zhonghai asked with concern. Shaju shook his head dejectedly. "Don't mention it, first elder. I was busy with this and that after getting off work, thinking I could snag a bite to eat. Who knew they just saw me as a big sucker? A tool to use. After I finished cooking, I stood by, and Director Yang even asked me why hadn't he left. What kind of situation is this?" Shaju said with a frustrated expression. Hearing Shaju's complaints, Zhonghai felt both angry and amused. He shook his head and left Shaju's house. Next, he went to visit the Jia family, only to find them equally lacking an appetite for food. That night, all the neighbors in the courtyard felt distressed due to Zhao Boyuan's extravagant lifestyle, and they all struggled to eat. All of this was stirred up by Zhao Boyuan. Chapter 53 Celebration Banquet at Zhao Boyuan's home. Everyone was enjoying their meal with greasy mouths and laughter filling the air. The management team of the factory showed great favor towards Zhao Boyuan, especially Director Zhang. His reliance on Zhao Boyuan was even more evident. "Our Zhao Boyuan has indeed achieved remarkable accomplishments," Director Zhang praised enthusiastically. "His current strength has not yet been fully revealed," Director Zhang said meaningfully. "Once the Type 56 passes all tests at the arms factory," he continued, "then you will understand what it means to be famous." At this point, Director Zhang couldn't help but burp. He then raised his glass and said loudly, "Come, Zhao Boyuan, as the director, I must toast you properly." "Oh, director, I should be the one toasting you." Zhao Boyuan quickly raised his glass in response. Director Zhang waved his hand, insisting, "No, this glass is my toast to you. You have helped all of us a great deal," he said with emotion. "It is because of you that we all can benefit and have more opportunities for development." Director Zhang continued, "Your achievements also mean we have results and the possibility of promotion." At this moment, Director Zhang was already somewhat tipsy. In fact, he hadn't intended to say these words out loud. It was enough for everyone to understand in their hearts. There was no need to spell it out. However, fueled by the alcohol, he couldn't hide his joy and express these thoughts. The vice directors and Director Yang present all showed delighted smiles upon hearing Director Zhang's words, because the director had clearly stated that everyone present could benefit from Zhao Boyuan. Obviously, if there were future awards or promotions from superiors, they would also have a chance to share in the spoils. Perhaps, at some unexpected moment, they could rise to great heights. Regardless, this was a rare opportunity. And all of this beautiful vision was thanks to Zhao Boyuan. Cheers! Director Zhong raised his hand, and everyone stood up. Raise your glasses. Let's toast to Zhao Boyuan, to this rare connection, and to the friendship we share today. Cheers. Once the Type 56 is officially approved, Zhao Boyuan's status may surpass ours. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. If it weren't for the director's slight tipsiness revealing this information today, they might still be in the dark. At this moment, each of them gazed at Zhao Boyuan with fervent eyes. Zhao Boyuan, we toast to you, wishing you smooth sailing in the future, and may we all have bright prospects. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses to clink with Zhao Boyuan, who beamed with joy, clinking glasses with the director, vice directors, Director Yang, and others one by one. Then downing his drink, accepting everyone's blessings. Afterwards, Zhao Boyuan opened a pack of cigarettes awarded by the factory and shared them with everyone, taking a short break. In fact, I owe my achievements today to the care of the director, Director Yang, and all of you. It is your support that has allowed me to achieve results step by step. However, don't raise me too high. Zhao Boyuan said with a smile. I am still young. If I get overly praised and become arrogant, then everyone here will have a responsibility. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Since he has said this, Zhao Boyuan would surely not become arrogant. However, upon reflecting on Zhao Boyuan's displayed composure, it is indeed admirable. Just as he said, he is still so young, yet in the face of such praise, he shows no signs of pride or arrogance. This determination is, if not rare in the world, at least precious in the eyes of everyone. The vice directors and others sighed inwardly. This young man has limitless potential. The director and Director Yang also felt happy and comforted for Zhao Boyuan. They had watched Zhao Boyuan grow step by step and had developed certain feelings for him. Now seeing Zhao Boyuan remain true to himself in his moment of success, they felt genuine joy. After a short break, everyone continued to drink heartily until after 9 o'clock at night. The director and others drunkenly left the courtyard. Before leaving, the director handed a set of car keys to Zhao Boyuan. This is... Director Zhong pointed to the secretary beside him. The secretary rolled out a brand new bicycle from the car and said, Team Leader Zhao, this is your reward. Thank you, you've worked hard. Zhao Boyuan handed a cigarette to the secretary as a token of thanks. He also reminded the secretary to ensure the director gets home safely and to place a glass of water by his bedside. After the secretary nodded in agreement, they all left by car. Zhao Boyuan pushed the bicycle and slowly walked into the courtyard. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the silver starlight spilled onto the ground like gentle ripples, draping a layer of mystery over the tranquil night. Under the moonlight, Zhao Boyuan's figure appeared faintly, as if wrapped in a silver halo, looking extraordinary. The bicycle wheels rolled with a clicking sound, and the bell occasionally chimed, breaking the night's tranquility. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the coolness of the night and the fragrance of flowers, and Zhao Boyuan walked at a leisurely pace. Curious gazes occasionally peeked from the windows of nearby houses. The neighbors were secretly observing Zhao Boyuan, with whispers rising and falling. In the front yard, Uncle Yin Bugue looked at the bicycle Zhao Boyuan was pushing with envy in his eyes. He quietly said to Aunt San, Zhao Boyuan is already riding a bicycle now. His tone revealed an indescribable bitterness and helplessness. Aunt San, seeing Yin Bugue's expression, understood his desire for that bicycle. She softly suggested, Dear, if you like it, we can think of a way to see if we can get that bicycle for our family. Then you can ride it to go fishing. Yin Bugue, after hearing Aunt San's suggestion, could only smile bitterly and shake his head. What kind of person is Zhao Boyuan? He sighed. He can win all of Jia Dongshu's money in cards, learn skills faster than anyone, and even make guns. How could we possibly scheme against such a clever person? He self-deprecatingly chuckled and continued, We can't compare to him. We lack the means and wisdom. Yin Bugue's voice gradually faded, finally turning into a helpless sigh. Chapter 54. Do you understand bicycles? As Zhao Boyuan pushed the brand-new bicycle slowly through the courtyard, Uncle Zhonghai stood quietly by the window, his deep gaze following his figure. In Zhonghai's home, Jia Dongshu, Jia Zhongshi, Shaju, and the deaf old lady were gathered together. their eyes coincidentally drawn to Zhao Boyuan and the bicycle. "Uncle, is that bicycle the one the factory rewarded Zhao Boyuan with?" Jia Dongshu stared intently, genuinely admiring it, saying it was too beautiful, almost like a piece of art. In fact, bicycles were not a new thing. Everyone had seen them to varying degrees. However, in this era, for ordinary residents, owning a bicycle was still a luxury. Among all the people they knew, only Zhao Boyuan had such an enviable bicycle. Jia Zhongshi looked at Zhao Boyuan, feeling a mix of emotions. She wiped her eyes and said to Zhonghai with a hint of sadness, "Uncle, look at Zhao Boyuan. He is everything now, while our Zhao family has nothing, just bare walls. Do you think we could get some help from Zhao Boyuan?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jia Dongshu's face flushed with shame, and he hurriedly retorted, "Mom, what are you saying? Zhao Boyuan is a friend I grew up with. You wanted to ask him for help. How can I face him after that? How can I still have the face to see people at the factory?" Shaju echoed, "Yeah, and Zhang. We all regard Zhao Boyuan as a friend. Asking a friend for things is just too embarrassing." Jia Zhongshi huffed in dissatisfaction. "You may consider him a friend, but he may not think of you as one." This time, even the usually calm Zhonghai couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Jia Zhongshi, saying, "All right, Jia Zhongshi. Zhao Boyuan has already done enough. Last time, when Dongshu wanted to learn a skill from him, he specifically came to ask for my opinion. He has always cared about the feelings of the people in our courtyard. It's our own shortcomings that we can't blame him for." Jia Zhongshi fell silent under the criticism, but still held onto some unwillingness. She muttered softly, "Now that he has a status in the factory, he must have long looked down on us old neighbors." The deaf old lady, with sharp ears, immediately scolded Jia Zhongshi. "Zhongshi, shut up. That boy hasn't done anything wrong to you. All his achievements today are from his own hard work. We should congratulate him. That is how elders should behave." Zhonghai pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us go and congratulate Zhao Boyuan together." So, Zhonghai led Jia Dongshu Shaju and others toward Zhao Boyuan and stopped him. Zhao Boyuan paused and looked at the group approaching him. "Zhao Boyuan, congratulations." Zhonghai was the first to speak. Jia Dongshu also excitedly added, "Zhao Boyuan, you bought a bicycle. You're the first in our courtyard to have one." Shaju supplemented. Zhao Boyuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each person. "What you're saying? You'll have one of these in the future too. Every household will have them." Zhao Boyuan's warm words instantly dispelled the previous concerns of Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and others. They took the cigarettes, lit them up, and laughter soon echoed in the air. Previously, they were indeed a bit worried. Zhao Boyuan was now valued by the factory director and was outstanding. Would he look down on them, his former little companions? But now it seemed that Zhao Boyuan treated them the same as before, even wishing that they would also own bicycles in the future. This was undoubtedly a deep concern and a beautiful wish. Thus, they intentionally chatted a bit longer with Zhao Boyuan in the courtyard to bridge their distance. This lively scene had already reached the ears of those in the back courtyard. When Zhao Boyuan finished talking with Jia Dongshu and returned to the back courtyard, Uncle Liu Haizhong, Su Damao, and others were already waiting eagerly there. As soon as Liu Haizhong saw Zhao Boyuan, he immediately gestured to Su Damao. "Su Damao, go." Su Damao quickly ran aside and lit a string of firecrackers on the ground. The sound of the firecrackers crackled, and Liu Haizhong, along with Su Damao and other neighbors from the back courtyard, welcomed him. "Zhao Boyuan, congratulations," Liu Haizhong said enthusiastically. "You are the pride of our back courtyard. You must take good care of us neighbors from the back courtyard in the future." Su Damao also stepped forward with a beaming smile, saying, "Zhao Boyuan, buddy, I'll be relying on you from now on. You won't think I'm useless, will you?" Zhao Boyuan jokingly scolded. "What are you talking about? You're teasing me. We're all good buddies and good neighbors. How could there be any disdain?" Saying this, he took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to everyone. However, Zhao Boyuan changed his tone. "If you encounter any beautiful widows again, you must let me know." Su Damao trembled all over and quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely save the good ones for you. I won't let you down." Zhao Boyuan patted Su Damao's shoulder and praised, "Good brother. If you do this, you're my lifelong good brother." Su Damao was so excited that his eyes turned red. "Good brother, of course. We must be good brothers for life." Chapter 55, Who is the True Brother? Zhao Boyuan chatted casually with the people in the courtyard, and his amiability and approachability made everyone feel at ease. Whenever curious children approached, he would extend his hand to gently pat them on the head. Such gestures made the parents of those children feel immensely honored, as if their kids had received some kind of divine blessing, raising their expectations for their children as well. Soon, Zhao Boyuan got ready to head home on his bicycle. Liu Haizhong and Su Damao immediately called everyone to help tidy up the place. This undoubtedly saved Zhao Boyuan a lot of trouble, as the messy scene certainly needed some cleaning up. With everyone's help, the area quickly returned to its tidy state. To express his gratitude, Zhao Boyuan handed out a few cigarettes to bridge the gap with everyone. Liu Haizhong and Su Damao accepted the cigarettes, feeling overjoyed. In this world, sometimes a small gift from someone of high status is enough to make people feel grateful, even honored. The next day, the entire courtyard was filled with praises for Zhao Boyuan. Even the usually critical Jia Zhongshi spoke highly of him. She felt immensely proud that despite Zhao Boyuan's current prominent status, he still valued her son Jia Dongshu, which made her feel proud. Don't underestimate our Dongshu, just because he hasn't achieved much yet, Jia Zhongshi said proudly. Even Zhao Boyuan sees potential in him and believes he will succeed in the future. Perhaps even on a bicycle. What does that mean? It means our Dongshu will someday stand out. Hearing his mother praise him like that, Jia Dongshu felt a surge of pride as well. He thought that maintaining a good relationship with a buddy like Zhao Boyuan was indeed something to boast about. Similarly, Shaju, Su Damao, and others shared similar sentiments. They all took pride in being close friends with Zhao Boyuan. At that moment, Third Master Yin Bugui stood in the front courtyard, coldly watching Jia Zhongshi boast. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, as if he thought little of all this. Shaju quietly approached Yin Bugui and suddenly spoke up. Third Master, do you know? The person in this courtyard who has the closest relationship with Zhao Boyuan isn't brother Jia. Yin Bugui was startled by this remark, quickly turning around in shock. Who's talking behind my back? Shaju, are you trying to scare me to death? You walk without making a sound. Shaju gently shook his head, a mysterious smile crossing his face. Third Master, that is not important. Do you want to know who in this courtyard is actually the closest to Zhao Boyuan? Yin Bugui stared blankly at Shaju for a few seconds, then hurriedly turned and walked away. He felt that talking to Shaju was an insult to his intelligence as an old teacher. Not far along, Yin Bugui ran into Su Damao, who was watching the Jia family's antics with a blank expression. Yin Bugui felt a sense of camaraderie with Su Damao, realizing that he also disapproved of Jia Zhongshi's behavior. Su Damao, what are you looking at? Watching Aunt Zhong go crazy, Su Damao replied, casually spitting out the grass he had in his mouth and fixing his hair. Aunt Zhong really has no shame. Does she really think Zhao Boyuan cares about her son? Wrong. At this point, Su Damao pointed at himself. Last night, Zhao Boyuan said he wanted to be good brother for life. In this courtyard, if I say I'm Zhao Boyuan's best buddy, no one would dare claim otherwise. The person Zhao Boyuan truly values is me, not anyone else. Yin Bugui couldn't listen any longer. What is wrong with today's youth? It truly saddened him as an old teacher. Zhao Boyuan is your peer in this courtyard. What are you all so proud of? Su Damao suddenly wore an awkward expression, caught out in his embarrassment. Third Master, why do you have to speak so harshly? I'm just speaking the truth. Yin Bugui had always scoffed at the youthful exaggeration. He gestured passionately, saying, what is truly worth being proud of is your own strength and skills. Not thinking you're great just because you're friends with someone capable. This mindset is both a sign of inferiority and flattery. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Bugui suddenly spotted Zhao Boyuan pushing his bicycle, preparing to leave. He quickly left Su Damao and rushed towards Zhao Boyuan, waving his hand to attract his attention. Zhao Boyuan, where are you going? Wow, that bicycle is really beautiful. Yin Bugui's face was filled with a warm and enthusiastic smile. Zhao Boyuan stopped, politely responding, Third Master, I'm going out to buy something. Yin Bugui laughed heartily, patting Zhao Boyuan on the shoulder. You become successful now. I heard you're enjoying a level 5 worker status at the factory. You must be going to buy something valuable, right? So enviable, so good. Third Master, I'm just going to see if the convenience store has toilet paper. I'll be off now, Zhao Boyuan explained awkwardly. All right, take your time, and be safe, Zhao Boyuan. Yin Bugui cheerfully waved goodbye. However, as soon as he turned around, he found Su Damao staring at him. Su Damao sneered and walked over, mocking, Third Master, I think this is just a show of inferiority and flattery on your part. Chapter 56. The Inferiority Faction and the Flatterers. Old Yin Bugui, who usually speaks with authority and silences others with his theories, unexpectedly found himself caught in an embarrassing situation when Su Damao exposed him for trying to ingratiate himself. Blushing with anger, Yin Bugui shouted, Su Damao, do you have any decency or manners left? How dare you use my previous words against me? This is outrageous. Who do you think you are? As he became increasingly agitated, he even cursed, you better not have children in the future, or, as your teacher, I will make sure you regret it. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Su Damao stood there, his face filled with disdain. Humph, just because you're an old teacher, you think you can exploit my weaknesses? I'm not that easy to manipulate. He smiled confidently. When the time comes, I'll have my own clever strategies to deal with this. As for what those strategies might be, it remains a mystery for now. However, Yin Bugui's remark about inferiority and flattery surprisingly came true in the courtyard. In just 2 days, the residents of the courtyard divided into 2 factions. One faction, the inferiority faction, included representatives like Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Su Damao, and Yin Bugui. They constantly felt inferior to others, often leveraging Zhao Boyuan's reputation and authority to elevate their own status. Recently, they would casually mention, I have a good friend named Zhao Boyuan who once said, or Zhao Boyuan is my good buddy. We often study and improve together. This subtle psychological shift quietly spread throughout the courtyard. On the other hand, another voice frequently emerged. Zhao Boyuan is my brother. Who dares to touch me? This voice carried an air of intimidation. Meanwhile, another faction, the Flatterers, emerged in the courtyard. This group, already possessing some power, craved more authority and benefits. The most typical representative of this faction was heir-de Liu Haizhong. Although Zhonghai seemed to avoid flattery on the surface, his actions revealed he belonged to this faction too. Whenever there were distinguished guests visiting Zhao Boyuan's home, Zhonghai was always bustling about, even scolding Jia Zhangshi and ignoring the deaf old lady to curry favor with Zhao Boyuan. Liu Haizhong's flattery toward Zhao Boyuan was even more evident, as seen in his arrangement for Su Damao to set off firecrackers to celebrate Zhao Boyuan's new bicycle. Members of this faction not only had certain strengths, but were also more focused on their personal interests. Zhao Boyuan happened to possess the authority to bring them tangible benefits. Specifically, the 5th point of the factory manager's reward policy, the ability to summon senior mechanics at will. This permission was undoubtedly a huge temptation for the Flatterers. Liu Haizhong had excitedly expressed that he finally saw an opportunity to prosper and hoped to closely follow Zhao Boyuan to maximize his own benefits. However, since Zhao Boyuan had not yet initiated any new projects, the Flatterers remained calm and did not rush to seek him out. But that opportunity soon arrived. On Monday, Zhao Boyuan posted a notice on the factory bulletin board. Group leader Zhao Boyuan of Workshop 7 urgently seeks a skilled craftsman with experience in firearms manufacturing to participate in the development of a new sniper rifle. Interested parties please sign up as soon as possible. This news quickly spread throughout the factory, attracting widespread attention. For the Flatterers eager for more power and benefits, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They eagerly prepared to seize this chance to align themselves with Zhao Boyuan, hoping to secure a place in future profit distributions. Zhao Boyuan planned to officially start manufacturing Barrett sniper rifles. This notice was posted at his request by the factory manager's secretary. Although the factory manager had granted him the authority to summon workers at will, Zhao Boyuan did not want to abuse this privilege. He understood that forcing someone into a position could disrupt their lives. For instance, if a skilled craftsman had a spouse working in the factory, moving one of them could mean breaking up a family. Therefore, Zhao Boyuan chose a more emotionally intelligent approach by having the factory manager's secretary post the recruitment notice, operating on a voluntary basis. As a result, less than 10 minutes after the notice was posted, A long line formed in front of Workshop 7. Many experienced craftsmen recognized the benefits of successfully securing this position. They believed that if they could become Zhao Boyuan's assistant, they would not only learn the technology of firearms manufacturing, but might also benefit from rewards. Just like the ministers under ancient emperors, who wouldn't want wealth and honor. Being an assistant to Master Zhao was nothing to be ashamed of. I want to be an assistant too. Among those who came to sign up, some are not motivated by fame or profit. They simply wanted to contribute their skills to the military industry. Such individuals were noble and worthy of respect. Zhao Boyuan conducted one-on-one interviews with them, fully respecting each person. However, during the interviews, Liu Haizhong also arrived. Zhao Boyuan, we are from the same courtyard. We should help each other, Liu Haizhong said with a beaming smile. Just give me this assistant position. Let us settle it like this, all right? His face seemed to scream. Pick me. Just as Liu Haizhong thought he had a good chance of securing the assistant position, a tall figure approached steadily. Era.At, the newcomer said, the position of Zhao Boyuan's assistant is of great importance. I believe I, as the elder in our courtyard, am very suitable for this role. What do you think? Zhonghai bent down, locking eyes sharply with Liu Haizhong. The distance between them was suffocating, as if they could feel each other's breath, only 0.01 millimeters apart. Zhao Boyuan watched from the side, even doubting that with just a slight movement, the two could easily share a kiss. Chapter 57. Gathering of Experts in the Factory. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong are both figures of some renown. Their posture is truly remarkable. Strangely, in such a scene, they exude an indescribable confidence, as if the position of assistant has already been predetermined for them, and it's just a matter of who can seize it first. However, at this tense and subtle moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Master Liu, what are you two up to? So close together. Are you planning for some intimate contact? As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Haizhong nearly lost his temper. He was about to explode in anger, but upon seeing the face of the newcomer, he immediately put on a smiling face. Oh, Master Zhao, you're here too? Huh, I just came to take a look. If there's a chance, I'd like to get involved as well. Maybe be an assistant or something. Master Zhao appeared to be in his 40s, with a head of energetic short hair, exuding a relaxed and carefree aura. When he spoke, his tone was as casual as if discussing the weather. Zhonghai was puzzled. Uncle Air, who is this? Quite the bold tone. He thought to himself, as a level 7 fitter, he even made his stance clear. Yet this Master Zhao was quite the speaker. He even wanted to be an assistant. Why not just fly to the sky? This is Master Zhao, a level 7 blacksmith from the adjacent workshop, Liu Haizhong introduced slowly. As soon as Zhonghai heard this, he fell silent. A level 7 blacksmith? This is a big shot. No wonder he felt a bit familiar earlier. It turns out they're all experts of the same level. Master Zhao, I apologize, Zhonghai said. In this steel rolling mill, aside from the management, the most valued aspect is technical rank. When high-level workers are mentioned, it instantly commands respect. Master Zhao smiled and waved his hand. I'm in the number 3 workshop, so it's normal not to recognize each other. But what is going on with you two? The way you're standing, it really looks like you're about to kiss. Zhao Boyuan watched this scene from the side, thinking to himself, this is truly a case of heroes seeing eye to eye. It indeed looks like that. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were both embarrassed, their faces turning as red as ripe apples. Zhonghai spoke up. No, I just wanted to understand the distance between level 6 and level 7. Those mere level 6 workers shouldn't be dreaming of becoming assistants. If I were them, I would have left long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding level 6 workers cast angry glances at Zhonghai. However, Zhonghai was indifferent to it. As a level 7 worker, why would he care about the feelings of a bunch of level 6 workers? In his eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. Even if 100 level 6 workers stood in front of him, Zhonghai would still maintain his pride and dignity as a level 7 worker. In this situation, the only person who could catch Zhonghai's eye would be that level 7 blacksmith, Master Zhao. But just then, a voice filled with cold laughter suddenly broke the brief silence. What a big tone, Mastery. I'd like to ask, in front of me, an 8th level worker, what do you count for? From the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed simply stepped forward. He walked calmly, to Zhonghai and fixed his deep, wise eyes on him, as if trying to see through his inner thoughts. Zhonghai's body shook, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. An 8th-level worker? How could an 8th-level worker be willing to participate in Zhao Boyuan's selection for assistance? In his impression, this was almost impossible. Shouldn't 8th-level workers have their own pride and persistence? How could they make such a choice? For example, Master Liu from his workshop, although having a good relationship with him, did not come this time. Because as an 8th-level worker, Master Liu had his own job and pride. He wouldn't stoop to being an assistant, especially to a trainee fitter like Zhao Boyuan. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Boyuan's ability to make guns, and Zhonghai wanted to learn this skill, he would have come to participate in this assistant selection as a level 7 worker. But now, an 8th-level worker had mixed in among the crowd to participate in the selection. This was truly unbelievable. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized the 8th-level worker and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this Zhou Yinghua? Why are you here too?" From Workshop 10, Zhou Yinghua. Hearing this name, Zhonghai felt a darkness before his eyes, stunned. It turned out to be this 8th-level worker. To be honest, it's quite normal for fitters not to know each other if they don't work in the same workshop, because the steel rolling mill is simply too large. Moreover, everyone has their own work to attend to every day. Even when encountering someone in the cafeteria, they might not realize that the person passing by is actually a senior fitter. But Zhonghai had heard of Zhou Yinghua. This person's reputation was no less than that of Master Liu from Workshop 7, and perhaps even greater, because when Zhou Yinghua was promoted to an 8th-level worker, his representative work was an exquisite short gun. To avoid any mistaken memory, Zhonghai tentatively asked, "You're from Workshop 10? Is it you who chose the extremely difficult short gun during the assessment?" Zhou Yinghua stared at Zhonghai intently and replied expressionlessly, "So what if it is me? I just heard you say that level 6 workers are not worthy to be here." Zhou Yinghua continued, "What? Do you really think you're something in this factory?" Zhonghai immediately felt incredibly embarrassed. Who would have thought that an 8th-level worker would come to participate in the assistant selection? He forced a smile and said, "Master Zhou, how do you have the time to participate in such a selection? I heard that 8th-level workers are very busy." This time, Zhou Yinghua finally showed a hint of expression, but it was one of disdain. He said lightly, "You wouldn't understand." Zhonghai was left speechless, secretly grumbling in his heart. "Fine, you're a swan, and I'm a sparrow. I apologize for my lack of stature. You're lofty, you're amazing." Chapter 58. The appearance of top experts at this moment. Master E, a senior level 7 craftsman, appeared dimmed in the face of Master Zhou, an 8th-level craftsman with superb skills. Just as Zhonghai had said before, the gap between the levels of craftsmen is simply unfathomable. The disparity between level 8 and level 7 is like a chasm. It is known that advancing from level 6 to level 7 is relatively easy, but crossing from level 7 to level 8 is as difficult as climbing to the sky. After all, becoming an 8th-level craftsman not only requires rich experience and superb skills, but also demands a masterpiece that represents one's own level. This work must not only showcase the exquisite skills expected of an 8th-level craftsman, but also incorporate personal unique insights and style. In short, 8th-level craftsmen are the elite in the industry, and Zhonghai can only look up to them without daring to offend them in the slightest. However, deep down, he swore that one day he would definitely be promoted to an 8th-level craftsman and redeem his previous shame. Zhao Boyuan watched quietly from the side, and through this observation, he gained a deeper understanding of the craftsman grading system. He never expected that the level of machinists had such utility. He thought to himself, quite interesting. Zhao Boyuan mused that once he creates the Barrett and passes the grading exam, he could join the prestigious ranks of 8th-level craftsmen. By then, he would become the standout in the factory, and no one would dare to challenge him. If anyone was unconvinced, he would only need to casually ask, "What level are you?" Of course, all of this would have to wait until he successfully created the Barrett. "Everyone, harmony brings wealth," Zhao Boyuan said. "Today, a selection gives everyone a chance. I mainly want to find the most suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong felt somewhat reassured. Although they lagged behind in the machinist levels, they had an unmatched advantage. They were Zhao Boyuan's neighbors. This was an unchangeable fact. Liu Haizhong immediately chimed in. Zhao Boyuan, don't give all the benefits to outsiders. We, the people from the courtyard, must help each other. Zhonghai followed up with a reminder. Zhao Boyuan, we all came from the same courtyard. We must unite outside. Just a moment ago, they had an arrogant attitude. Now, realizing that there are always people better than you, they began to play the emotional card. The people around also caught on to their intentions and cast disdainful glances at Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong. Some even spat and mocked. Some shameless masters, unable to match others in skills, start pulling connections. As technical workers, they have no self-respect. What kind of heroes are they if they don't dare to compete openly? If you love pulling connections so much, why not go work in noodle shop? Indeed, these two shameless individuals, even if they have levels, lack dignity as human beings. The faces of Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong turned pale, extremely embarrassed. Those participating in the assistant selection were all top talents, highly skilled, and spoke without mercy. This group of craftsmen above level 6 were all not to be trifled with. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong, who had just arrived and were overly confident, inadvertently touched on sensitive points, offending many people. Now, as people looked at the two of them, they felt displeased and sharp, piercing ridicule shot out like machine gun fire. If it weren't for the old friendship between Zhao Boyuan and them, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong might have fled long ago. Liu Haizhong, relying on this relationship, even dared to retaliate angrily. Keep being jealous. Who told you not to have good fortune like ours? Zhao Boyuan and I are old neighbors from the same courtyard, and I'm still the respected second uncle in his backyard. Now that I've become his assistant, this is the perfect example of old and young coming together in our courtyard. What qualifications do you have to mock us here? I see you're just imbalanced in your hearts. Even if you are unhappy, it doesn't matter. We naturally have a greater advantage. That's an undeniable fact. With a shift in tone, Liu Haizhong turned to Zhao Boyuan, pleading, Zhao Boyuan, you won't forget the neighborhood friendship we have, right? Last time when you won that award and got the bicycle, I even had Su Damao set off firecrackers to celebrate for you. Do you remember? Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly, but did not show his teeth. Second uncle, please remain calm. Upon hearing Zhao Boyuan respond like this, Liu Haizhong felt much more at ease. He firmly believed that Zhao Boyuan would definitely consider the opinions of these old neighbors. Zhonghai also became more composed, feeling that he had an advantage over Liu Haizhong. Even if he couldn't outdo others outside, would he still lose to second uncle in the courtyard? As long as Zhao Boyuan remembered this camaraderie from the same courtyard, then Zhonghai becoming an assistant was surely a done deal. However, just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing leather shoes walked over with steady steps. Before the man got too close, some sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized his identity. It's Master Zhong. Master Zhong is here, someone exclaimed. With that shout, the machinists and blacksmiths on site began to stir, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong gasped when they saw who was coming. Master Zhong Yun, how could he be here? Zhonghai exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. How would Master Zhong be willing to put down his high status to compete for this assistant position with us? Liu Haizhong shook his head in disbelief. Many people felt a tightening in their hearts upon seeing Master Zhong appear. If Master Zhong really wanted to compete for this assistant position, then he undoubtedly had more qualifications than anyone present. After all, he was one of the most renowned 8th-level craftsmen in the factory, with superb skills and extraordinary strength. Moreover, he had once worked in the mysterious workshop of Factory Number 13. Those who could work there were all top-notch 8th-level craftsmen. Now, such a heavyweight figure unexpectedly appeared here, which was genuinely shocking and terrifying. Chapter 59, The Final Choice. Master Zhong Yun, you are here too? Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong looked up in surprise upon hearing the voice, only to find that Master Zhong Yingwa had taken the initiative to greet them, and, remarkably, a rare smile appeared on his face. They were stunned. Zhong Yingwa always had a blank expression in front of them, and the few times he showed any emotion, it was usually disdain. Well, had they ever seen him smile like this? At this moment, Zhong Yingwa was no longer the emotionless person they were familiar with. He warmly welcomed Zhong Yun, as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Master Zhang Yun was not tall, but had a strong build, with well-defined arm muscles that made him appear powerful. His demeanor was quite approachable, giving off a sense of warmth. In response to Zhou Ninggua's enthusiastic greeting, he smiled and nodded, as if such warmth was something he had long been accustomed to. Ninghua, you are here too? Master Zhang Yun's voice was gentle and steady. Since you are here, then I can come as well. His words conveyed a sense of confidence and responsibility, as if everything could be resolved as long as he was present. I heard that team leader Zhao wants to develop a new gun. Perhaps I can offer some help, Zhang Yun said while walking towards the gathered crowd. Seeing the crowd of people, he remarked, not bad. Everyone has a heart to help. This made Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong feel a twinge of shame. With Zhang Yun's status as a top-level 8th-grade worker in the factory, his participation in this so-called assistant selection was indeed selfless, without any personal interests at stake. At Zhang Yun's level, he even had the qualification to assist in the No. 13 factory and had no need to seek any recognition or credit. His willingness to come was purely to lend a hand. However, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong's motives were not so pure. They were more interested in gaining credit or learning something. Uncle, even Master Zhang is here. Liu Haizhong couldn't help but ask Zhonghai at this moment. Zhonghai's expression turned serious as he replied, since that's the case, then I'm afraid. He almost didn't say it out loud, but he feared they had little hope now. If not many people had participated in the assistant selection, or if only insignificant figures had come, then the assistant position would surely fall to one of them. However, now that a top-level technician had come to participate, it was evident that many were aware of the extraordinary significance of this assistant selection, and even some big names had come down from their pedestals to join in. Master Zhang Yun was the representative of this group. With him personally involved in the competition, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong had almost no hope of securing the assistant position through their neighborly ties. After all, if the disparity in strength was too great, relying solely on connections could not bridge that gap. Sigh, I really didn't expect that it would be so difficult for us to even become Zhao Boyuan's assistants. Zhonghai sighed, his tone filled with deep helplessness. Liu Haizhong also frowned and nodded. Yeah, we thought we had a good relationship with Zhao Boyuan and would have some advantages, but it seems that strength is what matters. Liu Haizhong said dejectedly, finding it hard to express his disappointment. From the excitement upon hearing the news of Zhao Boyuan recruiting assistants to the confidence he had when meeting Zhao Boyuan, and now to this huge disparity, his mood felt like a cooked duck being snatched away, leaving him with nothing but empty joy. Zhonghai felt equally downcast. As a dignified 7th-grade worker with a certain standing in the courtyard, he felt extremely embarrassed and disappointed that he didn't even have the qualification to be Zhao Boyuan's assistant. At this moment, he no longer dared to hope that any neighborly relations would provide him with an advantage, realizing how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Forget it. Zhonghai patted Liu Haizhong on the shoulder, and the two exchanged bitter smiles, sharing their mutual pity. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan had already finished discussions with Zhang Yun, Zhou Ninghua, and others. Not all the top 8th-grade workers had come today, but Zhao Boyuan was quite satisfied with those who had. He initially just wanted to recruit a 6th-grade assistant, but now that more outstanding candidates had emerged, he naturally aimed to select the best. After some inquiries and exchanges, Zhao Boyuan quickly identified the candidate for the assistant position. However, he still shook hands and thanked the other masters who had come. Master Zhao, thank you for coming today, Zhao Boyuan said as he shook hands with Master Zhao. Master Zhao nodded and replied, if you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. Okay, Zhao Boyuan responded. Next, Zhao Boyuan shook hands with Zhou Ninghua. Master Zhou, let us make guns together next time. Zhou Ninghua smiled. Sure, remember to find me. No problem, Zhao Boyuan said. But after shaking hands, he reverted to his high cold, emotionless demeanor, as if he had never smiled at all. Finally, Zhao Boyuan approached Zhonghai. Uncle, thank you for coming today. Zhonghai awkwardly shook Zhao Boyuan's hand, already understanding that those who shook hands with him were the ones not chosen today. Though he felt unwilling, he knew he was outmatched and could only accept the result helplessly. Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly, showing understanding. Actually, I also considered assigning this task to both of you. However, Zhao Boyuan paused deliberately here, not directly stating the harsh truth. You lack the strength. Your skills are insufficient. Zhonghai's mouth twitched. He understood that Zhao Boyuan was trying to spare them some face. So, he quickly took over the conversation. It's okay, we understand. Zhao Boyuan nodded and then shook hands with Liu Haizhong. Second uncle, what a pity. Liu Haizhong felt even more crushed by Zhao Boyuan's words. He had been trying to build a relationship with Zhao Boyuan recently, thinking that being selected as an assistant was a done deal. Who would have thought that so many big names would appear out of nowhere, leaving him with nothing? Zhao Boyuan, do I really have no chance? Liu Haizhong asked with a hint of unwillingness and pleading in his voice. But such a display was clearly not dignified. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, he was still struggling in vain. Zhao Boyuan gently patted Liu Haizhong's shoulder. Second uncle, let us just go back and wait for the notification. Although the words were tactful, the reality was that there would be no notification, and Liu Haizhong had no chance left. Zhao Boyuan then shook hands with the other masters one by one to express his gratitude. Soon after, Zhao Boyuan left with Master Zhang Yun, who had previously visited the number 13 factory. Their figures gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing from the crowd's sight. To be honest, one of the reasons Zhao Boyuan chose Zhang Yun as his assistant was his technical skills. On the other hand, he was also curious about the mysterious number 13 factory. He wanted to know what Zhang Yun had seen inside and what conditions were needed to enter the number 13 factory. What had allowed Zhang Yun to enter the No. 13 factory was something Zhao Boyuan looked forward to understanding and exploring. Chapter 60, Polar Reversal. Zhao Boyuan and Zhang Yun walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Just moments ago, Zhao Boyuan had a discussion with several skilled masters and gained a preliminary understanding of their abilities. Zhang Yun's talent was naturally unquestionable and outstanding. Not only did he possess the superb skills of a level 8 machinist, but he was also a level 6 blacksmith. In the technical field, such talents are truly exceptional. Before Zhao Boyuan began to shine, people often refer to talents like Zhang Yun as geniuses. Of course, it is not uncommon for high-level talents to be hailed as geniuses. They can be found in all walks of life. Among billions, it is not surprising that some individuals with extraordinary talent and exceptional learning abilities emerge. Master Zhang, my recruitment of an assistant this time is mainly for the purpose of manufacturing gun chambers, Zhao Boyuan candidly explained. This process may involve some heavy physical labor, as well as forging work with high-carbon steel and alloy steel. I wonder if you would be willing to accept such work. Zhao Boyuan did not want to deceive Zhang Yun. Since Zhang Yun treated him sincerely, he naturally wanted to reciprocate with honesty. He was willing to clarify everything in advance so that Zhang Yun could be mentally prepared. After hearing this, Zhang Yun responded with a smile. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Regarding salary and subsidies, I may not be able to offer much, Zhao Boyuan emphasized again. No need, really no need, Zhang Yun said easily, seeming indifferent to these matters. Zhao Boyuan led Zhang Yun to a small workshop. The Hongqing Steel Rolling Plant is a large steel enterprise with tens of thousands of employees, and the factory area is vast. In this era, a large-scale factory like this is almost an all-encompassing existence. In short, it is like a self-sufficient small town or similar to a university campus with 20 to 30,000 people. Therefore, allocating a workshop in the factory is as simple as applying for a classroom in university. The difference is that the small workshop Zhao Boyuan applied for is equipped with many specialized devices, most of which are imported. In fact, our country began importing large quantities of equipment many years ago. Even before 1925, local strongmen had been importing equipment for steel and military production. Since then, efforts to introduce foreign equipment have been relentless, striving to align with international standards. These devices were later taken over, along with a batch of equipment aided by friendly nations, mainly concentrated in several key areas. The Hongqing Steel Rolling Plant is such a key construction unit. The plant also has all kinds of special metal materials, including the high-carbon steel required for Barrett. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan brought Zhang Yun to this well-equipped small workshop. The workshop was filled with advanced equipment and a wealth of materials. Master Zhang stepped forward, meticulously inspecting several different materials, examining each one carefully, occasionally touching them to feel their texture and grain. After a thorough inspection, a satisfied expression gradually appeared on his face, indicating that the quality of these materials met his expectations. The materials are the key to determining the quality of weapons, he said. If ordinary steel is used, the maximum range of the manufactured firearms would be about 400 to 600 meters, and they wouldn't be durable. However, high-quality materials like alloy steel and high-carbon steel have outstanding strength and toughness, ensuring that bullets can be easily and accurately sent over 1,000 meters away. Master Zhang explained enthusiastically, and his understanding and love for materials were evident. An excellent worker must possess exceptional skills, but following closely is a deep understanding and emphasis on materials. Good materials are the foundation for completing high-quality work. They're like our comrades, enduring every challenge together. With that, Master Zhang bent down and carefully selected a piece of alloy steel from among the many materials. He gently picked it up as if handling a treasure, lightly licking it with his tongue as if communicating with it, then carefully tucked it into his pocket. Zhao Boyuan forcibly pretended not to see, thinking to himself, "What kind of habit does Master Zhang have?" However, he chose to remain silent. After a thorough look around, he seemed very satisfied and stretched his back. "I really like it here. Let's get started. Where are the blueprints?" Zhang Yin asked Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan took out the carefully drawn blueprint from his pocket and handed them to Master Zhang. Zhang Yin took the blueprints, quickly glanced at them, and was already confident in his understanding. He immediately began selecting steel materials and skillfully processing them. Soon, the workshop was filled with the crisp and rhythmic sounds of cutting and grinding, resembling a labor anthem. Master Zhang was fully immersed in his work, and every movement appeared fluid and natural. After a while, he seemed to remember something and picked up the blueprints again for a detailed check. He carefully compared the blueprints with the actual processing situation, ensuring that every step was accurate. Then, he bent down again to continue his work. Seeing Master Zhang's professional, skilled, and efficient operating ability, Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of indescribable joy. It seemed that he had found the right person this time. You know what? A master is indeed a master. They are particularly useful. Zhang Yin seemed particularly skilled at these operations. It was unclear whether it was because Master Zhang inherently possessed a high level of technical skill and proficiency, or because he had previous similar production experience. He quickly got into the groove, picked up the forging tools, and started the forging work with a clanking sound, without needing Zhao Boyuan's assistance. Zhao Boyuan stood by, intently observing every action of Zhang Yin, continuously gaining insights. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Zhao Boyuan's mind. "You have leveled up to level 4 blacksmith by observing steel forging." This realization brought Zhao Boyuan a mix of surprise and joy. This is the impact brought by true masters. Every action and detail they perform embodies profound skill and wisdom. Zhao Boyuan took a deep breath and sighed. Is this what it means to be a master? After a while, he began to reflect. Who is really the assistant? It turns out, I am the assistant. Chapter 61. Dual cultivation of forging and fitting. To be honest, Master Zhang Yun's skills are truly extraordinary. In Zhao Boyuan's eyes, high-level craftsmen like Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong are not even worthy to assist Master Zhang. Even Master Liu, who works in the same workshop, has a considerable gap compared to Master Zhang, to be fair. Of course, Master Liu is older, which is also a factor affecting his skill performance. After being busy for nearly an hour, the little assistant Zhao Boyuan came over with a cup of water. "Master Zhang, please have some tea." When facing a top industry expert, even a genius like me, who is usually proud and arrogant, can only temporarily lower my stature and serve tea and water. But to be fair, having learned so much from various masters, it's only right to bring a cup of water and a towel to the master. Master Zhang clearly enjoyed this treatment. "Zhao Boyuan, do you see that pile of steel over there?" "Yes, Master Zhang. Is there a problem?" Zhao Boyuan behaved very obediently. "I saw you observing my operation just now, so you must have learned quite a bit, right?" Master Zhang chatted casually while drinking water, casually pointing at the pile of steel. "Why don't you give it a try and repeat what I just did? Let me see how well you've learned." "Huh? Me?" Zhao Boyuan showed a surprised expression, reminiscent of a character from folklore. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, the corners of his mouth lifting into a confident smile like that of a dragon king. Did you think I was just a little character? In fact, I am the returning Dragon King. This extraordinary talent and insight made Zhao Boyuan eager to showcase his abilities. Unlike Master Liu, who required coaxing, deception, and sometimes clever tricks to demonstrate more techniques, Master Zhong was truly an understanding person. He didn't need Zhao Boyuan to use any tricks to deceive an old man. He actively came over to guide him. Indeed, a master is a master, quick and proactive. Zhao Boyuan walked casually to the pile of steel, casually picking up a piece of steel. His movements were swift, and he gently licked one of the alloys as if to feel its texture and temperature. Then, without hesitation, he slipped the alloy into his pocket. Master Zhang's forehead twitched, clearly puzzled by Zhao Boyuan's action. However, Zhao Boyuan looked innocent, as if he was merely verifying whether the alloy's taste was authentic. But the next scene made Master Zhang's expression turn serious. Zhao Boyuan's operating posture was very standard, and his actions in cutting high-carbon steel and polishing details were quite skilled. In terms of processing and secondary processing, his foundational skills were impeccable. It seems you do have some real talent. A hint of a smile appeared on Master Zhang's face. In fact, Master Zhang was also quite curious about Zhao Boyuan. In the previous 3 factory meetings, Zhao Boyuan had been recognized 3 times in a row, which undoubtedly stirred up a storm in the factory, sparking widespread discussion and attention. The first time Zhao Boyuan received praise, everyone didn't pay much attention, considering him just a somewhat gifted kid. The second time he was recognized, people started to take it seriously. After all, this young man could make a sniper rifle, which was indeed impressive. And the third time, he actually developed the Type 56. At that point, everyone in the factory began to take Zhao Boyuan seriously. A group of senior skilled workers in the factory, especially the level 8 masters, sometimes gathered together to discuss Zhao Boyuan. They believed that this young man might be the next generation of exceptionally talented individuals. Although his current level is not high and he is still young, achieving such outstanding results must mean he has extraordinary qualities. Master Zhang also developed a keen interest in Zhao Boyuan from that time. He participated in this assistant selection to see Zhao Boyuan in person and judge whether he was a moldable talent. If so, he wanted to personally guide this person and lend him a helping hand, not for any other reason, but for the future of the country. However, as one of the top technical workers, Master Zhang and his peers stood at a considerable height. They not only valued technology, but also had deep concerns and considerations about discovering, nurturing, and passing on the next generation. Especially in this era of rebuilding and with powerful nations surrounding them, the whole country shared a common vision of building a strong nation. Industrial capability is undoubtedly a foundation and guarantee for a country's strength. Master Zhang always harbored a wish to discover and nurture more talents to pass on exquisite skills and realize the dream of an industrial powerhouse. He sincerely hoped that the more talents the country had, the better. I really hope to find the right person this time. Master Zhang silently thought as he looked at Zhao Boyuan. After precisely cutting a few pieces of alloy, Zhao Boyuan picked up the hammer that Master Zhang had placed aside. Master Zhang closely watched Zhao Boyuan's actions and saw him swing the heavy hammer down skillfully. The moment the hammer made contact with the metal, a crisp sound echoed in the workshop, invigorating everyone who heard it. Master Zhang noticed that after Zhao Boyuan struck, the hammer did not shake up and down, but remained steadily suspended in the air. This demonstrated his high stability in holding the hammer, with both force and angle perfectly controlled. What surprised Master Zhang even more was that the metal surface being struck had a slight tilt as if the strike was intended to achieve this effect. Was this a coincidence? Master Zhang couldn't help but ponder this question. As an experienced forging master, he could see that Zhao Boyuan's strike was almost identical to his forging techniques. This technique is not something just anyone can master. It requires long-term practice and a deep understanding of forging. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan lifted his hand, and as the hammer handle slid back, he suddenly tightened his grip. Utilizing the hammer's downward force and a slight exertion of his hand, he achieved a forward movement of the hammer handle while perfectly controlling the force for forging. This cycle of actions was both effortless and smooth. Master Zhang gradually couldn't help but stand up and walked to Zhao Boyuan's side. He closely observed every operation Zhao Boyuan performed and the gradually shaped alloy pieces. Master Zhang became more and more excited, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Could this person, like him, be dual-trained in fitting and forging? Could it be that he is truly a genius in blacksmithing? Master Zhang marveled inwardly. Chapter 62. Are you still worried? Zhao Boyuan stared fixedly at Zhang Yun, his eyes revealing an unmistakable excitement and affection. Zhang Yun's enthusiasm made Zhao Boyuan feel uneasy, his nerves tense. Zhao Boyuan thought to himself that if Zhang Yun dared to make any rash moves, the hammer in his hand was not just for show. It was a hammer forged from high-carbon steel, powerful enough to make someone wish for death with just one strike. At this moment, Master Zhang took a deep breath, showing a kindly smile as he beckoned Zhao Boyuan over. Zhao Boyuan, come, take a break, let us chat. Although Zhao Boyuan felt a bit nervous, he still gripped the hammer tightly and cautiously walked over. Master Zhang, what would you like to talk about? I noticed your striking technique just now. Your center of gravity seems a bit unstable. Zhang Yun began to patiently guide him. Also, during the forging process after every 5 strikes, you need to check the angle of inclination from the side. We must not only focus on the front, the back is also an important observation angle. Zhang Yun's words were filled with wisdom and experience, all valuable insights from his years of forging. He understood that mastering a skill is not just about learning surface techniques, but more about grasping the essence and details within. After confirming that Zhao Boyuan had a general understanding, Zhang Yun took the hammer from his hands and began to demonstrate personally. After striking a few times, he would stop to explain the key points and techniques in detail. Suddenly, Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into him, as if a mysterious force was guiding him. His practical skills improved rapidly, and countless knowledge and experiences of forging flooded his mind. You have successfully comprehended the level 6 blacksmithing skill through practical operation. Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected to successfully grasp the level 6 blacksmithing skill during practical operations. Level 6 blacksmithing, although it was not the highest level among blacksmiths, reaching this level was already quite impressive. Wow! I am now a senior technician proficient in both forging and blacksmithing. Zhao Boyuan was overjoyed. The more skills one possesses, the better. Now, if anyone dared to harm Master Zhang, Zhao Boyuan would be the first to object. Master Zhang was truly a good person. Due to Zhao Boyuan's rapid progress, he quickly managed to work in sync with Master Zhang. He advanced from an assistant to a deputy, and his speed of advancement felt like riding a rocket. Master Zhang was also filled with joy upon seeing Zhao Boyuan grow so quickly. He never expected that he was a gifted talent. Master Zhang praised him endlessly. Our factory has really struck gold this time. At noon, Zhao Boyuan was exhausted, his hands feeling sore. As a talented individual, he never thought he would learn such rough work as blacksmithing. The consumption was indeed too great. So, he pulled Master Zhang to the cafeteria, preparing to replenish his energy. Shaju, hurry and bring me 2 chicken legs, a bowl of stewed chicken soup, and a plate of bok choy. Zhao Boyuan loudly ordered as he walked into the cafeteria. In the kitchen, the chef known as Shaju was busy among pots and pans. Hearing Zhao Boyuan's voice, he glanced up but appeared somewhat distracted. Zhao Boyuan noticed Shaju's unusual demeanor and approached the kitchen door, asking with concern, "What's wrong, Shaju? You look troubled. Did you get rejected by some girl in the factory again?" Shaju sighed. "No, it's not that. I mainly feel that those older gentlemen are too pitiful." "You feel sorry for them?" Zhao Boyuan found Shaju's thoughts somewhat unbelievable. "You, working in the kitchen, actually feel sorry for those in management who live a life of luxury. What is going on?" Shaju continued. At noon, one of the older gentlemen seemed very dejected and hardly ate anything. I know he was upset because he wasn't chosen to be an assistant. Huh? Zhao Boyuan almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect one of the older gentlemen to care so much about the assistant position that it would make him sad. Shaju added, "The second older gentleman is worse. He was secretly crying in the public restroom. They are really too pitiful." Zhao Boyuan felt little emotional turmoil. He was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. In his view, the military industry relied on skills to speak for themselves. The capable rise, and the incapable fall was a natural law. He didn't want to get too involved in these disputes. All right, Xiaozhu, I know you feel sorry for them, but I'm hungry now. Hurry and give me those chicken legs. Zhao Boyuan urged. Wait, listen to me a bit more. Xiaozhu seemed to want to continue his complaint, but Zhao Boyuan had already seen the factory manager approaching, and he didn't want to waste more time talking to Xiaozhu, so he shouted directly, Manager, you came at the right time. This bastard Xiaozhu refused to get me chicken legs. You have to uphold justice for me. Fire him, or better yet, let him go clean the restroom and stop doing this serving job. The words thundered in Xiaozhu's ears, nearly causing him to collapse in fear. Zhao, go. Don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. I'll get you chicken legs right away. Just wait a moment, I'll go stew the chicken, and I promise you'll be satisfied. Chapter 63. Overstepping Authority? Although Xiaozhu quickly changed his attitude toward service, the factory director's actions were even swifter. The director walked straight to the meal pickup window and knocked on the sill. Heaizhong, can you handle this job? If not, you might as well leave early. If Zhao Boyuan can't even get a chicken leg, then no one else in the factory can have one. Do you understand? I understand. Xiaozhu hurriedly nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. He recognized his identity and status once again. Want to sympathize with others? First, sympathize with yourself. He was just an ordinary assistant in the kitchen, essentially no different from Jia Dongshu and Su Damao, all at the bottom level of this steel rolling mill. Every day, he busied himself distributing meals in the heat. How could he have the qualifications to sympathize with others? No wonder Zhao Boyuan had looked at him with a smile earlier. It was indeed quite ridiculous. He had truly lost face in front of his brothers this time. Thinking of this, Xiaozhu felt regretful. Sai, how could I? On Zhao Boyuan's side, he was sitting at the same table with Master Zhang Yun and the factory director. Normally, the director wouldn't eat in the cafeteria unless there was a banquet. At this moment, the three of them gathered around a table, and the director felt particularly honored. Why? Because he was basking in Zhao Boyuan's glory. Master Zhang Yun was a key technical talent in the factory, being able to be sent to workshop No. 13 to help was a skilled 8th grade technician ranked among the best in the factory, proficient in 2 professional skills. Such a talent filled the former director's heart with respect. It was hard to find an opportunity to dine with someone like him. I feel very honored to dine with Master Zhang. The former director expressed his respect. You flatter me, Master Zhang Yun humbly replied. The former director then curiously asked, Master Zhang, how's your collaboration with Zhao Boyuan going? Very well. Zhao Boyuan is the most talented intern I've ever seen, Master Zhang Yun said sincerely. The former director immediately corrected him, Master Zhang. Zhao Boyuan is already a formal employee of our factory. Oh, he's already a formal employee? I almost forgot. I still think of him as a kid. Too young. Master Zhang Yun smiled, then said to the former director, however, transferring him early was indeed a wise decision to prevent him from being poached. Poached? The former director paused for a moment before understanding the meaning of this statement. It was saying that Zhao Boyuan was a talent, and the factory needed to find a way to keep him. The former director felt secretly delighted. Even a senior technician like Master Zhang praised Zhao Boyuan endlessly, which further proved that his strong cultivation and support of Zhao Boyuan was indeed a wise move. At this moment, Xiaozhu brought over chicken soup and chicken legs. Zhao Boyuan looked at the chicken soup, scooped a bowl, and handed it to Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Here, try this bowl of chicken soup and see how it tastes. Xiaozhu awkwardly smiled and hurriedly said, Zhao Boyuan, please don't tell anyone about my sympathy for the first and second uncles just now. The former director's curiosity was piqued, wanting to gossip a bit. What happened? Zhao Boyuan smiled and explained, Xiaozhu sympathized with our first and second uncles in the courtyard, saying they were sad and cried because they weren't chosen as assistants, couldn't eat, and felt very sorry for them. The former director couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Xiaozhu, you shouldn't sympathize with others. You should sympathize with yourself. Master E and the others are all level 6 and 7 workers. They don't need your sympathy. Even if they weren't chosen, their salaries are still high, and their lives are still good. As for you, you need to work harder. You're still a kitchen helper, just like Jia Dongshu and the others, all still intern fitters. In this regard, you're not as good as Zhao Boyuan. You and Zhao Boyuan are neighbors. You can't fall behind and should take him as an example, understand? Got it. Director. Zhao Boyuan, I'm going to work now. Shaju felt that the director was right, particularly reasonable. Take the chicken soup to drink. Zhao Boyuan instructed. And Shaju happily carried the chicken soup to enjoy in the back kitchen. The director curiously asked, Zhao Boyuan, are you this nice to all your neighbors in the courtyard? Zhao Boyuan looked around and then signaled for the director and Master Zhong to come closer. He whispered, Shaju is a narrow-minded person, and since he is a cook, I'm worried he might spit in my soup. After hearing this, the former director burst into laughter, and Master Zhong couldn't help but laugh as well. So you let him drink chicken soup for this reason. Other workers saw Zhao Boyuan sitting at the same table as the director and Master Zhong, and they were so amused, all of them admired Zhao Boyuan greatly. Our factory's Zhao Boyuan is truly a gem. That's right. He is capable and knows how to respect others. Not only does the director like him, but even I think he's great. He's polite to everyone. I heard his reputation among the neighbors is also very good. He never argues with anyone, and everyone likes him. Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of my daughter. You're a smart person for reminding me. I also have a niece. By the way, my distant relative's niece is still unmarried. Everyone whispered and began considering introducing their daughters to Zhao Boyuan. Ziyadong Su Damao. And others had just walked over and heard everyone talking about how to introduce a partner to Zhao Boyuan. What's going on? Are these uncles out of their minds? I'm single too. Why don't they introduce someone to me? Jia Dongshu felt a bit unbalanced. Zhao Boyuan clearly already had two girlfriends. Why were people still trying to introduce their daughters to him? Su Damao also felt envious and sighed. In the dating scene, I've never been afraid of anyone. But Zhao Boyuan's ability to have others willingly send their daughters to him is something I can't compare to. Do you think Zhao Boyuan has some natural charm that attracts women? Why is he so popular? Jia Dongshu shook his head. I don't know, but I need to ask him later if he has any he doesn't want. What doesn't he want? Su Damao was confused. Jia Dongshu explained seriously. I mean the beautiful women he doesn't find attractive. I'm specifically looking to take in the types Zhao Boyuan doesn't want. Su Damao's eyes lit up. Then I wanted to. After saying that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, and everything was left unspoken. Not long after, when they went to get food, they saw Shaju squatting in the back kitchen, openly drinking chicken soup. Jia Dongshu and Su Damao were both stunned. Shaju, have you become this bold now? Jia Dongshu was very surprised. He knew Shaju always stole food, but he didn't expect that with the factory director sitting not far away, Shaju would still dare to sneak a drink of chicken soup. That's too bold. This was no longer just a matter of stealing food. It was a question of whether Shaju still wanted to work here. Su Damao said, Shaju, you probably don't want to work in the factory anymore, right? Daring to sneak a drink of chicken soup in front of the factory director. Just wait. Someone will definitely report you. And by then, you won't even have time to cry. Shaju proudly drank the chicken soup, saying, Get lost, this is a bowl of chicken soup. Zhao Boyuan rewarded me. Huh? Why did he reward you with chicken soup? Jia Dongshu asked curiously. Shaju's face immediately turned red, and he didn't know how to respond awkwardly. Then, under the repeated questioning and provocation from Jia Dongshu and Su Damao, Shaju finally revealed that he sympathized with the old masters. Jia Dongshu and Su Damao burst into laughter upon hearing this. Shaju, how can you be so funny? You even sympathize with my master. Do you have no shame? No wonder Zhao Boyuan teases you, and the factory director laughs at you. If it were me, I wouldn't want to hear your self-indulgence. Jia Dongshu laughed while wiping his tears. He was genuinely amused. Su Damao also laughed and asked him, Shaju, did you just say you sympathize with the old masters? Do you even deserve to sympathize with them? Which of the old masters has a life better than yours? Shaju became anxious upon hearing this. Hey, Su Damao, what do you mean by that? Is having compassion a crime? Besides, Zhao Boyuan even specially gave me a bowl of chicken soup. Do you have any? As soon as he finished speaking, Shaju slurped on the chicken soup, feeling very pleased with himself. Jia Dongshu and Su Damao watched with jealousy, scolding Shaju for being stingy and demanding to taste that chicken soup. Shaju just chuckled, refusing to let them have a sip, watching them fret. By dusk, Zhao Boyuan was still busy forging iron with Master Zhong at the factory and hadn't returned yet. Shaju, Jia Dongshu, and Su Damao returned to the courtyard first. As soon as they entered, Shaju sensed something strange about the atmosphere in the yard. Several aunties were whispering about something at the entrance and jumped at the sight of newcomers. However, upon realizing it was Shaju and the others, they relaxed and continued their hushed conversation. Upon closer inspection, Jia Zhongshi was among them, listening intently with her ear tilted. She occasionally straightened up, gesturing, clapping her hands, and then expressing her opinions. When she saw Jia Dongshi return, Jia Zhongshi stopped her actions and pulled Jia Dongshi aside. Dongshi, I want to ask you, did Zhao Boyuan dismiss the old masters today at the factory? Yes, how did you know? Jia Dongshi felt a tightness in his chest. How did this news spread in the yard? Why were they discussing this? Jia Zhongshi stomped her foot angrily. There really is such a thing. I can't believe it. The old masters treated him so well, and he did this to them. I think Zhao Boyuan is too heartless. How could he do this to people in our yard? Jia Dongshi's brow instantly furrowed. This reasoning doesn't seem right. At this moment, Shaju and Su Damao also heard this statement from the aunties. The three of them stood together, their brows tightly knitted. This is bad. They were starting to sympathize with the old masters too. Jia Dongshi said. Su Damao added. Not only do they sympathize with the old masters, but they are also blaming Zhao Boyuan. Shaju said in confusion. I always feel something is off with what they are saying. It's one thing to sympathize with the old masters, but how can they speak ill of Zhao Boyuan? This can't continue. Jia Dongshi said seriously, this could lead to big trouble. We have to find the old masters and let them handle this. Otherwise, something bad will definitely happen. Su Damao nodded in agreement. Even for the sake of brotherly loyalty, we can't let this rumor continue. If the people at the factory find out that the residents in our yard are talking badly about Zhao Boyuan, what will they think of us? They might think all the residents of our courtyard are crazy. Shaju deeply agreed. It's one thing for others to know, but if the factory director finds out, our yard will definitely be in chaos. Do you know? I was just a bit slow in giving Zhao Boyuan an extra chicken leg at noon, and the factory director threatened me, saying either do it or get lost. I was so scared, I hurriedly gave Zhao Boyuan the chicken leg, and only then did the factory director let me off. Just think, if the factory director gets angry over this, the old masters will definitely be criticized severely. We will also suffer. After hearing this, Jia Dongshi and Su Damao couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They suddenly realized that Zhao Boyuan's influence in the factory had become so great without them noticing. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Jia Dongshi sighed. Zhao Boyuan is really amazing. His influence in the factory is terrifying. Brothers, we need to act quickly and let the old masters put a stop to this wrongdoing. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shaju and Su Damao immediately nodded in agreement. The three quickly rushed to the homes of Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and Yan Bugui. Jia Dongshi went to Yi's house. Zhonghai was resting in bed, feeling a bit tired and downcast today, not being able to become Zhao Boyuan's assistant. Zhonghai instinctively thought that this might be the best opportunity he had missed in his life. Watching that opportunity being seized by someone else, Zhonghai felt a mix of emotions. He had thought that if Zhao Boyuan could remember their old relationship in the courtyard and give him a hand, perhaps that assistant position would be his. However, Zhao Boyuan didn't do that. In the end, he got nothing. He lost the assistant position and lost face. Thus, Zhonghai had been harboring a feeling of depression, wanting to vent but unable to, which made him unable to sleep at night. Just then, Jia Dongshi rushed in, pulled off his blanket, and shouted loudly, "Not good, master. Your disaster is coming." Zhonghai was stunned. What bad news was this? First, he missed a good opportunity, and now there's a disaster? What happened, Dongshi? Is there a major event? Jia Dongshi shook his head. Master, the factory director is going to harm you. Zhonghai sat up abruptly. He wasn't afraid of the people in the courtyard causing trouble, but he was afraid of the factory director. Because the factory director really had the ability to put him in a difficult position. What is going on, Dongshi? Be clear. How did I offend the factory director? Jia Dongshi hurriedly recounted the situation. After listening, Zhonghai's face turned pale, and he trembled as he said angrily, "How can you spread such things? Quickly ring the bell and gather the neighbors. We need to hold a meeting for the whole courtyard. Hurry." Saying that, Zhonghai dashed out the door, fearing that if he was even a second late, Zhao Boyuan would find out about this. Otherwise, it would really be over. Meanwhile, the second master Liu Haizhong also received Su Damao's notification. Upon hearing the discussions outside, Liu Haizhong was not panicked, but instead put on a demeanor of, "I'm already a salted fish who doesn't pursue fame or fortune." Su Damao sneered, "Second master, if the factory director finds out, your 6th-level worker status will be completely over. By then, don't even think about having an egg every day. If you can get even an eggshell, I'll consider it a loss." Liu Haizhong began to feel scared. Just as Su Damao and Liu Haizhong reached the door, the mournful sound of the bell summoning the courtyard meeting rang out. Now everyone was in a panic. Chapter 64, Emergency Meeting in the Courtyard. In the courtyard, the rules are strict, and when the bell rings, it signals that there is important business to discuss. Whenever the bell tolls melodiously, it means a significant event has occurred, requiring everyone in the courtyard to gather quickly for discussion. At this moment, neighbors from the front, middle, and back courtyards are whispering to each other, with voices rising and falling. Why is the bell rung? What has happened? Could there be some major upheaval? This is not good. The tolling of the bell surely indicates that something serious is afoot. Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and others quickly left their homes upon hearing the news. Their suspicions were soon confirmed. Indeed, something big had happened. Some people were bustling about, some moving chairs, others preparing tea, while Jia Dongshu and Shaju were busy setting up tables. 3 respected elders hurriedly took their seats, while the neighbors either stood or sat, all with solemn expressions, still whispering among themselves. Zhonghai, lacking the time to attend to formalities, didn't even have a chance to drink tea. He suddenly slammed the table, producing a deafening sound that startled everyone present, causing many to involuntarily shiver. Zhonghai cut straight to the point, his words sharp and to the heart of the matter. "I have heard that someone in the courtyard has been speaking ill of Zhao Boyuan behind his back. This behavior is truly shameful." He continued with righteous indignation. "Those who gossip do so with malicious intent. Their purpose is nothing more than to frame me and the second elder, as well as all the workers in the steel mill and related units in the courtyard. They pretend to speak for us, but in reality, they're driven by jealousy. They envy Zhao Boyuan's performance, his achievements, and his charisma. Therefore, even if the matter has nothing to do with them, they still have to stir up trouble and spread rumors, causing a storm in the city." Zhonghai was extremely angry, nearly harmed by these ignorant fools. He could not imagine how Zhao Boyuan would view him and Liu Haizhong if those rumors truly reached Zhao's ears. Even worse, if, as Jia Dongshu said, the factory director heard these words, then his and Liu Haizhong's futures would be completely ruined. Thus, Zhonghai felt furious, angry at their irresponsible gossip and rumor-mongering. He stood up abruptly and said sternly, "I will lay it down right here, before Zhao Boyuan returns. If anyone dares to spread rumors like why doesn't he help the people in the courtyard, how heartless he is, I and the second elder will definitely capture such a person and expose them to the public. Because you are not speaking for us at all. You are merely satisfying your own shameful moral superiority. Do you think that saying such things makes you appear virtuous? Do you think you are more noble and loyal than Zhao Boyuan?" As someone well-versed in the manipulation of morals, Zhonghai was fully aware of the tricks involved. But if anyone dared to play moral games in front of him, using him as a target to satisfy their own sense of moral superiority, he would never hold back. He continued to scold. "Do you think that saying such things is upholding justice? But have you considered that this matter is not Zhao Boyuan's fault at all? Is it possible that Zhao Boyuan's master is an 8th-level worker, one of the top few in the factory? Even I have to bow my head 3 points when standing in front of him. How can the second elder and I compare to such a person? We're just trying our luck. Being selected would be great, but if not, will I die? Do you need to gossip and flaunt your nobility?" Zhonghai's words were like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of those present. He was adept at moral games and knew how to hit the soft spots of those who manipulate morals, just as a skilled poisoner is also adept at detoxification. Zhonghai's words were a powerful counterattack against those who had spoken rashly before. At this moment, The aunties who had previously criticized him for not helping the people in the courtyard felt their faces flush with embarrassment and shame. Some aunties were so ashamed they didn't even dare to raise their heads, wishing they could bury themselves in the ground. The previous pride and whispering had turned into an uncomfortable silence and shame. Even the usually arrogant Jia Zhongshi was rendered speechless by Zhonghai's remarks, looking down at his feet with a flushed face. After Zhonghai's severe reprimand, Liu Haizhong also stood up. With a blank expression, he said, "Just now, Suda Mao came to tell me that if Zhao Boyuan knew you were helping us in this way, then my 6th-level job would be as good as over. At that point, don't even mention eating an egg every day. I want to even be able to afford the eggshell." Liu Haizhong paused and continued, "I thought about it, and I think yes, right. Zhao Boyuan's position in the factory is like this. Even though he usually jokes with us, once he really gets angry, he is someone you can't afford to mess with. With one word, he can make us lose our jobs and leave us on the streets. You've seen his relationships with the factory director, deputy director, and those managers, right? The first elder just said it very well." Liu Haizhong continued, "You are pretending to help us on the surface, but in reality, you are harming us. So I will put it here. If anyone else speaks such words that harm us, I, Liu Haizhong, will be the first to deal with them. I'll take my 3 sons and go straight to their door." Zhonghai's words struck at the heart, and Liu Haizhong's threat was even more blatant. No one present dared to ignore Liu Haizhong's threat. He indeed had 3 sons, and this second elder was known for his knack for getting back at people, often engaging in petty tricks like secretly reporting on others. If someone inadvertently provoked him, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, several of the aunties who had previously gossiped about Zhao Boyuan were already sweating behind their backs, feeling both shame and fear. Truly, a moment of careless talk brought deep regret afterward. Next, the 3rd elder, Yin Bugui, also stood up to express his views. He said earnestly, "I really don't understand what you're thinking. Why do you choose to speak ill of Zhao Boyuan when there are so many others? I just want to ask, what has Zhao Boyuan done to wrong you?" Yin Bugui paused slightly and continued, "To be honest, I think having someone like Zhao Boyuan in our courtyard is truly our blessing. One night, I even thought if one day Zhao Boyuan achieves even greater success, will he leave this courtyard? Or will we suddenly find out that a true benefactor has moved away and we didn't build a good relationship with him? Will we regret it then?" His words brought everyone in a deep thought. He continued, "I often encounter this kind of situation at school. Some kids, when you first see them, they dress plainly, but after graduation, you happen to hear from others that their father is an important figure in our district. And then you start to regret why you didn't pay more attention to this child back then, why you didn't take good care of them. When your child is looking for a job in the future, you suddenly remember, oh, that person's father does what for a living. If only you had built a good relationship with them back then, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult now." After saying this, Yin Bugui sighed heavily. Perhaps this was not a fictional story, but a regret he had truly experienced. Yin Bugui was deeply moved as he scanned the faces of the aunties, particularly pausing for a moment on the few from the Jiazhong family. He continued, "And some of us, with our eyes wide open, fail to recognize the golden opportunity before us, and instead, we say some unpleasant things. What do you want to challenge them? Do you have the strength for that?" He paused before adding, "Just now, the 1st and 2nd uncles said it too. The people in our courtyard, they really are like fragile glass when touched. Don't you have any self-awareness?" At this moment, when he looked back at those aunties, especially the few who had just been whispering together, their expressions had shifted from mere shame to fear and regret. Some were biting their lips tightly, nearly to the point of bleeding. The words from the 3 uncles were like peeling an onion, both heart-wrenching and threatening, analyzing the pros and cons while giving examples, which directly led all the residents of the courtyard into a deep reflection of their souls. Each of them silently questioned themselves. Had they ever offended Zhao Boyuan? Did they greet him when they saw him in the morning? Did they help out when guests came to his house? When they realized they hadn't done any of these, they felt utterly defeated and would be too embarrassed to ask him for help with their children's education in the future. Fortunately, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd uncles reminded them in time. It wasn't too late to mend the fence after the sheep were lost. Immediately, one auntie began to cry, exclaiming, "What are we going to do? 3 uncles, we are guilty. We shouldn't have such a foul mouth. Please, have mercy. Help us. Show us a way forward. We beg you. Another Annie also started to cry, choking out, yes, we've made such a big mistake. How can we move forward in the future? We know we were wrong. Please help us. We really regret it so much, truly. At this moment, Jiazhong, thick-skinned, turned to Zhonghai and said, Uncle, did you see that? Please be kind and help them. Look how pitiful they are. Everyone turned to Jiazhong, and Zhonghai was almost amused by her audacity. Do you think everyone didn't hear or know that you, Jiazhong, were just talking nonsense? Now, you're playing the good person? Zhonghai pretended to be serious. It's too late to regret now. Just go home and wait for your doom. Jiazhong immediately couldn't hold back. Uncle, this can't be. I just accidentally said a few words. You have to save me. I really didn't mean it. I won't dare again. Will that work? Jiazhang's words only served to anger Jia Dongshu, who was furious. Mom, Jia Dongshu exclaimed helplessly. It's not that I'm blaming you. Why did you have to stir up trouble? You know that Zhao Boyuan and I are buddies. We often play cards and joke around together. And you, what do? You go and speak ill of him. What do you think that leaves me as your son? You really have no shame at all. Do you want to drive me to death with anger? Dongshu's tone of disappointment almost made everyone laugh. Everyone felt that Dongshu's tone and demeanor were familiar. It was just like how Jiazhong usually scolded him. This was truly a case of using the lessons learned. Only Jiazhong didn't quite catch the meaning of Dongshu's words, and instead felt they made sense. After reflecting seriously, she said, Dongshu, Mom understands now. I'll be more careful in the future. My big son, just watch. I'll definitely stand up for you. Then, Jiazhong eagerly looked at Zhonghai. Uncle, give us some advice. We've already made a big mistake. We need to remedy it. You must help us come up with a solution. Zhonghai pondered for a moment and slowly said, I suggest that you aunties who spoke ill of Zhao Boyuan send him a gift. Only in this way can you make amends and show him that you've repented. Otherwise, if one day someone accidentally let something slip and you haven't shown any sign of remorse, don't blame him for being unkind. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiazhong immediately became cheerful. Then I'll make a new pair of shoes for Zhao Boyuan tomorrow, no? I'll make him a new pair of shoes. How does that sound? That's fine, Zhonghai said with a smile, then teasingly added, Jiazhong, my shoes are getting a bit worn out too. You want me to make you new shoes? Why don't you just let me warm your bed? What's your wife doing? Jiazhong's sharp tongue sparked laughter across the crowd. Zhonghai turned red from embarrassment and quickly waved his hand. You can't say that. I'm afraid old Jia will come to my bed at night to look for you. Amidst the laughter, Jiazhong's words caused a small uproar. Then, Liu Haizhong took it upon himself to remind everyone a few things, mainly about not speaking carelessly in the future, and then unilaterally announced the courtyard meeting was over. The neighbors gradually dispersed, each returning to their homes. When Zhao Boyuan returned to the courtyard, he found everyone smiling at him kindly, and some even offered to help clean up, wash his car, and invited him to their homes for dinner. Zhao Boyuan naturally did not refuse and gladly accepted these gestures of goodwill. He understood that this was all because he now held a different status in the courtyard. The next day, Jiazhong even specially brought him a new pair of shoes, smiling broadly as she asked him to try them on. Zhao Boyuan put on the new shoes, felt they were quite nice, and thanked Jiazhong with a smile. He even took the initiative to suggest that Jiazhong make another pair of shoes for Qin Huairu. Although a hint of disgust crossed Jiazhong's face, she still readily agreed. Zhao Boyuan thought to himself that while Jiazhong was usually sharp-tongued, she was quite warm-hearted at critical moments. At the same time, he began to miss Qin Huairu, wondering how she was doing in the countryside and if she was getting along well with the pig grass. Chapter 65. A sudden emergence, although the image of Qin Huairu occasionally flickered in his mind. Zhao Boyuan quickly reminded himself that how could he indulge in romantic feelings at such a critical moment? A real man should devote himself to his career. However, the next day, when Jia Zhongshi, with red eyes from staying up late, handed a pair of brand new shoes to Zhao Boyuan, his heart flew back to Qin Huairu. Without hesitation, Zhao Boyuan booked a ticket and headed straight for Qin Huairu's hometown. A true man's world is not limited to the pursuit of career. There should also be a sweet rural romance. With the emotions brought by these new shoes, Zhao Boyuan spent 2 sweet days with her. Speaking of the specific locations for these 2 days, wasn't the little forest in the countryside the most romantic choice? Moreover, Qin Huairu's parents were understanding people. As soon as Zhao Boyuan arrived, they consciously took the children to visit relatives, leaving enough private space for the young couple to firmly bind a son-in-law. The first lesson is to learn to appropriately create space. When Zhao Boyuan returned, his legs felt somewhat weak. Shaju couldn't help but tease him upon seeing Zhao Boyuan. You went to the countryside for 2 days, and look at you, you've lost weight. Jia Dongshu and Su Damao immediately burst into knowing laughter. Everything was unspoken. Zhao Boyuan gave Shaju a faint glance and replied, "Better than your shoddy handiwork." Jia Dongshu and Su Damao laughed uncontrollably at this. Shaju, on the other hand, blushed, stammering, thinking his secret had been exposed by Zhao Boyuan. So it is said, young people should not look down on older predecessors. The skills of an experienced driver are always more proficient than yours. After returning to the factory, Zhao Boyuan found that having resolved his personal little troubles, he worked even more smoothly. A few days later, in a small workshop, Zhao Boyuan picked up a black Barrett barrel and nodded with satisfaction. After so long, he finally produced this item. He gently blew into the barrel, and a buzzing sound echoed inside, as if he could still hear the reverberation. Then, using the meticulously crafted parts from workshop number 7, he began detailed assembly work with the newly made barrel. Assembling firearms is not actually complex. The real challenge lies in how to manufacture these components precisely. Now, Zhao Boyuan had come a long way from design and manufacturing to processing key parts. The production of the Barrett was just missing this final assembly step. As Zhao Boyuan installed the last part, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. You have successfully assembled the Barrett, gaining the skilled assembly of sniper rifles. Your firearm skill has reached master level. Your talent has been further enhanced, and your comprehension ability has improved again. Acquired master level comprehension ability. Zhao Boyuan did not expect that his comprehension could evolve in this way. At the same time, when he gazed at the Barrett in his hands again, numerous possible improvement paths appeared in his vision. This included upgrade plans for the scope, the improvement pathways for the Barrett, and even all the design sketches of sniper rifles since the inception of firearms. My God, this is the extraordinary difference that comes with master-level comprehension. Now, compared to before, he had made a qualitative leap in understanding and innovation capabilities. This leap not only enhanced his weapon design and manufacturing abilities, but also sparked deeper reflections. Perhaps all my previous efforts were laying the groundwork for achieving master-level comprehension. What might the final form of that comprehension evolution look like? Is it possible to perceive the full mystery of a weapon with just a glance, including its origin, current state, and future? Sigh, it's too early to think about these now. The urgent task is to optimize my tenfold scope. A top-notch sniper rifle must be equipped with a high-precision scope. Only with clear visibility can precise strikes be ensured. However, the scope Zhao Boyuan previously used was merely a simple improvement based on a 98K. Now, he needed to achieve a generational breakthrough in scope technology. However, Zhao Boyuan was now ready to embrace this technological revolution. In this large-scale factory, almost all types of workshops were covered. Whether it was steel smelting and rolling, woodworking, or glass printing, everything was available. Although each workshop was not large, together they constructed a self-sufficient production system. Zhao Boyuan walked straight to the glass workshop. With his now master-level comprehension ability, he was full of confidence in creating a groundbreaking high-definition scope. He felt that all the problems before him had become easy to resolve. This feeling was like a martial arts master opening up the run and do meridians, no longer finding any martial arts insurmountable. After finding the head of the glass workshop, Zhao Boyuan simply greeted him. "Hello, I need to use your workshop's glass processing equipment." Subsequently, during a series of operations including glass melting, adding oil film, and fine polishing, Zhao Boyuan demonstrated astonishing skills. The employees in the glass workshop were deeply impressed by his craftsmanship. They couldn't believe that someone could so effortlessly drive the innovation in glass technology. If Zhao Boyuan wanted, he could even easily produce Corning Gorilla Glass for future mobile phone screens or explosion-proof glass for cars. This is the tremendous transformation brought about by master-level comprehension ability. After several days of effort, the improved scope was finally completed. This also meant that the final form of the Barrett had been born. When Zhao Boyuan carried this brand new Barrett out of the small workshop, the entire factory trembled with excitement. He did it. He really made it. Zhao Boyuan actually created a new generation of sniper rifles. My God, I've never seen such a large and exquisite gun. This is not just a gun. It's a breathtaking work of art. The people of this era mostly still have their understanding of firearms stuck in the old-fashioned appearance of the 38 type rifle or the Hanyang rifle. However, the Barrett that Zhao Boyuan carried seemed like a product from a sci-fi world for the people of this era. This reminded Zhao Boyuan of his feelings when he once saw the Blackbird SR-71 online. That was a supersonic reconnaissance aircraft manufactured in 1964. And even 60 years after its birth, its design still does not seem outdated, but rather gives a sense of being ahead of its time. Similarly, Zhao Boyuan's Barrett also transcended the aesthetic and technological levels of this era. It was not just a gun, but a work of art showcasing future technology. As Zhao Boyuan carried the Barrett towards the factory manager's office, countless workers rushed out to watch. Jia, Dongshu, Shaju, Su Damao, and others squeezed to the front row, eager to catch a glimpse of this future technology. They looked at Zhao Boyuan's figure with a Barrett on his shoulder, trembling with excitement. Jia Dongshu incredulously asked, "Zhao Boyuan, is this thing really made by you?" He found it hard to believe that the gun on Zhao Boyuan's shoulder was truly something he created. Shaju pointed at the Barrett, stuttering, You call this a sniper rifle? In his perception, how could a sniper rifle be so large? Su Damao also nervously said, "Zhao Boyuan, you didn't just make a gun, did you? You made a cannon." They were all shocked by the Barrett's massive appearance, unable to find words to express their inner excitement and astonishment. Zhao Boyuan's previous creation of the 98K was more in line with the traditional image of a sniper rifle. However, the giant firearm in his hands at this moment, especially the small box attached to the muzzle, truly exceeded everyone's imagination. That small box, known in professional terms as a muzzle brake, redirects the propellant gases to provide forward thrust, partially offsetting recoil. Not to mention the super long barrel, which looked just like a firewood stick. In fact, this barrel could indeed be used as a firewood stick if taken off. Due to the shoulder pain from carrying the gun, Zhao Boyuan switched to cradling it in his arms. "This is a sniper rifle," he explained to the crowd. "It's a high-powered, long-range sniper rifle." After saying this, he continued walking forward with the gun. At this moment, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong also arrived. They stood there dumbfounded, staring at the enormous weapon in Zhao Boyuan's hands, almost speechless. "Zhao Boyuan, you made this so quickly?" Zhonghai asked in surprise. In his view, making such a firearm should at least take years. Liu Haizhong was equally astonished. "This is too fast." Zhao Boyuan glanced at them and countered, "Fast? Not really." He shook his head. "Actually, it's not fast. If it weren't for the limitations of materials and processes, I could have done it even faster." Indeed, Zhao Boyuan knew that in 1981, a photographer designed and manufactured a large-caliber semi-automatic sniper rifle in less than a year and subsequently started his own company for trial production. In comparison, he felt that his few months of work was already slow. In reality, the biggest factors limiting his manufacturing speed were the equipment and materials. If he had the same conditions as that photographer, he was confident he could complete the manufacturing in a week. However, the hardships of this journey had also brought him great rewards. His talent and insight had greatly improved, reaching a master level. Now his foundation was solid, and the road ahead would be smooth. With the appearance of this Barrett in Zhao Boyuan's hands, it caused a huge sensation in the steel rolling mill. Whether it was Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Su Damao, or Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong, they all foresaw that Zhao Boyuan would achieve greatness because of this gun. "He is truly amazing. How could he make something like this?" People marveled. "He is simply a genius," someone exclaimed sincerely. Throughout the history of the steel rolling mill, there has never been a shortage of geniuses. There were those with photographic memories, versatile talents proficient in multiple skills, and self-taught prodigies who could create firearms solely through their own research. However, at this moment, Zhao Boyuan's name will be engraved in the history of the steel rolling mill as the new generation of genius. Cradling the Barrett, Zhao Boyuan had not yet reached the factory director's office when Director Yang and others hurriedly came to greet him, quickly maintaining order and dispersing the crowd of onlookers. Despite the gathering of hundreds of people under Director Yang's dispersal, the crowd quickly disbanded, as no one wanted to lose their wages for mere entertainment. Director Yang turned back, his gaze falling on the sniper rifle in Zhao Boyuan's hands. His expression filled with shock, just like everyone else. "Zhao Boyuan, is this the sniper rifle you made?" he asked incredulously. "Yes, Director Yang," Zhao Boyuan replied calmly, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Director Yang circled the Barrett a few times, carefully examining the enormous firearm. "Why is this thing so big?" he exclaimed, while also expressing genuine admiration for Zhao Boyuan's talent. "It really doesn't look like an ordinary gun. It's so impressive." Director Yang moved closer to the Barrett, staring at it intently, filled with admiration. No man can resist the allure of a sniper rifle, especially one that looks incredibly beautiful, has a strong sci-fi vibe, and is super imposing. "You can touch it," Zhao Boyuan said with a smile. Director Yang cautiously reached out, gently touching the Barrett's body, afraid of damaging it. He was unusually cautious in front of this sniper rifle, which sharply contrasted with his usual confident demeanor. "This is truly, truly incredible." Director Yang marveled sincerely. "Zhao Boyuan, you are amazing." Zhao Boyuan smiled. "All right, let's go give the factory director a little shock." Director Yang laughed heartily at this, imagining how happy the factory director would be upon seeing this gun. The two of them, cradling the sniper rifle, walked straight to the factory director's office. Factory director Zhong was focused on his work, and when he saw them enter, he looked somewhat puzzled. However, when he spotted the sniper rifle in Zhao Boyuan's arms, he immediately stood up in surprise. "Zhao Boyuan, you made the sniper rifle?" Director Zhong asked eagerly, his voice revealing unmistakable excitement. He quickly walked towards Zhao Boyuan, even tripping over a chair leg and falling to the ground. But he quickly got up, ignoring the pain, and approached Zhao Boyuan. Like Director Yang, Director Zhong also hesitated to touch this big gun. "You can touch it," Zhao Boyuan said with a smile. Director Zhong carefully reached out, feeling the cold metallic texture of the Barrett. An expression of disbelief spread across his face. "Is this really made by you?" Zhao Boyuan nodded. "Yes, Director. This is the sniper rifle I made for you." As Director Zhong touched the Barrett, he kept exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, this is your big treasure. So big, so powerful, so imposing." He suddenly paused and asked in confusion, "But are you sure this thing can be called a gun?" Zhao Boyuan smiled and explained, "Big is normal. This thing is powerful too. One shot can blow off half a person's body." Upon hearing this, Director Zhong and Director Yang immediately conjured up the corresponding images in their minds. Director Yang showed a look of horror, while Director Zhong was full of excitement. "So powerful!" Director Zhong exclaimed, eager to try the gun's power immediately. "It can even shoot tanks," Zhao Boyuan continued. Director Zhong was stunned. The power of this thing was simply outrageous. The Barrett, also known as an anti-material sniper rifle, is a special-purpose sniper rifle. When equipped with specialized ammunition, it can easily penetrate armored vehicles, reinforced concrete, and even defensive fortifications. Using it against tanks would be even more cost-effective. The price of a tank compared to a round of long-range, armor-piercing ammunition clearly makes the latter more economical and efficient. With this gun, we will be fearless. Eagle Sauce. It's time for you to cry. Chapter 66. It's really not a cannon. Meanwhile, news of Zhao Boyuan successfully developing a new generation sniper rifle spread rapidly throughout the factory, like wildfire, through the words of a few witnesses. Workers were all discussing the power and advancement of this new gun. Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Jia Dongshu, and Shaju, who had previously taken some time to observe the new gun, were now gathered together, each lost in their own thoughts. The discussions about Zhao Boyuan's new gun filled their ears, leaving them with complex and difficult emotions. They never expected Zhao Boyuan to come up with a new gun again. Jia Dongshu's expression darkened. Every time Zhao Boyuan achieved something new, it was a heavy psychological burden for Jia Dongshu. Although reason told him that there was a gap in talent between him and Zhao Boyuan, who would easily admit they were inferior, especially since they were of similar age. Yet, Zhao Boyuan always managed to achieve remarkable results, while Jia Dongshu was still just an ordinary intern mechanic. Moreover, even in terms of quality of life, he was far behind Zhao Boyuan. It seemed Zhao Boyuan never worried about life. His home was filled with abundant items, even scarce goods like bicycles. Jia's mother often complained about this, frequently nagging about how other people's children were so outstanding while her own son was lacking. Now that Zhao Boyuan developed a new gun, Jia Dongshu couldn't help but worry about how his mother would scold him this time. These thoughts swirled in his mind, making his mood even heavier. Shaju was equally flustered. Great, now we're going to be the focus of others' discussions again, he said irritably. I can't stand those neighbors in the yard who always compare us to Zhao Boyuan, always making us look worthless. Uncle, should we hold a meeting for the whole yard to discuss this and forbid them from comparing us to Zhao Boyuan? Zhonghai's lips twitched, thinking that Shaju was really bold, treating the yard meeting as a gag order. Forbidding others to discuss this? How could that be possible? Shaju, don't think too much about it. I can't support this proposal. Su Damao clearly expressed his stance. He continued to advise, I think, since we can't compete with Zhao Boyuan, we should relax our mindset. Before he could finish, Jia Dongshu interrupted him. Of course you can relax. You stay in the countryside all day without having to worry about anything. Shaju chimed in, exactly. How can someone who hides in the countryside all day understand the pressure we face in the city? Su Damao hurriedly clarified, I go to the countryside to show films. I'm not really a countryside person. Zhonghai couldn't stand there arguing any longer and said sternly, enough, stop arguing. Can shouting solve the problem? Zhao Boyuan has the ability, and you don't. Who can you blame for that? With a sigh, he added, don't say you guys. Even I and the second uncle have not been doing well lately. Liu Haizhong responded dejectedly, who says otherwise? I really feel uncomfortable about this. The group exchanged glances in silence, and after a moment, they all sighed in unison. Life is really hard. The most disheartening thing isn't poverty, but seeing others live in wealth. The most frustrating thing isn't lacking ability, but discovering that one's ability doesn't measure up to others. Meanwhile, on Zhao Boyuan's side, after careful observation of the Barrett sniper rifle, factory director Zhang and others immediately made a decision. Let us go to the shooting range. Let us test the performance of this gun first. Excitedly, the group jumped into a jeep and headed to the shooting range. In the office, Su Daji was absorbed in his work when suddenly the door was kicked open. Damn it! Su Daji jumped up from his chair, angrily looking at the person at the door. When he saw it was factory director Zhang and Zhao Boyuan's group, especially Zhao Boyuan holding a brand new Barrett sniper rifle. His anger immediately dissipated, replaced by sheer joy. You really made the new sniper rifle. Of course, Zhao Boyuan is the best at developing new weapons. Factory director Zhang proudly praised. Su Daji eagerly pushed factory director Zhang aside, rushing forward to closely examine the Barrett in Zhao Boyuan's hands. The more he looked, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but exclaim, it's really beautiful. The appearance of this gun is just different, completely not in the same league as the 98K and others I've seen before. He looked up and asked Zhao Boyuan, what caliber does this gun use? 12. 7mm caliber bullets, Zhao Boyuan replied. Su Daji frowned, puzzled. Isn't that bullet too big? Wait, that seems like a machine gun bullet. Factory director Zhang suddenly realized. No wonder this gun can shoot tanks. It turns out the bullets are so big. Su Daji was very surprised. What? It can also be used to shoot tanks? That is unlikely. Both he and factory director Zhang knew that ordinary machine guns couldn't effectively damage tanks. Zhao Boyuan smiled and suggested, is there a tank at the shooting range? We can go try it out. Su Daji hesitated a bit. There's one. But what? Is there something inconvenient? Factory director Zhang asked curiously. Su Daji explained, actually, it's not inconvenient. After all, it's a decommissioned tank. I just think it's unnecessary to test it, because we've tried shooting tanks with machine guns before, and it didn't work at all. He paused and continued, unless using special bullets, but I don't have those here. Zhao Boyuan took out 5 alloy projectiles from his pocket and smiled. I have them. He explained how to change the projectile and mentioned that it wasn't too difficult for him, an 8th-level mechanic. Su Daji no longer hesitated and immediately said, "Let us go try shooting the tank." The group headed to the heavy weapons testing ground, which was exceptionally spacious, as no other personnel were allowed in the area due to the testing of heavy weapons. Su Daji had someone fetch 5 machine gun bullets, while Zhao Boyuan proceeded to change the projectiles on the spot. His skillful operation made Su Daji and factory director Zhong admire him greatly. No wonder he could create a new sniper rifle. This skill, I'm truly impressed. In fact, ordinary machine gun bullets were still less powerful than specially made sniper bullets due to differences in the primer. However, there were no suitable primers available at the moment, so they had to make do with what they had. For Zhao Boyuan, with his top-level insight, going back to prepare a suitable primer wouldn't be difficult. Once the projectile was changed, Zhao Boyuan chambered around and aimed at the abandoned tank in the distance. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly stopped and asked Su Daji, "Do you have earplugs?" "Earplugs?" Su Daji was taken aback and then shook his head. "I don't have those." "What about cotton?" Zhao Boyuan continued to ask. Su Daji shook his head again. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan's brow furrowed. "Without earplugs, we can't shoot. I'm afraid your eardrums will bleed." Su Daji was shocked. "Will it be that loud?" "Very loud," Zhao Boyuan affirmed. At this moment, Director Zhong strode toward Su Daji, suddenly grabbing his shirt and tearing it forcefully to the sides. With a rip, a large piece of Su Daji's shirt was torn off by Director Zhong. Su Daji looked down at the fragments of his shirt fluttering in the wind, a bit stunned. "Old Zhong, are you out of your mind?" Su Daji glared angrily at Director Zhong. "Do you have some serious problem in your head? This shirt was specially made for me by a master tailor that my wife found, and you just tore it without saying a word. Did you even consider my feelings?" Director Zhong chuckled, trying to calm Su Daji's anger. "Just sacrifice a little. Just sacrifice a little." Su Daji glared at him, but Director Zhong didn't care. He handed the torn shirt to Zhao Boyuan and asked, "Is this okay?" "It should work, barely," Zhao Boyuan said as he cut the shirt properly with a knife, turning it into earplugs, and then divided them among everyone. Although Su Daji felt heartbroken over his shirt, under the circumstances, he could only reluctantly accept it. He and Director Zhong followed Zhao Boyuan's lead and stuffed the earplugs into their ears. Then, Zhao Boyuan continued to aim at the tank in the distance. Su Daji and Director Zhong held their breath, focusing intently. Suddenly, bang! A loud gunshot echoed, and everyone looked forward in shock. Zhao Boyuan had already fired, the bullet whistling towards the tank, penetrating its armor at an astonishing speed. Boom! From a distance, the tank seemed to shake. Before anyone could comment, the tank suddenly exploded with a loud bang. The tank's cannon was blown off, skewering into the ground. Debris flew everywhere, dust billowed, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Su Daji, Director Zhong, and Zhao Boyuan were all stunned, staring at each other, and after a long time began to speak. "This gun is really damn powerful," Director Zhong exclaimed. "It's like a cannon. One shot, and it blew up the tank. I never dreamed I would see such a scene." Su Daji matvai. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a small mouse at his feet, which he had originally intended to step on, now lying on the ground bleeding from its 7 orifices. Convulsing. It even scared the mouse to death. Su Daji said in surprise. Director Zhong hurried over to take a look, equally astonished. "This gun is too powerful. It can kill a mouse up close and blow up a tank from afar." Zhao Boyuan took out the earplugs and explained. "Generally, it shouldn't be like this. Maybe this mouse had heart disease and couldn't handle the pressure." He continued analyzing. "As for blowing up the tank with one shot, that certainly wasn't just the power of a sniper rifle. There must have been something left inside, where the fuel tank still had fuel. In any case, some reason must have triggered the secondary explosion." He paused and added, "But one thing I can confirm is that the bullet definitely penetrated the armor. This secondary explosion was certainly caused by the bullet entering the inside." Su Daji and Director Zhong both expressed their agreement. Indeed, being able to blow up a tank in one go is enough to demonstrate the power of this gun. Su Daji suddenly looked at Zhao Boyuan. "By the way, the power of your gun is too great. You call this a gun? I don't think so. It should be called a cannon. Only a cannon can achieve this effect." Director Zhong also agreed with Su Daji's statement. I think this can no longer be called a gun. Calling it a sniper cannon is more fitting. Zhao Boyuan smiled. It's really just a sniper rifle. Where's the cannon you can hold in your arms? So it's a sniper rifle, not a sniper cannon. Su Daji insisted. No, it isn't. It is. Zhao Boyuan was equally unyielding. Director Zhong interrupted their argument. All right, you two stop arguing. Come on, let's go try a shot and have some fun. After saying that, he excitedly walked towards the shooting point like a child. Su Daji hurriedly followed. I want to try too. Such a good thing. If I don't try it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Soon, Su Daji and Director Zhong began to test the gun themselves. When they fired a specially made alloy bullet into the tank's wreckage, causing a secondary explosion, the shocking feeling was unforgettable for them. Su Daji exclaimed excitedly, "This thing is amazing. I've never seen a sniper rifle with such power. One shot and the tank is smoking. If this hit a person, wouldn't it just split them in half?" Director Zhong also lamented, "The recoil is particularly strong. The kick when firing is no joke. My shoulder is numb." Zhao Boyuan then picked up the Barrett, loaded a bullet, aimed at a target further away, and prepared to fire. He wasn't too concerned about the recoil. He just wanted to know how far this gun could shoot. Through the scope, he aimed at a wild rabbit that was foraging in the distance. Bang! The bullet whistled out, shooting towards the wild rabbit. With a pop, the unsuspecting rabbit was instantly blown into a cloud of blood mist. Su Daji and Director Zhong, watching through the telescope, erupted into cheers. It worked, the gun worked. This gun is really powerful. Zhao Boyuan calmly asked, "Don't just say it's powerful. Did you notice how far I shot?" Su Daji picked up the rangefinder telescope again, observed carefully, and then excitedly announced, "You might not believe it. This gun shot 1,600 meters. This is truly a magical gun. It shoots far and accurately." Indeed, in this era, such a sniping distance and precision were truly unbelievable. Once this gun was deployed on the battlefield, its potential impact was unimaginable. Su Daji and Director Zhong realized this too. They exchanged glances, both with a crazed intensity in their eyes. "I think we should send this gun to the battlefield immediately." Su Daji shouted, "Sniper that MC." Chapter 67, the military workers go crazy hearing Su Daji and the factory director's bold words. Zhao Boyuan's heart jolted, and he thought to himself, "I originally wanted to leave my name in history, but you want to rewrite it. Goodness, this idea is truly wild. However, to be honest, this plan is incredibly thrilling." His eyes sparkled, and he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "Let's go for this big shot. Who isn't a bit crazy? If we're going to do this, let us make it something earth-shattering. Let the world see how brilliant our fireworks are." Su Daji and the factory director were even more excited to see Zhao Boyuan so enthusiastic. "Great. Then let's charge towards this goal. Full steam ahead." The factory director waved his arm. "Now, let us set off immediately to the arsenal, find old John, and send this treasure to the battlefield to shine. Right? Let this treasure take out that most arrogant one on the other side. Give him a swift end." Su Daji gritted his teeth, filled with killing intent. The three of them were decisive and acted quickly. They left the shooting range and headed straight for the arsenal. Before long, they stood at the door of the arsenal and met old John. As soon as old John saw the Barrett, his eyes widened in amazement, and he was about to praise Zhao Boyuan's astonishing work when Zhao Boyuan grabbed him. "Old John, don't rush. We have a big plan that you'll definitely be interested in. First, let us listen to our factory director's introduction." The factory director stepped forward, his expression serious. "Old John, I need to tell you about this gun in detail. Its effective range, based on our tests, exceeds 1,600 meters, allowing for ultra-long-range precision sniping with exceptional performance. So, we have a bold idea." He paused and gestured for Su Daji to continue. Su Daji cleared his throat, stepped forward, and whispered in old John's ear. "We want to take this gun to the front line and take out that Mike, that bastard. Old John, you will definitely support us, right? This matter is serious." Zhao Boyuan looked at old John with great anticipation. "Just tell us, shouldn't this gun show off its capabilities and realize its maximum value?" After saying that, he stepped aside and, along with Su Daji and Director Zhong, eagerly awaited old John's nod. Old John looked at the three of them in disbelief, secretly muttering to himself, So crazy? So bold? This plan, which hasn't even been scientifically or meticulously researched, was proposed just like that? This is simply too. Although he maintained a composed demeanor on the surface and tried to stabilize the conversation, his excited little eyes and the corners of his mouth that hinted at anticipation betrayed his true feelings inside. It was clear that he also felt a trace of excitement deep down. Could it be that old Zhang is also a madman? Zhao Boyuan pondered quietly. Zhao Boyuan continued to persuade old Zhang. This way we can fire a few shots, test the accuracy and reliability of long-range shooting. Then I'll go back to the factory and make a batch of alloy projectiles, and then, Su Daji and director Zheng chuckled in response. With this crazy yet beautiful vision in their hearts, they immediately prepared to test the gun. Old Zhang was pulled along with them to the shooting range. Next, Zhao Boyuan and the others loaded the gun with regular machine gun bullets. Old Zhang, there are 3 targets now, located at 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters, and 1,700 meters. All dummies. Zhao Boyuan pointed to the distant targets and said to old Zhang, "Which one do you want to shoot?" He also wanted old Zhang to personally take a few shots. Old Zhang hesitated a bit. This gun seems to have a strong recoil. I won't end up knocking myself out with one shot, will I? Forget it. I'm not very good at shooting anyway. My expertise is in engineering. Old Zhang waved his hand. Then let me demonstrate. Zhao Boyuan said confidently. Among the 3, his sniper skills were the best. Moreover, since this crazy operation was happening, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. They didn't want to cause a commotion before things even got underway. Aside from setting up the dummies, no unrelated personnel were allowed to approach the testing site at any time. Zhao Boyuan emphasized seriously. The confidentiality level must be maximized. He moistened his finger, raised it to carefully feel the wind speed, and then calmly said, "Currently, at a distance of 1,200 meters, the wind direction is biased 3-4, adjust by 3 minutes." After saying that, he lay down on the ground, his eyes fixed on the scope. Once old Zhang and the others were ready, Zhao Boyuan suddenly fired a shot. Ordinary people only look at the trajectory, but true experts need to know the wind speed to adjust for exceptional performance based on the specialized scope. While old Zhang and the others observed carefully through binoculars, the bullet struck the dummy 1,200 meters away with a bang. The dummy's head was instantly blown apart. What amazing shooting! What precise sniping! Old Zhang's body jolted. He put down the binoculars and looked closely again. Then, he took off his earplugs and curiously asked, "Zhao Boyuan, what was that wind direction adjustment you mentioned?" That was a ballistic adjustment formula derived from the master-level understanding of precision sniping skills I learned from the sharpshooter Liu Haizhong under Su Daji. Of course, Zhao Boyuan couldn't tell old Zhang that. He only briefly explained the results. A strong wind speed of 812 meters per second is equivalent to a flag being blown horizontally and flapping, with smoke blowing horizontally and dispersing quickly. A moderate wind speed of 47 meters per second is like thin branches swaying, with smoke being blown askew but not dispersing. A light wind speed of 23 meters per second is like grass moving slightly, thin branches swaying, with smoke rising slightly at an angle. Based on this, I can judge the bullet's final impact and make ballistic adjustments. I'll prepare a manual later, specifically to accompany the use of this sniper rifle. Everyone was amazed upon hearing this. Using this gun actually required a specialized manual. Zhao Boyuan wasn't just developing. He was creating a new method for using a weapon. This could potentially become an astonishing, phenomenon-level weapon. Before this, there had never been a sniper rifle that required a matching method for use. Zhao Boyuan was essentially pioneering a new frontier. However, how could the bystanders know? It was precisely because of the Barrett's long range and accuracy that such specialized skills were necessary. Other firearms, with their limited range, naturally didn't require such complexity. They relied solely on the sniper's intuition and experience to dominate the battlefield. At this moment, old Zhang had begun to believe a bit in Zhao Boyuan and the others' earlier claims about taking out a rabbit at ultra-long distances with one shot. Continue the demonstration. I want to see just how far this gun's effective range really is. Old Zhang commanded in a steady voice. Zhao Boyuan gave a soft then carefully measured the wind speed again, making slight adjustments to the scope based on humidity, wind direction, light intensity, and other factors. Old Zhang noticed this detail and couldn't help but ask again, "Is this scope also specially equipped for this gun?" Zhao Boyuan nodded proudly and said, "This is a 10-fold high-definition scope I developed by hand. Only when used with this gun can it accurately strike the target. Let me take a look." Old John stepped forward, took a glance, and instantly his eyes widened in shock. This scope is indeed an unprecedented new piece of equipment. Previously, there has never been a scope that can see so far and so clearly. Moreover, it has a finely engraved scale inside. No wonder Zhao Boyuan mentioned the parameters for adjusting the offset earlier. It all makes sense now. At this moment, Zhang Lao finally understands the deeper meaning behind Zhao Boyuan's earlier statement about needing a dedicated manual. This gun is a completely new design from top to bottom. It is an unprecedented weapon, a groundbreaking masterpiece. Zhang Lao's heart is stirred, making it hard for him to express his feelings. As a weapon expert, he knows all too well the high value of the equipment Zhao Boyuan has created, not to mention the Barrett itself. Just this scope alone is enough to spawn a whole new industry. This is an unprecedented innovation. Here, I'll give the gun back to you. Zhang Lao returned the gun to Zhao Boyuan, then put on earplugs and focused his attention on the side. Zhao Boyuan steadied his aim and decisively fired in an instant. Bang! A loud sound shook the surrounding air, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder. The bullet, traveling at over 800 meters per second, accurately hit the target 1,500 meters away, breaking the target in half with its immense kinetic energy. The power is astonishing. Zhang Lao put down the telescope and exclaimed loudly, "Good!" Su Daji and Director Zhang's faces were filled with joy. They knew that only with everyone's unanimous approval could this thing be deemed truly good. Even Zhang Lao gave it high praise, which greatly increased the likelihood of this gun being sent to the front lines. Immediately afterward, Zhao Boyuan aimed at another target 1,700 meters away. This time, he was even more careful with his aim. He fired one shot, and the bullet accurately struck the target's shoulder, instantly shattering half of its body. He retracted the gun and engaged the safety, performing a series of actions fluidly. Zhao Boyuan turned to Zhang Lao, his eyes flashing with determination. "Zhang Lao, this weapon is unprecedented. Everyone only knows that I made a new sniper rifle, but no one knows how powerful it is. Soon, people may forget the appearance of this gun, but it has already been born. I think we should send it to the front lines to take out Mike. Of course, the enemy at the front lines might have already changed to someone like Big Li or others, but the nature is the same. This gun can serve as a secret weapon to turn the tide of battle, just like how new weapons have always brought about tremendous changes in countless wars. This is not just about pursuing madness and excitement, but also about demonstrating our weapon's capability, quickly ending the war, reducing casualties among soldiers, and forcing the enemy to surrender as soon as possible, whether it succeeds or not. The key lies in how to use this gun." Zhang Lao furrowed his brows. He understood the importance of this gun and the stakes involved. So he continued to ask, "What's the cost of this gun? How many people have seen this gun? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Boyuan answered calmly, "The cost is indeed considerable, but after my modifications, we can use cheaper materials for the scope and the 237 tripod. However, the alloy material is indeed a problem. I have to admit that. Additionally, I have a bolder idea. After successfully taking out a target with this gun, I believe it can initiate an unprecedented plan in our military industry history." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lao, Su Daji, and Director Zheng stared at Zhao Boyuan with wide eyes, their curiosity thoroughly piqued. They asked in unison, "Hurry up and tell us. What is the plan? What exactly is the plan? Please go on." Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly, his expression a mix of wild ambition and spirited confidence. "After showcasing the power of this gun, we should push it into the arms market." Zhao Boyuan's words carried an undeniable firmness. "Of course, I don't mean to sell the original version directly. We can launch a stripped-down version to solve the cost issue. Just imagine, trading simplified or weakened military arms for the materials or equipment we need. What a reasonable deal that is." Zhang Lao, Su Daji, and Director Zheng exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. "What is madness? This is madness," Su Daji exclaimed. "One gun, and he actually thought of making a fortune from arms sales. How is this even possible? Director Zhang also seemed somewhat incredulous. Zhao Boyuan wore a gentle smile. Naturally, we would look for buyers like those big dogs or Big Brother types. By the way, isn't Big Brother currently in a fierce dispute with someone? They have what we need, and we have what they need, so we can naturally exchange. Besides, as long as the product is good, who worries about not being able to sell? Even if we sell a few guns that explode after a few shots to the third brother, they would probably still like them. After all, they just need to save face and won't be too picky. Zhao Boyuan continued to elaborate on those schemes that were both exploitative and promising. Su Daji, Director Zhang, Zhan Lao, and others were captivated, as if they were hearing divine music. Moments later, Zhan Lao slapped his thigh. Wonderful, Su Daji praised. Absolutely brilliant. Director Zhang even candidly stated, I think you are more suited to be the factory director than I am. Although these ideas may not be entirely feasible, who dare say they aren't utterly brilliant? Just hearing them makes one's heart race. Moreover, isn't this exactly the same approach that the outsiders initially used on us? If they can do it, so can we. Zhao Boyuan's words were filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. If they can do the 1st of the month, we can do the 15th to 30th, or even a whole year's worth. Chapter 68. Agent Training. While everyone was stunned and captivated by Zhao Boyuan's unique ideas, Zhao Boyuan was secretly mumbling to himself. Sorry, Eagle Sauce. I might have to walk your old path. When the time comes, I'll take your route. And as for which path you should take, figure it out yourself. He shrugged his shoulders, looking both helpless and resolute. At the same time, old John was silently calculating the feasibility of the plan proposed by Zhao Boyuan in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling as if he had touched the sky. By utilizing top-notch military-industrial technology, one could create economic benefits while maintaining a strong deterrent. Based on this, further promote the development of various fields such as economy, culture, and sports. Achieve an innovative development strategy with industry as the foundation, military industry as the backing, and economy as the guide. Old John was full of admiration in his heart. It's so ingenious. This line of thought is simply outstanding. What Zhao Boyuan could think of, they could also think of, but they just didn't dare or want to think about it before. Because even if they thought about it, they didn't have the strength to support it. But now, everything is different since the emergence of Barrett. Perhaps the path Zhao Boyuan mentioned is really feasible. Maybe it can truly pave a brand new path for a strong nation. Old John couldn't hide his excitement, saying decisively, I must conduct in-depth research and consideration on this proposal and then report it. I believe the higher-ups will take this plan seriously. Of course, the premise is that we need to achieve more results. After all, relying solely on one weapon can only narrow the gap and achieve parity. To truly surpass is extremely difficult. After a century of poverty and war, it is already not easy for this land to stand up again, and to achieve surpassing is even more difficult, unless a truly unparalleled national hero emerges, using his own strength to shorten the gap of decades, or even centuries, relying on astonishing strength and national cohesion, to smooth out the gap and achieve overtaking on a curve. This seems impossible, yet it is full of infinite possibilities. Throughout history, hasn't every turning point had such a heroic figure? Although it is said that the times create heroes, not heroes create the times. But imagine if there were no Qin Huairu in the Qin state. If Xiongnu had killed Liu Bang at the banquet of Hongmen, then what would the trajectory of history look like? No, we must admit that the emergence of a powerful figure has a critical impact on history. Just like if Xiongnu had killed Liu Bang at the banquet of Hongmen, then in the decades he ruled, he would have been unmatched. From then on, no one would dare to claim the title of emperor. People are different. Those particularly capable individuals have an influence on the course of history that far exceeds people's imagination. Su Daji said firmly. Director Zhang immediately responded, We have Zhao Boyuan. Yes, we have Zhao Boyuan. Su Daji not that hapfi mai si. The statement, we have Zhao Boyuan, has fully indicated Zhao Boyuan's current status in their hearts, at least in the hearts of the two of them. Zhao Boyuan is a national treasure-level existence. As for how others see him, that remains unknown. Perhaps some might think he is a workaholic. Jia Dongshu and the others must be thinking that way. In fact, old Zhang also believed Zhao Boyuan was exceptionally outstanding. But precisely because of this, it highlighted Zhao Boyuan's importance even more. Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to protect Zhao Boyuan. After pondering for a moment, old Zhang said, "Before Zhao Boyuan's plan is recognized, we must do one thing well, a particularly important thing. That is to protect him well." Then, old Zhang asked, "So, answer me the second of the 3 questions I raised earlier. How many people know about this matter?" Director Zhang proudly replied, "Everyone in the steel rolling factory knows." Old Zhang's mouth twitched slightly, and he helplessly said, "How can so many people know? This is really... You are too amazing. Why don't you put your hands on your hips?" Director Zhang declared even more proudly, "Zhao Boyuan is now the treasure of our factory, a national treasure-level figure. Our factory follows the path of prioritizing talent. As long as it's talent, I absolutely support it wholeheartedly, without any ambiguity." Although Director Zhang knew nothing about technology, he deeply understood the importance of talent. Therefore, in the factory, as long as someone has real talent and learning, Director Zhang would spare no effort to support and help them so that they could showcase their talents in a better environment. It could be said that without Director Zhang's strong support, Zhao Boyuan's growth path would not have been so smooth. However, because of this, another potential problem gradually surfaced. Zhang reminded gravely, "Have you thought about a problem? Wood that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Zhao Boyuan is now like a bright and shining sniper rifle. Everyone in the factory knows how powerful he is. What if hostile agents set their sights on him?" Hearing this, Director Zhang couldn't help but shudder, and Su Daji also instantly felt a cold sweat soaking his back. They both knew that Zhao Boyuan must not have any accidents. Once Zhao Boyuan has a problem, everything will be over. However, Zhao Boyuan appeared extraordinarily calm regarding these concerns. He confidently said, "How about this? You find 5 of the top domestic agents. I want to undergo a month of special training. In a month, I am confident I will become the strongest agent. When the time comes, agents meet agents, and both will be in tears just to see who is more capable." Everyone was stunned. After a moment, old Zhang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You are simply a genius. This idea is fantastic." Su Daji laughed while slapping his thigh. "How did I not think of such a good idea? You brat, you had it planned all along. You should have said it earlier, making me worry. You should have said it earlier." Director Zhang nodded repeatedly, sighing, "You brat, truly hidden talents. Asking for 5 top agents for training is actually not a difficult matter. Given your current achievements, you deserve this configuration. As for saying 1 month, does the steel rolling factory lack you for tightening screws? Without you, the steel rolling factory will still operate. Don't say 1 month for special training. Even if you need a year, I will approve it without hesitation." Then it's settled. Old Zhang decisively decided to keep Zhao Boyuan here while he prepared to report and even meet with the higher-ups. Su Daji and Director Zhang felt a bit reluctant to part with Zhao Boyuan, thinking that I might not see you for a month or even half a year. I feel quite uncomfortable inside. Director Zhang said somewhat sadly, "Zhao Boyuan's special training time is not fixed. It could be a month, but if the results in a month are not significant, then half a year is also possible." In response, Su Daji sighed, "If you don't come to my shooting range in the coming time, I might not get used to it. After all, you've given me so many surprises lately. If suddenly those surprises disappear, of course, I would be unaccustomed to it." Director Zhang echoed, "Just thinking about you makes me woo-woo-woo. Don't get me wrong, I'm not singing. I'm just pretending to cry. After all, it's not that I'm really crying. The atmosphere hasn't reached that point, but it's true that I can't bear to part with it." Zhao Boyuan patted their shoulders and, with an arm around Director Zhang's shoulder, smiled. "Don't worry, Director. I'm just going for special training, not leaving for good. When I come back, I'll bring you even more surprises. When my special training is complete, it will be the time for the Dragon King to return." Zhao Boyuan laughed heartily, and images of the strategies from his past life as a battle god flashed in his mind, making him feel like the protagonist in those stories. As for what Su Daji and Director Zhang thought, that remained unknown. However, judging from Su Daji reaching out to touch Zhao Boyuan's forehead, He probably thought Zhao Boyuan was acting a bit crazy. A few days later, the arms factory welcomed a group of special reporters. The top-ranked soldier, known as the King of Soldiers, came to report. He stood tall and had sharp eyes, resembling a poised cheetah ready to spring. An experienced veteran from the intelligence community, who had previously infiltrated enemy lines and hidden within them, also came to report. His face was weathered, and his gaze profound, as if holding countless secrets. A specialist in poisons and hidden weapons arrived as well. His techniques were skillful, and his movements agile, as if dancing with death at every moment. There was also a martial arts master who came to report. He exuded calmness and composure, as if everything was under his control. The last reporter was a woman, a beautiful woman, in her 30s, with blood-red lips. Her eyes glinted with an unmistakable sharpness. The moment Zhao Boyuan saw her, he knew he had come to the right place. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. And this woman was very dangerous. I'm a life expert. She introduced herself with a smile. I have all the tricks of any woman. I can teach you how to identify cunning women. I am very familiar with that. Next, you will face my torment. Are you willing? Yes, I am willing. Zhao Boyuan nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You're quite obedient, little brother, she said, gently tapping Zhao Boyuan's chin, her smile radiant. You come to the right place. I love places like this and students like you. Thus, the month-long special training officially began. At this moment, without Zhao Boyuan in the courtyard, the sky was truly bright. During the days without Zhao Boyuan, everyone wore relaxed smiles. This was not because Zhao Boyuan was particularly dark or that they disliked him, but because when he was around, he constantly exerted immense pressure on them. On the fourth day, without Zhao Boyuan, Jia Dongshu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, seemed sad but had a hint of a relaxed smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Shaju also laughed a few times and said, Don't mention it. With my good buddy not around, I feel completely at ease. No one is telling me. Shaju, you must learn from Zhao Boyuan. Shaju imitated those who had once pressured him and caused him harm, mimicking them so vividly that Jia Dongshu and Su Daji burst into laughter. Su Daji also sighed. Now I can be the man in this courtyard, free to pursue the female workers. Now I have plenty of time to prove my strength. Now, when I pursue those female workers, no woman will suddenly change the subject to ask if Zhao Boyuan is in our courtyard, how well I know him, what he likes, and if I can introduce them to him. Oh, it's been so hard for me. Do you know how I've been living these days? Almost every woman I know ends up asking about Zhao Boyuan. How sad and upset I was. Do you understand? Jia Dongshu and Shaju were moved by the scene and walked over to pat Su Daji on the shoulder. Brother, we understand you. We've had similar experiences. But don't be afraid. I heard Zhao Boyuan won't be back anytime soon. Shaju chimed in. Exactly. They always compare us to Zhao Boyuan. What's there to compare? I think they just want to hurt us. At that moment, a voice came. What's wrong, Shaju? Who wants to hurt you? It was Uncle Zhonghai, walking over with a big smile. Along with him were Liu Haizhong, Yin Buguwei, and others, chatting and laughing. It just happened to be the weekend. They had just returned from outside with some noodles. Upon entering, they saw Shaju crying, so they asked what was going on. Shaju shared his recent feelings, and the three uncles empathized deeply. Zhonghai sighed, Don't mention it, even for us old fellows. These days haven't been easy. Just then, Liu Haizhong said, I heard Zhao Boyuan seems like he won TB coming back. Something happened over there. Chapter 69. Is it going to be turned into a memorial? What? What happened to Zhao Boyuan? Jia Dongshu was astonished and somewhat secretly pleased, his mouth involuntarily curling up, almost laughing out loud. But then he thought about it. He and Zhao Boyuan were good buddies. How could he laugh at a time like this? So, he quickly lowered his head and put on a pained expression, feigning sorrow as he said, Oh no, what trouble has he gotten into? Shaju and Su Damao also wore faces that were barely holding back laughter and kept asking, What happened to him? I only heard it by chance. Listen carefully. It's just a rumor, Liu Haizhong said, deliberately emphasizing his words and lowering his voice as he whispered to the few who had gathered around. Ears perked up. I heard that Zhao Boyuan might be drafted into the army because of his tinkering with guns. What? This news was explosive. Jia Dongshu's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Shaju also looked incredulous. Su Damao even lost his smile, staring in shock and saying, "No way. That's too absurd." Absurd? Think about it. Can just anyone make a sniper rifle? If they can, how could they not be noticed by the military? A talent like that, how can he mix with us, ordinary folks? Liu Haizhong said, gesturing in the air with his hands, as if it were obvious. Zhonghai sighed and said, "There is indeed such a possibility. If it were me, I would also strongly recommend Zhao Boyuan to enlist. Putting him in the military is the wisest choice. How could such a talented person be left to wander among the common people? I firmly support this. But it's a pity if that's the case. Zhao Boyuan might never come back." At this point, Zhonghai lowered his head, shook it, and pretended to look deeply pained. However, Jia Dongshu keenly caught a fleeting smile at the corner of Zhonghai's mouth, which disappeared quickly, but it did seem like he smiled for a moment. Just then, Yin Bugui spoke up. "I didn't expect that one of our courtyard residents would actually become a distinguished person. Everyone, think about it with Zhao Boyuan's talent. Once he joins the army, wouldn't he thrive? In a few years, our place might really turn into the Zhao Boyuan Memorial Museum." The crowd was immediately shocked. They had just been thinking it would be fine if Zhao Boyuan left, as everyone would be under less pressure, and, in the blink of an eye, their home might become the Zhao Boyuan Memorial Museum. "This can't be right, everyone," Shaju shouted. "Those 2 rooms in my house are my private property. Exactly. This is our home. If it turns into Zhao Boyuan's Memorial Museum, where are we supposed to live? Sleep in a bridge hole?" Jia Dongshu also expressed his dissatisfaction. Su Damao felt the same way. They were all buddies, but he couldn't just tear down his home for a memorial museum. However, Yin Bugui sneered. "Your 2 rooms? Your home? Think carefully, is it really yours? Every resident here, one and all, who is the real owner of this courtyard? None of us. This house became vacant only after driving away a former prince. Later, soldiers lived here, the Japanese lived here, and then only our people's soldiers never lived here. They not only didn't occupy this place, but later also divided it among us poor people from the steel mill and schools to live in. That is how they gained the world, because they won the hearts of the people. But don't forget, just because we live here, doesn't mean this place belongs to us. We only have the right to use this place." Yin Bugui's words hit the residents of the courtyard like a heavy hammer. Indeed, the land deeds in their hands were merely proofs of usage rights, not real property deeds. Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Yan Bugui, Jia Dongyu, Shazhu. Their parents had either been homeless due to poverty or were placed here due to work arrangements. Such a large courtyard with multiple entrances and exits was clearly not something they could build or afford. Besides, where would dozens of households buy a small single room to live here? This place used to be a prince's mansion. Others might not know, but how could Yin Bugui, a cultured man, not understand the ins and outs of it? After hearing Yin Bugui's words, their faces turned pale. Shaju muttered, "So according to what Uncle San said, we are just tenants of this courtyard." Jia Dongshu also sighed. "No wonder I found it strange. Our courtyard covers such a large area and looks quite impressive. Yet so many families live here. Turns out, our houses are just assigned to us. We only have usage rights." Su Damao nodded and said, "This is the first time I've learned about this." Yin Bugui scoffed. "That's because you have an old teacher like me to tell you. By the time your next generation comes along, most likely they won't know about this anymore. They might really think it's their own house. Then they'll all pull out a land deed and say, 'I have a land deed, I can sell the house, etc.' That would be a joke." Jia Dongshu and the others looked ashen. They had originally just been bystanders, but unexpectedly, they found themselves embroiled in the matter. If it weren't for today's discussion about Zhao Boyuan, they would have never known this in their lives. Now, it turned out they were merely tenants of the courtyard. At this moment, Zhonghai suddenly said, "But this usage right surely won't change anytime soon. Who knows, maybe one day it can be redeemed. And perhaps we can turn the house into our own. So you don't need to worry too much." Zhonghai's words finally made Jia Dongshu and the others feel a bit relieved. Otherwise, they would be really depressed. "Hey, do you think that before we can raise money to redeem it, this place will have already transformed into Zhao Boyuan's Memorial Museum?" As soon as Shaju said this, it felt like a cold wind blew, instantly paling Jia Dongshu and Su Damao's faces. Zhonghai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Liu Haizhong coldly laughed and disdainfully said, "Where would all these memorial museums come from? You're just being overly concerned. Besides, memorials are usually built after someone dies." He paused and added, "If Zhao Boyuan were dead, I bet we'd all be long gone too. By then, what would you be worried about regarding memorials?" What a joke. Although Liu Haizhong's words seemed to make some sense, Jia Dongshu and the others still felt uncomfortable inside. Their house now only had usage rights, and it might really turn into some kind of memorial museum one day. Thinking of this made them feel tight in their chests. At this moment, Jia Dongshu looked up at the stars from a 45-degree angle, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and melancholy. "I really wish Zhao Boyuan hadn't enlisted." Yes, if Zhao Boyuan hadn't enlisted, he wouldn't have become a military industry expert. Shaju also sighed. If he doesn't become a military industry expert, he wouldn't have such great merits. Su Damao added, "If he doesn't have such great merits, this place wouldn't turn into a memorial museum." Jia Dongshu concluded. The three of them exchanged glances, and a common thought surged in their hearts. They really hoped Zhao Boyuan hadn't enlisted. If he did, what would our descendants do? Our children might end up sleeping in underpasses. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan would be living comfortably, having flattened our homes to build a memorial hall. What a show. The three of them sighed, as if they could already see their homes being razed and themselves homeless. In response, Zhonghai and the others could only shake their heads helplessly, secretly sighing. "So, this is the real reason I don't have children," Zhonghai suddenly blurted out, leaving everyone stunned. They looked at each other, secretly cursing. "You're not having children because you don't want to, right? It's clearly because you can't have any. And you say it so nicely." Everyone was speechless, but they couldn't directly expose Zhonghai's lie. So they continued chatting for a while before dispersing. A few days later, Jia Dongshu and the others started wishing every day for Zhao Boyuan to come back soon. Because only if Zhao Boyuan returned would it mean he and enlisted, and this land wouldn't be flattened to build the Zhao Boyuan Memorial Hall. They had thoroughly studied this logic and were now just hoping Zhao Boyuan could come back soon to put their minds at ease. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Sigh, Zhao Boyuan still hasn't returned. He must have really enlisted. Jia Dongshu sighed, speaking helplessly. "Yes, he really enlisted," Su Damao echoed, a hint of despair in his tone. "Now, we can only wait for our homes to be flattened," Shaju added, their faces filled with helplessness and disappointment. Time passed quickly, and a month went by. "All right, I'm no longer holding out hope. Let them flatten it. I've come to terms with it. If the heavens want to rain, a mother must marry, and a home that can't be kept, let be pushed down." Jia Dongshu finally let go of his obsession, his tone revealing a hint of relief. "Yes, rather than exhausting ourselves thinking about how to occupy a few more rooms, it's better to live comfortably in our own homes. After all, no matter how many houses there are, they aren't yours." Shaju also understood, realizing some truths and no longer getting caught up in the gains and losses of houses. "Su Damao sai, let it be destroyed quickly. I'm too lazy to worry about it anymore." Time flew by, and soon the young people in the courtyard stopped discussing houses, because they knew, sooner or later, this place would be flattened and turned into the Zhao Boyuan Memorial Hall. During the time Zhao Boyuan was missing, the people in the courtyard had never touched anything from his home. They all understood that if anything was missing when the memorial hall was built, it could become a hassle. So, no one dared to touch Zhao Boyuan's things, mostly out of fear of unnecessary trouble. If you move something from his house now, what if he comes back one day and finds something missing? Wouldn't he skin you alive? Even if Zhao Boyuan wouldn't, the factory director definitely would. The factory director is a former soldier. Can ordinary people imagine his methods? The people in the courtyard discussed this and kept their distance from Zhao Boyuan's belongings. Dust gradually settled in front of Zhao Boyuan's house, but occasionally, neighbors would come to help clean and keep the area tidy. Interestingly, one day a neighbor, unknown to anyone, placed an incense burner in front of Zhao Boyuan's house and lit a few sticks of incense, as if in worship. How strange. Are they treating Zhao Boyuan like a god? The neighbors found it amusing. No matter how absurd, one shouldn't treat a former neighbor like a god, right? Hey, you don't know? Recently, Many kids are about to take their midterm exams. I guess they want to pray to Zhao Boyuan so their kids could do better. One neighbor explained. Think about it. Who doesn't he hope their child grows up to be like Zhao Boyuan? Another neighbor chimed in. Zhao Boyuan is the most successful person in our courtyard. Invoking him can't be wrong. Everyone nodded, as if this could indeed be a valid way to seek blessings. A few days later, the incense in the burner increased, and the smoke was thick, as if someone really treated this place as a holy site for blessings. Then, one afternoon, just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jia Dongshu, who had been busy all day, wandered aimlessly to Zhao Boyuan's doorstep. He saw the burnt incense and the incense burner and couldn't help but laugh. He walked over, pulled out the incense, and tossed the burner away. After doing this, Jia Dongshu felt physically and mentally exhausted. He sat under the eaves of Zhao Boyuan's house, staring blankly at the clouds tinged red by the evening glow. Lost in thought, unbeknownst to him, Shaju had quietly come to his side and sat down in another corner. Su Damao, who lived in the backyard, looked up as he stepped out and saw Jia Dongshu and Shaju sitting under the eaves. He thought for a moment, sighed, and walked over to sit beside them. At this moment, the clouds in the sky flickered and glowed, incredibly radiant, while a flock of egrets soared high into the blue sky. The hot season seemed to be coming to an end, as the swallows began to prepare for their southward migration. Yet, their old friend Zhao Boyuan had not returned. In the first few days after Zhao Boyuan left, I admit I was quite happy. Jia Dongshu suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat low. I felt no pressure with him not at home. But then, after a while, I suddenly realized someone was missing. Only then did I realize he had been gone for a long time. I don't even know if he will come back again. Jia Dongshu's tone was full of uncertainty and expectation. Shaju also expressed his feelings deeply. Yes, suddenly there was no one to talk about us, and life became boring. The card game he taught me, I haven't played it since, and I don't even remember how to play anymore. There's no one to teach me anymore. However, Su Damao seemed to miss Zhao Boyuan less. He said somewhat carefreely, after he left, no woman has spoken to me actively again. Only then did I realize that my good fortune with women during that period was all to inquire about Zhao Boyuan. Sometimes I think I really miss that feeling. Even though I know they weren't there for me, I really liked that feeling of being approached by women. Su Damao continued, a hint of nostalgia on his face. At this point, everyone fell silent, as if reminiscing about the days related to Zhao Boyuan. The evening breeze gently blew, bringing a touch of coolness and taking away some of their restlessness and unease. They all knew what they were talking about, with Zhao Boyuan gone. Their enthusiasm had diminished significantly. This courtyard had become somewhat desolate and dull because of Zhao Boyuan's departure. However, at that moment, a figure slowly appeared and walked into the courtyard. That familiar silhouette, that familiar aura, instantly excited everyone. Zhao Boyuan is back. It was unclear who shouted this first, but soon, the entire courtyard was in an uproar. Zhao Boyuan is back. Everyone hurried to see. The courtyard instantly became a flurry of activity, bustling with excitement. Everyone rushed towards the front yard gate, eager to see with their own eyes if Zhao Boyuan, who had once brought them countless joy and memories, had really returned. Where is he? Where is Zhao Boyuan? Has Zhao Boyuan come back? He has finally returned. He has come back. They have all come back. Everything has returned. Yay! Cheers and screams intertwined, creating a moving melody. This courtyard has regained its vitality and energy because of Zhao Boyuan's return. Chapter 70 Arrival at the Frontline Mom. Hurry up, come and see the immortal. A child, not knowing whose kid it was, excitedly pointed at Zhao Boyuan, calling for his mother to witness this immortal moment. Hey, little guy, why do you say he is an immortal? A curious person nearby asked. Because my mom went to his house to burn incense to bless me for good grades. The child puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, with bubbles of mucus forming at his nose. Haha, that's impressive. The crowd burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan was surrounded by the residents in the courtyard, everyone looking at him eagerly, examining him from head to toe. After more than a month of absence, Zhao Boyuan seemed even thinner than before. His skin tanned to a bronze color, but he was still tall, with muscles that looked more solid and powerful. The only thing that hadn't changed was probably his bright eyes and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing him safe and sound, People couldn't help but feel happy and joyful, as if an old friend had returned after a long separation, the joy flooding their hearts. Ha, he is finally back. He is really back. Shaju pointed at Zhao Boyuan, extremely delighted. He had been asking every day when Zhao Boyuan would come back, whether he would come back. And now that he really returned, instead of rushing over, he stood at the entrance of the courtyard, laughing loudly. Jia Dongshu saw Zhao Boyuan and immediately rushed over, firing off a series of questions. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? You didn't even tell us you were leaving? Do you know how bored we've been these days? Everyone in the courtyard has been burning incense for you. We thought you would never come back. He rambled on, his face beaming with joy. Su Damao also excitedly ran over, complaining about his recent experiences. After you left, the women stopped talking to me. I haven't wanted anything but for you to come back. If you didn't come back soon, I would have to stay single. Do you know that? Do you know? He looked like he was seeking sympathy, and it was indeed somewhat funny, leaving Zhao Boyuan in a mix of amusement and helplessness. Meanwhile, 3 elderly men also hurried over. Seeing Zhao Boyuan and Jia Dongshu's concerned inquiries, Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui felt a deep sense of comfort and couldn't help but express their feelings. It's only when Zhao Boyuan is here that we can see who is the backbone of the younger generation. It has to be Zhao Boyuan. Only he has this kind of influence. Zhonghai sighed. Seeing their expressions reminded me of us, Liu Haizhong said emotionally. Zhonghai couldn't help but glance at Yin Bugui, then at Liu Haizhong, seemingly recalling some disgusting matters, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. And then he lowered his head. It's like we have such a good relationship. In daily life, they would use underhanded tactics, set traps, report each other, and dig holes for one another, right? Yin Bugui quickly waved his hand. Second uncle, don't say that, don't say that. It's all in the past, really. He acted as if they weren't that familiar, making Liu Haizhong feel quite embarrassed. He wanted to take the opportunity to stir some emotions, but failed. He snorted coldly. See, this is why I can't be close friends with you. With that, he swished his sleeve and walked to the other side. Zhonghai and Yin Bugui also stepped aside to avoid any misunderstandings. Of course, not everyone was like them, only thinking of themselves. Jia Zhangshi was not like that. She took a handkerchief out of her pocket, blew her nose vigorously, and then said happily, since Zhao Boyuan left, I haven't seen Dongshu this happy for a long time. Now that he is back, our Dongshu finally has a companion. Shaju, standing beside them like a transparent person, couldn't help but mutter, what am I then? Am I not worthy to be a companion? He laughed at himself, and then walked over to Zhao Boyuan, asking, Zhao Boyuan, where have you been during this time? I heard second uncle say you joined the army. Is that true? So, is this a family visit? Everyone looked at Zhao Boyuan curiously. Only Liu Haizhong was secretly cursing Shaju for being so clueless and chatty. Zhao Boyuan looked at everyone, feeling quite emotional at the moment. He really hadn't expected that after going out for special training, everyone seemed to really like him and miss him. It was just like the first day back from summer vacation in his previous life, when his mom was especially concerned, making his favorite dishes. And no matter whether he played games or stayed up all night, she wouldn't mind. It was all about indulgence. Zhao Boyuan's mouth twitched. Then he said, who said I joined the army? Second uncle is just talking nonsense. Liu Haizhong muttered to himself. As expected, I got scolded. Actually, I just attended a training class. As he spoke, Zhao Boyuan's mind was flooded with memories of the devilish training he had undergone during this time. Those 5 coaches were truly beasts, especially that female coach. Every day, he had to climb onto her bed for training. It was either a surprise attack training where clothes were about to come off, or she would use her mouth to feed him alcohol for detox training. There was no martial virtue to speak of. All kinds of tricks were thrown at young people. You might think it was a gentle paradise, but in reality, it was a beautiful hell. However, Zhao Boyuan was also able to take advantage of it, he thought. You might win, but I will never lose. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Not talking so much, I haven't had dinner and I'm hungry. Zhao Boyuan directly headed toward his home. Jia Dongshu immediately grabbed him. You just got back, you must be tired. How about you come to my house for dinner? He turned to Jia Zhangshi and shouted, Mom, hurry up and take out the pork we saved for the festival. Make a good meal. Zhao Boyuan has been gone for so long. He must be starving. Hurry up, Mom. Jia Zhongshu was also energized at this moment, quickly turning back to prepare the food. Before long, the Jia family set up a table full of delicious dishes. Zhao Boyuan didn't say a word and started devouring the dumplings, pork, an old hen that the Jia family had prepared for the festival. He chewed and burped at the same time. So good, so delicious. Jia Dongshu was filled with emotion, thinking that Zhao Boyuan must have had a tough time during this period. So he said, for these 3 days, don't go anywhere. Today, eat at my house. Tomorrow at Shaju's house. And the day after at Su Dumao's house. Zhao Boyuan suddenly stopped, pretending to be touched, but nervous, asking, is that okay? Really okay? Of course. Jia Dongshu patted his chest and guaranteed. Shaju and Su Dumao echoed in unison. Sure, no problem, we're all buddies. It's been so long since we've seen each other. What is wrong with having a meal? This really moved Zhao Boyuan, and he ate a few more bites. After eating and drinking enough, Zhao Boyuan lay back on the chair in Jia Dongshu's house, rubbing his belly with a toothpick in his mouth, letting out a satisfied burp. Brothers, you're so righteous. I knew you were the best. Actually, I missed you all so much during these days. Really? I was just like that. Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and Su Dumao nodded vigorously. Yes, we all know. Don't worry. It's all in the past, it's all past. When Zhao Boyuan returned home, Zhonghai and the 3 uncles had mobilized many Annies to clean his house, making it look brand new, even sweeping away the dust outside his door. Before going to bed that night, Zhao Boyuan calculated in his mind that in no more than 3 days, he would see these people's reactions. However, what did it matter? After all, even after these 3 days, this courtyard would still be his unique domain, and he could continue to live well. Not long after, Zhao Boyuan fell into a deep sleep. Yet, even while sleeping, he remained vigilant. Just a slight sound would wake him instantly, allowing him to react swiftly. This was the result of his recent training. Your current anti-spy level, top tier, enemies killed. 2. During the practical training, Zhao Boyuan captured 2 enemy spies by himself, which was equivalent to passing the exam. Only then did the 5 masters allow him to leave. They had seen from a distance how Zhao Boyuan caught 2 enemy spies like a cat catching mice. Even using traditional martial arts to pin the armed spies against the wall, a phenomenon often referred to as hitting someone like painting. Of course, these were mere trifles. After all, our country has never lacked martial arts masters throughout history. Whether it be ancient heroes fighting for the nation or the continuous lineage of martial arts like Bajikwan and Tai Chi, it was only in later generations. Living in a time of peace, the practicing martial arts for protection became unnecessary, leading to the emergence of so-called superhumans, making things like the lightning 5 whips a joke. However, in other eras, especially during chaotic times, there were indeed children who practiced martial arts from a young age, dedicating their lives to mastering a single skill. How could such people not be strong? The master who taught Zhao Boyuan traditional martial arts was one of these individuals. He had started practicing martial arts since he could remember, later running a security agency, engaging in escort missions, being part of brotherhoods, and even being a bandit in the mountains with rich combat experience. Later, when firearms became prevalent, he retreated to the village to live in seclusion. Villagers often saw him in winter, carrying a charcoal stove, easily leaping across a river the width of 10 feet without stirring up a single speck of ash. This was just one of the 5 masters. The other 4 were also experienced seniors, at least among the top tier. However, their purpose was merely to ensure Zhao Boyuan had sufficient self-defense capabilities, not to turn him into a killer. Because only with a strong military industry can a nation be powerful. That is the way. One missile is enough to devastate an area the size of a football field, leaving no survivors. Cluster bombs are even more devastating. Just 2 can turn a battlefield into a silent graveyard, sparing no one. And when the Gatling gun shows up, who dares to challenge it? In the face of absolute power, all resistance appears pale and powerless. This is the reason for Zhao Boyuan's return. His past is full of legendary tales, but his talent is destined to shine on a broader stage. He is a great talent. Those special trainings were merely the tip of the iceberg of his self-defense abilities. His true talents lie not in martial arts, poison techniques, combat skills, or boxing. but in the field of military industry. That is where he can truly showcase his talents. The next day, Zhao Boyuan, full of spirit, rode his newly polished bicycle to the steel mill for work. The workers were astonished to see him. When the factory director learned of his return, he was overjoyed. Upon seeing Zhao Boyuan, the director eagerly pulled him into the office for a private conversation, looking as if he could hardly contain his excitement. "Quick, tell me, how's that gun of yours?" the director asked impatiently. "Did our precious treasure shine on the battlefield? Did it or not?" Director Zhong was anxious to know what had happened to the Barrett sniper rifle and whether it had performed as expected. Zhao Boyuan smiled calmly. "The Barrett is still with the people sent by the War Department." Upon hearing this, Director Zhong was momentarily speechless, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He slowly picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag as if trying to inhale all his worries. Then, his voice grew a bit somber. "It seems that the War Department also thinks our plan is too absurd. We shouldn't be using a sniper rifle to take out Mike. In fact, that was just a spur-of-the-moment idea." He paused before continuing. "Since the sniper rifle hasn't reached the front lines, it means your arms plan has also been rejected by higher-ups. This was to be expected. Our strength really is still lacking a bit." His tone was filled with disappointment, but more so with understanding and acceptance. Just then, Zhao Boyuan suddenly smiled and said, "That gun has now produced 20 units. 10 of them have formed a team of top snipers, codenamed Surprise Dragon. They've been training intensely for a month, sleeping with their guns and eating with them. Today, they will board the train to depart." Hearing this, Director Zhong could hardly believe his ears. He abruptly threw his cigarette but to the ground and burst into laughter, overjoyed like a big child weighing 168 pounds and standing 1.75 meters tall. His joy, excitement, and exhilaration were palpable. That's great. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Wishing them success, wishing them a swift victory. It felt as if the sound of a special transport train's whistle was ringing in his ears, the iron wheels rolling, winter approaching, and the northern winds and snow were soon to come. Meanwhile, the Surprise Dragon team, after a long journey of 2 days and nights, finally arrived at Shanganling. Chapter 71. The might of Barrett. At first, this disaster seemed to go unnoticed by anyone. It was merely regarded as a probing attack, an attempt at a charge, the fall of a commander, and the disappearance of a 100-man unit, until the shadow of this disaster quietly loomed over everyone's hearts. Now, let us follow Wu Wanli's footsteps to the battlefield. Mayday! 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 This fighter jet is about to crash. Save me! Quick, save me! Boom! Bang! Tot. Wu Wanli suddenly opened his eyes, and before him was a scene of fierce gunfire and explosions. Shells exploded not far from him, and he could only hide in the trench. Behind him was a small hole dug into the mountainside that could only fit 1 or 2 people. The enemy mockingly called it a mole hole. A mole hole? What a joke! Let them come up first before saying anything. How dare they call this a mole hole? We have a resting room where the enemy doesn't move and I don't move, spacious enough, warm in winter and cool in summer. Honestly, I love crawling in here to rest. When ordinary people want to come as guests, I want to even let them in. Though he said that, seeing the enemy's resting room spread across the mountains, Wu Wanli couldn't help but chuckle. They had held their ground here for more than a month, facing the enemy's relentless bombardment every day, sometimes even hearing the sound of explosions in his dreams. Are those people's bombs free? At this rate, they will eventually deplete their resources. Besides, this mountain used to be covered with wildflowers, and in summer there were silly spores, mountain snakes, and wild boars roaming around. Catching one would provide enough meat to savor for half a month. Now it's all scorched earth endlessly. Even if they don't cherish the silly spores on this mountain, shouldn't they at least take care of the flowers and grasses? All they know is to send planes, tanks, and drop explosives. However, sometimes Wu Wanli would think, if only we had those 250 weapons, it would be great. Even just one of those would be enough to make the enemy lose their bearings. Thinking of this, Wu Wanli couldn't help but glance over to a nearby spot. Yesterday, a few people came. They brought several items wrapped in black cloth, and, judging by their shapes, they seemed to be something new. A few people were gesturing, saying not to get too close. But one of them said that this place was high, and there was a tunnel, making it the best spot to fire from. Then someone else added, This place has stable wind speed and a wide field of vision, perfect for observing that 10 across. Another person agreed, saying they could fire a shot and retreat through the mountain tunnel. They weren't stupid enough to wait to get hit. Afterward, the other few left, saying they were going to ambush from other positions, leaving only this sniper to keep watch up top. Finally, Wu Wanli received orders to cover this sniper, creating the illusion that there were people here so that the enemy wouldn't dare approach easily. At the same time, once the sniper fired, everyone had to evacuate within 3 minutes because if they didn't this place would definitely be bombarded repeatedly by the enemy. Wu Wanli assured that he would complete the mission. But when would he fire? Wu Wanli had been squatting here for half a day, and the guy at the tunnel entrance hadn't eaten or drank anything for almost a day. Last time, a centipede crawled onto his face, and he didn't even flinch. He just opened his mouth, and the centipede disappeared. What a remarkable person. Sometimes Wu Wanli wanted to ask him, was that centipede tasty? What did it taste like? It should be quite crunchy, right? This guy, eating alone, doesn't share at all. Does he think I'm a chatterbox? So he won't share anything good with me? Wu Wanli thought to himself, I really want to go up and chat with him for a bit. Just a few words. No more. At most, just 1 or 2 more sentences could relieve the frustration of not being able to talk. For example, asking him what's in that black cloth. You're lying here to snipe, right? Don't think I can't tell. Let me tell you, my brother used to be a great shot. Just then, the sniper lying above suddenly fired. Boom! Wu Wanli had never heard such a loud gunshot. The sound made his eardrums ache. Fortunately, someone had advised him to keep a distance and not get too close. Now, Wu Wanli understood why. And just after that loud gunshot, before everyone could react, the sniper shouted, retreat. Everyone immediately scrambled into the pre-dug hole, one after another, urgently retreating into the cross tunnel. The retreat was very urgent, but also very timely. Soon, they turned to the back of the mountain and directly drilled into the underground tunnel. This tunnel was dug particularly deep, at least 50 meters underground. Everyone looked a bit tense. In the darkness, gunshots echoed from outside the tunnel. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, counting the one just fired by that guy. There were a total of 10 shots. Are all these guns so loud? Wu Wanli thought, what kind of gun is this? How can it be so loud and powerful? I say, can this thing work? Wu Wanli finally couldn't hold back and asked. If he held it in any longer, he would go crazy. The person glanced at him and then said, after the gun fired, I predicted his movement, and when I hit, everything below his neck was ruined. Wu Wanli was taken aback. So powerful. Then who did you hit? I don't know. When they issue condolences later, we'll know. This person clearly felt the urge to talk. After not speaking for so long, saying a few words made him feel much better. After a while, he added, let us go. Let us move further in and try to stay hidden. Not long after, the sounds of explosions echoed across the mountains, especially on their side, with thuds and dirt falling. Fortunately, they had reinforced the structure. No matter what, they wouldn't be in danger. The bombardment lasted for a full half day. After half a day, when they confirmed that the sounds of explosions outside had turned to low frequencies, they took the opportunity to retreat to the other side. As for this area, it should not be visited again. A few days later, they killed several important enemies. Although the battle report was delayed by a few days, when it arrived through the enemy's newspapers, it shook the entire line, the entire army, and even the whole world. Many newspapers around the world used this headline, Terrifying Sniper. The 100 Tiger Regiment swept away. In this battle, they made a name for themselves, causing the enemy to lose their souls and achieving astonishing results. The next day's headline was even more striking, Great Victory, accompanied by a printed battle report. Finally, in cursive script, the 4 big characters, Long Fei Feng Wu, were written. Read, very good. That day's newspaper was sold out. For the next 10 days, people kept discussing this matter. The newspaper factory workers worked overtime day and night, unable to keep up with the printing. It was a morning when the morning mist gradually dissipated and the sunlight slowly shone through. The air still carried the scent of dew. Everything seemed freshly born, and all things were reviving. The weather had gradually begun to cool. The sunlight on the body didn't increase much warmth, but it gave a comfortable feeling. In workshop number 7, Director Yang hurriedly ran toward a cot placed on the ground. Zhao Boyuan! Zhao Boyuan! He shouted. Don't sleep anymore. The factory director is looking for you. Something big has happened. He asked me to hurry and call you over, asking if you had breakfast yet. Do you want some noodles with a fried egg or some congee with preserved egg and lean meat? The quilt was lifted, and Zhao Boyuan, who had just fallen asleep, opened his hazy eyes, rubbed his eyelids, and said, "What's the big deal, Director Yang? Stay calm. You can't be calm." I heard the factory director laughing and banging the table in the office. "I don't know what's going on. Hurry up and get up. Let's go see together. I'm a bit curious." Director Yang said. Zhao Boyuan yawned, slowly lifted the quilt, put on his slippers, stretched, and then changed into shoes. Following Director Yang towards the factory director's office. Not far away, Jia Dongshu was frantically tightening screws when his hand suddenly stopped. "Master, why is the factory director so nice to Zhao Boyuan? When there's something to find him, he even asks if he has eaten, and whether he wants noodles with a fried egg or congee with preserved egg and lean meat." Jia Dongshu said dissatisfiedly. "Why doesn't he come and ask me, 'Dongshu, have you eaten? Noodles or congee?' Even if I can't have Zhao Boyuan's treatment, he shouldn't ignore us grassroots workers tightening screws, right?" At this point, Jia Dongshu even felt a bit wronged. Zhonghai looked at Zhao Boyuan's departing figure and sighed. "All right, Dongshu, stop complaining. Don't say you're just an intern fitter. Even I, a level 7 worker, also can't get a word of concern." Zhonghai said dejectedly, "I've moved bricks for the factory. I've worked overtime in the workshop. Who comes to ask me? The factory director shouldn't be so biased." Jia Dongshu complained. "After all, we are neighbors of Zhao Boyuan. The factory director shouldn't treat us like this. How can he only care about Zhao Boyuan? At least it should be evenly distributed." "Yes, the factory director is indeed biased," Zhonghai said, then turned back and asked Jia Dongshu, "By the way, last time your 3 families treated Zhao Boyuan to several meals before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Did he mention where he went during that time, when he was eating?" "Ah, speaking of this makes me angry," Jia Dongshu said angrily. "He said he went for training. He said there was a beautiful master who crawled into his quilt every night." Jia Dongshu said sourly, "I suspect what he said is false, but it might be true. Master, you tell me, why is my peach blossom luck so late? When will it come? Why can't I go for training?" Jia Dongshu started complaining again. Zhonghai frowned and said, "Wake up, Dongshu, this is not the time to be dreaming. A good man should focus on his career. The reason you haven't trained is not because you aren't working hard. After so long, you should ask yourself, has your salary increased? Has your skill improved? Is it your own fault?" Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu fell silent. Jia Dongshu's mouth moved, but in the end, he didn't speak again, feeling a mix of emotions inside, secretly mumbling. "You only ask me. Why don't you ask yourself? Am I not working hard enough? Have I not put in enough effort? Who is the one who works overtime every day and still squeezes out an hour after work to practice skills? Who arrives half an hour early to the factory every day to review techniques next to the machines? And who has sacrificed even their playtime recently, using weekends to learn skills? Is it Zhao Boyuan? No, it's me, Jia Dongshu. Although, I only persisted for a week. But who dare say I don't work hard? I, Jia Dongshu, will never admit that I don't work hard. The one who really doesn't work hard is this cold world." On the other side, Zhao Boyuan followed Director Yang to the front of the factory director's office. Before entering, they heard bursts of hearty laughter from inside. "Ha ha ha. This operation was truly unexpected. It had an effect. It was powerful. Now their command personnel don't even dare to show their faces. They can only hide from a distance. Not even daring to take a look." Zhao Boyuan and Director Yang pushed the door open and saw the factory director laughing heartily, holding a newspaper that he had obviously read multiple times. When he saw Zhao Boyuan come in, the factory director greeted him with a smile to sit down, then handed the newspaper to him. "Look, this is a great victory. This newspaper was just published today, and I received it first. Our factory has made a great contribution this time." The factory director's words were filled with pride and joy. Indeed, ordinary people might have to wait several days to see this newspaper. After all, the newspaper factory is busy and always prioritizes distributing newspapers to those with certain status. Zhao Boyuan took the newspaper and began to read it carefully. Director Yang behind him couldn't help but lean over to take a look, and the more he looked, the more excited he became, unable to stop praising. "Great! Wonderful! Achieving such results, no wonder the factory director is so happy." The factory director was also smiling broadly, echoing, "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. This is indeed good news." In contrast, Zhao Boyuan seemed relatively calm. He just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded lightly. It's okay. For him, this was just a small achievement after his hard work, merely the result of one gun. But he knew that this was definitely not the last time he would achieve results. Just as Zhao Boyuan was about to return the newspaper to the factory director, he suddenly saw another piece of news on the newspaper. This report was about the big brother achieving new results in weapon development, specifically regarding tanks. Zhao Boyuan's eyes immediately lit up. He knew this meant new challenges and opportunities were coming. The T-542 tank is a modification of the T-54 equipped with the D-10T tank gun featuring the STP-1 vertical stabilizer, which is a significant improvement for the tank. This means that the performance of this tank can be further enhanced. Our country should also follow up on relevant technological improvements and develop our own tanks. Zhao Boyuan's words were filled with a desire for tank technology and expectations for the development of the national tank industry. Speaking of which, at this time, our country's tank industry is indeed a bit behind. To be precise, it hasn't even started independent manufacturing, relying entirely on purchasing the export versions from Big Brother. 5 pairs of wheels. Zhao Boyuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes shining. This is a classic tank. If we can study it, at least we won't have to beg others. Our country's path to tank development should also start. Zhao Boyuan turned to the factory director and asked seriously, "Director, is there any way to get a tank?" The factory director's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked at Zhao Boyuan with some confusion. "What do you want a tank for? How is this related to our sniper rifle?" Zhao Boyuan picked up the factory director's pen, circled the report about the tank, and then pointed to the report, saying, "The tank is the king of land warfare, but we still don't have the capability to manufacture tanks. It's all about buying, to put it bluntly. Even if we want to buy, we have to see their faces. We can't always wait until we need something to realize that we can't create it ourselves. Give me some time. I believe I can also research and develop our own tank." At this point, Zhao Boyuan looked at the factory director, his eyes sparkling with persuasion. "Director, don't you want to drive one of the tanks we've built in our steel mill?" This remark seemed to open a Pandora's box, instantly filling the director's eyes with excitement and anticipation. Why would T.I. want to? Who wouldn't T? What man wouldn't T want to give a try? Everyone wants to drive a tank. Zhao Boyuan continued to entice him, his voice filled with passion and yearning. "Director, you must have never seen that kind of tank, right? It's the kind where you can place a cup of beer on the cannon while it accelerates at full speed and not a single drop will spill, no matter how fast it goes. And those tanks that can even drift while moving at full speed. Just think about it. Once we create such a nimble and swift tank, what kind of effect will it have? Don't you want to see it? Do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to?" Zhao Boyuan's words were like a rapid-fire barrage, making the director's heart race and his blood boil. The director trembled all over, his face flushed with excitement. He clenched his fists and shouted passionately, "I want to..." Zhao Boyuan replied emphatically, "Then let us start by building the 5-wheel version. Give me a tank first. The target, T-54 main battle tank." The director's eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see their own tank galloping on the battlefield. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I'll figure out a way right now." Chapter 72, Assassinate Mike. Hearing Zhao Boyuan mention the T-54 tank, factory director Zhong couldn't help but shudder, secretly lamenting. This is quite a hot commodity. Indeed, a batch was imported previously, but it has long been divided up by various parties. Nowadays, getting hold of one is no easy task. However, fortunately, Zhao Boyuan has experience with the Type 56 and Barrett rifles, so acquiring a tank ISN-T completely out of the question. There are problems, but they aren't too serious. It might just take some time. All right, Zhao Boyuan, let me see if I can pull some strings. Factory Director Zhong said after a moment of contemplation, "I'll do my best to help you out. After all, this is a big deal, a real tank." He added, "Don't worry, I will definitely get you a T-54 tank that can run and has an imposing presence." Upon hearing this, the stone in Zhao Boyuan's heart finally fell. He trusted Factory Director Zhong's character. Moreover, this ISNT for personal gain, but for their military industry. How could he not support it? So, in the days that followed, Zhao Boyuan spent leisurely days at the factory and chatted and joked with Jia Dongshu and others at night. Occasionally, he would use the factory's name to invite Qin Huairu to the guest house to discuss practical combat issues. The courtyard was clearly not suitable for such activities. Those guys might eavesdrop. Zhao Boyuan didn't want others to overhear their private conversations. That would feel too awkward, even if it was to provoke others. It shouldn't be done like this. At most, he would be affectionate in front of them, and that would be enough. Letting them eavesdrop, that would change the whole atmosphere. Meanwhile, during the waiting period for the T-54 tank to arrive, the situation on the distant battlefield was quietly undergoing tremendous changes. In just half a month, a large number of command personnel from Eagle Country and Little Stick Country mysteriously died. Note the word died, not wounded. Every time, gunfire erupted. It was as if a song of suspense resonated over the battlefield, heralding yet another life as end. The renowned elite of the enemy, the 100 Tiger Regiment, was once their pride. However, in this battle, the 100 Tiger Regiment not only struggled to protect themselves, but their main force was also decimated by Barrett sniper rifles. Every time they were hit, the brutality was almost unbearable to witness. Missing arms and legs were considered light injuries. Often, as the guards heard a crisp gunshot, the nearby regiment and division commanders would explode mid-air, akin to a scene from a horror movie. Some might say, can't you just jump to avoid the danger upon hearing gunfire? However, those snipers are professionals at this. They possess precise predictive abilities. If they predict correctly, your life is over. If they miss, they take another shot. How can one defend against that? What is even more troublesome is that the rabbits seem unreasonable. They have been adept at making firecrackers since ancient times, and as the inventors of firecrackers and holders of fireworks, their firecrackers sound remarkably similar to the Barrett sniper rifle. When sniping begins from the east, similar gunfire often erupts from the south, north, west, and several other directions like southeast and northwest. When you call for air support, you don't even know where to strike. You can only hope for luck. On this day, Mike, the deputy commander at the front, was holding a command meeting with authority. After scanning the room, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God," because he noticed many new faces in the meeting, while the familiar faces were filled with panic, looking as if they had lost their homes. Is that new type of weapon really that formidable? Mike couldn't help but ask. He had been to the front lines for a long time, and this time he was only planning to stay a few days before heading back. Due to his previous poor handling of situations and his boastful words, the higher-ups were already quite dissatisfied with him. They had long replaced him with the old fox, Big Badger, who was stable and was deemed suitable to take over Mike's position. Although Mike was somewhat dissatisfied with this, he had no choice. This time he came to gather experience summaries and was also tasked with taking some photos at the front line to counter the criticisms, so no one could say he was a disgrace. Therefore, Mike wanted to find some old subordinates to take some reasonable and justifiable photos. However, he didn't expect that upon his arrival, he was overwhelmed by a multitude of complaints. The requests from these subordinates were astonishingly unanimous. "Sir, we can't stay up front. The rabbits are inhumane, doing despicable things. They don't engage in direct confrontation. They either ambush or snipe. It was one thing to conduct ambushes before. It was just a matter of being on high alert and shelling them. But since they got their hands on a secret weapon, the situation has changed. Going to the front lines to earn some merits has now become a highly risky, life-threatening endeavor. What is most exasperating is that besides using firecrackers to confuse vision, they also employed various covert methods. Before firing, they dug tunnels dozens of meters deep. At such depths, let alone bombing, even a nuclear fusion might not reach them. Thus, while the foot soldiers remained silent, those in command were genuinely at their wits' end. "We're done. I want to go back and enjoy the warmth of my family, rather than risk my life out here." Mike looked at this group of commanders who were fervently requesting to leave, veins popping on his forehead. The morale was severely impacted. "Gentlemen," Mike waited for them to finish speaking, then spoke loudly, "we misjudged the situation. Initially, we thought the bald ones were useless. If we were in charge, it would definitely be different. Our weapons are reliable. But when we started fighting, we realized that the bald ones also have their capabilities. They have endured for so long. This is my responsibility. I was careless. However, Now that Big Badger has taken over, this place is no longer under my jurisdiction. You should go to Big Badger about this. I am aware of your suggestions. Rest assured, I will report back. Based on my judgment, this must be the work of Big Bear, that big-eyed, thick-browed guy who appears honest and is resistant to the cold. Must have secretly provided some new weapons. Just as he was saying this, a subordinate rushed in a panic. Not good. Gunfire has erupted. What? Everyone was thrown into chaos, looking like lost dogs, and hurriedly rushed out of the tent. Even Mike panicked. He was afraid of this thing. Life is not a joke. Where are our fighter jets? Call for support, go. Mike shouted anxiously. We've already called for air support. They'll be here soon. The communications soldier quickly responded. Then I can rest assured. Mike finally felt less worried. He thought, no matter what, large-scale bombings still have some effect. Just then, the sky above erupted with the sound of roaring. Several fighter jets, carrying high-explosive fuel bombs, whizzed past the camp. On the plains, the pilots were also complaining about the heavy workload. We just bombed their bridge, cutting off their supply lines. And now we're sent here to wash the ground. We're just a brick, moving wherever we're needed. One pilot said helplessly, there are only pilots who die from exhaustion, not fields that get plowed badly. Another pilot chimed in. However, Tom, a pilot from Friendly Aircraft, laughed and said, Jerry, don't say that. Haven't we achieved great results? Think about it. Overall, we are maintaining the upper hand. Our planes can go wherever they want. Bomb wherever they want. Isn't that carefree? As Tom prepared to drop the bombs, he glanced down and noticed that there were still anti-aircraft guns in operation. He then opened fire with the plane's machine guns. Tot. In just a few seconds, the scene below was filled with blood and flesh flying everywhere. However, just as Tom finished his dive attack and was about to pull up, he caught a glimpse of a cold figure out of the corner of his eye. It was the captain of the Dragon Squad. He was crouching in the grass, expressionless, holding a large gun high above his head. This was, just as Tom wondered what this person was up to, suddenly bang, the sniper's bullet whizzed out. Tom's nerves immediately tensed. A sniper. The sniper targeting their bombing mission had appeared. He could even clearly see the weapon in the sniper's hand. But at that moment, the plane also made a loud bang. Mayday! 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 Tom shouted in panic, but it was all too late. Next to him, Jerry's plane was also surrounded by a burst of flames, struck by a sniper bullet from another direction. Just before Tom faced his death, he felt disbelief wash over him, along with the thought, it's over. Our side is going to lose. Their once proud air superiority seemed so fragile at this moment. Besides using anti-aircraft guns, the enemy even had someone who could shoot down their planes with a sniper rifle. One shot, one kill, indicating that this weapon was powerful, accurate, and had extreme stealth. In the upcoming battle, could they still rely on planes to absorb bullets? With such thoughts, Tom and Jerry's planes fell into the flames. In fact, they were overthinking it. After all, the strength of the Dragon Squad was not something found everywhere. They were a select few of the most outstanding marksmen, chosen from a vast pool. Even a skilled fighter like Liu Haizhong didn't qualify to join. Nevertheless, they were still impressive. At this moment, after shooting down a plane, the captain of the Dragon Squad quickly moved forward to stealthily advance. Their target this time was not these annoying fighter planes, but Mike. This was a big fish. The moment they received the intelligence, everyone wanted to catch this big fish, especially the captain, who was determined. Old Mike, don't think about escaping. Wait for me. The captain silently muttered to himself as he moved swiftly. However, Mike wasn't a fool. When he saw two planes falling from the sky in the distance, he knew something was wrong. Enough. Hurry up, Mike shouted anxiously. Taking advantage of everyone's disarray, he flipped into a jeep. As for his open-top off-road vehicle, he didn't care. That thing wouldn't withstand bullets and was easy to hit. Now that the sniper had shown up, how could he still sit in that thing? As Mike jumped into the jeep and sped away, the other commanders were too lazy to deal with this mess. Some got into Mike's open-top off-road vehicle and followed directly. However, they were unaware that the vice captain of the Dragon Squad had already ambushed them at a calculated position. When that open-top off-road vehicle appeared, the vice captain adjusted the scope and fired a Barrett sniper round. Boom! The vehicle, located about 700 meters away, was accurately hit and exploded into a burst of flames. Then the car lost control and plummeted towards the cliff. The vice captain then looked at the fleeing jeep. "Let us give this one a shot too." Not wanting to stop, she fired another shot at the jeep. Unfortunately, the jeep was not the primary target and had already escaped several hundred meters during the chaos. This exceeded the effective sniping range of the Barrett, and although the bullet was fired, it didn't explode, and the vice captain didn't even know if it hit anyone. She ignited a series of firecrackers she had set up earlier and quickly ran away, leaving behind a series of bangs and explosions. "Time to go," she thought to herself with a smirk. As for the outcome, they would see it in the newspapers in a few days. Soon after, the other side received the shocking news. What? Mike was shot by a sniper? In the operations room, there was a moment of dead silence. Everyone's face showed shock and disbelief. If the former commander Mike was killed on the spot, and if this got out, no one dared to speculate on how others would view it or think about it. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "This must be a new weapon developed by Bear targeting us. We must strongly condemn Bear." The other elites in the operations room echoed the sentiment. "Yes, that's right. It must be Bear's doing. It's so obvious. Does the rabbit have this kind of strength? No, absolutely not. Who else could fight us toe-to-toe and not fall behind? Achieving this result, if not Bear, it must be Bear." Regardless of whether there was evidence, it was definitely Bear. Subsequently, Bear received a public condemnation from Eagle Sauce. "Bear, you are inhumane." Chapter 73. The escalation of the verbal war. The big brother is angry. A condemnation from Eagle Sauce was like thunder splitting the sky, directly pointing at Big Bear. "You are not human." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like the horn of battle had sounded, instantly igniting the flames of war. Eagle Sauce's companions, as well as those dutiful sons and daughters, all responded and joined in this feast of verbal attacks. Foot Basin Chicken, who is usually quite sharp, felt that this matter was somewhat suspicious and unreasonable. But then he thought, since Eagle Sauce said so, he must have suffered a loss. No matter what, Dad is angry, and I must always be at the forefront. This way, Dad won't hit me. Foot Basin Chicken secretly thought and immediately published a statement, sternly condemning Big Bear. "We, Foot Basin Chicken, strongly condemn Big Bear's actions. This is inhumane. This is unreasonable. According to the International Convention, Article 29, Paragraph 36, Big Bear should apologize and make amends. Only in this way can international order be fully maintained and world peace can be achieved." However, Eagle Sauce's children were not all that obedient. Stickbird, who is usually straightforward, immediately came out to slap Foot Basin Chicken in the face. "Foot Basin Chicken, you shameless one. Have you forgotten what you have done? How can you even mention the convention? Have you ever followed it? Only we are truly on Dad's side. Dad, no matter what happens, we swear to stand by you. You must protect me well, give me more people, more equipment, so that I feel safe." Eagle Sauce looked at these dutiful children with secret pride. They truly were filial sons and daughters raised under the stick. However, Foot Basin Chicken felt somewhat wronged and published another statement to complain. "We have already apologized. What more do you want? I advise you to let it go. Is this really interesting?" In response, Stickbird, Dumbbird, Kangaroo, and friends from Big Bear's side were all speechless. Can an apology just wipe the slate clean? Shameless Foot Basin Chicken, this isn't your first time pulling such a stunt. Besides wanting to find a chance to beat him up, everyone had no other good solutions. After all, he recognized his father too quickly. As Eagle Sauce's battle horn sounded, his relatives and friends began to publish statements attacking Big Bear. Dumb Bird flapped his wings and shouted, "Whoever touches my brother is going against me. Don't forget, we are family, connected by the same roots." Gallic Rooster shook his head in confusion. "As a good friend, I really can't stand Big Bear's behavior. But what exactly did Big Bear do? Why has he suddenly become the target of everyone's arrows?" The massive body of White Elephant slowly moved, buzzing. "At this point, I suggest you lift me into this rogue's circle, and I will help mediate this matter." All the birds looked sideways and secretly laughed. What the heck? A non-bird creature wants to mix in, trying to fish in troubled waters? Do you think we are blind? This mediation work is not for you to interfere with. Faced with Eagle Sauce's declaration of war, Big Bear, who was preparing for winter, was completely confused and had been in a daze for several days. What did I do? Want to know what I did? Tons of vodka, first to build up some blood rage, then start up the beloved Kate Yusha. Stepping outside, Big Bear began a question. Who is cursing me? Step forward if you have the guts. Foot basin chicken and stickbird emitted whimpering sounds like frightened dogs. Hiding nearby and trembling, Dumb Bird quickly tried to mediate. Big Bear, don't be angry. Let us talk things out, put down the Kate Yusha, and we can resolve this peacefully. Gallic Rooster echoed, yes, Big Bear, we can sit down and talk about this slowly. Why resort to knives and guns? White Elephant again attempted to squeeze into the circle. Who is willing to give me a hand? Anyone? If no one is willing, I will ask again later. I really can mediate. Meanwhile, Big Bear's friends also launched a strong condemnation of Eagle Sauce's side. The rabbit sneered. This is hilarious. Coming up and cursing my brother Big Bear, showing blatant rudeness and an extremely ugly face. The monkey angrily scolded, dare to curse my big brother? Do you look down on my third strength? Just watch me give you a taste of your own medicine. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, said, Big brother smokes my authentic cigar, and after smoking it, he points his gun at Eagle Sauce. Dare to curse? You gone too far. Both sides exchange barbs, with friends joining in, and neither side lacked strength. The verbal war continued in the newspapers, with various remarks flying like arrows. In the end, Big Bear still didn't understand why Eagle Sauce cursed him. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce felt that some things were self-evident. Those who understand will understand. I don't need to say it, you should know. If you don't understand, then you're pretending to be confused. It must be you who is secretly attacking from behind and assisting the rabbit to beat me. Finally, Eagle Sauce couldn't help but quietly spread the news. Big Bear developed a new weapon to assist the rabbit in beating me, and it shot down my plane. Moreover, our Mike was almost sniped to death. His secretary was turned into a bloody mist on the spot, and Mike himself was injured and scared and didn't dare to go out. The news spread, causing an uproar worldwide. No one expected that Eagle Sauce would suffer such a huge loss. After Big Bear side's agents got the news, they also began to realize something. This seems to be taking the blame. Big Bear looked shocked and shook his head repeatedly. Why didn't he do this? Why am I taking the blame? Then Big Bear hurriedly asked the rabbit, and only then did he suddenly realize. Oh, so is you, rabbit. At that moment, Big Bear exclaimed, what the hell? I never expected the rabbit to be so capable, silently accomplishing the task. The whole world thought it was Big Bear who did this, and he himself thought it was one of his subordinates who didn't tell him and secretly did it. But in the end, it was the rabbit. Big Bear was very shocked, and he stared wide-eyed at the rabbit. No, bro, how did you manage to pull this off? You almost got my killed. How did you do it? Big Bear expressed that since we have such a good relationship, you have to explain this to me. So he speculated. Did you use anti-aircraft guns and send hundreds of snipers to take down Eagle Sauce? The rabbit replied earnestly, not at all. At this point, I want to hide it from you, brother. The situation back then was very critical. Our 40 million people united as one, researched thoroughly, and produced some pretty good sniper rifles. Then in the great competition, we selected talents to carry out the mission. As for the effective sniping distance of 1,600 meters, sorry, if you don't ask, I won't say. Even if you ask, I might not tell. This is my secret. Who doesn't have secrets? You, Big Bear. Don't have any? Right, that makes sense. After listening, Big Bear fell silent, carefully savoring the rabbit's words. Although it sounded plausible, it seemed that any country could achieve the above conditions just like that. But that was Eagle Sauce. Using the above conditions to take down Eagle Sauce could only be you, rabbit. For a moment, Big Bear even admired the rabbit a bit, and he sighed, brother, you really are something else. I never imagined you could pull this off to such an extent. In response, the rabbit just smiled slightly. There are many things you wouldn't understand. The Big Bear felt a bit ashamed as he recalled how he had once underestimated the rabbit. Now, he no longer dared to look down on this capable and determined neighbor. What help do you need over there? The Big Bear sincerely asked. I can provide air cover for my side. Also, I can give you Kate Yusha. No need to be polite. We are good neighbors and brothers. You hold the front, and I won't let you face it alone. The rabbit rubbed his hands together, feeling a warmth in his heart. He finally sensed the Big Bear's sincerity and support. That's great, bring me some planes, the rabbit said expectantly. Planes are not possible. The Big Bear shook his head. Then give me some tanks. The rabbit made another request. Tanks cost money to buy, the Big Bear said, feeling a bit awkward. The rabbit was taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook his head. But you just said strong support? When did I say strong support? I never said those 4 words. What I said was Katyusha and air cover. You can't even use the rest. You don't have a production line, and if it breaks down, there's nowhere to repair it, the big bear explained. The rabbit pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then give me 10 production lines. No planes, the big bear shook his head again. There must be tanks, right? You can't be that stingy, the rabbit said somewhat helplessly. The big bear hesitated for a moment. He finally realized the rabbit's dissatisfaction. He knew he couldn't be so stingy anymore, or he would really lose this important neighbor and friend. After a moment, the big bear slowly said, all right, I'll give you 3 tank production lines first, so you can't say I don't take care of my own. By the way, didn't you make a new gun? How about letting me take a look? The rabbit waved his hand and replied with a smile, you don't have one of those? The big bear was taken aback. Out of pride, he felt a bit embarrassed to say he didn't have one. He thought, how can you not have something that even my little brother has? What have you been doing all this time? But he still said, forget it. It's probably just outdated technology. You keep it for yourself? Saying this, the big bear ended the call. Turning around, he immediately ordered, I will not allow the rabbit to have something I don't. Develop a simple, tough, and durable next-generation sniper rifle immediately. It must be capable of shooting down aircraft and meet the requirements for ultra-long-range shooting. The experts below exchanged glances, hesitantly saying this. This seems like it's not something humans can do. Upon hearing this, the big bear angrily said, take them out and chop them. Bring in the next batch. Thus, the prideful big bear ended up dismissing quite a few experts due to this matter. As for whether the new gun could be made and when it would be ready, that was another story. Meanwhile, the rabbit, to thank the big bear for his support, sent someone to the big bear's house to get him drunk. After drinking happily, the rabbit's people brought back 3 somewhat old but still valuable tank production lines. From then on, our country had production lines for tanks. However, having production lines did not mean that tanks could be produced immediately. Without the guidance of experts and the skilled operation of technicians, making tanks would still be extremely difficult. At this moment, the big bear, slightly drunk, burped and showed a hint of a smile. I give you production lines, but you won't be able to use them. You'll still need to ask me for guidance. If I don't guide you, you won't be able to produce anything. If you want my guidance, you better recognize me as your godfather and earnestly help me out. Despite the big bear's love for drinking and seemingly rough demeanor, he was also someone who had a keen eye for detail. Otherwise, how could he have grown so big? It's important to know that in this world, the only country that could wrestle with the eagle and sometimes even be more reckless than the eagle was the big bear. The competition between 2 strong powers is not a game to be taken lightly. Could they have come this far without a large pool of talent and smart people? However, the big bear probably never thought that some things might not even need his guidance. On that day, the tranquility of the Hongqing steel plant was broken by a specially modified large truck. The truck rumbled into the factory area, and when it reached the gate, the ramp was lowered with a loud bang, catching everyone's attention. Inside the big truck, a rumbling sound arose, as if some steel monster was awakening and roaring. As the rumbling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of tracks clattering, this steel monster finally made its appearance. A T-54 main battle tank, in about 60 new condition, slowly drove out of the truck bed. When its long cannon appeared before everyone felt a genuine awe. This was a war machine that couldn't be bitten through or shot down. It was imposing and majestic, leaving people in shock. However, many workers began to speculate. Why did they bring this thing to our steel plant? What are they going to do with it? Are they going to dismantle it for steel or something? But it can still move. It would be a shame to take it apart. Yeah, it looks fine, not particularly bad, and it can still move. So it shouldn't be taken down. Could it be sent here for us to polish, wax, or to fix its appearance? Once this idea was mentioned, everyone felt that it was indeed a possibility. However, the arrival of the factory director broke everyone's speculation. The factory director and others walked over happily, and Zhao Boyuan was among them. The factory director came to the T-54 and proudly said to Zhao Boyuan, "This tank is yours." Upon hearing this, the workers were instantly stunned. They could hardly believe their ears that the factory was actually going to give a tank to Zhao Boyuan. What kind of operation was this? Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Sudamao, Zhonghai, and others were wide-eyed and couldn't believe what was happening before them. Unbelievable. The factory director is not rewarding bicycles, but giving out tanks. Jia Dongshu exclaimed, never having dreamed that Zhao Boyuan would receive such a big toy. I want one of those big toys too. Jia Dongshu immediately said enviously. Shaju and Su Dumao nearby also nodded frantically, their eyes shining with desire. Yeah, I want one too. If I had a tank, I would sleep holding it in my dreams. Shaju said excitedly. Su Dumao chimed in, driving this thing, taking a female worker out on the street. Hey, wouldn't everyone on the street look at me? So impressive. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly, all echoing, yeah, driving this with a female worker, that's really cool. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan had already arrived at the T-54 tank, and without hesitation, he climbed on top. He took a wrench and knocked on the tank's hatch. When the hatch opened, Zhao Boyuan crawled inside. Now, all the men in the audience were envious. Others couldn't even look at it, but he could go inside. Then, the tank slowly drove toward a prepared workshop. Sitting inside the tank, Zhao Boyuan's master-level comprehension ability began to show its effects. You observe and touch the inside of the tank, understanding tank internal design. You sat in and observed the tank operator, understanding driving a tank. You asked how to fire the cannon, understanding tank gunner. The master-level comprehension ability is incredibly terrifying. Before, Zhao Boyuan needed more observation time. But now he was much quicker. It's not a complicated operation. He basically mastered it with just a glance. After the staff left, Zhao Boyuan took the initiative to start the tank himself, and then slowly drove it out of the workshop. What the hell? He's the only one inside. And he actually drove the tank? Chapter 74. Driving a tank for a spin. The factory director and others were left stunned by Zhao Boyuan's series of operations. Hardly believing their eyes. How long had Zhao Boyuan been inside the tank? How did he learn to drive it so quickly? The factory director, with a shocked expression, said to those around him, his tone full of disbelief. Our Zhao Boyuan, he is truly a genius among geniuses. The factory director was so excited he almost jumped up, praising Zhao Boyuan to those nearby. Although others nodded in agreement, they couldn't help but mumble to themselves. He can't really be reckless, can he? What if he loses control and crashes into us? While getting hit by a tank might not kill you, being run over would definitely be fatal. They thought, no, I need to get away from this madman. So, everyone quietly dispersed, trying to avoid being caught in Zhao Boyuan's tank display. Zhao Boyuan, however, was completely unconcerned. He drove the tank out of the workshop effortlessly and headed toward the desolate patch of grass in the steel mill, ready to enjoy a good spin. After all, the steel mill was quite spacious. Before he knew it, Zhao Boyuan had crashed through the barbed wire and driven the tank onto the overgrown grass. Then, he executed a beautiful tail swing, as if putting on an impressive tank show. Afterward, Zhao Boyuan began adjusting the cannon's angle, producing a series of clicking sounds followed by a loud bang. The cannon was finally aimed at the approaching Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu was so frightened he screamed like a ghost and immediately dropped to the ground, terrified of being hit by the tank's fire. Shaju and Sudamao were also taken aback and hurriedly dodged to the side, fearing they might become casualties of Zhao Boyuan's tank show. The other workers who had followed also shouted, "Run," and quickly distanced themselves, worried about being caught in the crossfire. Zhao Boyuan watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh until he cried. Deep down, he knew there were no shells in the tank. After a while, Zhao Boyuan drove the tank back, reversing it steadily into the garage and then turning off the engine. Only then did the factory director and others approach with curiosity. Zhao Boyuan, how did you learn to drive the tank so quickly? Someone taught me a few tricks in there, Zhao Boyuan said casually. But you learned too fast, the factory director and others exclaimed. In just a short time, you've mastered it. Truly a genius. Zhao Boyuan smiled and humbly replied, it's not that hard. Just a few simple operations. After saying that, he effortlessly jumped down from the tank. Factory director Zhang signaled to his secretary and instructed, all right, since Zhao Boyuan can drive the tank now, let's leave this matter to him. Next, go call the deputy factory director and the heads of each workshop, and notify all employees that we are going to hold a factory meeting. Upon hearing there was going to be a factory meeting again, everyone turned to look at Zhao Boyuan. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan felt a bit anxious. He was honestly getting tired of being called up to receive awards. Director, if the purpose of the factory meeting is to commend me, then let's skip it. You could just send the materials to my house. I'm already over that excitement. It's always me, and it really gets boring. Factory Director Zhong shook his head and smiled. It's not that simple. This time it's not just about you. All right then, since there are other matters in the factory, we can't let the director skip this meeting. Zhao Boyuan reluctantly nodded, deciding to attend the meeting with everyone. On the way, Jia Dongshu approached with envy, saying, Zhao Boyuan, can you take me for a ride in the tank sometime? I want to brag to others. I want it too. I dream of driving a tank. Shaju immediately chimed in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to fire a shot. Su Daomao also joined in the excitement. Zhao Boyuan looked at Su Daomao with a playful smile and casually said, what is so difficult about firing a shot? Saying that, he suddenly bent down and yanked Su Daomao's pants down, pulling them all the way down. Su Daomao was instantly exposed, nearly jumping up in shock. Jia Dongshu and Sha Zhu burst into laughter, and the surrounding workers couldn't help but join in the hilarity. The female workers covered their mouths, giggling as they looked at Su Daomao. Oh my, not very big, huh? They teased. Su Daomao nearly wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Quickly pulling his pants back up, his face filled with embarrassment as he asked, Zhao Boyuan, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to fire a shot? So go ahead. Zhao Boyuan waved his hand with flair, laughing triumphantly. Su Daomao was close to tears. He really wanted to fire a shot, but not by pulling down his pants. Zhonghai and others watching this scene shook their heads, both amused and exasperated. This young man is really too mischievous. Soon, everyone arrived at the meeting venue, ready to start the new factory meeting. The factory director and others took to the stage one by one, and upon seeing his nameplate on the platform, Zhao Boyuan naturally walked up. Why not sit if there was a seat? He never liked standing to listen to others speak. Everyone had grown accustomed to this special treatment for Zhao Boyuan. After all, he had also sat high on the podium last time. If he sits, then let him sit. Everyone thought. Once everyone was gathered, the factory director took out a newspaper from his pocket, cleared his throat, and began, Comrades, fellow workers, the reason we have called this meeting today is because our boys have achieved a great victory on the front lines. Now, I will read to you the recent battle reports. At the beginning of October, our snipers were deployed to the front lines, and in the Shangdanling area, they killed over 20 enemy soldiers from the 100 Tigers and Guardian Lions units. That 100 Tigers unit claims to be elite, huh? On October 23rd, our snipers shot down 2 enemy planes in the Jinhua cave area. An old thief Mike fled without a fight. On October 28th, we pursued the enemy, advancing over 100 miles. Comrades, fellow workers, it is their sacrifices and contributions that have allowed us to enjoy today's peaceful life. Let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrades and wish our other brothers even greater victories. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, filled with gratitude. After a moment, Factory Director Zhong took a sip of tea and continued, Next, what I want to discuss is also closely related to our factory. The weapons carried by our snipers this time are the Barrett sniper rifles developed by Comrade Zhao Boyuan. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked at Zhao Boyuan in shock, their eyes filled with both astonishment and horror. It actually is. My goodness. No wonder the factory director wanted to share this battle report with us. Although everyone had not been to the front lines, the person who created the weapon was right there. For the first time, everyone felt how close the war was to them. The great figure was actually right beside them. At this moment, Master Zhang Yun and the other level 8 workers, including Zhong Yinghua, all revealed smiles. Master Zhang softly said, I knew he must have created something extraordinary. Zhong Yinghua's eyes sparkled as he said, Next time, I want to strive to be his assistant. Master Liu also sighed indeed. I just didn't expect his growth to be much faster than I imagined. At this moment, the factory director, deputy director, Director Yang, and others all stood up and applauded. The workers in the audience also applauded in tribute to Zhao Boyuan. Well done, Master Zhao, truly a genius. Amazing, this Master Zhao, a model of inspiration, someone exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu couldn't help but curl his lips and silently grumble. You say Zhao Boyuan is exceptionally talented. He can agree with that. But inspirational? Only unfamiliar people would say that. Every day at work, he just lies down on his little bed, does nothing, just sleeps. Jia Dongxiu thought to himself. He sleeps until 9 or 10 in the morning, then runs to Shaju's kitchen for breakfast. He steals food from the cafeteria with Shaju to add meat and vegetables to his porridge, and sometimes even gets a bowl of chicken soup. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, at around 10, he casually does something or talks with the factory director. At noon, he arrives earlier than all of us and can get his meal without waiting in line. In the afternoon, he repeats the same routine. Thinking of this, Jia Dongxiu didn't know what to say. Zhao Boyuan's life was simply his dream. Who wouldn't want to live such a comfortable life? He dreamed of it, but Jia Dongxiu felt discontented. Some people said Zhao Boyuan was inspirational, but he didn't agree. He didn't work hard at all. He simply relied on his talent to make a living. Why didn't he have that talent? Jia Dongxiu had a premonition that when he returned home, his mother would definitely give him a good scolding. Meanwhile, Shaju was already clapping with a red palm, proudly saying, "Yes, my good buddy. This is my buddy. Look at him, so impressive. Let me tell you, I'm his best friend. We always play together. Our relationship is excellent." Shaju wished he could announce to the world that he was Zhao Boyuan's good buddy. This made him feel proud. As for Sudamao, he kept telling the new recruits in the publicity department, "Do you see? This is my brother. I live in the same courtyard as Zhao Boyuan. If anyone wants to meet him, come to me, you won't be wrong." Sudamao hoped that all the women would come to him, so he would feel he was not lacking attention from women. Although he already knew that the women were not approaching him for him, but to get to know Zhao Boyuan. But what did it matter? It was better than having no women to talk to him, right? At this moment, the factory director stood on the stage, loudly announcing the generous rewards for Zhao Boyuan. After careful consideration, the factory decided to reward Comrade Zhao Boyuan for his outstanding contributions with the following. 1. Special approval for Zhao Boyuan to enjoy the treatment of a level 6 worker, with a monthly salary raised to 77 yuan. 2. A personal exclusive workshop for Zhao Boyuan to fully support his research and innovation. 3. A cash reward of 300 yuan, along with 10 pounds each of pork and beef, and 50 eggs, among other abundant living supplies. 4. The honorary title of model worker awarded to Zhao Boyuan, along with a certificate of honor. 5. Zhao Boyuan has the right to call upon 2 senior masters from the factory at any time to assist him in his work. Once the rewards were announced, the audience erupted in excitement, and everyone exclaimed in unison, "Wow! Such generous rewards and high treatment were truly enviable." Liu Haizhong glanced at Zhao Boyuan, then examined himself, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged in his heart. He had struggled for many years in this steel mill just to barely reach the position of a level 6 worker. Yet Zhao Boyuan, at such a young age, was already enjoying the same treatment, and the factory had high hopes for him, clearly cultivating him as the next generation's technical ace. This made Liu Haizhong feel a mix of emotions. Now, not only would the people in the courtyard discuss Jia Dongxiu and the others, but even I, the second uncle, would be the subject of gossip. Liu Haizhong sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Zhonghai also began to feel genuine regret. If I had known Zhao Boyuan was so capable and talented, I would never have accepted Jia Dongxiu as my apprentice. He thought regretfully. 100 Jia Dongses are not worth 1 Zhao Boyuan. Now, to bring up the matter of accepting apprentices. Sigh, it's impossible to think about it now. Zhao Boyuan is now enjoying the treatment of a level 6 worker, just 1 step away for a level 7 worker. Sooner or later, even I, the first uncle, won't be able to catch up with him. Moreover, Zhao Boyuan's current monthly salary is simply unspendable. Living alone, how could he possibly spend 77 yuan a month? And with so many supplies provided, he wouldn't even need to acknowledge Zhonghai as his master. The more Zhonghai thought about it, the more he regretted missing such a great opportunity and choosing the wrong apprentice. Now, he had to consider a question. Should he go talk to Zhao Boyuan and ask him to teach him a few techniques? That way, he could also shine in the factory. However, until noon, and even in the afternoon, Zhonghai did not find an opportunity to approach Zhao Boyuan. Since the factory meeting ended, Zhao Boyuan had been surrounded by a crowd, including the outstanding single female worker from the factory, senior skilled workers, and various workshop directors. all come into chat with Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan was simply too busy and had no time to pay attention to Zhonghai, a mere level 7 worker, the first uncle in the courtyard. By evening, when the workers got off work and returned home, everyone in the courtyard learned the news that Zhao Boyuan had been rewarded again. Look at Zhao Boyuan's abilities. People discussed. This is what happens when you choose the right path. The subsequent development is much smoother. Jia Zhongshi stood in the crowd and said loudly, "One step ahead. Every step is ahead." Then she lamented about her son Jia Dongshu. Our Dongshu, back then, entered the factory together with Zhao Boyuan. Now, our Jia Dongshu is still just an intern machinist, completely stagnant. Just look at Zhao Boyuan. He effortlessly received a reward of 300 yuan. Our old Jia passed away in the factory and only got compensated 200. Now, our Jia family can't even catch up with Zhao Boyuan. The more she spoke, the sadder and more upset she became. Zhao Boyuan has everything, while the Jia family has not made any progress at all. How could this not make Jia Zhongshi feel disappointed and upset? She watched Zhao Boyuan rise high and surpass their Jia family. As she spoke, Jia Zhongshi even cried, lamenting how she gave birth to such a useless son like Jia Dongshu. If only she had given birth to someone like Zhao Boyuan, then he would have been worthy of the Jia family. The other aunts felt uncomfortable hearing Jia Zhongshi say this. Zhao Boyuan was indeed outstanding, but I originally thought that even if he had potential, it wouldn't happen so quickly. The second aunt said, "Who knew that in the blink of an eye he would catch up to my husband's salary?" The second aunt felt a sense of sympathy as she spoke. Now, Zhao Boyuan and her second uncle were on equal footing. The third aunt said enviously, "Your second aunt, at least your old Liu is on equal footing. Just look at our old Yin. He doesn't even compare. At his age, his salary is now less than half of Zhao Boyuan's. I was truly blind back then to marry such a poor fellow." The first and second aunts quickly stepped forward to dissuade her. "Don't say that, second aunt. Don't say that. Things haven't reached that point yet." Indeed, the situation of the third uncle is different. He has his own development trajectory. But the third aunt still felt very sad. She also wanted to live a good life and didn't want to be poor all the time. Annie one sighed and said, "I'm afraid that in 2 years, Zhao Boyuan will surpass even my old partner's salary. By then, my feelings will be the same as yours now." Annie 2 and Annie 3 listened and felt even heavier in their hearts. So what if your Uncle 1 is impressive? Zhao Boyuan might surpass him in less than 2 years. Annie 2 couldn't help but say. Annie 3 echoed. Exactly. Zhao Boyuan's progress is astonishing. It won't even take 2 years. At most, he can catch up in a year. Just then, the deaf old lady came over with her cane. Upon learning that Zhao Boyuan was so successful and had received so many rewards this time, her emotions surged and her desire grew stronger. She pouted and said, "This time, I absolutely must acknowledge him as my god-grandson. I will take Zhao Boyuan as my god-grandson. All my houses in the future will be given to him." After the deaf old lady finished speaking, she eagerly waited by the door for Zhao Boyuan to return. Every time someone came back, she would ask, "Has Zhao Boyuan come back?" If someone asked her why she was looking for Zhao Boyuan, the deaf old lady would smile and say, "I'm planning to take Zhao Boyuan as my god-grandson. When I die, all my 3 rooms will go to him." Everyone silently stood aside, curious to see whether Zhao Boyuan would acknowledge the deaf old lady as his god-grandmother for those 3 rooms. Zhonghai was also waiting beside the deaf old lady. He planned that as long as the deaf old lady succeeded, he would immediately take Zhao Boyuan as his disciple. 100 years later, his room would also be given to Zhao Boyuan. Anyway, he had become a dead end, so if he was going to acknowledge a god relative, it should be someone outstanding in the yard. As for disciples like Jia Dongshu, he had already tacitly accepted that they had no future and was ready to give up on them. Chapter 75. The deaf old lady's plan fails. While the deaf old lady, Zhonghai, and others were eagerly waiting, Jia Dongshu, Sha Zhu, and Su Damao returned first. Upon learning that the deaf old lady wanted to give a house to Zhao Boyuan, Jia Dongshu immediately became anxious. The old lady is confused. Jia Dongshu was heartbroken and rushed to the deaf old lady, asking anxiously, "Old lady, how could you think of recognizing Zhao Boyuan as your grandson and giving him the house?" The deaf old lady glanced at him and said indifferently, I think Zhao Boyuan will definitely achieve great things, so I want to give him the house. What's wrong with that? Do you have an opinion? Jia Dongshu thought to himself, the old lady is indeed confused. Is there even a need to say this? Anyone can tell that Zhao Boyuan has great potential, and he is already successful now. He can even drive a tank. But the key is, she can't just go and recognize him as a grandson. Moreover, giving him a house, what kind of act is this? Old lady, I think this decision is not good. Jia Dongshu noticed the deaf old lady's expression was off and quickly tried to persuade her. Shaju also chimed in, yes, old lady. We've all heard from Uncle San that this house only has usage rights for us. Shaju babbled anxiously. However, the deaf old lady didn't care. She shrugged her shoulders, showing a stance that no one could dissuade her. Then I'll just give Zhao Boyuan the usage rights to my house. At this moment, Zhonghai also sensed something. It seemed Jia Dongshu wanted the house. He scolded, all right, you two step aside, don't disturb the interest of me and the old lady. This time, the deaf old lady's recognition of Qin was very important, and it also involved Zhonghai preparing to take Zhao Boyuan as his apprentice later. Therefore, Zhonghai did not allow any mistakes in this matter. Dongshu and Sha Zhu could only stand to the side, feeling dejected. They didn't expect the old lady to be so confused as to be willing to give the house to Zhao Boyuan. Jia Dongshu said angrily. Sha Zhu also felt a bit down. Yes, and giving him a house, that is something I didn't expect. Zhao Boyuan is really lucky now. At this time, Jia Zhongshi also came over. As soon as she saw Jia Zhongshi, Jia Dongshu felt a chill run down his spine. And Sha Zhu and Su Damao quickly moved away. Dongshu, look, even the old lady doesn't favor our family anymore. Jia Zhongshi cried. That house was supposed to be yours. My son, why don't you fight for it? As she spoke, Jia Zhongshi began to wipe her tears. In fact, Jia Dongshu also felt uncomfortable inside. Mom, enough. It's going to rain and you want to get married. If the old lady insists on giving it, then let her give it. Jia Dongshu said stubbornly. Look, this is how unambitious you are. How could a mother have such an unambitious son? Jia Zhongshi kept poking Jia Dongshu's forehead, making him step back. Jia Dongshu had a helpless expression. Soon, Zhao Boyuan returned. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone gathered at the door. What's going on? Zhao Boyuan was quite curious. As soon as the deaf old lady saw him, she joyfully called out, Zhao Boyuan, come here. I have something to say to you. Zhao Boyuan pushed his bicycle inside and smiled, asking, old lady, what is it? I'm planning to give you my 3 rooms. Do you want them? The deaf old lady expressed her goodwill right away. Zhao Boyuan thought, is there really such good luck? It can't be that easy. After thinking it over, he felt the deaf old lady just wanted to find someone to take care of her. After all, she had been looking for someone to take care of her for more than just a day or two, and not just Zhonghai. Of course, it wasn't necessarily a trap for him. She might really give him those 3 rooms, but the prerequisite would definitely be that he had to take care of her. How awkward. I already have a grandmother. Why do I have to recognize someone else as my grandmother? Just for those 3 rooms? Zhao Boyuan felt he couldn't do such a disgraceful thing. Old lady, that's your house. I can't take it. Saying this, Zhao Boyuan pushed his bicycle further inside. He still needed to entertain guests from the factory. He had invited Master Zhang Yun, the factory director, Director Yang, and several senior craftsmen, and planned to dismantle the tank together later. He didn't want to get entangled in such matters. The deaf old lady was stunned. She never expected that when she just offered to give 3 rooms to Zhao Boyuan, he would refuse. How could he refuse? The deaf old lady was quite surprised. Zhonghai also couldn't understand. Yes, why wouldn't he want to benefit? Everyone else exclaimed in astonishment. He doesn't want it. They didn't know that gifts from heaven often come with a hidden price tag. But Zhao Boyuan knew, and that's why he refused. The deaf old lady chased after him. Zhao Boyuan, why don't you want my house? Is my 3 rooms not good? As long as you recognize me as your grandmother, I'll give you the house. Sure enough, everything that seems like a free lunch has its reason. Zhao Boyuan smiled faintly. Old lady, I'm just one person. I don't need so many rooms. I think you could give your house to Jia Dongshu and Sha Zhu, especially Jia Dongshu. When he gets married in the future, the couple can't sleep in the same bed with his mother, right? How would they do things then? If Aunt Zhang hears some noises at night, wouldn't she cough loudly and ask what they're doing? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, because Zhao Boyuan painted a vivid picture. Even Jia Zhongshi was amused. This kid Zhao Boyuan is always talking dirty. Am I that kind of person? Even if I heard something, I wouldn't say anything. Jia Dongshu blushed deeply. He felt so embarrassed just thinking about that scene. However, Zhao Boyuan's words made him deeply grateful. He originally thought the deaf old lady's house was a done deal, but Zhao Boyuan is really a good brother. Jia Dongshu thought, he considers me everywhere. Little did he know that taking the deaf old lady's house would mean he had to take care of her. Zhao Boyuan just didn't want to take care of the deaf old lady, so he pushed this hot potato onto Jia Dongshu and Shaju. Shaju was very touched when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhao Boyuan would remember him. Although I have 2 rooms and don't need the old lady's house, Zhao Boyuan still thought of me. He is truly a good buddy, a benefit that everyone else longs for. Zhao Boyuan casually pushes away, which moved Jia Dongshu and Shaju to tears. Even Jia Zhongshi was sincerely grateful to Zhao Boyuan, feeling that Zhao Boyuan respected the Jia family and was genuinely helping them. Zhao Boyuan, come to our house for dinner tomorrow. Jia Zhongshi said, you think so much for our family. I must treat you to a good meal. Jia Zhongshi was known to be stingy, but today her words were extraordinary. Zhao Boyuan thought for a moment and said, then tomorrow night, I'll bring Shaju, Su Damao, and a few others. After hearing this, Shaju and Su Damao felt honored. See, this is what a good buddy does. He invites them when there's food. Jia Zhongshi was reluctant to invite Shaju and Su Damao, but since Zhao Boyuan had spoken, she nodded in agreement. Then you all come over tomorrow night. Zhao Boyuan responded and rode his bicycle home. When they turned back, everyone looked at the deaf old lady, who suddenly felt like wax. She originally wanted to use her 3 houses to have Zhao Boyuan take care of her in her old age, so she could enjoy food and drink. However, Zhao Boyuan turned out to be so loyal. Not only did he refuse her houses, but he also made Jia Dongshu take her houses. Now it was the deaf old lady's turn to have a headache. If she gave houses to Jia Dongshu, she was unwilling because Jia Dongshu had no prospects. And Jia Zhongshi was stingy. Recognizing Jia Dongshu as a grandson would mean only losses, a big loss. But what if she didn't give them? That would mean not giving face to the Jia family. The deaf old lady was truly in a dilemma. Similarly, at this moment, Zhonghai also felt quite disappointed. With the deaf old lady's plan failing, his plan to take on a disciple was even less likely to succeed. Who would have thought that Zhao Boyuan would be so loyal to his friends and would insist on giving the deaf old lady's 3 houses to Jia Dongshu and Shaju? I misjudged Zhao Boyuan. He is truly sincere to his friends. Zhonghai sighed. Others thought the same way. In our courtyard, only Zhao Boyuan is innocent and straightforward with his friends, Liu Haizhong said. This is what a true friend is like. When there are benefits, they prioritize their friends. Yin Bugui said. Other neighbors also expressed that anyone who could be friends with Zhao Boyuan was truly blessed. Jia Dongshu and Shaju encountering a friend like Zhao Boyuan was indeed a fortune. Yes, Zhao Boyuan is so good to them. Where can one find such a friend? Zhao Boyuan is driven by righteousness. Anyone would praise Zhao Boyuan's loyalty. Only the deaf old lady secretly lamented. Faced with no choice, the deaf old lady suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. What's wrong, old lady? Zhonghai asked. The deaf old lady started to act. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Let's talk about the house later. Saying this, she had Zhonghai support her to the latrine. Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu watched the deaf old lady leave with cold eyes, and Shaju felt a little too happy, thinking the deaf old lady's act was too obvious. However, the two quickly adjusted their mindset. Even if the old lady doesn't give us the house, having a good friend like Zhao Boyuan is worth it for a lifetime. After saying that, they happily went to Zhao Boyuan's house, full of gratitude. As for Su Damao, he never expected to get the deaf old lady's house. So he didn't care whether Zhao Boyuan mentioned having her give him the house. After all, he had a bad reputation in the courtyard, and the deaf old lady would definitely not give it to him. In short, this matter ended inconclusively. The neighbors then gathered near Zhao Boyuan's house. Everyone knew that Zhao Boyuan had received so many rewards this time. Although the rewards hadn't been delivered yet, they would definitely come. They were curious about how Zhao Boyuan would handle these things when they arrived. Soon they found out. This time, the people from the steel mill were even more numerous than last time, almost 2 tables worth. As soon as Yin Bugue saw these people, he immediately ran home to hide the white wine he had saved for himself. As a result, just as Yin Bugue carefully opened the cupboard and reached inside, he suddenly shouted, "Where's my wine? Where did my wine go? Who took my wine? Who?" At this moment, Jia Zhongshi was holding a bottle of white wine, quickly making her way to Zhao Boyuan's house. "Zhao Boyuan, this is wine from third uncle's house. You can't have a gathering without wine. Take it, take it. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Since you think highly of my son, I should help out." No one knew how third uncle's wine ended up in Jia Zhongshi's hands, and then was borrowed by her to please Zhao Boyuan. In any case, Zhao Boyuan accepted the wine. Next, Shaju happily went to help Zhao Boyuan in the kitchen, and Jia Dongshu and Su Damao also actively helped set the table. With the support of Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others, the neighbors cooperated, pouring tea, serving guests, washing vegetables. Zhao Boyuan's house was bustling with activity. The factory director, deputy director, and Director Yang were very pleased to see this scene. Master Zhang Yun said, "This courtyard is truly full of warmth. These are all kind neighbors." The factory director and others laughed heartily. "That's right, we said the same thing last time." Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others echoed. "Yes, we are all kind neighbors, always eager to help." Only third Uncle Yin Bugue was secretly shedding tears. His wine had been borrowed just like that. As for the deaf old lady, she knew she definitely wouldn't have any share tonight. She could only take a deep breath of the fragrant food wafting through the air and mutter to herself, "When will I be able to eat Zhao Boyuan's delicious food? Why is it so difficult?" Zhao Boyuan's house was filled with 2 lavish tables of food, and after Jia Dongshu, Shaju Zhonghai, and others finished their tasks, they all came out. There was simply no space inside, and it was all high-skilled workers in factory management. While helping in the kitchen, Shaju only managed to prepare 2 tables of food. Anything more would be too much to handle, so he didn't even consider eating at Zhao Boyuan's house. Everyone stood outside, watching the lively scene at Zhao Boyuan's house, filled with envy. "If only one day I could be so glorious as well," Jia Dongshu sighed. "I think the same way." Shaju agreed. "Me too." Su Damao didn't want to fall behind. In fact, not just these few, Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others thought the same. They all hoped that one day they could be as glorious as Zhao Boyuan, with friends filling their homes, shining brightly. Just then, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong faintly heard the factory director's loud voice from inside. "Our Zhao Boyuan will definitely recruit 2 more assistants this time to help build tanks. Masters, you must help out when the time comes." Hearing this, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong's hearts raced uncontrollably. They thought to themselves, Zhao Boyuan is going to recruit assistants again? Although they knew there wasn't much hope, they still wanted to give it a try. Moreover, this time he was recruiting 2 people. Just right. However, they also realized a problem. How to learn from the last lesson and establish a good relationship with Zhao Boyuan. They couldn't wait until they needed help to think of burning incense. They began to ponder how to better get along with Zhao Boyuan, striving to become his assistants. Chapter 76, Dismantling Tanks, Manufacturing Cars. It was only because they overheard the factory director mentioning that Zhao Boyuan might be looking to recruit 2 assistants to help dismantle tanks that the 2 uncles were suddenly filled with excitement, brainstorming how they could become the coveted assistants. They had missed the last opportunity, and this time they were determined to seize it. However, after thinking it over, both of them couldn't help but show a look of helplessness, as it seemed there was no good plan. In terms of skills, Zhao Boyuan had many experts around him, including top-notch 8th-grade craftsmen like Master Zhang Yun, as well as versatile talents like Zhou Yinghua, who excelled in both technology and gun manufacturing. Uncle Liu Haizhong initially wanted to analyze the situation from various angles to find a glimmer of hope for both of them to become Zhao Boyuan's assistants. But after some effort, it only added to their troubles. Zhonghai also frowned and sighed. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. After a discussion, both were at a loss. At this moment, Liu Haizhong proposed, "Why don't we gather everyone for a small meeting at your home to brainstorm?" Zhonghai thought for a moment and nodded. "That sounds good. 3 cobblers can match Zhuge Liang." Let us all come up with ideas together. Thus, Zhonghai quickly summoned the think tank of the courtyard, including Yin Bugui, Jia Dongshu, Sha Zhu, Su Demao, the deaf old lady, and even Jia Zhongshi was invited to his home. The sole purpose was to discuss how to compete for the position of Zhao Boyuan's tank assistant. Everyone, we in the courtyard cannot fall behind any longer. Zhonghai began, tried to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. We are far behind Zhao Boyuan. To turn the situation around, Uncle Liu and I have decided to compete for this assistant position again. Does anyone have any good ideas? If you do, Uncle Liu and I will reward you with 2 pounds of pork. Upon hearing the reward of pork, everyone's spirits lifted. Jia Dongshu pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Actually, there's a way, but I don't know if you can put aside your pride." "Oh, Dongshu, what brilliant plan do you have? Quickly, share it." Zhonghai was delighted to hear that Jia Dongshu had an idea as soon as the topic was brought up. Liu Haizhong quickly expressed his agreement. "Dongshu, just say it. Pride doesn't matter to me and Uncle E." Jia Dongshu, with a cunning look, suggested, "Actually, both of you just need to apprentice under Zhao Boyuan as your master. Isn't this problem easily solved? You can learn real skills and also create a beautiful master-apprentice story with Zhao Boyuan. An old apprentice with a young master could even become a legend." Upon hearing this, everyone nearly fell over. While they could understand an old man with a young wife, the notion of an old apprentice with a young master was unheard of. Sha Zhu immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "How can this be? This absolutely won't do. How can Uncle E become Zhao Boyuan's apprentice?" Su Demao also raised a question. "If Uncle E becomes Zhao Boyuan's apprentice, then you, Jia Dongshu, would become Zhao Boyuan's grand disciple? Wouldn't that mess up the hierarchy?" Jia Dongshu smiled nonchalantly and said, "We can each discuss our own matters." Zhonghai's face turned pale. He had hoped for a good idea from his apprentice, but instead, he got such a ridiculous suggestion. Does he not care about his pride? And discussing their own matters, why not just fly to the sky? "All right, everyone, shut up. This matter will be discussed later." Zhonghai immediately rejected the idea. As a respectable person, he would never accept such an undignified method. Liu Haizhong also felt awkward. After all, he was the elder in the courtyard. Going to acknowledge Zhao Boyuan as a master was quite absurd. Unless there truly were no other options left, he would consider such a ridiculous idea. At this point, the deaf old lady interjected, "In my opinion, the only way is for me to acknowledge Zhao Boyuan as my god-grandson, and then I can order him to choose you two as assistants. Only then can you succeed." Zhonghai. Liu Haizhong. The old lady's scheme was clear to both of them from several meters away. Not giving up yet. Besides, what status does Zhao Boyuan hold in the factory and in the courtyard? Who can give him orders? Who dares to give him orders? If you give an order today, tomorrow the factory director will come with thousands of workers to skin you alive. Tear down this dilapidated courtyard. The old lady was only thinking of her own interests. This method was completely unacceptable. The old lady's plan had already failed. There was no need to mention it again. Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively, directly rejecting it. Liu Haizhong also shook his head repeatedly, stating that gathering everyone was to come up with ideas, not to fulfill someone's personal agenda. The deaf old lady was furious and immediately cursed, saying she would go pick up bricks to smash the windows of Liu Haizhong's house. Suddenly, third Uncle Yin Bugui proposed a suggestion. "Uncle Liu, I just analyzed carefully. In terms of skills, neither of you has any advantage at all. So, we can only rely on connections." When third Uncle Yin Bugui spoke, he took on an air of a strategist. Everyone's spirits perked up. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong both felt that finally, someone reliable had emerged. When it comes to strategy, it has to be third uncle. Others simply didn't team measure up. "Third uncle, continue speaking. Don't stop." Zhonghai encouraged. "Third uncle, if you have something to say, please elaborate," Liu Haizhong added happily. At this moment, Yin Bugui stopped talking. He smiled slightly. "I do have a plan, and it is highly feasible. You don't even need to humble yourselves. But unfortunately, my family has been robbed several times recently. The white liquor in my home has been disappearing one bottle after another. If you want me to come up with an idea, first, you have to help me catch the culprit and restore my liquor. What a clever Yin Bugue. He actually used this opportunity to demand liquor under the pretense of selling a mystery. How could Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong not know where the liquor went? Zhonghai had taken it once. Liu Haizhong had taken it once. It was Jia Zhongshi who had stolen it from third uncle's house afterward. Now, Yin Bugue brought this up again. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong both wore bitter faces. Where are we supposed to get you liquor from? How about this, third uncle? I'll take charge. As long as we succeed, I will definitely buy you a bottle of liquor. How's that sound? Zhonghai said. Liu Haizhong also added, as long as the idea is good, I can also compensate you with a bottle of liquor. Yin Bugue now felt a bit smug. As long as he played his cards right, wouldn't he the liquor bees again? You both said this in front of everyone. So you can't go back on your word, he said triumphantly. Now I'll tell you my plan. He deliberately paused, then continued. This plan is that since you two have no hope of being technical assistants, you could be Zhao Boyuan's life assistants. Assist Zhao Boyuan in all aspects of life in the factory. For example, when Zhao Boyuan needs a wrench, you hand him the wrench. When Zhao Boyuan needs a screwdriver, you immediately hand him the screwdriver. When Zhao Boyuan wants water, you provide him with water. When Zhao Boyuan wants to eat, you go get his meal. This is the life assistant. In simple terms, it's a work secretary. You need to persuade the factory director to assign a work secretary to Zhao Boyuan. How do you think is my idea feasible? Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong fell into deep thought. A work secretary indeed seemed like a feasible route. Moreover, what Yin Bugue just said is not broad enough. The work secretary actually includes contacting various workshops, obtaining parts, responsible for the transportation of materials, and timely reporting to the factory management about Zhao Boyuan's work difficulties, etc. A work secretary is necessary. Even the factory director and others have work secretaries. Given Zhao Boyuan's current position, having a work secretary is not excessive at all. Furthermore, an assistant is an assistant, and a secretary is a secretary. These two cannot be equated. An assistant may be more responsible for disassembling machines and forging parts, while a work secretary is responsible for work-related communications and some personal assistance. So what should we do? Zhonghai asked. Yin Bugue smiled and confidently said, it's simple. On one hand, our people will report to the director, saying that Zhao Boyuan comes back from work every day unable to sleep, looking haggard and exhausted. On the other hand, let Zhao Boyuan also go out for some fresh air. I believe he won't refuse something beneficial to him, and will even put on a show. As soon as Yin Bugue finished speaking, the problems of Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were resolved. Great. Third uncle is indeed the Zhuge Liang of our institute. Yi Zhongkai Pides. With third uncle around, what big problems can't be solved? Liu Haizhong also complimented. Yin Bugue immediately felt elated. He liked being praised for his culture and wisdom. The next day, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong went to the factory director's office. Director Zhong was quite surprised to see them. Although he hadn't spoken much with them, their faces were somewhat familiar. Have a seat. What can I do for you? Director Zhong did not ask the secretary to make tea, but just let them sit down and talk. Zhonghai said, Director, we came here this time to report a situation to you. Yes, Director, the situation is like this. Liu Haizhong, eager to make an impression, continued. Our Zhao Boyuan keeps the lights on until dawn every night. He works so hard that even at home, he looks exhausted and worn out. We often hear him sighing, for the country, what is this little hardship worth? But we, his neighbors, feel sorry for him. So we suggest that you assign Zhao Boyuan a work secretary. Zhonghai also respectfully said, Yes, Zhao Boyuan is the most capable and promising junior in our institute. We can't bear to see him work so hard. Director, you must pay attention to this matter. Director Zhong pondered for a moment and asked, Did you come up with this idea yourselves, or did Zhao Boyuan ask you to come? Previously, he had mentioned to Su Daji about assigning Zhao Boyuan a secretary to prevent Su Daji from poaching him, but that idea had not progressed. Now Director Zhong was a bit suspicious that Zhao Boyuan was taking the opportunity to find a beautiful and kind-hearted female secretary. However, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were very sincere. Director, this is truly our heartfelt advice. If there's any falsehood, let us be struck by lightning. Liu Haizhong said eagerly. Yes, Director, I swear that if I speak even half a lie, may I be cut off from descendants." Zhonghai also said solemnly. The director was moved. Since they had spoken so earnestly, it indicated that the matter might indeed be serious. Since that was the case, he, as the factory director, could not sit idly by, lest he disappoint his subordinates. "All right, I understand. You can go back for now. I will study this matter carefully and come up with a plan as soon as possible." While saying this, the director wrote on a piece of draft paper that a secretary should be assigned to Zhao Boyuan. Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were overjoyed, eagerly waiting for the factory to announce the appointment of a works secretary. However, they did not expect that not only would they not be considered for the work assistant position, but 3 days later, the secretary assigned to Zhao Boyuan was actually Qin Huairu. It turned out that the director had privately discussed this matter with Zhao Boyuan, who indeed immediately suggested finding a beautiful secretary with outstanding qualities who could solve his living problems. The director simply let him find one himself, and, as a result, Zhao Boyuan brought Qin Huairu on board. Thus, Qin Huairu arrived early at the steel rolling mill to work as Zhao Boyuan's life secretary. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong were almost in shock. "Third uncle has misled me. Third uncle has misled me." Zhonghai sighed as he held a bowl of rice, looking up at the sky in disappointment during lunch. Liu Haizhong wiped away his tears. "Don't mention it. I feel bad too." Meanwhile, on Zhao Boyuan's first day at work, he locked the workshop door and immediately took Qin Huairu into the tank room. Before long, the cannon chamber of the tank began to shake, and the work was intense, even causing vibrations in the cannon chamber. The next day, Master Zhang Yun and others came to help Zhao Boyuan disassemble the tank. "Why does it smell in here?" Master Zhang Yun crawled out of the tank, puzzled. "Zhao Boyuan, are you raising fish in the tank?" He joked. "Of course not. How could I raise fish in there? Hurry up and disassemble the tank." Zhao Boyuan responded a bit nervously, then hurried over to grab a wrench and called for a crane to prepare for tank disassembly. A few days later, Zhao Boyuan's eyes showed several lines of small text. You disassembled the tank and understood the tank part structure diagram. You studied and disassembled carefully, understanding the tank parts manufacturing principles. You studied the tank fire control system, understanding the advanced fire control principles. You studied the tank engine, understanding the mechanical engine manufacturing principles. Disassembling the tank was a monumental task, bringing forth new life. Zhao Boyuan, touching the tank engine, asked thoughtfully Master Zhang, "Doesn't our country have its own cars yet?" Master Zhang sighed and said, "Yes, our automotive industry hasn't started yet. Talents in this area are extremely lacking. So, are you planning to build a car first to set an example?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhao Boyuan's eyes. "Don't say it. I really have this idea. To enrich the country and strengthen the military is the way to go. While developing military industry, we can also develop our civilian industry. We must leap forward. We must leap forward." Chapter 77. Building domestic cars in pursuit of a leap in technological development. Zhao Boyuan made a bold decision to dismantle the factory director's Jeep to study its technical structure more deeply. The next day, when the secretary communicated Zhao Boyuan's request to borrow the Jeep to Director Zhong, he casually agreed without much thought. To him, borrowing a vehicle was just a small matter, nothing significant. However, a few days later, the secretary hesitantly reported surprising news to Director Zhong. It seemed that Zhao Boyuan had not yet returned the Jeep. Upon hearing this, Director Zhong felt a bit displeased, but instructed the secretary to ask Qin Huairu for details. After all, in recent days, Qin Huairu had started taking care of Zhao Boyuan's work in life, so she should be familiar with his whereabouts. When the secretary found Qin Huairu and inquired about the Jeep, she directly gave him a shocking answer. "Zhao Ge has taken it apart." The secretary was taken aback, nearly fainting in disbelief. How could borrowing a car turn into taking it apart? This was simply outrageous. The secretary hurriedly rushed back to report this bad news to Director Zhong, who, upon understanding the situation, felt like crying without tears. He had originally thought Zhao Boyuan just wanted to borrow the car, but he never expected it would be dismantled. That was his precious vehicle. Now, he would have to walk to meetings. Director Zhong regretted agreeing to let Zhao Boyuan, the tech enthusiast, borrow the car in the first place. When director Zhang angrily arrived at the workshop where Zhao Boyuan was, he found Zhao completely focused on inspecting the Jeep's engine. Zhao's eyes sparkled with concentration and wisdom, as if he was absorbing new mechanical knowledge every minute. You dismantled the Jeep engine, understanding civilian engine assembly. You study the engine structure, understanding engine principles. You delve into the engine, understanding engine improvements. In fact, for Zhao Boyuan, he had already grasped much of this mechanical knowledge when he dismantled the tank engine. Now, as he carefully studied the factory director's Jeep, he felt confident about how to manufacture civilian car engines. Not only that, but he had also basically mastered the structures and components of other vehicles. Zhao Boyuan, you really dismantled my Jeep? When director Zhang rushed over and saw his beloved Jeep reduced to several steel frames, he nearly cried. This is my favorite Jeep. I worked hard to get it from above. Director Zhang looked heartbroken. Zhao Boyuan glanced at the director and calmly said, "What's the rush, director? Do you think I can take it apart but not put it back together? Don't forget, we have all the talent here." Zhao Boyuan's confidence gave director Zhang a glimmer of comfort in his despair. "Then you must put it back together. I only have this one Jeep. If it's gone, I won't live either." Although director Zhang's words were humorous, they also showed how much he valued the Jeep. Fortunately, a few days later, Zhao Boyuan, along with masters Zhong Yinghua and Yang Yun and a few assistants, managed to reassemble the factory director's Jeep. Moreover, they even helped maintain it, making the vehicle look brand new. During lunch, when director Zhang mentioned this, he praised Zhao Boyuan, saying proudly, "Our Zhao Boyuan can take apart and put together. His skills are outstanding." His words were filled with admiration and pride for Zhao Boyuan. Nearby, Jia Dongshu couldn't help but spit out his food in disbelief. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Zhao Boyuan can take apart cars now? Master, what exactly are we learning? I feel like Zhao Boyuan is truly learning technical skills. We just spend all day tightening screws. There's no future in that. Tightening screws for a lifetime only makes one a factory worker," Jia Dongshu shouted, his tone full of dissatisfaction and disappointment. He felt that Zhao Boyuan, who was taking apart car engines, was truly engaging in technical learning, while he was merely following Zhonghai to tighten screws. This job had no technical content at all. It was pure torture. Zhonghai glanced at Jia Dongshu without saying a word and calmly replied, "Dongshu, don't be so impatient. If you can't tighten the screws well, you can't learn further technical skills. Right now, you can't even cut a thread properly. At most, you can only make 5 threads. How can you even talk about learning real skills? Can you dismantle a car?" At this point, Zhonghai also felt a sense of sadness. He sensed that the gap between his skills and Zhao Boyuan's was widening. Zhao Boyuan could now dismantle a Jeep engine and was researching tanks, while he was still only capable of making conventional components. It was clear which path had more potential. "I estimate that even if Zhao Boyuan doesn't work at our steel mill in the future, he will still find a great job," said Uncle Liu Haizhong as he ate. Not to mention, with Zhao Boyuan's engine research skills, he could easily find a job at a car factory. "But we don't have a car factory," Jia Dongshu replied dejectedly. "We will have one sooner or later," Liu Haizhong said confidently. "Do you think our country will never produce cars?" Zhonghai nodded in agreement. "I agree with Uncle Liu's view. Our country is still developing, but eventually we will definitely have these things. We will surely embark on an independent manufacturing path." After hearing this, Jia Dongshu sighed and said helplessly, "If that's the case, why don't you all study this area?" Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong fell silent. Was it that they didn't want to? No, it was that they lacked the capability. Zhao Boyuan had already achieved results and proven himself. That was why the factory provided resources, personnel, and even a life secretary for him. It wasn't as if anyone could just shout, "I want to build cars," and the factory would give them a car to dismantle. If they couldn't put it back together, they would be lucky not to get scolded. "All right, Dongshu. It's already like this. Let's eat first." Zhonghai finally broke the silence, saying helplessly, after dismantling the factory director's Jeep engine and integrating the principles of the tank engine, Zhao Boyuan began to work on manufacturing the car engine. However, he soon encountered a problem. Building an engine was not simply about piecing together several parts. It also required mastering related technologies such as modules and molds. The factory undoubtedly had experts in these areas, but Zhao Boyuan was unsure who was the strongest. He had asked Zhong Yun and Zhong Yinghua, but they specialized in machinist and forging and were not very familiar with mold work. Why not ask the director for guidance? Master Zhang Yin suggested. So, Zhao Boyuan approached the director and requested him to introduce a few of the best mold masters. This request put the director in a bit of a difficult position. He seriously and solemnly asked Zhao Boyuan, "You want to build a car, right?" Actually, the principle of building a car is not difficult. I'm sure you could draw the design for the engine, or even draw a better one. However, the craftsmanship has always been a huge problem for us. We lack tools, and, on the other hand, we also lack masters in this area. The factory director sighed and continued. Take the engine as an example. We need to use molds to cast a single piece. And only then can we apply sealing tape and tighten the screws for sealing. We need to find someone to learn this. However, our factory currently lacks the best masters in this area. Although there are many workers at the Hongqing steel rolling mill, not all skilled workers in every category are exceptional. The mold craftsman might not be that skilled either. Nevertheless, the director did not completely lose hope. He picked up a blank red-marked paper from the table and said to Zhao Boyuan, "However, there is a way. I'll arrange for you to go on a business trip to Qiantang. They have the most mold craftsmen there, and their craftsmanship is the most developed." Zhao Boyuan's eyes lit up. "A business trip? That works." He immediately replied, "Then I'll take Qin Huairu with me." Director Zhang jokingly scolded, "It's all up to you." Although the atmosphere these days is quite conservative, going on a business trip in the name of work and having the guest house open 2 rooms is something others cannot say much about. It's all for work. After all, besides, who would dare to say anything about what the factory tacitly approves? As the director of a large factory with tens of thousands of employees, Zhang is not someone to be trifled with. In the afternoon, Zhao Boyuan quietly obtained a marriage certificate with Qin Huairu. As for holding a banquet, Zhao Boyuan was not in a hurry for the time being. He prioritized work. This was not just him. Many families were like this, focusing on work and development. This could be considered a small sacrifice Zhao Boyuan made for his career. Of course, Qin Huairu was quite happy. In her life, she had never been to the city before the age of 18, and even after that, she had never traveled to other places. If it weren't for following Zhao Boyuan, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to experience the outside world. That evening, the factory sent a car to take Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu to the train station. The neighbors in the courtyard were chatting idly when they saw Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu hurriedly carrying a bag. Jia Dongshu curiously asked, "Zhao Boyuan, where are you two going?" "We're going on a business trip to Qiantang," Zhao Boyuan replied. "Huh? I didn't hear you mention this." Jia Dongshu exclaimed in surprise, then felt a bit envious. To them, going on a business trip was like going on a vacation. Anyone who could go on a business trip would be considered impressive. Moreover, the factory pays for everything, so they wouldn't have to spend a penny themselves, staying in a guest house and eating guest meals. After arriving in Qiantang, Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu began their exploration and learning journey. They carried a letter of introduction and conducted in-depth investigations and studies at the factories there. Although the whole process was somewhat tiring, it was good to have Qin Huairu's company, and there were activities to do in the evenings. This business trip lasted several months. During that time, Zhao Boyuan visited various masters every day, referencing their molding tools and techniques, quickly absorbing the advanced technologies from that area due to his rapid learning and comprehension abilities. It must be said that as a pioneering city for small industrial products, they had many unique insights into molding, especially in the later national small commodity capital. Zhao Boyuan greatly benefited from it. In addition, in the coastal area, Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu also conducted some investigations. The technology there was even more advanced. When they returned from the business trip, it was already 2 months later. This trip had yielded substantial rewards for Zhao Boyuan and laid a solid foundation for his subsequent work and development. On the day they returned to the city, it was drizzling, adding a bit of solemnity and anticipation to their return. The factory director, deputy director, Director Yang, Zhang Yun, Zhou Yinghua, and others had been waiting early at the station, their faces filled with expectation and excitement. When Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu walked out of the station, the director and others immediately stepped forward and firmly shook Zhao Boyuan's hand. "How was the investigation? Was it smooth?" the director asked with concern. "It was smooth. Here are the results of my investigation and learning," Zhao Boyuan smiled as he took out a thick notebook filled with his insights and drawings from his studies. These notes testified to his profound achievements in mold technology and indicated that they were about to take an important step in manufacturing the molds needed for engines. The director took the notebook and carefully flipped through it, unable to hide the emotion on his face. Good, very good. You've worked hard during this time. Come on, let's treat you to a welcome banquet. His words were filled with appreciation and gratitude for Zhao Boyuan. Under the director's lead, the group welcomed Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu back to the factory like returning heroes. They knew that Zhao Boyuan's return would bring another leap for their country's industrial technology. Chapter 78. The car rolls off the production line. Around 8 in the evening, Zhao Boyuan and the factory director entered the cafeteria for dinner. During the meal, Zhao Boyuan was pleasantly surprised to learn that a tank production line had been shipped back from the old brother and was currently being installed in the military factory. This is great news, just what I wanted. Zhao Boyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and planned to visit the military factory soon to disassemble the production line, explore its principles, and then, based on the conditions of the steel mill, set about creating an even better production line. Zhao Boyuan privately discussed this plan with the factory director, who slapped his thigh in excitement and laughed heartily. Great, let us do it. I fully support you. The factory director had unwavering confidence in Zhao Boyuan's abilities and was filled with anticipation for this plan. After all, judging by the comprehensive notes Zhao Boyuan brought back from his investigation, the factory director understood how serious he was about his work. Late at night, Zhao Boyuan returned to the courtyard with Qin Huairu. After 2 months away, the courtyard remained unchanged, but his return sparked a wave of whispers among the neighbors. The lights in Zhao Boyuan's house are on. Looks like he's back from his investigation. I wonder what new technology he has learned this time. He always seems to learn something new. In the Jia family, Jia Zhongshi was anxiously lecturing Jia Dongshu. Dongshu, I'm not scolding you, but your gap with Zhao Boyuan is getting bigger. Zhao Boyuan has solid skills and was sent by the factory to learn new technology. But you? I heard you can't even get the 5 grooves right. At this rate, how can you catch up to Zhao Boyuan? Jia Dongshu, feeling troubled, retreated into his blanket. The weather was getting cooler, but his heart felt even colder. Anxiety, confusion, and helplessness filled him. What path lay ahead in his life? Was there still hope for his future? His peers were so outstanding and progressing rapidly, while he felt stagnant. This feeling was like being placed on a chopping board, roasted by flames, with every moment feeling like torment to his soul. Mom, don't just criticize me. What about Uncle 1 and Uncle 2? They haven't made any progress either. They're the same. All right, stop nagging. I'm already stressed enough, Jia Dongshu replied irritably, turning over. But tears secretly slipped from the corner of his eyes. He remembered when he first joined the steel mill. He was full of ambition, with the Zhonghai placing high hopes on him and Liu Haizhong praising him endlessly. Back then, Zhao Boyuan, Silly Zhu, and Sudamao seemed to pale in comparison to his brilliance. However, as fate would have it, he was gradually surpassed by Zhao Boyuan time and again. From the start of gun manufacturing to now, Zhao Boyuan had been sent out to investigate, enjoying life, and even stayed in a guest house with a beautiful woman. What kind of life was this? And he, once a standout, now couldn't he even get 5 grooves right? Why was life so unpredictable? The Jia family was too competitive and loved to compare with others, while Silly Zhu seemed much more open-minded. Zhao Boyuan is really impressive. I feel inferior. He gazed enviously at Zhao Boyuan's home through the window. Zhao Boyuan now felt unfathomable to him, and with such a beautiful wife, it was truly enviable. At that moment, Zhonghai was also paying attention to the happenings at Zhao Boyuan's home. Zhao Boyuan is back from learning advanced technology, Aunt once said. Now, you might really be outshined by him. Zhonghai stared at Zhao Boyuan and Qin Huairu's backs, particularly fixated on Qin Huairu's increasingly mature and charming figure. As an older man, he knew well what kind of woman was most attractive. Even if I'm not as good as him technically, I'm still a level 7 worker. In terms of rank, I still surpass him by quite a bit. Zhonghai turned to look at Aunt 1, but suddenly found her old and unattractive compared to Qin Huairu. Aunt 1 actually found Zhonghai's earlier behavior distasteful. She had been sneaking glances at Zhao Boyuan. After all, whether young or old, who wouldn't like a young man like Zhao Boyuan, full of vitality, talent, and promising prospects. That's true, but dear, have you considered that once Zhao Boyuan turns the technology he learned into results, do you think he will still be beneath you? And one said dismissively, I bet by then he will at least enjoy the same treatment as a level 7 worker. This left Zhonghai in silence. He realized that once Zhao Boyuan's prestige further increased, his own status in the courtyard might be overshadowed. Of course, he could also see that Zhao Boyuan didn't really care much about the affairs in the courtyard. After all, with the steel mill as his grand stage, who would still pay attention to this courtyard with only a few dozen families? To be precise, it was already an honor for them, the neighbors, that Zhao Boyuan could live in this yard. A new generation surpasses the old. After a long time, Zhonghai sighed and went back to bed to rest. For some reason, he felt as if he had suddenly aged in his life. Back in the day, when Zhao Boyuan wasn't so capable, he felt that he had endless energy and vigor. But as Zhao Boyuan became more and more impressive, he felt increasingly useless. Youth is not old, yet time has swiftly passed. He secretly lamented. As for Uncle 2, Liu Haizhong, Uncle 3 and Bugue, and others, they were all filled with mixed feelings. Especially Liu Haizhong, who was desperate to hold on to Zhao Boyuan's coattails. He believed that only by completely attaching himself to Zhao Boyuan could he achieve a leap in his life. Otherwise, his life would be over. Yin Bugue, on the other hand, was thinking about how to raise his children to be as outstanding as Zhao Boyuan. With that thought, he picked up a ruler and sternly shouted at his children, Jie Cheng, Jie Feng, why are you sleeping? Get up and do your homework. Hurry up and study hard, or I'll break your legs. Soon, cries of the Yin family's children being hit could be heard in the front yard. The next morning, Zhao Boyuan rode his bicycle, accompanied by Qin Huairu, greeting the people in the courtyard. Good morning. How are you feeling? While Jia Dongshu, Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and others all muttered to themselves, you're in a good mood. I was scolded all night last night. Now Zhao Boyuan made them feel immense pressure. Previously, it was just the younger generation feeling the pressure, but now even they, as elders, felt the pressure. Because the women would always ask them this question, why doesn't the factory send you on a business trip? Let's see the outside world too. In short, it was quite helpless. Zhao Boyuan, what technology did you learn from your investigation? Zhonghai was the first to ask. He was very concerned about this matter. Liu Haizhong and others also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Zhao Boyuan waved his hand and smiled. Oh, it was just eating, drinking, and having fun outside. As soon as this was said, Aunt 1, Aunt 2, Aunt 3, and others all shot angry glares at their husbands, secretly blaming them. Useless things. Falling far behind Zhao Boyuan. Zhonghai, hearing this, wished he could seal his own mouth. This question was indeed self-defeating. Then Liu Haizhong asked a good question. Zhao Boyuan, what do you plan to build this time? Cars. Zhao Boyuan had already left the courtyard, riding his bicycle with Qin Huairu, departing first. The residents of the courtyard fell far behind, only able to gaze at Zhao Boyuan's carefree figure, letting out envious sighs. This time, he was going to achieve something remarkable again. In the morning, Zhao Boyuan went to the workshop and found several mold craftsmen to help. Then, he started digging cooling sand and making molds in the workshop. These materials were originally available at the steel rolling plant. They just needed a skilled mold craftsman to utilize them. Now that Zhao Boyuan had returned with his skills, making molds was naturally no problem. Before noon, he had completed the mold and took it to pour molten iron. By the afternoon, the engine mold was basically finished. After that, Zhao Boyuan brought over the parts that Zhang Yun and Zhou Yinghua had prepared in advance over the past 2 months and called in several skilled craftsmen to help with the assembly. Before dusk, the engine was assembled. Next was the assembly of the other automobile components: wheels, axles, brakes. As someone who had modified cars in a past life, Zhao Boyuan paid great attention to the car's appearance. He chose a streamlined model. Although it wasn't made with integrated casting technology, the car's design was still very beautiful. A week later, the first car manufactured by the Hongqing steel rolling plant rolled out of the workshop. With its fiery red color, ultra-low body, and sporty design, the car amazed everyone at the steel rolling plant as soon as it hit the road. It was noon, and everyone was holding their lunch boxes. Looking at the sports car, that Zhao Boyuan had created with eager eyes. Is this the car made by Master Zhao Boyuan? It's so beautiful, so stunning. My God, this car. Aside from the missing electronic LCD screen, there was not much difference from the cars of the later generations. In terms of appearance, it was decades ahead of foreign aesthetics, and in terms of engine performance, it was a few generations ahead. Other than that, there wasn't much else. When the factory director saw the car finally driving out of the workshop and smoothly cruising on the main road of the steel rolling plant, his eyes turned red, and he felt a pang in his nose. Excitedly, he said, "We finally have our own car, our own manufactured sedan, and such a beautiful sedan at that. Zhao Boyuan, you really made us proud." The factory director continued to express his feelings. "The greatest contribution I've made in my life is discovering such a talent." The factory director went on, "I will do everything I can to support him and help him unleash his talents." Standing next to the factory director, Director Yang also lowered his head to wipe his tears and said emotionally, "Director, this is all rewarding. We haven't let him down, and Zhao Boyuan hasn't let us down either. Just thinking that our steel rolling plant could actually produce such a beautiful car, I feel that my life hasn't been in vain." The several deputy factory directors nearby also had tears in their eyes. They had witnessed the birth of our car and the narrowing of the historical gap. They saw a bright and hopeful future. At that moment, there was light in everyone's eyes. Chapter 79. Cutting off your retreat, Zhao Boyuan drove the new car, elegantly circling a few laps on the field before smoothly parking in front of Director Zhong, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Director, it's your turn to experience it." Zhao Boyuan's words carried a hint of challenge and expectation. Although Director Zhong held a driver's license, he usually let his secretary do the driving. At this moment, he took the key handed over by Zhao Boyuan, feeling both excited and nervous. "Do I really have to drive it myself? Are you testing my heart's endurance?" Zhao Boyuan laughed heartily. "What are you afraid of? Do you think I would make a suicide acceleration car to scare you? Rest assured, this car is as stable as a rock, and I guarantee you'll love it. If you're satisfied after the test drive, I hope you can help me with something. Go ahead, what is it?" Director Zhang's curiosity was fully piqued. "I hope you can personally drive this car in front of those big shots and tell them we can manufacture cars. Moreover, we are producing a car with exceptional performance, capable of claiming the title of the world's best." Zhao Boyuan's words were filled with ambition, as if years of frustration and unwillingness were being released at that moment. From Fengtian to Bentian, domestic brands had always been chasing but never truly led the trend. But this time, Zhao Boyuan had only one thought in mind. "Excuse me, everyone, this time we aim to be first." What he held in his hands was not just a set of technical blueprints, but a blueprint for a production line that could revolutionize the market. As long as they were willing, they could create a truly world-class sedan and spark a revolution in the automotive industry. "I have no problem." Director Zhang's voice trembled slightly, and tears sparkled in his eyes. "I will definitely make it happen. I must make it happen, because this is our car." Director Zhong silently repeated to himself. More critically, this was no ordinary vehicle, but a car with outstanding performance, impeccable in every way. The seat comfort was extremely high, equipped with multiple adjustment functions, making one reluctant to leave once seated. Among many research and development projects, the automobile was undoubtedly the field Zhao Boyuan was most familiar with. In his previous life, he was a master of car modifications, well-versed in various models and adept at transformations. Therefore, once he conquered the core problem of the engine, other technical issues were easily resolved, leading to a qualitative leap in the vehicle's performance. After a few laps of test driving, Director Zhong was immediately impressed by the car's extraordinary performance. Whether it was power output or handling, it far exceeded his expectations and could only be described as excellent. "You all come and try it." He excitedly turned around and quickly invited several deputy directors and Director Yang to experience it together. Once they felt the charm of the car for themselves, they were all amazed and praised it profusely. "What a great car," they all expressed. "Zhao Boyuan, let's go report to the higher-ups," Director Zhong said excitedly. "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for good news." Zhao Boyuan smiled and nodded. Director Zhong nodded heavily, then drove away in a hurry, eager to share the good news with the higher-ups. After Director Zhong and the others left, Zhao Boyuan returned to the workshop. He once again examined the tank's engine, and a new understanding and design concept surged in his mind. A tank should not just be a slow-moving hunk of metal. In addition to excellent defensive capabilities, it should also possess high maneuverability. The key to maneuverability lies in the engine's performance. As the famous saying in aviation goes, with great power, even a brick can fly. As long as the power is strong enough, even a brick can take flight. Similarly, if a tank's engine is powerful enough, it can drift too. It was time. They needed to create their own domestic tank. Zhao Boyuan immersed himself in deep thought, and the design blueprint in his hand seemed to come to life as his genius-like inspiration flowed, rapidly taking shape. He was not merely designing. He was creating, perfectly combining his previous life's understanding of mechanics with his current practical experience. A prototype of a tank engine that transcended the times gradually became clear in his mind. This was not a simple replica of the T-54 tank engine, but a new-style tank power heart that comprehensively surpassed its predecessors. Once this engine was born, the T-54 would pale in comparison, like a younger sibling always lagging behind. Meanwhile, Director Zhong and the others, driving the domestically made car crafted by Zhao Boyuan, arrived in front of an imposing building. The wheels squeaked against the ground as Director Zhong excitedly exited the car and strode into the building. The guards outside curiously observed Director Zhong, especially the eye-catching domestic car. Its appearance was so unique that even the guards couldn't help but sneak a few extra glances, but soon returned to their focused guarding posture. Director Zhong arrived at the office of a prominent figure within the building, respectfully greeting Elder Chun, who was sitting at the desk. Originally, Director Zhong did not have the qualifications to meet this high-ranking individual directly, but after several layers of reports, he finally stood before this world-renowned elder. "You are Zhong Fujian, right?" Elder Qin looked down, focused on the documents on his desk, which were the plans for the future development of China's industry. He needed to handle a large number of important industrial affairs daily. His brow furrowed as he contemplated each decision. "The secretary has already informed me that you are here to see me. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, what is it?" Elder Qin's voice carried authority. "Elder Qin, our Hongqing steel plant has produced a completely independently manufactured sedan," Director Zhong said excitedly. "The car is parked downstairs." "Oh." Elder Qin's interest was piqued. "Your steel plant can also make cars?" "Yes, besides steel rolling, our plant also has secondary processing capabilities, thus possessing certain mechanical manufacturing abilities. Especially in the mechanical industry, our plant not only produces components, but also has considerable R&D and assembly capabilities." Director Zhong spoke passionately, his eyes shining with pride. Before Zhao Boyuan emerged, Hongqing Steel Plant only had the ability to produce components. However, with Zhao Boyuan's joining, his talent acted as a catalyst, rapidly enhancing the plant's R&D and assembly capabilities, breathing new life into Hongqing Steel Plant. When Director Zhong reported to Elder Chun that the steel plant had produced a completely independent sedan, Elder Chun showed great interest. He put down the plan and decided to personally go downstairs to see the legendary sedan. Standing in front of the sedan, Elder Chun was instantly attracted by its unique aura. With his rich experience and keen insight, he quickly discerned that this car was no ordinary vehicle. Certainly not something that could be bought on the market. "Is this really made by your plant?" Elder Chun asked incredulously. "Not only that, Elder Chun, you stand aside, and I'll take a few laps to show you." Director Zhong confidently replied, then got into the car and started it. Under Elder Chun's gaze, the sedan steadily drove onto the road, showcasing its outstanding driving performance. Elder Chun was overjoyed, realizing the significance of this matter was extraordinary. To verify the true origin of this sedan, he decided to personally visit Hongqing Steel Plant for research. "Get ready, I'm going to Hongqing Steel Plant for research." Old Qin instructed several of his senior aides nearby. He understood well the principle that hearing is false while seeing is true. Only by personally going to the production workshop and witnessing the workers' working conditions could he confirm whether this car was genuinely produced by the Hongqing steel rolling plant. When factory director Zhong drove the car back, several relatively ordinary-looking cars were already waiting. As Director Zhong led the way, unaware onlookers cast envious glances, mistakenly thinking he was the real big shot. Meanwhile, Old Chun, following behind, was overlooked, which made him feel somewhat amused. The 4 cars slowly entered the Hongqing steel rolling plant, attracting widespread attention and speculation from the employees inside the factory. When they saw the factory director and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walking towards Zhao Boyuan's workshop, everyone suddenly realized that a big shot had come to inspect the factory. This news quickly spread throughout the plant, drawing even more attention and discussion. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a pile of meticulously drawn design blueprints. When Director Zheng and Old Chun entered the workshop, Old Chun first observed carefully. He noticed the scattered molds, components, and cut parts on the floor, and his expression suddenly became serious. Then he said to Director Zheng, "You stay here. I'll go in and take a look." With that, Old Chun walked into the workshop as if strolling leisurely. Director Zheng, however, was stopped by the guards outside and could only wait anxiously. When Old Chun saw Zhao Boyuan focused on drawing the design blueprints, he couldn't help but be surprised. He stepped forward and asked, "Hello, has a car been manufactured here?" Zhao Boyuan looked up at Old Chun, nodded, and said, "I made it." Old Chun's expression grew even more astonished. He glanced at Zhao Boyuan several times and then pointed to a nearby component, asking, "What is this?" "It's a crank connecting rod mechanism," Zhao Boyuan replied. "And specifically?" Old Chun continued to inquire. "Specifically, it's a torsion damper," Zhao Boyuan patiently explained. Old Chun nodded and then asked, "So how do you produce this car?" Zhao Boyuan smiled and said, "We are a steel rolling plant and already have many processing equipment. We just need to follow the design blueprints and materials." At this point, he paused appropriately, adding, "I can't tell you more. It's confidential." Old Chun nodded in understanding and then called out, "Director Zheng, come in." Hearing Old Chun's call, Director Zheng rushed in immediately. "Yes, Old Chun, please give your instructions. Please provide a detailed introduction." Old Chun instructed Director Zheng. "Yes." Director Zheng stood at attention and pointed to Zhao Boyuan, saying, "This is the manufacturer of that car. Our outstanding employee from the steel rolling plant, Comrade Zhao Boyuan. He is currently researching the main battle tank engine. And the car I showed you is just his preliminary work." "Preliminary work?" Old Chun was somewhat puzzled by this term. Director Zheng quickly explained Zhao Boyuan's research steps. He first does simple things, then moves on to complex ones, and finally innovates. Now Old Chun understood and nodded, saying, "Then may I take a look at the production design blueprints and materials for this car?" Zhao Boyuan turned and took the materials and blueprint from the drawer, handing them to Old Chun. Old Chun began to carefully review them, and after a while, he called for the experts he had brought to come and take a look together. The experts took the materials and quickly trembled with excitement, saying, "Old Chun, this is a priceless treasure. These technologies not only do not exist in our country, but also in others. This could very well be the most advanced engine technology in the world. Are all of these his inventions?" One expert asked excitedly. Old Chun slightly nodded and then looked at Zhao Boyuan, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Comrade Zhao Boyuan, with this information, our country's automobile production can avoid decades of detours. Zhao Boyuan smiled and said, "You should take it back and study it carefully. I actually specialize in military industry. This is just a foundation I built casually. If it seems feasible, I suggest starting mass production immediately. This way, our country's automobile industry can easily rise to the top of the world. After that, no other country's automobile industry would have any relevance." The materials Zhao Boyuan handed to Old Chun not only included automobile manufacturing blueprints, but also assembly line production blueprints. It can be said that as long as one follows the blueprints and materials, it is entirely possible to mass produce such engines and subsequently manufacture a large number of such cars. Given the appearance and performance of this car, there would truly be no other country in the civilian automobile manufacturing industry. Once this car is released, countless cars will go bankrupt. Old Chun was overjoyed upon hearing this. 3 months later, a panicked Zhao Jin rushed to Shou Jiang, looking anxious, and said, "It's bad, Shou Jiang. The rabbits have started learning how to make cars." Upon hearing this, Shou Jiang smiled disdainfully and said, "Oh, they can make cars? I think they can only make 2-legged cars." Zhao Jin shook his head seriously. "No, Shou Jiang. According to our undercover reports, their car technology is far ahead. What? Zhou Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer maintain his composure. No way. How is that possible? This was not good news for Zhao Jin, as this year the head of their Fengtian family had just passed away, and the family business was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the rabbits had started venturing into the automobile industry, and their technology was significantly ahead. Zhao Jin felt that this was a bad omen. The automobile industry was supposed to be their main industry for the next few decades. If the rabbits continued like this, wouldn't they be cutting off their own future? However, the rabbits in the distance were completely indifferent to Zhao Jin's concerns. Automobile manufacturing factories rose from the ground on rabbit territory, filled with ambition. We want to develop civilian industries too, the rabbits shouted. We also want to make some money. Who cares about anything else? We will also make small cars. Chapter 80. The assault of 5 pairs of wheels when the news of the rabbits making cars broke. Countries around the world were taken by surprise. After all, in everyone's impression, the industrial capability of rabbits had always been relatively weak. So most countries held an unoptimistic attitude towards the idea of rabbits making cars. Can it be true that the cars made by rabbits are impressive? How could they possibly match our capabilities? Even if their cars look beautiful, they're just gilded exteriors hiding inferior quality. Performance is what really matters. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did the rabbits' cars look good, but their performance was also quite outstanding. Really? Is that true? Can we buy a few to take a look? No, because we haven't established diplomatic relations with the rabbits yet. This situation was indeed amusing. The rabbits had many foreign devices and imported cars at home, all purchased by previous leaders, especially the bald eagle and his predecessor, who had made extensive purchases. However, now that these devices and cars had been taken over by the rabbits, and the result was that what the eagle had, the rabbits had too, but what the rabbits had, the eagle couldn't get. It was indeed frustrating that diplomatic relations had not been established. Upon hearing this, the silly bird became anxious. Why don't we forcibly break open their national doors and grab a few cars back? As soon as this was said, all the birds felt embarrassed. The eagle shook his head helplessly. Brother, why don't you go visit my daughter, the stick bird, and see how much the rabbits resemble their former selves? You still want to break in? If they don't come to break you, you should be grateful. Wake up, brother. Your sun never sets, empire has long set behind the mountains. The Gallic rooster also echoed. Let's get serious, silly bird. Right now, a single rabbit can take on dozens of us birds without losing ground. You actually want to break in? Do you think you're brave? The foot basin chicken and stick bird also expressed their opinions. If you want to break in, do it yourself. Don't drag us down. The other birds laughed uncontrollably. The silly bird still thought he was the same young one from before. The silly bird's good intentions unexpectedly turned into ridicule from everyone. He could only angrily stay in the corner, muttering to himself, I am still very powerful. I am still very powerful. I haven't weakened at all. Meanwhile, the eagle and the other birds burst into laughter at this scene. Even the big bear next door heard about it and laughed like a pig. If it weren't for me back then, the silly bird might have lost his home by now. Still daring to stir up trouble and pretend to be capable? What face do you have? This infuriated the silly bird, who was furious but helpless. Later, the big bear couldn't contain his curiosity and specifically sought out the rabbits. Rabbit, I heard you made some beautiful little cars. Is that true? The big bear asked in a deep voice. The rabbit smiled slightly. It's true. Do you want some? Trade your tank production line for one. One production line for one high-end, beautiful little car. How about it? Interested? The big bear's eyes widened upon hearing this. I won't make such a losing deal. Besides, your little car is too small. I wouldn't be comfortable sitting in it. I still prefer my heavy industrial vehicles. Then I don't want it, the rabbit replied indifferently. The big bear turned to leave, continuing to produce his big, rough, battlefield-ready heavy industrial vehicles. He felt that only by producing heavy vehicles would it be safe enough to ensure that no one would dare to come looking for trouble in the future. In the big bear's view, this was the only correct approach. After all, without a strong military, even if one had many good things at home, they would ultimately end up being robbed. The big bear firmly believed this, and Zhao Boyuan shared the same viewpoint. He understood that true security comes not from seeking peace and compromise, but from having enough strength to safeguard oneself. In this turbulent era of rising tides and power struggles, The importance of discourse power is self-evident, and powerful weapons are the foundation of that discourse power. History has proven countless times that without sufficient military strength, even the wealthiest can suffer bullying, leaving behind tears of humiliation like those of the Song dynasty in history. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. We cannot allow our treasures at home to become targets of others' envy while we are powerless to protect them. Therefore, developing military industry is not only a necessity for guarding the nation, but also the cornerstone of protecting our people from being bullied. Only when the military industry becomes strong can we walk confidently on the world stage. Of course, making little cars is also part of national industry, but in comparison, making tanks and developing heavy military industry is the right path. Under Zhao Boyuan's leadership, this concept was put into practice. He not only focused on tank research and development, but also continuously submitted the technologies he comprehended to old Qin, from tank tracks, power systems, to large machinery design methods. Every breakthrough in technology injected new vitality into the country's industrial development. A few days later, old Qin received the excavator manufacturing blueprints designed by Zhao Boyuan and was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the manufacturing of excavators according to the blueprints, and production lines began to rise across the land of the motherland. The emergence of excavators not only promoted the rapid development of infrastructure, but also provided a continuous supply of ore for the steel mills, significantly boosting the steel production of the Red Star steel mill. While the outside world remained unaware, we had already been crazily and secretly developing. Meanwhile, Zhao Boyuan's new tanks were also nearly completed. After completing the research and development of key components like the tank engine and tracks, he began to distribute tasks through the factory and organize production. Each component was assigned to dedicated personnel for manufacturing, while Zhao Boyuan personally oversaw the engine's production, as it was the core part of the tank. A month later, our country's first-generation main battle tank finally slowly rolled out of Zhao Boyuan's production workshop. This was a steel behemoth that embodied countless efforts and wisdom, and its emergence marked another leap in our military-industrial strength. Zhao Boyuan sat inside the tank, gripping the control lever tightly, his eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. "Accelerate!" At his command, the tank's engine immediately responded, and the 5 pairs of wheels began to roar, charging forward with incredible acceleration. The heart of this tank was the engine carefully developed by Zhao Boyuan, whose performance was comparable to the future Type 99 tank engine, reaching speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour. Although it had 5 pairs of wheels in appearance, its internal power system had already surpassed similar models from the past. The factory staff were still unaware that the tank had been assembled, so when the rumbling sound erupted, many were startled. Jia Dongshu paid close attention to the situation in Zhao Boyuan's tank workshop every day. Riding in a tank was his lifelong dream, because he could brag about it for a lifetime. Hearing the rumbling from Zhao Boyuan's workshop, Jia Dongshu, along with Shaju, Sudo Mao, and Zhonghai, rushed toward Zhao Boyuan's workshop. Jia Dongshu ran the fastest, determined to be the first to ride in the tank. However, just as he was about to rush into the workshop with a loud bang, a dark cannon barrel pointed directly at him. Then, a cold steel monster charged straight at him. Oh my god! Jia Dongshu's scalp tingled. This tank was about to crush him. Yet, just 2 meters away from him, the tank suddenly made a turn and executed a drift. After completing the drift, the tank came to a stop. Zhao Boyuan poked his head out from the hatch and sternly scolded, "Walking without following the rules. Tears will flow like rivers. Everyone, get out of the way. I recognize you, but the 5 pairs of wheels do not." After saying that, he returned to the vehicle, restarted, and accelerated to continue testing the tank's performance. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu and the others were left stunned, deeply shocked by the scene. Soon, the 5 pairs of wheels began to spin rapidly, and the ground once again trembled as if it could not bear the weight and speed of this steel behemoth. Everyone watched in awe as the 5-pair-wheeled tank sped away at lightning speed, faster than the factory director's jeep. "Is this a tank?" someone asked in astonishment. "Can this thing run so fast? I feel like it could fly on the ground. This speed is too fast. It doesn't even need to fire its cannon. Just crashing into people would kill a lot." Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the rapidly disappearing 5-pair-wheeled tank, discussing its astonishing speed. Jia Dongshu, still in shock, watched the tank speed away, feeling like crying without tears. He chased after the tank, shouting, "Wait for me, I haven't gotten on yet. I haven't gotten on yet." Sha Zhu, Su Damao, and the others shook their heads and laughed at Jia Dongshu's antics. "No, brother, we understand your eagerness to ride the tank. But chasing after it and shouting that you haven't gotten on yet looks really awkward. This isn't just hitching a ride, it's a tank." However, just as everyone was discussing, the 5-pair-wheeled tank unexpectedly roared back. Jia Dongshu was overjoyed and shouted, "Zhao Boyuan, take me with you. I want to ride the tank too." Zhao Boyuan, sitting in the tank, saw Jia Dongshu wildly waving his hands and couldn't help but laugh. He was about to stop the tank to let Jia Dongshu sit on the cannon for a ride when Director Zhang and others arrived. Director Zhang confidently raised a hand high and shouted, "Stop." Squeak. The 5-pair-wheeled tank began to break from 5 meters away, and the ground was crushed into 2 trenches. This thing really has a tremendous destructive power. It turned the ground in front of the production workshop into a mess. After sliding for a distance, the 5-pair-wheeled tank came to a steady stop in front of the director. With a loud bang, Zhao Boyuan got out of the vehicle and asked, "Director, do you want to ride the tank too?" Director Zhang was embarrassed. He hadn't come for that. But it's a tank. Who could refuse such an invitation? After a moment of hesitation, Director Zhang nodded. "I wanna." After saying that, he climbed onto the tank with the help of the deputy director, Director Yang, and others, then squeezed into the tank's interior. Seeing this, Director Yang and the others were eager to try as well, shouting, "We want to go in too. You can come in." Zhao Boyuan laughed. After all, a tank can fit several people. With Zhao Boyuan's command, the deputy director, Director Yang, and others all climbed into the tank. Then, as the hatch closed, the tank's interior became crowded and lively. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu hurriedly climbed onto the tank and shouted, "Take me too. I'll just sit on top." However, Zhao Boyuan suddenly accelerated, and the tank charged out like a runaway wild horse. Jia Dongshu immediately shouted, "Oh no," and fell off the tank. On one hand, Jia Dongshu was too nervous. On the other hand, the tank's acceleration was indeed quite fierce. After all, this wasn't the slow pace of a turtle. The main battle tank designed by Zhao Boyuan could reach a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. What does that mean? Just ask those driving school students who have just started learning and can't drive yet. A speed of 70 kilometers per hour is like flying on land. A metal beast like this charging at 70 kilometers per hour would be more terrifying than facing a tiger. Therefore, Jia Dongshu was frightened and fell off the tank at the first moment. Fortunately, he landed in soft mud, so he was fine, but he was completely covered in mud. Looking just like a little mud person, everyone laughed heartily at the sight. Jia Dongshu wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I didn't expect it to be so fast." Sitting on top and feeling the speed is completely different. The 5-pair-wheeled tank traveling at 70 kilometers per hour is indeed very fast. Soon, Zhonghai and Sha Zhu hurried to bring water to wash Jia Dongshu. Just as Jia Dongshu finished rinsing his head, the 5-pair-wheeled tank started up again, and the tracks went clack, 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 splattering mud all over Jia Dongshu again. This time, even Sha Zhu and Zhonghai, who were bringing water, became mud people. The 3 of them wanted to cry without tears. This tank was too ruthless. Chapter 81. Crushing everything the 5-wheel vehicle sped by. Unintentionally splashing mud all over Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai, but this was not Zhao Boyuan's intention. However, with the mud already splattered, there was nothing to be done. In an instant, Zhao Boyuan suddenly accelerated the 5-wheel vehicle. Inside the vehicle, former factory director Zhang and others exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, this feeling of being pushed back is incredible." Those who had never driven or ridden in a vehicle could hardly appreciate the thrill of being pushed back. Jia Dongshu and the others had no idea what this sensation was, but Zhang and the others could truly feel it. This tank had an overwhelming pushback sensation. Soon, they burst into laughter. "This tank actually has a pushback feeling. Zhao Boyuan, is this tank going to fly into the sky? How is it so fast?" While controlling the tank, Zhao Boyuan explained, "Our tank may look like a T-54 on the outside, but internally it is completely different. The advantage of this design is that when the enemy tries to deal with our five-wheel vehicle using tactics meant for the T-54, they will find it utterly ineffective. First of all, in terms of speed, our tank far surpasses the T-54, which is a reflection of its high mobility. Secondly, we have also enhanced the range. Furthermore, we have made corresponding improvements in protective armor. Under Zhao Boyuan's detailed explanation, Zhong and the others quickly grasped the extraordinary nature of this tank. When Zhong heard the last part, he excitedly asked, "So what level do you think our tank is at?" Director Yang also eagerly inquired, "Is it more powerful than the Tiger tank?" Zhao Boyuan smiled slightly, surprised that even Director Yang knew about the Tiger tank. Indeed, the Tiger tank had once been renowned. He explained the Tiger tank was indeed a very excellent tank in the past, but it is now outdated. The reason is simple. The Tiger tank is known for its heavy armor and slow mobility, like a heavily armored warrior. But it moves too slowly and often gets flanked and ambushed from behind. Not to mention our five-wheel vehicle. Even a T-54 would have a hard time dealing with the Tiger tank. As for the more advanced Tiger II tank, it completely went down the wrong technological path, further enhancing firepower and heavy defense while neglecting the importance of speed. You see, speed is crucial for a tank. If the Tiger tank is slow, then enemy tanks can maneuver behind it, rendering any infantry tank coordination impossible. Without the cover of infantry, the Tiger tank can be ambushed from the rear and even have its tracks blown off, leaving it immobilized. An immobilized Tiger tank is like a tiger with a broken leg. There are 100 ways to deal with it. So, it's clear that the Tiger tank is no match for the five-wheel vehicle. However, the Tiger tank is indeed famous because it was once a powerful, hard-to-penetrate tank. It just gradually fell behind in the tide of tank development. Zhao Boyuan summarized the Tiger tank, stating, "It was once so glorious that it was invincible and instilled fear in everyone. But later, it remained stuck in place." Upon hearing this, Director Yang and the others were deeply moved. Yet, they became even more excited about the five-wheel tank, a tank that is even more powerful than the Tiger. This superiority is not just in terms of firepower and defense, but also in comprehensive capabilities. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to match the Tiger in a frontal confrontation, but as long as it can maneuver behind the Tiger, it can render it immobilized. Of course, comparing this advanced tank to the Tiger does seem a bit unfair. However, it fully demonstrates the superiority and advancement of the five-wheel tank. To be serious, the true competitors of the five-wheel vehicle should be the T-54 and the Sherman main battle tank of the Americans. Of course, at this point, the Americans had also developed the Patton tank, but it had not been deployed in actual combat, and its performance did not seem very ideal. In terms of tank performance, neither the Sherman nor the Patton is really comparable to the T-54. In heavy industry, the Americans must bow to the Soviets. But now, with the emergence of the five-wheel vehicle, it's time for the T-54's reign to give way. At this moment, Zhao Boyuan said to Director Zhong, "Director, you just asked me what level our tank is. I can boldly say that our tank is currently at a level that is unmatched in the world. The Sherman is even inferior to the T-54, which is already a peak creation in the world today. But our five-wheel vehicle performs even better than the T-54. Later, we can bring the T-54 over for a comparison to see just how big the gap is." As he said this, Zhao Boyuan suddenly accelerated, and the five-wheel vehicle roared to life. Director Zhong, Director Yang, and others tightened their faces and quickly grabbed onto something, shouting in panic, "Slow down, slow down. Don't go too fast. I'm getting dizzy. Your tank is making me dizzy." After a while, when Zhao Boyuan brought the tank back to the workshop entrance and came to a stop with a clank, Director Zhong, Director Yang, and others hurriedly opened the hatch and climbed out, only to vomit as soon as they hit the ground. "Ugh, dizziness, nausea. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to throw up," Director Yang shouted. Soon, the deputy director and others also began to vomit, each one turning into a spraying soldier. This tank really made them feel awful. Zhao Boyuan, as the driver, was relatively fine. It was easier for him to avoid motion sickness, so he had no risk of vomiting and did not climb out. After Director Zhong and the others had vomited enough and regained a bit of their spirits, Zhao Boyuan came out of the tank and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to try this tank?" As a result, Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Sudamao, Zhonghai, and the others all turned pale, especially Jia Dongshu. Just as he had gotten his mud washed off and was shivering from the cold. He saw that even Director Zhang and the others came out and were throwing up like this, which made him even more afraid. "Don't look at me. I'm not going. I would rather die than get in this tank." Saying this, he shivered a few times and hurriedly slipped away. Zhonghai and the others quickly fled as well. This thing was truly not something ordinary people could handle. To this, Zhao Boyuan could only shake his head and sigh. "They used to come and remind me every day, saying they wanted to ride in the tank for a spin. Now that we have the tank, they don't dare to sit in it. Look at the mess this has caused." By noon, many people had already arrived at the factory, a wave of unfamiliar faces, some dressed sharply, others in Zhongshan suits. They didn't fuss about formalities, just quietly dining in the cafeteria. Of course, the real big shots were eating in the small cafeteria. Today, it was rare for the steel mill to be this lively, and Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and Zhonghai were sneezing and wiping their noses while eating. "Master, do you think Zhao Boyuan is going to be rewarded again this time?" Jia Dongshu asked. "Rewarded?" Zhonghai sneered. "Do you think it's just that simple?" Previously, the factory had already rewarded Zhao Boyuan 4 times and allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a 6th-level worker, although Zhao Boyuan had not yet taken the machinist exam. So his level was technically still unranked. This was indeed the most absurd thing. An intern who had not taken a formal exam to obtain a machinist certification was currently in an extraordinary position in the factory, with extraordinary pay. Zhonghai could almost guarantee that after this wave, the treatment and rank Zhao Boyuan enjoyed would likely surpass his own as a senior worker. Now, even I, as a senior worker, am going to be surpassed. Zhonghai thought sadly. Zhao Boyuan really left us neighbors in the courtyard behind at the speed of the wind. Su Damao said. However, Shaju was very confident. "So what? In cooking, I will always be a worse chef than him." At this moment, someone came out of the cafeteria and shouted, "Heyu, come over and add a few dishes." Coming. Shaju put down his bowl, not even bothering to eat, and jogged over to cook. Su Damao, Liu Haizhong, and others laughed. This is the chef that Zhao Boyuan can never compare to. He doesn't even need to compete. Just a casual comment, and Shaju has to run over to cook for him. If he doesn't hurry to cook, he will be fired from the factory. You compare culinary skills with him. Does he even care to compete with you? A 3-legged toad is rare, but 2-legged chefs are everywhere. Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai felt a deep sense of sadness. Their gap with Zhao Boyuan was indeed getting larger and larger. Now, they could only see Zhao Boyuan's achievements, while they could only imagine what techniques he used to achieve them. In the afternoon, after Zhao Boyuan and Su Daji, Zhang Lao, and others had eaten their fill in the cafeteria, they came to the tank workshop. When he brought out the 5 pairs of wheels, everyone was taken aback. At this moment, the 5 pairs of wheels looked even more stunning than in the morning, because Zhao Boyuan had had them painted green with white road wheels, a green tank body, and a cannon that seemed to reach for the sky, tall and mighty, exuding a kingly aura. This medium tank with 5 pairs of wheels had a combat weight of 36 tons, and its engine power was incredibly strong, making it one of the strongest in the world. It had a crew of 4. It was equipped with a 105mm rifled gun, which performed well, and with one shot, it could wipe out positions protected by machine guns. Zhao Boyuan spoke clearly while introducing it. In addition, it was equipped with a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun and a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun mount. It could easily annihilate several infantry squads, and taking out a transport vehicle would only take an instant. Furthermore, its high mobility was commendable, with a peak speed of over 70 kilometers per hour. Operating at a normal speed of 60 kilometers per hour was as simple as eating and drinking, meaning that infantry might have to run their legs off to keep up with its speed. However, this also brought a benefit. Once in battle, the infantry could avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The 5 pairs of wheels would charge in, sweeping everything away, firing a few rounds, and the battle would basically be over. The rest would be up to the infantry to clean up. This undoubtedly changed the previous mode of land warfare, no longer relying on cumbersome operations that required coordination between infantry and tanks. In addition, we were also equipped with armored steel, which enhanced defensive capabilities. Typical of the enemy hits me, and I remain unscathed. I hit the enemy, and they die. Moreover, and this is the most important point, I want to emphasize it. At this point, Zhao Boyuan paused, and everyone held their breath, wide-eyed, waiting for him to announce what this most important point was. Zhao Boyuan, with a serious expression, slowly said, "The most important point is that this tank can undergo various modifications. The strongest modified 5 pairs of wheels in history is not just talk. Only continuously modified 5 pairs of wheels exist, and there are no unchanging 5 pairs of wheels. If it doesn't undergo modifications, then this 5 pairs of wheels won't be right." At this moment, it sounded to everyone like a joke, and they smiled. Of course, this is what they thought at the time. Later, they would understand. After looking at the appearance of the 5 pairs of wheels and listening to Zhao Boyuan's introduction of various data, Su Daji couldn't help but ask, "So how does our tank compare to the Tiger model?" Upon hearing the term Tiger, Zhao Boyuan felt a bit helpless inside. He knew that everyone seemed only to have heard of the Tiger, but knew little about other tanks. He even thought about jokingly saying, "You know that every time a whale defecates, its rear end has to open very wide, and it takes a long time to close afterward, which is very painful. But you don't know this because you only care about the Tiger." But he suppressed the urge to insult and simply said, "You should ask Director Chun about this question. It might be more suitable for tank military blind spots to discuss this issue." Zhang Lao clearly understood more, asking, "So how does this 5 pairs of wheels compare to the T-54? Good question." Zhao Boyuan nodded and then suggested, "Since Zhang Lao specifically brought the driver over, why don't we take it out for a practice run?" Soon, the 5 pairs of wheels and the T-54 were lined up on the same starting line. Although they were not loaded with live ammunition, the camouflage blank rounds for this exercise were already prepared. In front of them was a large, empty space, and the competition between the 5 pairs of wheels and the T-54 was about to unfold here. With the command to start, the 5 pairs of wheels charged ahead. At first, its speed made it seem as if this tank was about to take off. Chapter 82. The grand blueprint begins to unfold in front of the agile 5-wheel vehicle. The T-54 appeared much slower, starting off as slowly as a snail and accelerating clumsily. With an average speed of only 45 kilometers per hour, it exuded a leisurely vibe reminiscent of an elderly man's joyride. The nimble movement of the 5-wheel vehicle made the T-54's attempts to aim its cannon seem so awkward. From the very beginning, it was clear that this was not a fair matchup. It was outright bullying. The old warrior gazed at the incredibly agile 5-wheel vehicle and couldn't help but exclaim, "They don't even look like weapons from the same era. I've never seen such a nimble tank." The T-54 was already world-leading, pulling ahead of other countries. But our 5-wheel vehicle has left the T-54 far behind. I can't even imagine the slaughter that would occur if such a tank were to hit the battlefield. Its speed is even faster than a car, and being tracked, it has an innate advantage on the terrain. A tank like this could catch up to and destroy an entire convoy of hundreds or thousands of vehicles. It could charge through unstoppable. At this point, the crowd's eyes seemed to reflect the shocking scene described by the old warrior. It was terrifying. The ultra-high mobility brought about a crushing generational gap and immense destructive power. If this tank were deployed on the battlefield now, it would truly be the king of land warfare. However, what terrified me the most was that this tank, besides its remarkable speed, also had its cannon. The old warrior continued, "Let us wait and see." As the old warrior's words fell, Zhao Boyuan had already driven the 5-wheel vehicle to quickly increase distance and began firing. Boom! The tremendous firepower and ultra-long range sent dust flying all around. Although it was just a blank round, the display of firepower was still enough to be frightening. As the shell fell towards the T-54, there was a loud bang, and the colorful mist of the blank round accurately struck the armor of the T-54. This first shot didn't just showcase power. It demonstrated astonishing precision. Even the old warrior was taken aback at this moment. Following that, the 5-wheel vehicle began to move rapidly, forcing the T-54 to constantly adjust its firing position. However, even so, when the T-54 fired a shell, it missed the 5-wheel vehicle by a wide margin, showing no accuracy at all. Everything lost its precision under the agile movements of the 5-wheel vehicle. In the next moment, the 5-wheel vehicle fired another shell. Despite the T-54 attempting to maneuver to evade, it could not escape being hit. There was basically no suspense left. This was a complete crushing victory. The old warrior was already certain of the outcome of this battle. In military manufacturing, it's not about creating myths. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Beyond the operator's personal will, it mainly comes down to the performance of the weapon. This is a matter of science. If the scientific advancement of a weapon leads to a generational change, it will result in an inevitable crushing victory. At this moment, what the five-wheel vehicle displayed was exactly this kind of overwhelming strength. Initially, everyone thought the T-54 could at least put up a fight, but they didn't expect it to be completely dominated. The gap had truly emerged. Su Daji looked at the five-wheel vehicle, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. At first, he genuinely believed that the five-wheel vehicle might not necessarily outperform the T-54. It wasn't ignorance or foolishness, but simply a belief that the Big Brother-S creations shouldn't be so inadequate. After all, the T-54 was developed from the outset to be the world's #1 tank, and at this time, the Big Brother-S strength was at its peak. However, no one expected this result. Of course, the more terrifying the five-wheel vehicle, the more advantageous it was for us. So, all the surprise eventually turned into delight. This is a truly remarkable piece of equipment. Another super weapon that can be used as a secret weapon. With this thing, we can reign supreme on land. Su Daji stroked his chin, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. By the time Zhao Boyuan returned, the T-54 had already been hit by 5 rounds of camouflage shells. Such a hit rate could no longer be called a victory. It was a complete thrashing, especially considering the opponent hadn't hit a single shot. This was an absolute advantage. At this moment, the T-54 also slowly approached. When it stopped, everyone looked over, and the driver climbed out from the top hatch. The old warrior solemnly introduced, "Everyone, this is the excellent tank driver, Yang Ru, just returned from the front lines. He has achieved the record of destroying 4 enemy heavy tanks, wounding 2, destroying 8 enemy mortars, 2 vehicles, and 23 enemy bunkers, as well as 1 tunnel and command post. He has excellently completed 6 joint operations with infantry. Yang Ruhu, please share your experience of driving this tank." Although the old warrior did not use exaggerated language when introducing Yang Ru, everyone knew that someone who could achieve such records was certainly not an ordinary person. He was a true ace. However, at this moment, Yang Ruhu only had a face full of shame. Actually, before I came here, I was a bit proud and complacent. Because our group had achieved so many records, sometimes we even felt invincible. But after this contest, I realized that we are far from the time we can be proud and complacent. Yang Ruhu sighed softly. Skills and will can bridge some of the gap, but they cannot bridge the entire gap in weaponry. Especially in the face of generational differences, it's impossible to bridge. No wonder the elders often say that being behind means getting beaten. It really feels like being beaten to death. Saying this, Yang Ruhu shook his head. Clearly, this battle had a significant impact on him. Experiencing a setback after a failure is not necessarily a bad thing for growth. Through this practice, I will no longer dare to be careless. I wholeheartedly accept being called back this time. No matter what, thank you all. At this point, Yang Ruhu solemnly thanked the old warrior and Zhao Boyuan. "Brother Yang, next time let us take a batch of these five-wheel vehicles over," Zhao Boyuan said confidently. "By then, with your skills and the weapons I create, we can give them a feast of technology and hard work." Hearing this for the first time, Yang Ruhu pondered for a moment. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. "If that's the case, that would be perfect. If I could drive your tank, I conservatively estimate that, with our team's experience and skills, destroying another 15 to 20 tanks shouldn't be a problem." He paused, then added, "As for more, I think it's impossible because they will run away." Everyone was amused by Yang Ruhu's humor. They understood that his statement about them running away meant that seeing their comrades being destroyed would cause the enemy to choose to flee. Not that Yang Ruhu's team couldn't compete. This confidence amused everyone greatly. "Good," Director Chung exclaimed loudly, leading the applause. "May our sons be like you all, full of confidence, full of a spirit of innovation, unwavering, and striving for perfection." Everyone on site applauded and smiled. They thought, this is our next generation. This is the future of our country. With talents like Zhao Boyuan and Yang Ruhu, how can we worry about the country not becoming strong? How can we worry about our country's future not thriving? Xiaoyang, go inside and try out this 5-wheel vehicle. See how easy it is to handle. At this moment, Zhang Lao spoke up. After all, this time he was here to witness the power of the tank firsthand. And even the best tank drivers from the front line have been brought over just to see if this tank was the most suitable for their troops. Yang Ruhua was eager to try, looking at Zhao Boyuan and asking, "Can I?" Zhao Boyuan waved his hand. "Go ahead and try." Although this 5-wheeled tank was the first of its kind, Zhao Boyuan was quite confident in its performance. Yang Ruhua climbed into the 5-wheeled tank, excited to start operating it. Although it was his first time, the internal layout of this 5-wheeled tank was not much different from that of the T-54, with the only difference being in internal performance. It was like the difference between a 1.0-liter 3-cylinder car and a 2.5-liter 4-cylinder car. The throttle and braking were very responsive, showcasing its power. With just a little push of his toes, the power immediately responded. Yang Ruhua sat in the tank, feeling it for a moment, and his face was full of excitement. This 5-wheeled tank was so enjoyable to drive. Who would have thought that our military industry would have such an impressive day? Yang Ruhua was overjoyed, maneuvering the tank to perform some unconventional operations. The sight was immediately filled with gasps of amazement. This tank can be played with like this. This side drifting stop was truly skilled, as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest. Seeing everyone's continuous praise, Zhao Boyuan felt relieved. He thought to himself, once the Type 99 tank is developed, that would be real power. By then, he would install that stabilization system, place a beer cup in the tank's cannon, and take the hype to the max. Or perhaps upgrade the tank, implement automatic targeting fire control, which would reduce the number of operators and truly achieve the effect of elite troops. What are you thinking about? Zhang Lao walked over and asked. Zhao Boyuan smiled. Oh, I was just thinking about the upgraded version of the 5-wheeled tank. Oh, you've already thought of the upgraded version? So soon? Zhang Lao et Golim. No wonder you can repeatedly develop those refreshing new pieces of equipment. You're overpraising me. This is not just my effort, Zhao Boyuan humbly replied. Whether it's making Barrett rifles or tanks, it relies on everyone working together. Although each project was led by him, materials, processes, and labor were all coordinated and helped by various parties. In fact, to study the engine, the factory even sent him to Jiangsu and Zhejiang for research and to learn about molds. Without these, relying solely on one person's strength would always be lacking. It was precisely because of the collective effort that various R&D projects could progress so smoothly. Our military industry is so fortunate to have outstanding talents like you. Zhang Lao said, most importantly, you are not at all arrogant. You don't have the flaws that young people often have. You are ambitious and strive for perfection. It seems you were born for the military industry. It's a pity you are unwilling to join our armaments factory, Zhang Lao said regretfully. Otherwise, seeing Zhang Lao becoming more and more like he was trying to poach talent, factory director Zheng couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Lao, you can't do that. Zhao Boyuan is our factory's talent. Besides, your armaments factory is like a monk's temple. If Zhao Boyuan goes there, you might not do better than here. Not to mention, just the engine molds, our factory fully supports those. Our factory has always valued talent and has valued Zhao Boyuan. Factory director Zheng rambled on, and Zhang Lao couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that little Zhao still has ties here. Zhang Lao sighed. Factory director Zheng was so annoyed he started laughing. You can't keep thinking about poaching talent from us. You should cultivate your own. Su Daji sneered. Was Zhao Boyuan cultivated by you? You should be ashamed of boasting. He is a prodigy. Do you think we don't know? Cultivate another one of his level and try. If you can, I'll call you Dad. Factory director Zheng quickly waved his hand. That one do, that would mess up the hierarchy. Get lost. Su Daji laughed and scolded. After a moment, Yang Ruhua drove the 5-wheeled tank back, and when he got out, he seemed reluctant to part with it. This tank is really good. Zhang Lao, can you give it to me? If you give it to me, I promise I will definitely take down 30 enemy tanks. Yang Ruhuo declared earnestly. It was clear he really liked this 5-wheeled tank. Zhang Lao shook his head. Don't just want to take everything good. Factory director Zheng muttered beside him. How can you still have the nerve to talk about others? Zan Lao. People nearby were either stifling their laughter or unable to hold back. Zhan Lao immediately glared with puffed cheeks. Is doing military industry considered poaching talent? This is called reasonable allocation of talent. Then he went on to say something about how this was all from military development, and whether they believe him or not, he could blow them up with explosives. The atmosphere immediately filled with joy. After chatting for a while, as it was getting late, everyone went to the small cafeteria for dinner. As for the issue of tank construction, Zhan Lao's armaments factory happened to have a tank production line obtained from the big brother, and Zhao Boyuan could also provide the tank production line blueprints, which could be produced at the steel mill. This was another research and development effort that was very beneficial for both the military industry and the steel mill. During the dinner, Zhan Lao and factory director Zhong had the biggest smiles, especially factory director Zhong. Since Zhao Boyuan was in the steel mill, he was both cultivating talent and bringing in a steady stream of business for the steel mill. For this reason, factory director Zhong raised his glass and said loudly, "Our Zhao Boyuan is our factory's most core business talent. But now, I have a question for you. How should I reward him?" Zhan Lao said, "Then promote him to workshop director, and then our armaments factory will sign a cooperation agreement with Zhao Boyuan's workshop to provide a batch of equipment and materials." Su Daji suggested, "We will also sign a cooperation agreement. We can provide a batch of ammunition specifically for Zhao Boyuan's testing at the shooting range." Young Ruhuo, Listening Niarbi, was completely shocked. Wow, what kind of extraordinary treatment is this? It's like saying Zhao Boyuan can set up a weapons research institute at the steel mill. Chapter 83, Who is the boss of the courtyard? Everyone sat around a table, passionately discussing Zhao Boyuan's treatment, each expressing their opinions. However, Zhao Boyuan himself seemed detached from the situation, focusing solely on eating and ignoring the discussions around him. Finally, Director Zhong personally spoke up and asked what kind of treatment Zhao Boyuan wanted. At this point, Zhao Boyuan slowly put down his chopsticks and looked at everyone with determination. Director Uncle Su, Old Zhao Boyuan began, his voice steady and powerful. "I know you are all doing your best to help me showcase my abilities. However, what I care about most right now is not what I personally gain." At this point, Zhao Boyuan paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then continued. "What matters is whether the things I build can play their maximum role. For example, our current 5 pairs of wheels. I'll temporarily name it the Type 59 medium tank. Is what we built actually good? These are the questions I care about." Zhao Boyuan picked up a cup from the table, took a sip of water, and then looked intensely at everyone, waiting for their responses. "Of course it's good. I think it's excellent." Su Daji replied without hesitation, his face full of pride and anticipation. "I think it's particularly good too." Yang Ruhua, an experienced old tank driver, echoed. Zhao Boyuan shook his head and said firmly, "What you say is good doesn't count. On the battlefield, if the enemy says, 'How fierce is that thing on the opposite side?' then that's what truly counts. Therefore, I suggest we immediately produce a few units and send them to the front. A team consisting of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Barrett sniper rifle, and Type 59 medium tank should be sent to the front to train well and achieve some results. That would be a great joy in life. Instead of us saying it's good here and then arranging a workshop director position for me, I find that unsatisfactory. Because our brothers and sisters are being bombarded by the enemy at the front. While others use weapons to fight, we are sending our heads to fight. This one do." Zhao Boyuan slammed his palm on the table, the sound deafening. "I want them to know that we are not easy to bully. We also have advanced weapons." When these words were spoken, everyone on the scene fell silent. Su Daji, Director Zhong, and others felt a tumult of emotions in their hearts, a feeling of not being able to hold back. After a moment, Su Daji gritted his teeth and said, "I think Zhao Boyuan is absolutely right. We should indeed take them out for training. We can't just build things behind closed doors. Whether a weapon is good or not should be tested at the front. Although the Barrett has already achieved impressive results, what about the Type 56? Shouldn't our Type 59 also be taken out to make an appearance?" Director Zhong responded loudly. "That's right. We should let them experience the taste of being outmatched in weaponry. They say they aren't afraid of death, but I don't think that's necessarily true. Moreover, the longer our weapons are delayed, the greater the casualties will be. We should deal them a heavy blow. Old Zhang fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly said, "You're not at the front, so you don't understand many situations well. In fact, the Barrett has already caused a stir on the opposite side. Fortunately, Big Bear has taken the heat for this. However, if new equipment appears on a large scale, or even advanced equipment, the enemy might act out of desperation. As far as I know, some of them even boasted about deploying Little Boy. Of course, that's not going to happen. After all, Big Bear has his own, and if they dare to do that, it would start World War III. So, we should be cautious about new equipment. However, if it's in small batches, we could give it a try. For example, sending 2 Type 59s, 10 Barretts, and 50 Type 56 rifles wouldn't be impossible," Zhao Boyuan said firmly. "Then let us proceed with this plan. We will form a special operations team. Our new weapons should also show their fangs." Su Daji, Director Zhong, and others looked at old Zhang with fiery eyes, filled with anticipation and passion. Here, only old Zhang had the authority to submit this report, as he could deliver it under the pretense of testing. Seeing everyone so eager to witness the actual effects of a new equipment, old Zhang felt his own blood start to boil. He picked up a glass of wine and said calmly, "Let us follow the procedures first. No rules, no standards. I will call back as soon as I get back. It shouldn't be a big problem. And you think about it, our weapons are not easily recognizable by ordinary people." When old John said this, everyone understood his meaning. Aside from the Barrett, the Type 56 and similar weapons have comparable projects on the other side. As for the Type 59 tank, its appearance is almost identical to the T-54. Therefore, these new pieces of equipment are not easily distinguishable by the average person. Thus, sending small batches of new equipment for actual combat testing is indeed feasible. At this moment, Yang Ruhua stood up and said, "Old John, I apply to be the first combat driver of the Type 59 tank. I am willing to use my life to achieve results and test the limits of this tank. I refuse to believe that our stuff is inferior." Everyone was inspired by Yang Ruhua's words, as if they felt their blood burning. Old John was also moved by this emotion. He nodded and said, "If the Type 59 goes to the front, I will recommend you, Yang Ruhua. It seems this matter has a chance of success." Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. "Then let us toast to the successful completion of this matter." That night, with a cool breeze blowing, Zhao Boyuan returned to the courtyard under the moonlight. In the courtyard, everyone was gathered together, chattering about something, and when they saw Zhao Boyuan return, they all turned their attention to him. Uncle Zhonghai came over with a few people, shouting from a distance, "Zhao Boyuan, congratulations. I heard you're going to be promoted to workshop director." When he said this, there was a hint of bitterness in Zhonghai's tone. He couldn't help but feel surprised when he first learned this news. Although he knew that there might come a day for Zhao Boyuan, that day arrived too quickly. Zhao Boyuan blinked and was about to become the workshop director. Zhonghai felt a mix of emotions and sighed. "I've been working in the steel rolling mill for so many years, putting in extra hours and sweating, yet after all these years, I'm still just a fitter. Unlike you, Zhao, soaring straight up in the blink of an eye, you are about to become a person we look up to." The position of workshop director and workshop team leader are two entirely different concepts. The team leader is not even considered part of the management level in the factory. At most, they're just assisting the workshop director. However, the workshop director is truly part of the factory's management. Every workshop director is invaluable, and once appointed, they may even serve as deputy factory director in the future. Deputy factory director sounds subordinate, but in reality, everyone still refers to them as factory director. If Zhao Boyuan is ever called factory director, he would be considered a significant figure wherever he goes. Moreover, the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill is a large factory. Being able to become the deputy factory director of Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill is quite an honorable thing. If he could take one more step and become the factory manager of the steel mill, that would be an existence above thousands. Managing over 10,000 people is an incredible achievement, although Zhao Boyuan is still far from that step. Becoming the workshop director is definitely a crucial step towards a bright future. That's why Zhonghai envies him so much. As the head of the courtyard, he only manages this small piece of land, and even then, he has to find ways to do it. Unlike Zhao Boyuan, who was about to become the actual manager of a workshop. Zhonghai continued, "Our courtyard has never produced someone as capable and talented as you. In the future, you must take good care of us." Zhao Boyuan didn't know where Zhonghai and the others heard this news. To be honest, there is some truth to it. But at that time, he was focused on getting the Type 59 tank into practical combat, so he didn't pay much attention to it. They were indeed well-informed to know so quickly. No wonder so many people were waiting here. Zhao Boyuan looked at the many neighbors and said, "Uncle, this matter hasn't even been confirmed yet. It's all just rumors, so don't take it seriously." "What rumors?" Uncle Liu Haizhong interjected. "Zhao Boyuan, with your great contributions in developing a new type of tank, to be honest, being promoted to workshop director is actually an underestimation. They might also be considering that you haven't been in the factory for too long and you're still young. Otherwise, with your achievements, being a deputy factory manager would be more than sufficient." Liu Haizhong sighed. "However, the factory's rules are like this. You can only proceed step by step. Every position requires some training, both to familiarize yourself with the situation and to aid your growth. So, not being promoted directly to deputy factory manager is not necessarily a bad thing. This way, when you eventually reach that position, you'll understand better how to manage the workshop directors and team leaders." Uncle Liu Haizhong truly understands the dynamics of the workplace and is clear about these rules and protocols. After his analysis, everyone realized there were so many intricacies involved. In response, Zhao Boyuan waved his hand and smiled. "Uncle, thanks to your guidance. However, I don't have too many thoughts about those positions. Whether it's being a team leader or a workshop director, it's all requirement from the factory, and I'll just do it. I don't really study these things." Uncle Yin Bugue also complimented him in this day and age. There are not many people like Zhao Boyuan who are indifferent to fame and fortune and do not pursue status and wealth. We don't even have 1/10,000th of his character. Anyway, Zhao Boyuan, if you really become the workshop director in the future, you must take good care of the people in our courtyard. After all, we have long looked forward to having a benefactor like you, and you will finally become a benefactor. Listening to these compliments, Zhao Boyuan felt somewhat helpless and thought, "This is like comparing a common girl selected to be the emperor's woman. What a ridiculous analogy." After hearing Jia Dongshu's words, Zhao Boyuan felt a bit speechless but still maintained a smile and said, "Not at all. We are all from the courtyard. It's only right to help each other." He thought to himself that in the future, if they had any reasonable requests, he would help out. If not, they shouldn't expect too much. He wasn't foolish enough to take on every single matter. After all, he couldn't possibly arrange for a dog from the courtyard to eat public grain, right? Of course, there is no need to say it so bluntly. Responding a few times would make everyone happy and bring some joy. Just that one phrase about mutual assistance made everyone nod repeatedly, and the way they looked at Zhao Boyuan was filled with warmth and closeness. They felt that Zhao Boyuan was not arrogant, down to earth, and approachable. Even as he was about to hold a high position, he still remained so relatable. For a moment, everyone felt honored and very happy. They thought that with such a significant figure emerging from the courtyard, the future would be easier for them, and their paths would widen. At that moment, Jia Dongshu, Shaju, and Su Demao looked at Zhao Boyuan, feeling a mix of emotions. Their good buddy was about to become a big figure, which made them both envious and somewhat at a loss. Jia Dongshu walked over and quietly asked, "Zhao Boyuan, you're about to become the workshop director, so are we still buddies? Do you think that the three of us are no longer worthy to be your friends?" This question from Jia Dongshu was indeed to the point, and both Shaju and Su Demao felt a tightness in their chests. They were eager to know Zhao Boyuan's answer. Chapter 84. The workshop Lady Qin Huairu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Jia Dongshu's words, then, "Are we still brothers?" swept away the slight ease in his heart like a sudden gust of wind. Huh. He instinctively let out a puzzled sound, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Memories of playing cards, playing dodiju, being blown up while making guns, the widowed jokes about Su Demao, and how silly Zhu always made people pity him, all seemed to surge to the tip of his tongue, ready to burst forth. However, an inexplicable emotion suddenly choked him, forcing him to swallow these anecdotes back down. He opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of where to begin, as if his words had been grasped by an invisible force. Seeing this, Zhao Dongshu's face first lit up with joy, thinking Zhao Boyuan was about to speak. However, Zhao Boyuan's silence instantly extinguished the joy in his heart, and his expression turned desolate. He too had 1,000 words to say, but he felt as if he were locked up, unable to express himself. Gradually, Zhao Dongshu's attitude changed. He became respectful, as if at that moment he understood something. He respectfully called out, "I understand, Director Zhao." His voice carried a sense of relief and respect. Zhao Boyuan remained silent, which made Zhao Dongshu's face turn increasingly anxious, as if he were enveloped in a layer of gloom, becoming more dim and humble. In front of Zhao Boyuan, he felt that being humble to the dust was the proper way to behave. Silly Zhu and Su Damao also gradually slumped, their reactions mirroring Zhao Dongshu's, filled with bitterness. They couldn't help but think, Zhao Boyuan is different now, soon to become a figure of authority as the workshop director. Yet we are still just interns, far from becoming regular employees, let alone team leaders, workshop directors, head chefs, or film projectionists. The disparity in their statuses had become worlds apart. Just as Zhao Dongshu had said earlier, they were no longer worthy of calling Zhao Boyuan their brother or sharing camaraderie. In an instant, Silly Zhu's lips trembled. A wave of sorrow surged in his heart. He struggled to speak, "Director Zhao, it was us who were immature before. Rest assured, we will be more sensible in the future. We understand the importance of respect." As he spoke, Silly Zhu's eyes turned red, filled with bitterness. What was going on? Why had everything changed so suddenly? Is this what they call reality? Is this the cruelty of society? He felt incredibly sad. At that moment, Su Damao also felt as if his heart were being doused in sulfuric acid. He suppressed his feelings of inferiority and said with difficulty, "Director Zhao, we promise not to cause you any trouble. Rest assured, we will be self-aware. We will treat those past events as a dream." They had to recognize their identities, let go of everything from the past, and bid farewell to that time. This feeling was truly unbearable. For a moment, all three felt an extreme bitterness in their hearts. Zhao Boyuan looked at them, increasingly speechless. What was going on with these three today? Why had they suddenly become so humble? "Are you okay?" Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but ask, concerned about their mental state. How could they say such things out of the blue? When had he ever said that they were unworthy of being his friends, or that they should be more self-aware? Even a momentary silence made them feel more self-conscious. This was really a bit absurd. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dongshu and the others grew increasingly anxious, especially Zhao Dongshu, who nearly fell to his knees. "Director Zhao, it was our fault. We know we were wrong. I understand that now." Silly Zhu echoed. "And me, we shouldn't be like this. We embarrassed ourselves." Su Damao also said self-reproachfully. Zhao Boyuan was both amused and angry. "No, I mean, do you really need to act like this? What's with the dramatics? I never looked down on you," he exclaimed. "Do you really need to put on such a show?" Zhao Dongshu, Silly Zhu, and Su Damao were stunned, looking at each other and seeing uncertainty in each other's eyes. Then they turned to Zhao Boyuan and realized he didn't seem to have any disdain for them. This was awkward. Zhao Dongshu's face suddenly flushed, and he coughed a few times before stammering, "It's just that. There's a gap in our status now. Yeah, after all, you're about to become the workshop director, and the three of us are still." Silly Zhu hesitated. Su Damao also awkwardly said, "I remember adults often telling us that the most important thing in life is to be self-aware." "Self-aware, my foot. No. Do you three have a problem? Is something wrong with you?" Zhao Boyuan scolded. "Who taught you to act like this, playing awkward?" Zhao Dongshu, Silly Zhu, and Su Damao. Although they didn't quite understand what playing awkward meant, Zhao Boyuan's tone suggested he wasn't really disgusted with them. So they began to feel happy again. "That's good. Then it's fine. I thought, hey, it was all a misunderstanding. So, are we still brothers?" After saying this, the three of them stared at Zhao Boyuan in unison. Zhao Boyuan couldn't help but curse. "Are you trying to act awkward with me again? I feel awkward just by you trying to act awkward." The three of them chuckled. "Hey, we're just confirming." Discovering that Zhao Boyuan didn't seem to treat them coldly, they felt a wave of joy, as if they had just eaten honey. They were so happy, and then touched. Their brother's status was about to change dramatically. Yet he still regarded them, those who were still interns, unable to become regular employees, with low pay and low status, as brothers. This truly warmed their hearts. In their lives, the best brother they had was Zhao Boyuan. They all said in their hearts in unison. However, it didn't matter. Zhao Boyuan merely thought that acting according to their words would be a bit awkward. He had no other thoughts. This had nothing to do with any sense of righteousness. He simply disliked it when someone, having gained a little bit of power, immediately turned their back, giving orders and looking down on those from before. He hated the idea of appearing before others with an air of superiority, using his actions to tell the world, "I have a little bit of power now." He just simply disliked that. So, he said a few words. How they felt touched by it had nothing to do with Zhao Boyuan, as their feelings of inferiority and being moved were all spontaneous actions. However, from the scene, it seemed that there were quite a few people holding this attitude. At this moment, Jia Zhangshi had already started wiping her tears, pulling a nearby ant and saying, "I knew it. Our Dongxiu has good social skills. He didn't make the wrong friends. Look, Zhao Boyuan's status is so high now, and he's already become the workshop director, yet he still thinks highly of our Dongxiu. This shows that our Jia Dongxiu didn't make the wrong friends." The ant beside her said, "It's not that your son has good taste. It's Zhao Boyuan's righteousness. Otherwise, you and T know, but he once had a friend he was really close with. But later that friend became some official and stopped caring about our old E." Another ant interjected, "That was just a friend. Our old Liu, his cousin, ever since he took a job at the street office, has been looking down his nose at us and hasn't visited our home since. Even during festivals, he doesn't spare us a glance. It's true that even familial relationships can become distant due to differences in status and position. Aunt Sen feels the same way. Oh, I've seen plenty of such things. Our old Yin had a colleague who, once he became the grade leader, started speaking to our old Yin coldly. Everyone began to share their experiences. Because many people have felt this way, they understood how precious it was for Zhao Boyuan to treat the neighbors as he did before. Listening to these words, Jia Zhangshi suddenly understood. It wasn't that his son was good at making friends, but that Zhao Boyuan had a heart that treated others as equals. Realizing this, Jia Zhangshi even felt a bit grateful toward Zhao Boyuan. If it weren't for Zhao Boyuan, who knows how difficult it would be for Jia Dongxiu and the others to deal with their situation. This shows that Zhao Boyuan still respects the Jia family, respects her son. Thus, Jia Zhangshi came to a conclusion in her heart. There aren't too many good people in this courtyard, but Zhao Boyuan is definitely the best. This view was shared by more than just Jia Zhangshi, including the elder men. They all felt that Zhao Boyuan was indeed a good person. Zhao Boyuan has a childlike heart that treats others kindly, sighed Uncle San Yanbugawei. Uncle Heir, Liu Haizhong nodded sincerely. Yes, it's rare that he still thinks highly of us courtyard folks. Even Uncle Zhonghai couldn't help but express his feelings at this moment. Zhao Boyuan is indeed the most successful young person in our courtyard. At this point, Zhonghai couldn't help but sigh again. If only he had taken Zhao Boyuan as his apprentice back then. Otherwise, he could have been the foreman of the workshop now, and his status would have skyrocketed. But time has passed, and that village is gone. So now, Zhonghai can only look at Zhao Boyuan with admiration. Similarly, the deaf old lady standing next to Zhonghai muttered softly to herself, "Such a good kid, such a good kid. Why didn't I discover it sooner? If I found out earlier, I would have definitely recognized him as my own grandson, and now I've missed out." Listening to the various praises around him, Zhao Boyuan felt a bit overwhelmed. This flattery is a bit too much. He politely nodded to everyone and then left. "It's getting late. You all should rest early." He walked towards the backyard. The neighbors responded in unison behind him. "Okay, Zhao Boyuan, you should also sleep early. You worked hard today. You must take care of yourself." Everyone became extremely friendly. So sweet it felt a bit nauseating. Zhao Boyuan found it quite amusing. When he returned home, Qin Huairu was already waiting at home. She had cooked her own meal in the afternoon and then waited for Zhao Boyuan to come back. Knowing that she was quite pretty, she didn't like going out, fearing that she might inadvertently ruin her reputation and spread some bad rumors, which would make Zhao Boyuan dislike her. Therefore, she always stayed obediently at home. However, she didn't idle around. She cleaned the house, washed the clothes, and even took time to review the pinyin from the dictionary Zhao Boyuan taught her, trying to learn more characters. Of course, Qin Huairu had also heard about Zhao Boyuan soon becoming the workshop director. In the afternoon, she heard the aunties talking about it while doing laundry. At that time, the aunties kept saying she was lucky, to which Qin Huairu just smiled and didn't he feel that it was because of her husband's success. Now that Zhao Boyuan was back, Qin Huairu showed a hint of excitement and joy. She walked over and asked, "Zhao Gu, are you tired? I'll go get some water for you to wash your face and feet." Saying this, she quickly went to the kitchen to fetch hot water. Zhao Boyuan took off his shoes and sat down. In a short while, Qin Huairu brought over the hot water, and the temperature was just right. Zhao Boyuan soaked his feet in the warm water, enjoying Qin Huairu's massage, letting out a comfortable sigh. "What about you? Have you eaten dinner?" After a while, Zhao Boyuan asked. Qin Huairu nodded. "Yes, I have." "That's good." Zhao Boyuan cradled her face and gave her a small peck, making Qin Huairu blush deeply. After all, she came from the countryside and had relatively conservative thoughts. She wasn't quite used to such affectionate gestures. But the more she wasn't used to it, the more Zhao Boyuan liked to tease her. After a while, Qin Huairu asked, "I heard from An'er while doing laundry that the factory is preparing to make Zhao Gu the workshop director. Is that true?" "Yes, it is." "So?" Zhao Boyuan asked with a smile. Qin Huairu happily said, "Then I'll be the workshop director's wife, right?" "Oh, listen to that tone. You should go outside and strike a pose, show off a little." Zhao Boyuan teased. Chapter 85. Right after taking office. It's time to get things done. Let's not deny it. Zhao Boyuan's imminent promotion to workshop director has its benefits. Just look, even Qin Huairu is putting in extra effort at night. Zhao Boyuan can just lie back and relax, while Qin Huairu takes care of everything meticulously. This life is simply more carefree than that of an immortal. Afterward, Zhao Boyuan leisurely lit a cigarette and sighed with a click of his tongue. "If I had known being a workshop director came with such perks, I wouldn't have waited until today. I really regret not taking action sooner." Qin Huairu snuggled in his arms, playfully biting him and teasing, "Look at you, so pleased with yourself." Zhao Boyuan chuckled, enjoying the comfort surrounded by smoke, rolled over, and decided to immerse himself in this happiness once again. The next day, Zhao Boyuan got up with high spirits, radiating an indescribable joy. It's true what they say, good news brings good spirits. With the issue of the 5 pairs of wheel tanks resolved, Zhao Boyuan found himself momentarily at ease. However, there were still plenty of matters in the factory. In the morning, the factory held its monthly meeting as scheduled, and the atmosphere was lively. Zhao Boyuan sat on the podium, feeling a bit drowsy. Director Zhong stood at the speaking platform, announcing in a loud voice, "Last month, our steel rolling mill's performance has surged, increasing by 50%. This is thanks to everyone's hard work. And this month, thanks to our established cooperative relationships, the task volume of the steel mill has seen unprecedented growth. With the increase in tasks, I assure you that everyone's bonuses and overtime pay will also increase." Hearing this, the workers' faces lit up with joy. They might not care much about the increased tasks or factory performance, but when it comes to wages and bonuses, that's a matter closely tied to their personal interests. "That's great, really great," one worker exclaimed excitedly. "For this alone, I have to applaud the director." Another worker added, "Wishing for our factory's performance to keep improving, so we can have more of our little money." Everyone echoed in agreement, and the applause thundered. Each person's face beamed with genuine smiles, as if they could already envision the bright prospects of future wage increases. Director Zhong was not surprised by this reaction at all. He knew well what the workers cared about most and understood how to motivate them. Once the applause died down, Director Zhong cleared his throat and continued this month. "Our Hongqing steel rolling mill's task volume is expected to double. This means that everyone's bonuses and overtime pay could also be doubled. This tremendous achievement is largely thanks to our master, Zhao Boyuan. It was Master Zhao who developed our domestic tanks, allowing us to reach procurement agreements for various materials like steel and copper with the ordnance factory in target range. Let's all give a round of applause for Master Zhao Boyuan." Director Zhong led the applause, and the crowd responded with even more enthusiasm. At that moment, both those on stage and in the audience turned their gaze toward Zhao Boyuan. He suddenly felt embarrassed to be dozing off and had to pick up his water cup. drinking while forcing a radiant smile at the crowd below. He had no mental preparation for this. How did it turn into another round of praise? Wasn't he this the 5th time already? Zhao Boyuan, say a few words. Director Zhong handed the mic to Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan stood up, took the microphone, and positioned himself in the center of the venue. Facing the audience, he saw Master Zhang Yun, Master Zhou Yinghua, Master Liu, even Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, Jia Dongshu, and Shaju from the courtyard. His gaze gently swept across everyone's faces, and they all looked up at him. What should I say? Zhao Boyuan pondered carefully in his heart. You carefully recalled the director's earlier speech and comprehended advanced management studies. You remembered the actions of Su Daji and Zhang Lao and grasped the art of digging walls. The applause gradually quieted down. Zhao Boyuan picked up the microphone and smiled. To be honest, the director didn't even give me a heads up, or else I would have pushed this praise away. Being called out every time, who can stand it? After he said this, the audience burst into laughter. Zhao Boyuan's seemingly casual remarks quickly drew him closer to everyone. It must be said, everyone enjoyed listening to Zhao Boyuan speak. Last time, he simply said dismissed, establishing his down-to-earth image in the factory. This time, starting with self-deprecation, added a cheerful atmosphere. Master Zhao, we love hearing the director praise you. Someone in the audience shouted while clapping excitedly. Others chimed in, exactly, Master Zhao. You are a hero of our factory, and it's right to praise you. If you weren't praised, we would feel it's unfair. That's right. You've made contributions and should be recognized. The crowd shouted, and Zhao Boyuan smiled, humbly yet firmly saying, since everyone says so, I can't help it. Actually, I'm just doing research. As for the actual results, it still relies on everyone. He paused, his tone filled with respect for the frontline workers. Everyone knows that on the front lines, our brothers and sisters are fighting, engaging in our righteous battle. They may be under-equipped, yet they still advance under enemy fire. We, who are in the rear, are actually protected by them. Whenever I think of this, I ponder what I can do for them. As he spoke, Zhao Boyuan paused, appearing serious and solemn. The factory workers also quieted down, sensing a different atmosphere. Zhao Boyuan's voice continued, filled with longing and determination for the future. I've thought about it for a long time, and I believe we can produce steel. We can turn steel into bridges, plates, and weapons. We can build this country beautifully. I hope that one day, in our nation, everyone can afford to live in high-rise buildings, with streets neat and tidy, paved with concrete and asphalt, with cars flowing continuously. In the sky, there are planes we built. On the ground, there are civilian cars, buses, and speeding trains. Children are receiving knowledge in kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities. In the ocean, our aircraft carriers launch fighter jets, while giant ships take our goods far and wide, bringing back the resources we need. And then we will explore space, gazing into the infinite starry sky. At this point, Zhao Boyuan closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again, stating emphatically, this dream must start here from our feet. It starts with each and every one of us present, because only together we, all of us, can turn this dream from a blueprint into reality. And I believe that under unity, this dream can definitely be realized. We will transform this currently dilapidated and scarred country into the most beautiful, prosperous, and powerful nation in the world. His words rang like a trumpet, igniting the blood and passion of everyone present. They responded enthusiastically, with applause roaring like thunder. We have confidence. Of course we do. We can do it. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. There was solemnity, seriousness, and a sense of recognition. Many people have struggled their whole lives without knowing what they were truly fighting for. Now, Zhao Boyuan has injected a glimmer of faith into them. We work to collectively build the dream of a beautiful country. This is the meaning of our work. It's not for a few dirty coins or for the sake of the present. We are working for the dreams of future generations, for the stars and the sea. At this moment, everyone on the podium couldn't help but applaud Zhao Boyuan's speech. Zhao Boyuan has spoken well, praised former director Zhang. He has already become a qualified leader. Yes, after he said this, even I feel my work is meaningful, a deputy director said with deep emotion. Zhao Boyuan's leadership ability is indeed strong. He is truly versatile. Whatever work comes to him, he can handle it well, Director Yang also praised. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing Zhao Boyuan's capabilities. They recalled Zhao Boyuan's various performances in the factory, from an intern fitter to a formal fitter, then to a senior fitter, and even excelling in cross-disciplinary tasks. This talent is indeed remarkable, standing out effortlessly. Once the applause subsided, former director Zhong seized the opportunity to announce a significant decision in the factory. Everyone, have you all heard? Former director Zhong raised his voice. Comrade Zhao Boyuan is truly a model and example for our factory. His ideological awareness is outstanding. Therefore, after the factory's decision, we will establish workshop number 14. Former director Zhang's words were filled with anticipation. The workshop director will be Comrade Zhao Boyuan. As soon as former director Zhong finished speaking, a wave of warm applause erupted from the audience. Comrade Zhao Boyuan, do you have the confidence to take on this important responsibility and lead everyone to make contributions? Former director Zhong looked intently at Zhao Boyuan. Zhao Boyuan faced the crowd and said firmly yes. His voice was strong and powerful, filled with confidence and determination. Former director Zhong nodded. Then next, regarding the staffing issue of workshop number 14. Zhao Boyuan shouted directly, from today onwards, we welcome all capable workers to join my workshop number 14. We don't do anything else in workshop number 14. We specialize in military industry. Do any of you capable and dream-driven workers want to experience the feeling of a tank speeding along or sniping from thousands of meters away? Come to my workshop now. 14 to sign up. Once you come, you're part of workshop number 14. We will ensure you experience the feeling of being at home and fulfill your dream as a military enthusiast. Former director Zhong and the other workshop directors were stunned. They exchanged glances, secretly muttering to themselves. We just talked about staffing, and you're already poaching? Is this how you do things? Where did you learn this? Could it be that Su Daji and the others have led you astray? It must be. You've learned to poach now. Good for you, Zhao Boyuan. You've learned both the good and the bad, right? You couldn't wait to show it off. However, the crowd was already stirred up. They were all shouting below. From today on, I'm officially part of workshop number 14. I won't work in workshop number 10 anymore. I've had enough of this nonsense. It's time to pack my things and pursue my dreams. My tank. Goodbye, workshop number 7. Today I'm going to build tanks. The crowd was excited, each expressing their intention to leave that night and completely bid farewell to their previous workshop. The directors of various workshops looked panicked, unable to sit still, and they turned to Zhao Boyuan with forlorn faces. Please, Director Zhao, have mercy and leave us a way out. You can't turn workshop now 14 into a super red star steel factory. If all the talents go to you, how will we continue our work? We can't rely on a group of intern fitters to do the work of senior technicians, can we? You can't do this, Director Zhao. Even several deputy directors couldn't sit still, all speaking out to dissuade him. Former director Zhong jokingly scolded, Is this how you do it, Zhao Boyuan? Quickly rein in your powers. The staffing issue for this workshop will be discussed later. We are only announcing this decision now. Everyone, please don't listen to Zhao Boyuan's misleading words. This kid isn't a saint. We can't all run to his workshop. The crowd laughed heartily, almost letting Zhao Boyuan shake the foundations of the factory and causing chaos. However, this indirectly confirmed Zhao Boyuan's popularity in the factory. Everyone wanted to join his workshop and work for him. At this moment, even seasoned workers like Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and Jia Dongxu were discussing whether to join Zhao Boyuan's workshop number 14. Master, should we go? I think it should be pretty good over there with Zhao Boyuan. Jia Dongxu said eagerly. Liu Haizhong chimed in. If I go, Zhao Boyuan would definitely let me be a team leader, right? Although Zhonghai was also somewhat tempted. He had one concern. He couldn't bring himself to work under a familiar face. He worried that if he didn't do the job well or got scolded, it would be hard for him to handle. Let's see how it goes, he said hesitantly. On one hand, Zhao Boyuan's workshop may not necessarily need us. On the other hand, we are all familiar faces and working under familiar people, implying that working under familiar people might lead to various inconveniences and awkward situations. This was indeed a consideration. Of course, there were many other factors to consider as well. For example, Although Zhao Boyuan was skilled in research and development, he lacked relevant management experience, etc. These all made people doubt whether he could handle the position of workshop director. Chapter 86. The Demise of the Old Masters of Course. How Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai strategized was their own business and did not affect the overall situation. At least for now, many colleagues were eager to serve under Zhao, like fish crossing the river, all of them itching to try. If not for the repeated reminders from the factory director and others that recruitment needed to be considered carefully, Zhao Boyuan's workshop No. 14 would likely have been overcrowded by now. However, after this series of twists and turns, Director Zheng had also learned to be cautious, not daring to let Zhao Boyuan speak easily for fear he would stir up more trouble. He quickly signaled for him to return to his seat and stop leading the discussion. Next, the director got to the main topic and started the third agenda item. Since the personnel appointments had already been announced, the next step was to commend Comrade Zhao Boyuan. The tank, which everyone had witnessed a few days ago, had achieved remarkable results that needed no further explanation. The factory had to give him a substantial reward. Otherwise, the shooting range and the arms factory might come to poach our talent. I see they want to compete with us to see who is stronger. Oof. Do they have the capability to poach from us? Once Director Zhang said this, he displayed an imposing demeanor as if declaring, "Who else but me?" The workers also puffed out their chests, their faces radiating pride that their steel factory could not be outdone. On this matter, everyone's opinion was unprecedentedly united. Zhao Boyuan must be given a heavy reward. We cannot let others look down on him. Thus, the director solemnly announced, 1. Grant Zhao Boyuan the treatment of a level 7 worker and a salary equivalent to that of a military department director. 2. A special cash reward of 500 yuan for the tank research project. 3. Distribution of 10 kilograms of beef, 10 kilograms of lamb, 30 kilograms of pork, 50 kilograms of vegetables, 100 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of cooking oil, and 10 kilograms of salt. 4. Award Zhao Boyuan the first-class honorary certificate for technical research and development of the factory. 5. Grant Zhao Boyuan full authority to manage workshop number 14, with no one allowed to interfere with his work. 6. All materials from the factory will be prioritized for workshop number 14 at Zhao Boyuan's discretion. This series of rewards was enough to make anyone envious. Not only would Zhao Boyuan enjoy the treatment of a level 7 worker, but he would also receive a military department director's salary, essentially earning 2 salaries. As for the 500 yuan in cash, its value in this era goes without saying. Even if he shared the meat and vegetables with the entire management team, it would be more than enough. Of course, with the new year approaching, he could keep what he couldn't finish and enjoy it slowly. As for the honors and the authority over workshop number 14, there was no need to elaborate. Since Zhao Boyuan had already been appointed as the workshop director, he had to be given full authority to let him make his mark. At that moment, Jia Dongshu and the others were all bewildered, unsure of what to say. They felt that Zhao Boyuan's meteoric rise had placed him in a completely different world from theirs. Jia Dongshu couldn't help but ask Zhonghai, "Master, can your savings compare to Zhao Boyuan's now?" Although Zhonghai's salary was high, he lived frugally and managed to save over 70 yuan each month. In the past, everyone had assumed he was the richest person in the courtyard. However, that status was likely to be shaken now. Zhonghai's expression was somewhat bitter as he sighed. Does it matter? How old am I? And how old is Zhao Boyuan? How can we compare? Jia Dongshu immediately felt awkward and scratched his head, saying, "That's true. The most important thing is that Zhao Boyuan is now also enjoying the treatment of a level 7 worker, standing on equal footing with you, Master." After expressing his feelings, Jia Dongshu suddenly had a whimsical idea. "Master, shouldn't we consider appointing another elder in our courtyard? I think Zhao Boyuan qualifies to be the 4th elder, don't you think?" As soon as he said this, Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong appeared somewhat anxious. Zhonghai felt a wave of helplessness and said this, "Let him decide for himself. I have nothing to say." Faced with a young man like Zhao Boyuan, Zhonghai felt utterly powerless. If Zhao Boyuan really wanted to take on the role of the 4th elder, he would certainly succeed. At this moment, Liu Haizhong looked ashen, muttering to himself, I've been surpassed. I've been surpassed. What face do I have to remain in the courtyard as the second elder? I don't want to live anymore. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. They thought, how can he say he doesn't want to live just like that? It's not surprising that Liu Haizhong felt this way. The so-called elders among them were either like Zhonghai and Liu Haizhong, relying on money, or like the old teacher Yin Bugui, whose salary was not high, but whose position was important. However, now, Zhao Boyuan's salary had already caught up to or even exceeded theirs, leaving them in a difficult position. In the future, when Zhao Boyuan stood in the courtyard, how could they still call themselves elders? Especially for Liu Haizhong, whose salary was now lower than Zhao Boyuan's. Who exactly was the elder? Him or Zhao Boyuan? This question was worth pondering. The internal competition that once embarrassed Jia Dongshu, Shaju, Sudamao, and others had now come back to haunt them. However, the three of them were quite happy, appearing to care while secretly laughing their heads off. In the afternoon, when Second Aunt heard that Zhao Boyuan's salary was higher than Liu Haizhong's and that he was enjoying the treatment of a level 7 worker, she immediately cried out of anger and sorrow. As she cried, she scolded, "Old Liu, you useless thing, still stuck at level 6 after all these years. Now look, you don't even earn more than the younger generation anymore. What face do we have as the Liu family to call ourselves elders in this courtyard? Old Liu, you're not worthy to be my husband, nor to be the father of our children." Liu Haizhong stood in the corner, dejected and downcast. Strictly speaking, this was not his fault. It was Zhao Boyuan who was too impressive. But the fact remained that the younger Zhao Boyuan had already stepped over his head. Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu looked at Liu Haizhong with disdainful eyes, joining Second Aunt and looking down on him. This made Liu Haizhong feel very sad and upset. He cried out in a mournful tone, "I try my best, I really did. But I just can't do it. I don't want to be a level 7 worker." This was not the first time his family had looked at him this way. He truly felt suffocated. However, the disdainful gazes from everyone remained, as if he, the head of the family, had brought shame to them all. Meanwhile, First Aunt was also criticizing First Elder Zhonghai. "Old E, you're a level 7 worker. And so is Zhao Boyuan. From now on, how can you have the face to call yourself an elder in front of him? Why can't you work hard and earn an 8th grade worker title? Why aren't you making an effort?" Zhonghai found it hard to respond, swallowing his tears. Did he not want to work hard? He had indeed tried, but there were no results. That 8th grade worker title was too difficult, far too difficult. It's not something you can just get by trying. "Old partner, it's not like that, you know, Zhao Boyuan." Zhonghai attempted to explain. "What about him? Are we talking about Zhao Boyuan today?" First Aunt interrupted with her hands on her hips. "Which word did I say that implied Zhao Boyuan is better than you? I'm talking about your failure